7 days have passed. A full 7 days. Cohen's endurance has reached its limit. As a man transformed into a dilapidated altar, 7 days is sufficient to drive Cohen to madness. Damn it, nightfall is upon us, and that blood-red, long-beaked monstrosity will soon return to defile me. Cohen roared in anger. Of course, this was merely his perception of fury. Within the enigmatic forest, his crumbling altar of the malevolent deity remained utterly still, reduced to a playground for animals to frolic freely. The malevolent deity, a god forsaken by the continent of Slandy. Though once his faith had enveloped this land, he was slain by the combined forces of the god of light and the demon god. The entire continent was cleaved in two, one side basked in light, the other shrouded in darkness, and the faith in the malevolent deity was no more. This was the message that the altar conveyed to Cohen. Two vile creatures. Cohen extolled the virtues of angels and demons. Had they not united, perhaps Cohen could have become a true god upon his arrival, rather than a forsaken altar. Yet, who could have anticipated their collaboration? Moreover, by rights, the malevolent deity ought to belong to the ranks of demons, should he not? How am I to escape this wretched place? This question had plagued Cohen's mind. As a conscious, defeated altar, what could he possibly achieve? It would be better for his consciousness to perish. Bring on a truck to transport him to a new, otherworldly realm. However, an altar is intended for sacrifices, is it not? Perhaps, one day in the future, a despairing human might perish before me. Surely, sacrificing a mere insect cannot be counted as such. Cohen surveyed the foundation, which was missing a large chunk, where numerous insects had succumbed due to the monstrosity's excrement. Fuck, here it comes again. Cohen heard the sound of flapping wings. A creature resembling a vulture, yet as large as an ostrich, navigated through the trees. Its blood-red, hooked beak glistened eerily under the moonlight, reminiscent of human blood. Could you perhaps defecate a bit farther away from me today? You wretched bird. Cohen seethed in his heart. Soon, he would be confronted by a sizable deposit of droppings. The enormous bird swiftly landed atop his head. Apologies, it should be said that it perched upon the horizontal beam above the altar. After all, Cohen was unsure how to delineate his own form. Get away, I shall slay you. Cohen continued to rage. But evidently, this did not deter the bird, which had already prepared for its excretion. I've had enough. Fuck. Watching the bird spread its wings and present its rear to the altar, Cohen felt on the verge of insanity. At that moment, a voice echoed nearby. Princess Caitlin, do not run. Sol will show no mercy to those who betray the god of light. In the desolate forest, a voice reached Cohen's ears. Sorry, Cohen perhaps did not possess ears. Nevertheless, he swiftly pinpointed the source of the voice. Northwest. Two individuals. Living beings. Alive. The great bird's gaping maw immediately contracted, folding its wings as it warily observed its surroundings. Before long, it took flight towards a nearby tree. Cohen finally exhaled in relief. 7. Indeed, was his lucky day. For by Sunday, he had successfully arranged to bring a lady home. Fuck. Reflecting on his previously carefree life, Cohen found himself deeply dissatisfied with the current state of affairs. Rip, the sound of fabric tearing. Cohen quickly looked over to see a knight clad in armor pursuing a golden-haired beauty draped in a long robe. The robe had been torn away, revealing her fair skin. Cohen felt an urge to whistle. A lovely, golden-haired girl. Jason, you despicable scoundrel. The lord of the malevolent deity will not spare you. The golden-haired girl stumbled as she ran, cursing the tall man in pursuit. The malevolent deity? Cohen's senses heightened, if he was not mistaken. The malevolent deity spoken of by this girl was none other than himself. Ha ha, knave child, the malevolent deity has long been slain. The Temple of Light has suspected your Porta family of still venerating the malevolent deity. My mission to the Empire of Staff was to eradicate you. Rip. Ah, princess, your skin is truly exquisite. The armored knight, with a flick of his sword, precisely sliced open the golden-haired girl's back. Her flawless, snow-white skin was instantly exposed to the air. Oh, surely, this must be the finest strike of his swordsmanship. Cohen maliciously speculated. The golden-haired girl was evidently no match for the brutish man, and stumbled before Cohen's altar. The brute sheathed his sword, a smirk spreading across his face. Cohen understood full well what this scoundrel intended to do. Fuck, this fiend wouldn't dare to humiliate the girl before him, would he? As a gentleman, Cohen would not allow such a situation to transpire. Of course, were he in her place, perhaps it would be quite exquisite. How infuriating! Cohen glared at the approaching brute, cursing inwardly. Poor girl, is this my follower? At the same time, Cohen felt a twinge of despair. Having barely transitioned into a deity, was he now to witness his follower being violated? And yet, he could not respond, not even utter a single curse. Could anything be more soul-crushing than this? I shall slay you, you scoundrel. Cohen could only think this in his heart. Simultaneously, his gaze caught sight of the towering trees, for which a blood-red hook protruded. Go and slay that brute. My friend, I would rather have you defecate upon him. Cohen roared internally. Of course, no sound escaped him. Honorable Princess Caitlin, I shall take good care of you. The brute began to unfasten his belt. How revolting! Cohen cursed. Dream on, Jason. The Porta family shall only offer sacrifices to the malevolent deity. Cohen observed as the golden-haired girl picked up an object from the ground to hurl at him, while her left hand produced a small dagger. I hardly believed that dagger could pierce that brute's armor. Cohen felt a sense of helplessness. Yet, what he did not anticipate was that the golden-haired girl suddenly turned towards the altar and began to chant, "O our eternal true master, Lord of the malevolent deity, I, your eternal servant Caitlin Hera Portu, offer you this sacrifice. My body, including my soul, is forever at your disposal." With that, she plunged the dagger into her chest. Blood immediately began to flow. You wretched creature! This was the last thing Cohen heard as darkness engulfed him. Simultaneously, he heard a voice ring out. Sacrifice successful. Sacrifice points, one malevolent deity reconstituting. Chapter 2. The Apostles Summoning in the Darkness. A radiant screen akin to a computer window flickered to life. Host binding, Cohen. Status, First Order Evil God Rebirth, upgradable. Requires 100 sacrifice points. Powers, Apostle Transformation, consumes 1 sacrifice point. Can convert followers into utterly loyal servants. Omniscient Eye, identifies host's visible range of any unit. Success rate determined by the mental fortitude of the subject. Domain of the Divine, followers within the domain receive blessings from the evil god. Miracles, Rainfall LV1, consumes 100 faith points. Brings precipitation to the domain. Abundance LV1, consumes 500 faith points. Enhances crop yield. Inspire LV1, consumes 100 faith points. Invigorates the follower's spirit. Apostle count, 0. Current maximum, 2. Current sacrifice points, 1. Each sacrifice will convert points based on the actual condition of the offering. Current follower count, 404. Current faith points, 404. Each follower provides 1 point daily to the host. For someone like him, a traveler from another realm, such occurrences were not surprising. However, Cohen was astonished to discover that, despite the evil god having perished nearly 1,000 years ago, hundreds of followers still remained. This was certainly a more advantageous start than merely beginning with a monument and capturing followers from a young age. Upon detecting the current target, whose devotion met the standards for apostle transformation, the system prompted, "Would you like to transform?" As his vision returned to the surroundings of the altar, Cohen noticed the golden-haired girl collapsed before him. As she was instrumental in activating the system. Cohen could not allow her to perish. He resolved to transform her into an apostle, ensuring her survival. As the mechanical voice of the system gradually faded, the girl from the Porta family began to rise slowly from the pool of blood. At that moment, the birds in the forest fled from the branches, shrieking in terror. Insects, animals, and even flowers around the altar began to wither away. Such was the power of the evil god. Caitlin's once fair skin turned ashen, and her beautiful violet eyes morphed into a pitch-black void, akin to an abyss. She floated gently in midair. The wound on her chest had vanished, replaced by a swirling mass of inky darkness. Jason, clad in knightly armor, stared in disbelief at the scene, exclaiming, "No, no, no! This is impossible! The evil god has fallen." It perished. See, for instance, Caitlin, having acquired the ability to transform into a wailing banshee, was once a loyal subordinate of the malevolent deity before its demise. Each apostle is bestowed with a unique spiritual ability prior to their birth, yet the specifics remain elusive to Cohen at present. "Oh, great deity? Are you still there?" Caitlin inquired once more, unable to bear the silence any longer. To avoid revealing any hint of uncertainty, Cohen pondered briefly before responding slowly, "My devoted follower, bring forth more sacrifices, and you shall gain greater power." After all, he was merely an altar. Offerings would not descend from the heavens. With such a follower at his disposal, it was imperative for her to take action. Only through the accumulation of sacrificial points could he flourish and grow stronger, and he held a keen interest in ascension. "Sacrifices, my lord, your most devoted servant comprehends." With that, Caitlin hastily departed the forest. Cohen harbored no concern that this young woman would perish on her journey. As an apostle, her combat prowess far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. In an instant, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. However, due to Cohen's recent invocation of the dark deity's power to aid that girl, all creatures within the altar's vicinity perished. The birds that had the chance to flee took flight, while those that could not escape were swiftly reduced to mere skeletons. The flora and fauna withered and decayed. For humankind, the greatest adversary is none other than solitude. Nevertheless, strictly speaking, Cohen was no longer human. Gazing at the desolation surrounding him, Cohen fell into deep contemplation. His thoughts were not centered on how to survive or thrive, but rather, how to pass the time. Previously, he could vent his frustrations at the birds that defecated upon him. But now, he was left to converse with Jason's lifeless body, feigning that it could hear him, its he present. All Cohen could do was patiently await Caitlin's offerings. Although he could no longer rely on the family of this follower, whom he suspected was likely doomed, he believed that this young woman could still yield some rewards. However, placing hope in a single individual was not a prudent strategy. Cohen understood that he required more followers to ensure a continuous flow of sacrifices. "Since I still have over 400 followers, it seems imperative to contact them promptly." Cohen's thoughts were rather straightforward. The strategy for expanding his follower base could easily mirror the pyramid schemes of his previous life. He would instruct Caitlin and her ilk to recruit members offline, thereby broadening the entire organization and establishing a faith. Naturally, this process would also need to be conducted discreetly, for once the identity of the dark deity's followers was exposed, it would likely result in hanging or burning. When the girl returned, he would certainly need to provide her with thorough guidance. However, this world possessed an advantage for Cohen. The populace's enlightenment was limited, and the entrenched, decaying dogmas left many living in dire straits. Whether driven by the desire to survive or the awe of the divine, such conditions could serve as fertile ground for the establishment of faith. As for the decaying nobility within the empires, Cohen believed that the greed of such individuals would also be drawn to the allure of the dark deity. Oh no, this shouldn't be termed as allure. It should be called guidance. Cohen shrugged his non-existent shoulders and summoned the system panel once more. The realm of divine authority, aside from its buff effects, could also function as a strategic map. Cohen could perceive all occurrences within his domain, yet for regions shrouded in the fog of war, he could only explore them through his apostles or already established contacts. As a side note, Cohen's current domain encompassed merely the area surrounding the altar, a radius of less than 100 meters, a pitifully small expanse compared to the vast forest. Let me see, where are my followers? Followers on the map were not concealed by the fog of war. Rather, they emitted varying degrees of illumination based on their distance from Cohen. Oh my, there's one so close. A cursory glance in the general direction revealed that one individual was hiding in the northeast, an entirely opposite direction from where Caitlin had fled. When the girl returned, he would certainly have her investigate. In that moment, Cohen couldn't help but lament the scarcity of his followers. The inefficiency of operating in a single thread consumed far too much time. Meanwhile, Caitlin, lifting her skirt, traversed the thickets and woods, seeking the scent of prey. Having gained powers bestowed by Cohen, this young girl could undoubtedly be deemed a competent huntress. Her keen intuition and heightened senses enabled her to pursue the traces of animals within the forest ceaselessly. What appeared before her was no longer merely the surface of the forest. In a hazy vision, Caitlin could even perceive the blood-red trails left by living beings. Chapter 4. Quality beyond compare. Caitlin's senses had never been so acute. She could discern bloodstains obscured by the lush vegetation of the jungle. The presence of blood indicated there might be a carnivore lurking nearby. Immediately, She gently closed her eyes, attentively sensing the slightest rustle of the wind and grass around her. Moments later, Caitlin abruptly opened her eyes. She sensed that the carnivore had not yet departed. It was still in the vicinity, searching for its injured prey. Now, the hunter found herself in the position of the hunted. With that thought, Caitlin slowly approached the bloodstains, extending her finger to touch the crimson liquid on the ground before tasting it. It was deer blood. Rising slowly, Caitlin attempted to mimic the mournful cries of an injured deer. A woo, the deer calls she imitated were so vivid that it seemed as if a wounded stag deep within the jungle was genuinely seeking aid from its companions. Sure enough, the sound of rustling emerged from the thicket nearby. Caitlin swiftly turned to see a pair of cold eyes fixated on her with predatory intent. Upon seeing this, she drew her dagger with haste. She was no longer the noble girl born with a silver spoon. She was a devoted follower of the dark deity, one of the few remaining witches in the world. Perhaps, when facing a true paladin, she would appear as a powerless girl, for she was still an unawakened witch apprentice. Yet, in the eyes of ordinary humans and animals, she was a true nightmare. The carnivore, sensing the threat emanating from the witch, saw its once menacing gaze transform into one of fear. It began to retreat slowly, wary of alarming the hunter before it. The sensitive sense of smell possessed by canids warned them that this girl was dangerous. But in the next moment, Caitlin realized that the intended sacrifice was attempting to flee. She lunged forward with a sudden burst of speed, diving into the thicket where her prey lay concealed. A whoa! A mournful howl echoed. A solitary wolf, its breath slow and labored, collapsed to the ground. Caitlin bound the lone wolf tightly with strips of her skirt and then dragged it with all her might to the altar. Oh, so quick! Cohen was pleasantly surprised, though he refrained from voicing it. After all, he was a deity. He couldn't simply utter trivialities. He had to behave like a true god, allowing his followers to decipher and comprehend his words. At this moment, Caitlin slowly raised her dagger, gazing at the terrified lone wolf sprawled on the ground, showing no trace of compassion. She merely offered a few words of solace. To be sacrificed to the dark deity is indeed your honor. Mr. Lone Wolf, within the realm of the dark deity, you shall become one with the Lord and attain immortality. Having spoken, Caitlin turned her sincere gaze toward the altar. My eternal Lord, dark deity, your everlasting servant, Caitlin Hira Portu, offers this sacrifice to you. Its body, along with its soul, shall forever be at your disposal. With those words, a sharp blade plunged into the lone wolf's heart with a swift thrust. The unfortunate creature struggled for only a moment before slowly closing its eyes, succumbing to eternal slumber within the forest. Sacrifice points 1. Current sacrifice points 2. In an instant, Cohen felt invigorated. Although a solitary wolf could yield only a single sacrifice point, it was enough for Cohen to sense his own existence. Indeed, he was merely an altar now, devoid of any real sensations. Only upon receiving sacrifices did he experience a fleeting thrill. This exhilaration reminded Cohen that he was still alive. For only the living could feel such sensations that, of course, aside from Cohen, Caitlin also felt an inexplicable surge of dark energy enter her body. After the sacrifice was completed, Cohen prepared to issue commands to his followers. After organizing his thoughts, Cohen spoke. My followers, 50 miles northeast, your sisters are suffering and require rescue. You must proceed. Upon hearing this, Caitlin experienced no doubt and nodded in agreement, setting off without hesitation. After all, she understood clearly that as a follower, she had no right to question the commands of the dark deity. However, 50 miles to the northeast, wasn't that the territory of her family's vassal, Baron Hogg? Without further contemplation, Caitlin immediately set off. Once Caitlin departed, Cohen returned to his solitude. Interestingly, he had just come to a realization. The languages of this world did not belong to any he had ever encountered. Yet he could comprehend them. Conversely, the language he spoke was Chinese. Indeed, no one could understand Chinese, yet Caitlin, as a follower, could comprehend it. With this thought, Cohen couldn't help but chuckle helplessly. Opening the map, Cohen could clearly see Caitlin's current coordinates. In addition to the coordinates, he could even perceive everything Caitlin beheld from a first-person perspective. However, this ability did not extend to other followers. Perhaps it was because the other followers had yet to be transformed into apostles. Cohen speculated. Upon closer observation, it becomes evident that Caitlyn's luminous point on the grand map distinctly differs from those of other followers. While the other devotees emanate faint golden lights, Caitlyn's radiates a vibrant red. Amidst the ennui, Cohen begins to delve into the system. Although Cohen possesses over 400 followers, they are scattered across the globe, making it exceedingly difficult to unify them in a short span of time. Furthermore, based on his observations of Caitlyn's memories, it appears that the current followers of the Dark God face varying degrees of persecution and hunting worldwide, leading them to trust no one. This presents a rather intricate dilemma. Yet, what is life without challenges to add a semblance of enjoyment? Cohen finds himself disliking the invincible narratives of his past life. With this thought, Cohen no longer feels boredom. Instead, he engages his mind, contemplating the grand ambitions he envisions for the future. While he boasts over 400 followers, not all possess the same witch lineage as Caitlyn. Within the Dark Gods faction, witches are somewhat akin to bishops, priests, or paladins within the Radiant Sanctum. The remaining followers are merely ordinary devotees, incapable of genuinely assisting Cohen. It is nearly impossible to elevate the Dark God in such a short time. Nevertheless, regardless of whether he intends to conquer or merely survive, the presence of clergy is indispensable. Just like in the previous life's pyramid schemes, the more upper-tier members one possesses, the greater the potential for developing lower tiers. Currently, although the quantity of witches pales in comparison to the paladins of the Radiant Sanctum, their quality is undoubtedly superior. The grim fate of the deceased kin figure nearby serves as irrefutable evidence. Chapter 5. Betrayal at every turn. Before long, night descends. The silent forest succumbs to darkness. With nothing better to do, Cohen accesses the apostle management interface of the system, selecting his sole apostle, Caitlyn. Aside from an introduction to Caitlyn, this allows entry into her consciousness. Through this method, Cohen can observe everything from Caitlyn's first-person perspective, uncertain whether it is due to the awakening of her witch powers or some other factor. Caitlyn has traversed 50 miles of mountainous terrain and arrived at a manor. Through Caitlyn's eyes, Cohen observes that while the manor's decor cannot be deemed ostentatious, it certainly qualifies as opulent by medieval standards. At this moment, Caitlyn sits alone on a bench in the manor's grand hall, awaiting the arrival of Baron Hogg. Time passes, and eventually, a meticulously dressed man descends the staircase, attired in a tailored outfit. He dons a lavish hat, and his complexion is notably pallid. This is the prevailing fashion among local nobility. Men favor a somewhat sickly appearance, projecting an air of pampered delicacy. "Oh, my dear Miss Caitlyn, I apologize for your wait," Baron Hogg exclaims, bowing graciously as he offers a hand-kissing gesture. "Baron Hogg, the Porto family has been besieged by the paladins," Caitlyn states directly. "You once pledged your loyalty to my mother. Does that oath still hold?" Upon hearing this, Baron Hogg's eyes shift momentarily, followed by a smile that, "Of course. I have been informed, and I shall have my servant prepare a room for you. You should stay here for the time being. I, Baron Hogg, will certainly protect you." Caitlyn, hearing this, harbors no doubts. However, Cohen has already discerned the underlying truth. It is evident that he has betrayed the Porto family. "Alas, my dear apostle is in trouble," Cohen mutters to himself. Yet, at this moment, he is unable to provide any assistance to Caitlyn. The Divine Realm's powers require followers to be deeply entrenched within their own domains to receive blessings. Currently, Cohen's domain is centered solely around the altar, with a mere 100-meter radius. "What a troublesome predicament," Cohen sighs. "Surely she can hear me speaking now." With this thought, Cohen clears his throat and declares, "Traitor." He wishes to warn Caitlyn. Indeed, as an apostle, Caitlyn is able to hear Cohen's admonition. Suddenly, Caitlyn's eyes widen, fixated intently on the still smiling Baron Hogg. "What is it, Miss Caitlyn?" "Nothing. Nothing at all." Caitlyn hastily shakes her head. She understands that in such a situation, maintaining composure is paramount. She must not allow Baron Hogg to suspect anything. The immediate priority is to devise a strategy to buy time, swiftly locate the sister the Dark God mentioned, and make her escape. Baron Hogg will undoubtedly alert the paladins to apprehend her, and she must act before that occurs. Following a servant of the manor to the room arranged by the Baron, Caitlyn slowly lowers her head, attempting to communicate with the Dark God through her mental faculties. "Dark God, please guide me to the correct path." "Where's that sister?" Caitlyn inquires. Upon receiving Caitlyn's message, Cohen opens the system's map. Zooming in, and zooming in further, he narrows the map until he can pinpoint the exact coordinates of the follower. To his excitement, fortune smiles upon him, for the follower resides within Baron Hogg's manor. Based on the coordinates, Cohen deduces that the follower is currently situated in the lowest level of the manor. The basement, Cohen states slowly. Upon hearing this, Caitlyn's expression shifts. The basement up the lowest level of the manor, to the east. Upon reflection, that location is the kitchen. Clearly, the follower is one of Baron Hogg's servants, perhaps the cook responsible for the kitchen. With this thought, Caitlyn quickly opens the door and stealthily makes her way toward the manor's lowest level. Meanwhile, a brown-haired girl, her face smudged with dirt and adorned in a white apron and black skirt, crouches on the floor, addressing the stove. Mischievous Mr. Cat, if you don't come out, I'll turn you into roasted cat meat. Meow, a cat's meow emanates from the stove. Mischievous Mr. Cat, come out. It's almost time to prepare a midnight snack for Baron Hogg. When Madame Patricia returns, she will surely start a fire. At that point, you'll be done for. As soon as the words leave her lips, the kitchen door suddenly swings open. The cat in the stove, startled by something, leaps out in a flash, causing the brown-haired girl to scream. Before her, Caitlyn, drenched in cold sweat, glares at the girl and declares, "We must leave. Dark Goddess follower. You? What are you talking about? I am not a follower of the Dark God. Don't say such things." The girl, clearly anxious, hastily scoops up the black cat from the ground. As she stands and meets Caitlyn's gaze, she freezes in place. After all, Caitlyn's parents were the lords of this land. Very few people do not recognize Caitlyn. "You are Miss Caitlyn?" "Indeed." Caitlyn does not deny it and immediately takes the girl's hand. "We must go." The girl quickly steps back, a look of apprehension on her face as she shakes her head. "Miss Caitlyn, you should flee. I heard this morning that the paladins have already taken over this land. They killed your parents and are now hunting for you. If you don't leave, you too will be burned at the stake." Caitlyn is resolute, fully aware that time is of the essence. If the paladins discover her presence here, they will undoubtedly come to apprehend her immediately. No, the girl shakes her head. "No one knows who I am. The most dangerous place is the safest place. No one would believe that a noble witch would become an apprentice cook in a manner to survive. At that moment, Cohen observes the brown-haired girl through Caitlyn's eyes. Follower, Vivian Zemo, age, 15, race, witch talent, low tier, improvable, ability, flame fire nymph identity, maid of the Hogg Manor. Witch apprentice, unawakened. Another witch? How fortunate. Unawakened. What does that mean? Cohen furrows his brow and clicks on the term unawakened, revealing a detailed explanation. Witches typically awaken upon reaching adulthood, which is why unawakened witches often go unnoticed. The paladins of the Radiant Sanctum mandate that all citizens must visit the nearest church for baptism upon reaching adulthood, both to ascertain their loyalty to the light god and to detect any witches among them. Chapter 6. Do not let them escape in this realm. The age of adulthood for females is 16, meaning Vivian has less than a year until she comes of age, if she continues to stay at Hogg Manor. It won't be long before her identity is exposed. This moment, Caitlyn racks her brain, seeking ways to persuade Vivian to leave as soon as possible. After much contemplation, Caitlyn finally devises a brilliant plan. Her eyes light up, as if experiencing a telepathic connection with Cohen, and she quickly states, "By the way, you don't seem to be of age yet, do you? Have you considered what will happen when you come of age? Upon reaching adulthood, you will be sent to the nearby church for the baptism of the Radiant Sanctum. At that point, your identity will undoubtedly be revealed." Upon hearing this, Vivian falls silent. "Listen, young lady, the Dark God is still alive. Perhaps he has never fallen. My purpose here is to bring you before him. Since you are a witch, do you not yearn for the Dark God's power? The stronger he becomes, the stronger we will be." At this, Vivian quickly raises her head, gazing intently at Caitlyn. "The Dark God is still alive?" "Yes." Caitlyn nods vigorously. "How did I ask that possible? From the moment I could remember, my mother and I have prayed daily to the malevolent deity. Yet we have never received a response. This is because the followers of the Dark God have gradually dwindled, and his divine power has faded. It is only around his altar that we can still hear his echoes." "The altar, you say? But the people of the holy sanctuary have long since destroyed all of the Dark God's altars." "No." Caitlyn shook her head vigorously and raised a finger. "There is still one left." Just then, The sound of hurried hoofbeats suddenly rang out from outside. The two girls exchanged glances, then hurriedly clasped hands and stealthily slipped out from the storeroom behind the kitchen. Hee, esteemed Lord Frank. What a surprise to see you here. Shouldn't Lord Jason be the one responsible for capturing Caitlin? Baron Hogg chuckled as he approached a heavily armored knight. The knight slowly removed his helmet, revealing a handsome face. Lord Jason went out this morning and has yet to return. I am currently acting in his stead. Where is Caitlin? Right upstairs. Follow me. Baron Hogg confidently led the way, his mind swirling with endless fantasies. With this, surely the bishop will recognize my loyalty to the sanctuary, and then I will simply need to request the bishop to establish a church in Hogg's territory. And I, Hogg, shall transform from a wild chicken into a phoenix. Ha ha ha. In this world, towns are almost always built around churches. After all, people believe that where there is a church, it is closest to the light god, and thus, the safer it becomes. Although Hogg's territory is vast, much of the land is barren and uninhabited, and the number of freemen and serfs within the territory is quite sparse. It is simply not enough for Baron Hogg to exploit. Therefore, in order to extract more from the freemen and to acquire more serfs, Hogg is eager to ingratiate himself with the sanctuary. Even the report regarding the Portive family still adhering to the Dark God was personally drafted by Hogg and delivered to the sanctuary. When Hogg confidently opened the door to Caitlin's room, he was instantly taken aback. Baron Hogg, you mean to say that Miss Caitlin has already turned into a ghost? Frank stared sternly at Baron Hogg, then glanced at the empty room. Upon seeing this, Baron Hogg was drenched in cold sweat. No, that can't be. She was just in this room a moment ago. Having said that, Baron Hogg turned to the servant in the corridor and shouted, You fools, where is Caitlin? Where is that girl? The servants exchanged glances, shaking their heads. You bunch of idiots. Have you finished your insults? Frank glared at Hogg and declared, If you've had your fill of insults, then get lost. My knight brothers have trekked through the night, only to have made this trip in vain because of your foolishness. Light God above. I swear, Lord Frank, I truly did not lie. Caitlin was indeed in this room just now. Frank slowly approached Hogg, staring at him intently for a while, then said, You did not lie. You are simply foolish. With that, Frank said nothing more, leaving the manor with his subordinates, mounting his horse as he commanded. Search for her. She surely hasn't gone far. Meanwhile, Caitlin pulled Vivian's small hand, quietly running into the woods not far from the manor. Miss Caitlin, I think we should take a break. We cannot rest, Caitlin replied. They know we haven't gone far and will surely send someone to pursue us. While running, Vivian suddenly fell to the ground. I'm sorry. I may be a burden to you. Caitlin hurriedly helped Vivian up, saying, We are witches. How can we give up over such a trivial matter? On the other side, Cohen, observing through Caitlin's eyes, noticed something amiss with Vivian. Although Vivian had a sweet and lovely appearance, she appeared exceedingly frail, with waxy skin that clearly indicated malnutrition. Upon closer inspection, Cohen also discovered that Vivian limped while running. As if she were injured at that moment, Vivian was struggling to run deeper into the forest with Caitlin's support. The knights of the sanctuary were racing toward the woods. They are closing in on us. Vivian exclaimed in terror. Do not give up. Caitlin resolutely supported Vivian. Time passed, and the two girls finally reached the depths of the forest. The medieval night was devoid of brightly lit skyscrapers, nor were there any roads or streetlights. The only illumination came from the moon above. In the pitch-black forest, the two girls leaned on each other as they pressed onward. Caitlin's eyesight was far superior, having awakened the powers of a witch and ascended to become an apostle of the Dark God, gaining even greater strength bestowed by the Dark Deity. Thus, the duo's pace was considerably faster. Though the knights of the sanctuary were all robust soldiers, they could not ride on horseback through the dense thickets and were forced to search on foot. Lord Frank, at that moment, a knight emerged slowly from the bushes, holding a strip of white cloth. It's linen. Linen? Frank stepped forward, discovering it to be a blood-stained piece of white linen. How could there be linen? Miss Caitlin, as a noble, should be clad in silk, unless there is another person. Another person? Another knight inquired, puzzled. Inform everyone to search swiftly. They are two individuals, and one of them is surely injured and cannot run fast. Frank shouted, turning around. Chapter 7. Evil will surely arise. As dawn approached, Vivian was on the verge of collapse. She gasped for breath, leaning against a large tree. "Miss Caitlin, I doubt I can't go on. Just hold on a little longer. We are almost there, just up ahead." Upon hearing this, Vivian instinctively glanced back at the pursuing soldiers. As the sky gradually brightened, the pursuers' visibility widened. They are about to catch up. Vivian suddenly realized that if the people of the sanctuary discovered the Dark God's altar, it would surely be destroyed. Thinking this, Vivian urged, "Miss Caitlin, you should go ahead. We cannot let the sanctuary's people see the altar of the Dark God. They will destroy it." Hearing this, Caitlin's lips curved into a slight smile. "Vivian, how long has it been since you witnessed the power of the Dark God?" "How long? I doubt I've never seen it, not even since birth." "Precisely. Mere mortals are insignificant in the eyes of the Dark God. Do not worry, those knights from the sanctuary are merely perfect offerings." With that, Caitlin pulled Vivian and rushed toward the altar. Before long, the two arrived before the altar. Staring at the dilapidated structure before them, Vivian stood frozen in place. After all, the altar of the Dark God in her mind should have been a sight more magnificent than the great Cathedral of Light. Yet, the altar before her was smaller than the cross atop the cathedral's dome and appeared exceedingly worn, leaving her feeling somewhat disappointed. Just relying on an altar, can we truly succeed? Vivian nervously turned her head to glance at the pursuers behind them. "Do not worry," Caitlin reassured her. "Within 100 meters surrounding the altar is Cohen's divine domain. Within this realm, both you and I shall receive the blessings of the Dark God. Though the Dark God's blessing may not render one impervious to weapons, it will certainly invigorate the spirit and sharpen the mind." Even after a long night of running, the two girls felt no fatigue whatsoever. Vivian quickly realized this, further solidifying her faith in the Dark God. However, at that moment, the pursuers had completely surrounded the altar. 9 knights from the sanctuary, each towering and coldly gazing at the two girls. "Humph! Indeed, there exists an altar of the Dark God here." Having said that, the leading knight turned to his subordinates. "You two, bind the witch and deliver her to the bishop for judgment. The rest of you, destroy the altar." Clearly, this knight Frank appeared quite different from the earlier knight Jason. He seemed more like a saint, exuding an aura of detachment from the mortal realm. His ruthlessness and lack of compassion reflected a commitment to the sanctuary. For the sanctuary, he would do anything. Furthermore, he adhered strictly to the doctrines, which dictated that knights should not harm defenseless women and children, and he would indeed refrain from doing so. Remember, do not harm them. They are merely 2 unarmed girls. Having said that, Frank turned and sat upon a stone. Yet, as soon as he settled down, Frank suddenly spotted a knight's corpse lying on the grass not far away. He hurriedly approached to inspect. "Lord Jason?" Frank gasped. It must be noted that Knight Jason was their captain among the sanctuary knights. Exceptionally powerful, he was the most promising knight in their group to be promoted to the rank of a 1,000-man commander. How could he possibly die in such a place? Thinking this, Frank swiftly drew his iron sword. Scanning the surroundings warily, at this point, he still could not believe that the Dark God had slain Knight Jason. Meanwhile, among the remaining knights, 2 of them produced ropes from their waists and strode toward the 2 girls, while the others searched for kindling nearby, preparing to burn the altar. "What do we do?" Miss Caitlin? Vivian, seeing this, was drenched in cold sweat, hiding behind Caitlin. Caitlin, upon witnessing this, was also dumbfounded, her face pale as she uttered, "Dark God. Dark God, please guide us, protect us." Clearly, she received no response. At this moment, Cohen was also experiencing a slight headache. How should he eliminate the knights before him? The last time he managed to defeat Jason was because Caitlin had been sacrificed to him right before his eyes. In this manner, he was able to enter Caitlin's body and manipulate her form to slay the knight Jason. Perhaps he could enter Caitlin's body once more. With this thought, Cohen opened the system panel and clicked on the information regarding the apostles. Description: in the realm of the divine, believers may receive the blessings of the malevolent God, and as the representative of the malevolent God on earth, the apostle may offer themselves, temporarily lending their body to the malevolent God. Note: this is only possible within the divine realm. Upon reading this, Cohen understood it seemed he could once again manipulate Caitlin's form as he did last time. With this realization, Cohen exerted his strength. Meanwhile, 2 knights were pinning Caitlin and Vivian down, and one of them was drawing a rope to bind Caitlin's hands tightly. But in the next moment, Countless streams of black liquid suddenly tainted Caitlyn's eyes. Her once golden irises were instantly stained black by the unknown fluid. First, the whites of her eyes, and then her pupils. Following that, her golden hair gradually transformed into withered white locks. Her skin became exceedingly pale. Lord Sol, the commander of the Northern Legion of Tich at this moment, Sir Frank gazed skeptically at Vivian, rendered speechless as he struggled to comprehend the situation. This was in stark contrast to what the esteemed bishop had once told him. He recalled, in his youth, the bishop had warned that witches were an evil race, selling their souls to demons. They bewitched mortals with their magic, reveling in slaughter. Their greatest delight lay in sacrificing the living to dark deities to gain even greater power. Yet, the disheveled girl before him did not appear to be lying. Frank's heart was tumultuous. His faith was crumbling. He can't be absolutely impossible. With that, he raised his voice. Kill me, dark god. In my life. You shall not sway my mind with your vile words. However, in the next moment, Frank realized that the dark deity's puppet had vanished, replaced instead by a bewildered Caitlyn. Why you? You all. Dark god. Dark god. Frank sprang to his feet, shouting frantically, Dark god. Show yourself. Why don't you kill me? End my life. He received no response from the dark deity. Caitlyn, exchanging a glance with Vivian, remarked in disbelief, the dark god has spared a paladin? Why? How could this be? Vivian, equally perplexed, pondered the situation. Suddenly, Caitlyn heard the dark god's voice echoing in her mind. A teachable child, Cohen stated. A teachable child? Caitlyn echoed, perplexed. What does that mean? Cohen remained silent, believing it best for the followers to draw their own conclusions. A child presumably means a young one, or perhaps a youth, Vivian suggested. Caitlyn tilted her head. Strange, but it seems plausible. It indicates that Frank holds potential worth nurturing, that he can be swayed. Swayed? Caitlyn instantly grasped Vivian's implication. Ah? The dark god intends to transform Sir Frank from a paladin into a devotee of the dark god? Indeed, oh my! The dark god is truly magnificent. At that moment, Cohen observed the nearly deranged Frank kneeling on the ground, clutching his head in agony. The collapse of his faith evidently tormented him greatly. After a prolonged struggle, he slowly rose, glanced at Caitlyn and Vivian, donned his helmet, sheathed his sword, and turned to leave without uttering another word. Even as he departed, he walked with an air of confidence, unafraid of the dark god striking him down. The two young women were unaware, but Cohen was acutely aware. At this moment, he was fixated on Frank's profile, smiling with satisfaction. If he had a mouth, he would have grinned. Commoner, John Frank Hussein, age, 29, race, human potential, superior, upgradable ability, Night Light Knight, transformable, status, Sergeant of the Light Temple's Northern Paladin Order in the Stath Empire. Commoner? Cohen chuckled softly. Just 5 minutes ago, the title Paladin had adorned the screen, but now it merely read Commoner. This was a clear indicator that Frank's faith had begun to erode. However, this did not imply that he had embraced the dark god. Rather, it signified a burgeoning doubt toward the Light Temple. Yet, that was sufficient as long as he questioned the temple. His departure from it was merely a matter of time. Cohen examined Frank's history and discovered that his potential was indeed commendable. At the tender age of 6, he had caught the attention of a bishop from a southern diocese, who rescued him from an orphanage and brought him into the temple as a knight apprentice. Upon reaching adulthood, he excelled in the paladin assessment, securing a place in the Northern Legion with exceptional results. Despite his uprightness and loyalty, which should have paved the way for his rapid advancement, his integrity made him unpopular among his leaders. Consequently, even at nearly 30, he remained a mere sergeant, while his contemporaries, such as Knight Jason, were on the verge of being promoted to centurion. Suddenly, after reviewing Frank's background, Cohen recalled that he had acquired another witch. Hastily, he opened the interface for the new witch, Vivian, devotee. Vivian Zemo, age, 15, race, witch potential, inferior, upgradable ability, flame nymph status, made at the Hog Manor in the Stath Empire. Witch apprentice, unawakened. It is said that witches awaken at the age of 16, yet Caitlyn was already 18 and showed no signs of awakening. The interface still displayed magic apprentice. Cohen felt a twinge of frustration at this unresponsive system. If the system withheld information, he would have to seek the answers on his own. Perhaps someone's memories would provide the insights Cohen sought. Thus, he delved into Vivian's past and discovered her life was indeed tragic. Her mother was a witch and her father a warlock, possessing pure bloodline. However, in her youth, the paladins had raided their home. Young Vivian was hidden by her mother in a cave, where she survived on wild fruits. By the age of 13, through a twist of fate, she entered Hog Manor as an apprentice to a cook, laboring tirelessly under her supervision. That cook, being corpulent and unattractive, was shunned by suitors and bore no offspring. Intending to raise Vivian as a daughter to secure her own future, little did she know that the cook had a notoriously volatile temper, often resorting to violence at the slightest inconvenience. Yet, a particular detail captured Cohen's attention. He rewound Vivian's memories to when she was 4 years old. In the imagery, a young and beautiful witch sat by the fireplace. With a flick of her wrist, a fireball danced into the hearth, instantly warming the space. The witch then cradled Vivian and said, "Do you know, my daughter? A witch awakens at the age of 16, and by then, you too shall wield magic like your mother." "Really? That would be splendid. Hee hee. I'll use fireballs to cook for mommy." "Indeed. And then mother will teach you how to cast fireballs. Must I still learn?" "Of course. Awakening is merely the beginning. Without systematic learning, none of us can wield magic. Once awakened, are there any distinguishing traits?" The mother's tone grew somber as she replied, "To the naked eye, it is indistinguishable, but when it comes to the church's holy water, we will be filled with dread. And the sight of a cross will evoke uncontrollable emotions. So remember, keep your distance from the church." Cohen promptly paused the memory. "I see," he murmured. "It seems that without systematic training in the application of magic, awakening as a witch will only bring trouble. Relying solely on the two of us, survival will surely be a challenge." Meanwhile, Caitlin and Vivian sat by a nearby brook. Vivian was bathing in the water while Caitlin sat on the bank, contemplating their future. "So, Caitlin, shall we seek more followers?" Vivian called out. "Indeed," Caitlin replied. "We need to gather the Dark God's devotees so that we may grow stronger. I know someone who, during my time in the cave, would often bring me food. He knew I was a witch but never reported me to the temple. Perhaps he can aid us." Upon hearing this, Caitlin looked up at Vivian in the brook. "Really? Where is he?" "Caitlin, I think that we need a clear plan. Otherwise, no one will be willing to listen to our words. Of course, I have a plan." Caitlin quickly interjected. "I intend to establish our first sanctuary town centered around the altar, providing refuge for witches and devotees of the dark god like us. From this sanctuary, we shall expand outward. Once we grow strong, we will extend our reach to Portu and Hog Point. One day, we shall reclaim our rightful world." Seeing Caitlin's fervor, Vivian smiled gently. Afterward, she emerged from the brook, dressed, and joined Caitlin at the altar. They first tidied the area surrounding the altar, burying the remnants of dismembered limbs before lying down on the soft grass nearby to rest. Cohen gazed at the two young women as they slept, sighing at least they could still find solace in sleep. Cohen could only stare at the two fair-skinned, beautiful girls, pondering his grand ambitions for the future. Remaining in such a state was not a viable solution. Cohen realized he was merely an altar, at best a fragment of spiritual essence, devoid of a physical form and incapable of experiencing the joys of humanity. Thus, the night wore on until the two young women finally opened their weary eyes. Vivian rubbed her grumbling stomach, looking at Caitlin with a pout. "Miss Caitlin, is there anything to eat?" Upon hearing this, Caitlin suddenly recognized their predicament. Both were penniless and hunted by the temple, with their prospects for survival looking exceptionally bleak. "We are in need of wheat seeds, as we aspire to establish a sanctuary for witches. There are numerous items we require." With that, Caitlin rose to her feet and declared, "Follow me." Upon finishing her words, the two young women stood up and departed, leaving Cohen alone in the place. What could those two girls possibly be up to? Opening Caitlin's interface, Cohen continued to observe her movements from a first-person perspective. To his astonishment, he discovered that Caitlin and Vivian were heading towards the territory of Porto. Darn it, wasn't the Porto family occupied by the Knights Templar? That region is enemy territory. Although Cohen longed to persuade Caitlin to return, he recalled her wise words. For survival, they would require many resources. Several hours later, Caitlin and Vivian reappeared, having stealthily obtained a trove of tools. A bag of wheat seeds and a packhorse. With a clatter, Caitlin emptied the tools onto the ground. They were all farming implements. "We need to cultivate," she stated. Subsequently, the two young women each took up a tool and commenced the arduous task of tilling the land not far from the altar. Given that this was an untouched forest, the difficulty of cultivation was considerable. After laboring through the night, they had managed to clear only 200 square meters of land. The yield from this meager plot would scarcely suffice for the two girls' sustenance for a year, let alone recruit more followers in the future. Moreover, the soil was not particularly suitable for farming. Its nutrients had been depleted by the surrounding flora, making it hard to imagine how disappointing the yield of wheat would become autumn. With this thought, Cohen suddenly remembered that he possessed miracles to invoke. He hastily accessed the miracles interface. If memory served him right, there was a function called Abundance, which could enhance crop yields. Abundance LV1, costing 500 faith points, could elevate crop production by 50% per level. Current faith points, 908.908 faith points. Just yesterday, it was 404. Oh, right. Cohen recalled that each follower could provide 1 faith point per day, and he currently had 404 followers. Should I invoke the miracle? The system inquired. Yes, Cohen nodded without hesitation. The wheat seeds had already been sown, and the miracle was about to take effect. Hearing this, Cohen felt quite satisfied. Now, he simply awaited the harvest. Caitlin was not foolish. She understood that the dense vegetation of the forest would obstruct sunlight, and crops required ample ultraviolet light to flourish. Thus, at dawn, Caitlin continued her labors without rest. She picked up an axe from the ground and began to fell the trees surrounding the farmland. The timber from these trees could be utilized to construct shelters. Observing the tireless efforts of the two frail young women, Cohen couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Alas, it seemed he ought to find more followers for the girls. Consequently, Cohen opened the map interface to examine the nearest locations of followers. Zooming in on the map, zooming in, 3 to the north, 90 miles away. Ha ha ha, I found 3 at once. Cohen was elated. My followers, he called out to Caitlin. Hearing the voice of the Dark God, Caitlin hastily set aside her work and hurried to the altar. Great Dark One, you called for me? 90 miles to the north, there are your brethren in need of guidance. I understand. Caitlin nodded earnestly before swiftly mounting her horse. Although it was a pack horse, it was certainly better than walking 90 miles. Caitlin, where are you going? Vivian inquired, popping her head out from the fields upon hearing the sound of hooves. You stay here. I'm going to find more people. Then, Caitlin, please be careful. Don't worry. With that, Caitlin galloped away. Chapter 11. Work at dawn, rest at dusk. Meanwhile, Frank returned to the temple, maintaining his usual routine of eating, training, and patrolling, showing no signs of unusual behavior. He refrained from revealing the fate of his subordinates who had perished at the hands of the Dark God, merely stating that he had lost them while pursuing a witch in the forest. After lunch, Frank received a summons from Commander Soul. Without hesitation, he strode into Soul's office. Knight Frank, Commander Soul set down his documents and rose. I know you have always been our most upright knight. You are a true knight. Brock Soul, the Dawn, was an exceptionally seasoned general with dark skin, a native of the southeast region of the continent. Lord Soul, what is it you wish to convey? Hearing Frank's forthrightness, he smiled and said, Knight Jason has been missing for 3 days now. According to protocol, you shall temporarily replace him as Centurion. Thank you. Lord Sol.no need for thanks. Soul continued. Your task is to enter the Black Forest. Soul pointed to a vast area on the map. The last we heard, Knight Jason entered the Black Forest in pursuit of Caitlin and has since vanished. We have reason to suspect he has met with foul play. We must see him alive or dead. Upon hearing this, Frank felt no inner turmoil. On the contrary, he remained more composed than ever. But My brothers are also missing in the Black Forest. I do not recommend delving into that perilous terrain. I know you lost 9 men in the Black Forest. I will replenish your ranks with 9 new men. Do not worry, the Northern Legion has 30,000 soldiers. We can afford to spare those 9. Then why should we risk ourselves for Jason? At this, Soul furrowed his brow. Are you questioning my orders? Not at all, Frank replied respectfully, yet without subservience, lowering his head. I am merely curious. The Black Forest is treacherous, and for centuries, few have emerged alive. I believe that even if the witch fled there, she would not survive. Soul patted Frank on the shoulder. But the Black Forest remains land yet to be conquered by the Temple. For the Temple, for eternal life, we must offer every inch of land and every life to the God of Light. That was a selfish answer. This response only solidified Frank's conviction that the so-called God of Light was likely no different from the Dark God, or perhaps the God of Light was even more malevolent. It resembled a demon wearing a mask of piety, deceiving its followers in the quest for world domination. At least, compared to it, the Dark God was honest, I understand. Frank nodded. Sacrifice points, 1 current sacrifice points. 11 watching Vivian slay a squirrel and skin it for roasting. Cohen was taken aback. This could be considered a sacrifice? If merely executing a life in front of oneself counted as a sacrifice, then were the witches not free from concerns about sustenance? Of course, Vivian was unaware of this. She simply drooled, fixating on the roasting squirrel. During Caitlin's absence, Cohen had attempted to converse with Vivian, but it was evident that only the apostles could hear his voice. While Vivian remained oblivious to his words, "It looks quite delectable," Cohen muttered to himself. Speaking of which, it had been a while since he had indulged in human cuisine. Such was the drawback of being an altar. One could do nothing. Watching the two fair and lovely young women was all he could do. Observing Vivian devouring the roasted meat, he could only watch Dama. So delicious. Vivian sniffed the squirrel meat in her hands before opening her mouth wide and taking a big bite, consuming nearly half. After finishing the squirrel meat, the little girl patted her round belly and resumed her toil with the farming tools. Truly, she was a diligent little girl. As night fell, Vivian somehow procured a pile of dry grass, neatly laying it beside the altar before lying down to sleep. This world lacked the internet, light pollution, or the blaring of horns. Only the rustling of leaves and the chirping of summer cicadas filled the air. It must be said, Vivian was indeed an exquisite little lowly. Although she could not compare to Caitlin's wealthy and beautiful allure, they exuded two distinct styles. Vivian appeared more endearing, while Caitlin exuded a more sensual charm. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn the next day, Vivian rose early, washed up by the brook, and caught a fish to roast before Cohen once more. After breakfast, she continued her labor. This life of rising with the sun and resting at dusk was one that Cohen had long envisioned. He had once fantasized about living alongside a lovely girl, and now it had truly come to fruition, in a certain sense. Suddenly, Cohen felt a familiar voice whispering in his ear, "Great Dark One, please guide me." Caitlin? Cohen hurriedly opened Caitlin's panel and, through her eyes, beheld her current location. "Great Dark One, I have arrived at the approximate location you indicated." Upon hearing this, Cohen opened the map panel to search for the exact whereabouts of the three followers. The map zoomed out, and zoomed out, ahead, 1 mile. Received, Great Dark One. With that, Caitlin continued her gallop. Soon, Caitlin reached the front of a grass the place. Turning over and dismounting, a man emerged from the thatched cottage, wielding a hoe. Upon seeing Caitlin, the man exhibited a cautious demeanor. "Who goes there?" he inquired. Caitlin was equally astonished to discover a dwelling in this remote northern frontier. This solitary household stood amidst vast grasslands and dense forests, with snow-capped mountains looming in the distance. "Sir, I am Caitlin here of Porto. May I ask?" "Porto? A member of the Porta family?" The man appeared to recognize the name. Caitlin nodded. "May I inquire?" Before she could finish, the man interrupted. "Did the Dark God send you?" "My heavens! We have waited so long for the arrival of the Dark God." "Ha ha ha! I knew it! I knew it!" With that, he turned to the cottage and shouted, "Sarah, come out quickly! Sarah, the Dark God has awakened. He has sent his witch to retrieve us." Moments later, a farmer's wife emerged, leading a young boy of about 7 or 8 years old. Chapter 12. A family of 3. "So, you have resided here for a considerable time." Caitlin seated herself elegantly at the dining table within the dilapidated cottage, where the couple had prepared a sumptuous dinner. The man nodded. "We moved here 10 years ago." The woman, named Sarah, abruptly interjected, "When do we depart?" It seemed that Sarah was quite impatient, eager to return to the embrace of the Dark God. After a moment of contemplation, Caitlin responded, "Tomorrow morning, if you could prepare your essentials. What we need most now is unity." "Very well, Miss Caitlin, you shall stay with us tonight. Although our humble abode cannot compare to your family's castle, at least it provides shelter from the elements." After dinner, the group retired for the night. Early the next morning, the man brought forth a cow and loaded their belongings onto its back. After all, they intended to stay near the altar for an extended period, and provisions were essential. The couple also took the remaining harvest from the previous year. After several hours of labor, they had a pack horse and a cow, both heavily laden. They set off only when the sun was high in the sky. The journey lasted 2 full days before they reached the vicinity of the altar. "This is it." Caitlin wiped the sweat from her forehead. At that moment, Vivian rushed toward her, exclaiming, "Miss Caitlin, you have finally returned." "Yes, thank you for your hard work these past few days, Vivian." "Wow, a cow!" Vivian, still a child at heart, dashed toward the cow, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Does this mean we will have milk from now on?" "This child that is she also a follower of the dark god?" The man pondered aloud. Caitlin nodded. "She is like me, a witch." "Witch?" Upon hearing this, the man quickly bowed in respect. "Forgive my rudeness, Miss Witch." Vivian waved her hands dismissively. "Oh, I am just an ordinary witch, yet to awaken and no need for such formality." Among the cult followers, there existed a strict hierarchy. The relationship between a witch and ordinary followers was akin to that of clergy and commoners in the Temple of Light. Although Caitlin's description of the witch's sanctuary appeared less impressive than the couple's previous thatched cottage, they did not feel disheartened. Upon confirming the presence of a dark god altar, they set about constructing their encampment. Being adults, the couple possessed ample survival experience. Soon, the man proposed a design for 2 small houses in this forest. Timber was abundant. He spent a day constructing 2 simple triangular structures, and the following day began felling trees to prepare for building 2 proper houses. Meanwhile, his wife took charge of farming and dinner preparations. Caitlin and Vivian, one a former noblewoman and the other an underage girl, were unaccustomed to labor, so they sought offerings to present to the dark god. In just a few days, the number of offerings to Cohen had risen to 23, closer to the goal of 100. Status: First stage dark god rebirth, can be upgraded, requires 100 offering points. Gazing at this notification, Cohen fell into deep thought. Upgrade. What would happen upon upgrading? He yearned to know what would transpire when the offering points reached 100. Ideally, he would be granted a corporeal form. Yet, he understood that this was unlikely. After all, accumulating 100 offering points was no trivial feat. The system would hardly make it so easy for him to gain a physical body. Such thoughts were best left to imagination. The urgent task was to seek more followers to expedite the camp's construction. Thus, Cohen opened the large map interface once more. Currently, there were 5 individuals within the camp, aside from 3 ordinary followers. 2 witches were present, enabling them to operate in tandem. With this in mind, Cohen scrutinized the system's large map. The northern expanse of the Slanty continent was vast, and its population sparse. Finding these 5 followers had already emptied a radius of 100 miles. He zoomed in on the map. To the south, 120 miles. To the southwest, 130 miles. There were in total 5 followers. It appeared that most followers were not alone. They either had family or siblings by their side. This was fortuitous, as it spared Cohen the effort of seeking them out individually. Just as he was about to issue commands, he hesitated, realizing that such an approach seemed somewhat improper. It would make him appear like an ordinary person. Reacting spontaneously, he ought to remain silent until the followers sought his guidance, then issue orders. Before dinner, Caitlin, Vivian, and the family of 3 knelt before the altar, praying. "Great old master, my Lord Dark God, we thank you for the sustenance provided today. For your mercy, please guide us and bless us." The opportunity arose. Cohen gathered his thoughts and spoke. To the south, 120 miles. To the southwest, 130 miles. 5 siblings await the call of the dark god. A strange voice reached Caitlin's ears, prompting her to raise her head earnestly, staring at the altar. "My Lord Dark God, I shall set forth. There's no rush. Tomorrow morning will suffice. Bring Vivian along, and you shall split into 2 groups." "Yes, my Lord Dark God." The family of 3, witnessing the scene, were taken aback. "Miss Caitlin, did the dark god speak to you?" Caitlin nodded. "He informed me of the locations of the other siblings." "Wonderful. Do you require our assistance?" Sarah inquired. Caitlin shook her head. "No need, Mrs. Sarah, Mr. David. Just ensure the camp's safety and remember to offer daily tributes to the dark god." "We will." After dinner, they all gradually retired for the night. The following morning, Caitlin woke the slumbering Vivian, and the 2 set off early while the sky was still dark. With a journey expected to take 5 days, they needed to move swiftly by noon. The couple sacrificed a deer they had hunted to Cohen and continued their work. The man's name was David, and in the afternoon, He called his wife Sarah, saying, "Sarah, look." He produced a tattered piece of parchment. "This is my vision for the future of this town." "Town?" Sarah questioned, bewildered. "After all, I am the only man here. I must take on responsibility. I used to be a stonemason, and perhaps I can utilize my skills to construct a grand sanctuary for the dark god." Chapter 13. Troubles afoot. Upon hearing this, Sarah turned to glance at the dilapidated altar nearby. "Perhaps we should first build a better altar for the dark god." Yes, indeed. That is the most important thing. With that, the man hurriedly picked up some charcoal and continued sketching on the parchment. Clearly, he was designing a new altar for Cohen. At that moment, the boy approached. "Father, when will we see the dark god?" "Be patient, my son. One day, the dark god will return to the world. For now, we must protect his shrine and remember to pray to the dark god in our hearts each day." Yes. Just then, from the nearby forest, a rustling sound suddenly emerged, accompanied by the sound of iron hooves trampling the earth. "What is that noise?" David quickly picked up an axe from the ground, his expression serious as he focused on the source of the noise. "Sarah, take our son and hide behind the altar." "David, be careful." At this moment, Cohen sensed something amiss. Iron hooves? Could it be soldiers? A sense of foreboding washed over him. He was particularly concerned that the knights from the temple might be coming again. After all, Vivian and Caitlin, the two witches, were not present, meaning Cohen had no one with combat capability by his side. Although David appeared strong, he was merely an ordinary man. Even if he offered himself as a sacrifice and transformed into an apostle, he might still struggle against multiple knights from the temple. Moreover, men are not witches, and Cohen remains uncertain whether ordinary believers can be transformed into apostles. If they cannot be converted into apostles, then sacrificing men would merely yield an additional point of sacrifice. The soldiers of the temple could still destroy their own altar. Damn it, he had been careless. Had he known, he would have kept Vivian. At least she was a witch, and the chances of her being transformed into an apostle would have been greater. At this moment, Cohen felt an overwhelming sense of regret, yet he had no other recourse but to wait patiently, praying that the other party was not a knight of the temple. Knights of the temple? Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. David raised the axe in his hand, glaring at the blonde-haired, blue-eyed knight before him, exclaiming, You shall not desecrate the altar of the dark god, unless, of course, you tread over my corpse." Cohen, who was observing from beside the altar, focused intently and recognized the man. "Frank?" Cohen chuckled softly. "This fellow has come alone. Is he prepared to accept the dark god's baptism?" Frank unsheathed the iron sword at his waist and tossed it to the ground, then raised his hands and slowly approached David, stating, "I mean no harm. Knight of the temple, I do not wish to harm innocent civilians." "Humph. You have caused enough harm." This remark left Frank feeling a touch guilty. Nevertheless, he maintained a frigid expression as he replied, "I am sorry. But I am not here to cause trouble. If you're not here to cause trouble, then be gone. The realm of the dark god is not one to be desecrated by the likes of you." Frank disregarded David's words and turned his gaze towards the altar. "Great dark god, I know you are listening. I am here to warn you. Flee, head north, the farther the better. The temple has issued orders to investigate the death of Knight Jason. They are preparing to send a team deep into this forest, and it is only a matter of time before they find this place." "A messenger?" Cohen regarded Frank with intrigue. "Well, how fortuitous to have an unexpected informant. However, do not misunderstand. I simply do not wish to see my fellow knights make mistakes. I do not want to witness them slaughter innocent witches or your followers." Upon finishing, Frank slowly turned away. "Tonight, a team of 10 will pass through here. I have done my best to divert the main force away from this location. If this team of 10 discovers the altar, they will destroy it. If they perish here, the temple will send even more men." With that, Frank strode away. Cohen watched Frank's retreating figure, finding the story increasingly fascinating. Yet, he was eager to discover how he could engage Frank in conversation. If possible, he would love to chat with this righteous knight. Glancing at David beside him, Cohen felt a headache coming on. How should he deal with tonight's team of 10? Relying solely on David would undoubtedly be insufficient. He was merely an ordinary civilian. And contending with a knight of the temple would be a tall order, let alone facing 10 individuals simultaneously. At present, the only viable option seemed to be as Frank suggested, allowing the family of 3 to escape northward. As far as they could, However, if they fled, what would happen to him? Who knows if there are other altars of dark gods in this world? Who knows if he could resurrect after this altar is destroyed? Though Cohen had never held much thought about death, dying was simply dying. After all, living in his current state held little significance. Yet, he was very much interested in seeing how the story would conclude. Indeed, for him, it felt akin to playing a simulation game, and he was eager to see what he could ultimately develop into. Being destroyed now would make no difference from being cast into a box. Know that he must devise a way to survive. Currently, the only support Cohen could rely on was the system. This was a deadlock. Relying solely on his intellect yielded no feasible solutions. Thus, Cohen opened the system panel, meticulously examining each function it possessed. Frankly, he had nearly exhausted the simplicity of this system. The only feature that eluded his understanding was the first-tier dark gods reshaping. He truly could not comprehend what would transpire when the sacrifice points reached 100. David, what should we do now? At that moment, Sarah emerged from behind the altar, cradling the child, her face etched with concern. I just heard that knight say that Miss Caitlin and Miss Vivian, both witches, are absent. How are we to protect the altar of the dark god? Alas, David was equally distressed. After pondering for a while, he slowly spoke. Sacrifice, sacrifice. We cannot sit idly by. Offerings can enhance the power of the dark god. Do you remember? Yes, offerings. Upon this realization, the couple hastily grabbed their bows and arrows, setting off to search for offerings within the forest. Despite the abundance of beasts in the dark forest, they could not gather 100 points of offerings in a single day. After toiling for half a day, they had only managed to hunt 9 squirrels, 2 deer, and 1 wolf. Current sacrifice points, 40. Still 60 points short, Cohen muttered to himself. Chapter 14. Is the era of the dark god coming to an end? He too wished to see what would happen when the sacrifice points reached 100. What to do, David? The sky is about to darken. David glanced around, and suddenly, his gaze settled on the pack horse and the cow. David, are you serious? That cowed, but enough. We have waited too long for the dark god's revival. We must fight to the death. With that, David hoisted his axe and approached the cow. He gently stroked the cow's forehead, murmuring, I'm sorry, my dear. Everything is for the arrival of the dark god. As the words fell, a blood-curdling scream echoed. The boy clung to his mother Sarah, sobbing, Mommy, will Miss Cow feel pain? Child, it will merge with the dark god, becoming part of its power. Sacrifice points 3, plus 3? Cohen was astonished. A knight of the Holy Temple only added 1 point. Yet a cow adds 3? No, even a fish or a squirrel could add 1. Is it not true that any life could add 1? Why then does a cow add 3? Perhaps, in ancient times, cows were viewed as immensely valuable assets. 1 cow's worth far exceeds that of a human life. Cohen contemplated. But why? The value of a fish or a squirrel pales in comparison to that of a human life. How does this system determine the value of a life? Subsequently, David approached the altar and dispatched the pack horse. Sacrifice points 2. Current sacrifice points, 45. The pack horse adds 2. Cohen chuckled softly. It seems there may still be a glimmer of hope. Soon, night fell. David wiped the sweat from his brow, gritting his teeth. He did not wish to give up so easily. He and his ancestors had waited too long for this moment. Beside him, Sarah sat on the steps beneath the altar, cradling the child. What are we to do? David, will we truly not witness the arrival of the dark god? David wiped his eyes, which were beginning to sting. No, we will not. We must protect the altar. We cannot allow those damned knights to lay a finger on it. At that moment, faint lights flickered in the distance, accompanied by shouts. Let us camp nearby tonight. We shall depart at dawn. Yes, sir. You. Go ahead and scout for a suitable camping spot. Yes, sir. Report, sir. There is a clearing ahead. And 2 wooden houses. Excellent. Moments later, a dozen soldiers arrived around the altar. The leading soldier surveyed the surroundings, noting the farmland, wooden houses, and the dark altar at the center. Is it my good fortune? I have truly found it. With that, he turned and bellowed, Brothers, our days of hardship are about to end. Do you see that? That is the altar of the dark god. Burn it down. I will take credit for this to the commander. Yes, 10 soldiers erupted into laughter, each face beaming with joy. Just as one soldier prepared to hurl a torch at the altar, an axe suddenly flew through the air. It cleaved through the soldier's arm. Ah! In the next instant, 2 arrows shot forth from the nearby wooden house. Ah! Ah! The shrieks shattered the tranquil night. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly! Form a shield wall. At the command, the well-trained soldiers promptly raised their shields and advanced slowly towards the wooden house. You damned knights of the temple! You shall not desecrate the realm of the dark god. Seeing that arrows could not penetrate the shield wall, David seized his axe and charged forth. Several soldiers immediately rushed forward and swiftly subdued David. Ha ha! There are indeed followers of the dark god here to worship. With that, the soldier waved his hand. Search. Make it thorough. Yes. Minutes later, David, Sarah, and their child were bound tightly, kneeling before the altar. The leading knight chuckled darkly. Ha ha! Brothers, we have achieved great merit. We have dismantled a den of heretics. Ha ha ha! Bah! David glared fiercely at the knight and declared, The dark god shall bless us. Come, slay us. Let us merge with the dark god. Ah, indeed! The knight smirked as he approached David, drawing a dagger from his waist and delicately placing it against Sarah's face. Speak, for the god of light is the greatest. Bah! David spat vehemently at the knight. The knight, somewhat resigned, closed his eyes. After a long moment, he slowly slid the dagger down from Sarah's face to her chest, stating, If you remain silent, I would not hesitate to let my brothers enjoy a little fun at your expense. You wretches! A pack of temple lapdogs! You shall never make us submit! Sarah shouted. If you are a man, then kill all 3 of us. Just as the soldier was about to act, a familiar figure suddenly appeared. A robust arm seized the knight's wrist. Do you remember our vow, Jordan the knight? Who? Jordan turned his head, sneering. I thought it was someone else. Humph. Frank the knight, shouldn't you be searching the east with your men? What? Have you come to steal our glory? At this moment, Cohen regarded Frank with no surprise. Indeed, I knew this fellow would not rest easy here. Frank shook his head. I merely worry for you. After all, we do not know whether they are witches or what. It is best left to the bishop to handle. Humph. Frank the knight, do you think that because you have become a centurion, you can dictate to me? Remember, I am not your soldier. I heed only Lord Garrison's orders. So, he commanded you to humiliate defenseless women and children. Perhaps I should report this matter to Lord Sol. You? Upon hearing this, Jordan immediately dropped the dagger in his hand and proclaimed loudly, Brothers, burn the altar. Leave 2 to watch over these 3 dark god worshippers. The rest can find a place to rest. He then shot Frank a disdainful glance. You will pay for your arrogance in due time. Fuck, they are going to burn the altar. Cohen fixed his gaze on Frank. Hey, aren't you going to lend a hand? Of course, he knew Frank couldn't hear him. At this moment, David and Sarah exchanged a glance, and both lowered their heads in despair. Chapter 15. Second Order Dark God Reconstruction. I'm sorry. Dark God. I'm sorry, I can do nothing more. As each torch was thrown onto the altar, Cohen felt a searing pain coursing through his body. Do I actually feel pain? Cohen pondered. Perhaps this is the first sensation I have felt since arriving in this world, albeit a painful one. The flames roared, scorching the altar's stones to a deep black. Countless fragments began to tumble. Warning to the host, the altar is being destroyed. If destroyed, you shall die. I know, if I die, then so be it. In truth, Cohen would rather die sooner. Perhaps in my next transmigration, I might acquire a more useful system and a decent body. Warning to the host, current altar integrity, 50%, 45%, 40%, 35%. Current altar integrity, 1%. Ding. Emergency state activated. Friendly reminder. In an emergency state, the host can utilize a unique power. This power is singular and can only be used once. Unique power. Call of the Dark God. Unique power. Call of the Dark God. Just as Cohen closed his eyes, preparing to meet his fate, he suddenly heard the system's prompt. Cohen opened his eyes and selected the words Call of the Dark God. Description of the Call of the Dark God. Can summon evil creatures within a 10-mile radius to willingly offer themselves, allowing the host to rapidly advance in Dark God reconstruction for a short period. P.S. After using the Call of the Dark God, regardless of the number of sacrificed evil creatures, only 1 level can be gained. WTF? Such a function exists. Do you wish to use the unique power? Call of the Dark God? Yes. Cohen unhesitatingly chose yes. Although it felt like a loss, There was no better option now. Next, suddenly, the night sky was no longer tranquil. Dark clouds surged, obscuring the moonlight. Upon closer inspection, it was not clouds that blocked the moonlight, but birds, crows. A dense swarm of crows filled the sky with their mournful cries. Several temple knights grew tense at the sight. The foremost knight, Jordan, drew his iron sword and exclaimed, "What is happening? My heavens! It is the Dark God. The call of the Dark God. How is this possible? The Dark God has already fallen, God of light. Please protect us. Impossible. This cannot be." Crows. Crows are the eyes and ears of the Dark God. Yes, the sky is filled with crows. At this moment, Frank remained relatively unfazed, seizing the opportunity while the other knights were distracted. He quietly retreated into the depths of the forest. David and Sarah gazed at the night sky with expressions of sheer delight. "I knew it. The Dark God shall not submit so easily. Ha 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 ha! You damned temple knights, prepare to face the Dark God's wrath. Quiet, you bumpkins. There is no Dark God in this world. Your Dark God is dead. Someone, shut the mouths of these two fools." The scene descended into chaos. No one present had witnessed such a spectacle. Meanwhile, the crows in the sky appeared to have gone mad. They flocked toward the burning altar, wailing. They hurled their bodies into the flames, reducing themselves to mere bones. Merging with the spirit of the Dark God. Sacrifice points 1. Sacrifice points 1. Sacrifice points. Current sacrifice points, 100. Do you wish to advance? Yes, of course. Cohen responded without hesitation, advancing. Completion. 1% completion. 50% completion. 100%. Congratulations, host. Advancement complete. A few seconds later, and then, Cohen felt no significant change. Host bound. Cohen status. Second order Dark God reconstruction. Can advance. Requires 100 sacrifice points. Powers. Apostle transformation. Consumes 1 sacrifice point. Can transform followers into absolutely loyal servants. Omniscient Eye. Allows the host to identify any unit within visual range. Success rate based on the mental strength of the identified party. Domain of the God. Followers within the domain will receive the blessings of the Dark God. Power advancement. Apostle transformation advancement. Consumes 1 sacrifice point. Can grant apostles stronger mental strength. Omniscient Eye advancement. Can manipulate any unit within the host's visual range. Success rate based on the mental strength of the manipulated party. Can only manipulate one person at a time. Consumes 1 sacrifice point. Domain of the God advancement. Any shrine, altar, or statue can become a domain of the God. Miracle. Rainfall LV2. Consumes 100 faith points. You will bring ample rainfall to the domain. Abundance LV2. Consumes 500 faith points. You will double crop yields. Inspire LV2. Consumes 100 faith points. You will invigorate the spirits of followers, additionally increasing their combat prowess. New miracle. Guardian LV1. Consumes 1000 faith points. Can protect followers within the domain from persecution. Current apostles. 1. Maximum limit 4. Current sacrifice points. 0. Each sacrifice will convert based on the actual situation of the offering. Current followers. 404 current faith points. 1924. Each follower provides the host with 1 point daily. Here it comes. A smirk crept upon Cohen's lips. Yes, if he possesses them. Cohen activated the Omniscient Eye, intending to use its function to manipulate Jordan to slay the other knights, but he discovered his current sacrifice points were 0. And using this function required 1 sacrifice point. Reluctantly, Cohen had to forego this plan. Very well, I shall have to use the new Miracle Guardian, although this miracle consumes 1000 faith points. Currently, Cohen only has over 1000 faith points. Losing 1000 at once would be painful for anyone. Yet, he had no better options left. Activating Miracle Guardian. Activating Miracle Guardian. As the mechanical voice of the system echoed, countless thick tendrils suddenly emerged from the ground surrounding the altar. Each tendril was as thick as a tree trunk. Moreover, each tendril bore countless sharp teeth. My heavens! What is that? A knight hastily pointed at the nearby tendrils and cried, Lord Jordan, look, God of light above. My heavens! How is this possible? What is that? Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. The cries jolted several knights back to their senses. Ah! In mere seconds, 5 knights were instantaneously slain by the thick tendrils. Seeing this, Jordan hastily dropped his iron sword and turned to flee. Even with the screams of his knightly brethren behind him, he would not dare look back. Chapter 16. The new altar. He knew that turning back would mean certain death. At this juncture, he harbors no concern for the survival of anyone. He is still youthful, unwilling to embrace death, and has yet to carry on his lineage. Forgive me, forgive me. As Jordan ran, he uttered apologies. None were aware that he was expressing remorse to those subordinates he had forsaken. Yet those subordinates would never hear his confessions. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared ahead. Jordan recognized it instantly. It was the glimmer of a blade reflecting light. In the next moment, he felt a sharp, broad sword pierce through his abdomen. Then, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. Frank's stern visage loomed before Jordan. You scoundrel. I apologize, but they are all dead now. And someone like you is even less deserving of life. Frank spoke with a frigid tone. You, who have murdered your knightly brethren, are you not afraid of Lord Soul's retribution? Rest assured, no one will learn of my hand in your demise. And you shall merely become a sacrifice to the malevolent deity. You, Frank. How could you be a follower of the dark god? Upon hearing this, Frank's heart twisted anew. He could scarcely believe he had uttered the word sacrifice. Yet he offered no further explanation, instead hoisting the barely conscious Jordan and striding toward the ruins of the altar. Upon reaching the altar's remnants, Frank unceremoniously tossed Jordan's lifeless body aside, then drew a dagger. Delicately placing it against his own throat, he lifted his gaze, fixated on the altar, now reduced to rubble, and declared, I shall offer the wicked as a sacrifice to you, for you are the dark god, deserving only of the malevolent. The sound of the blade severing an artery rang clear. Blood gushed forth, staining Frank's handsome visage crimson. Yet the knight remained unmoved. He slowly rose, wiped the blood from his face, and turned away. Follower 1, current followers, 405 sacrifice points. 1, current sacrifice points. 10. Cohen understood that these 10 sacrifice points represented Jordan's squad of 10. He chuckled coldly. Curiously, it seemed Frank had heard him. He abruptly halted, opened his mouth as if to speak, then shook his head and continued deeper into the forest. The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the dense canopy, casting light into the dark forest. David and Sarah busied themselves clearing the remnants of the carnage. Once they had tidied up, the pair knelt before the altar and commenced their daily prayers. Cohen, meanwhile, stared blankly at the system's notifications. System notification. Current altar integrity, 0%. Would you like to transfer the spirit? Transfer the spirit? Is that even possible? With a mindset of curiosity, Cohen clicked to transfer the spirit. Instantly, the scene before him transformed into a grand map. The map displayed multiple locations along the main road suitable for transfer. Searching. Search complete. Location. Slantland Continent, Altar X1, Shrine X3, Idol X96 notification. The domains controlled by the altar, shrine, and idol vary. The altar has the largest range, while the idol has the smallest. Please choose wisely. Cohen glanced at the options and unhesitatingly selected the altar. Searching for the only dark god altar on Slantland Continent. Search complete. The altar is located 300 miles to the north. Cohen examined the map and was taken aback. What the hell? Is that on a snow-capped mountain? Cohen suddenly sensed something amiss. The shape of the mountain was rather peculiar. He zoomed in on the map, enlarging it to its maximum. What the hell? Cohen was stunned. That was no snow mountain. It was clearly a volcano. He discovered that the altar's location lay within the mouth of that snow-laden volcano. However, as Cohen continued to zoom in, he noticed that the crater was oddly verdant. Green indicates vegetation. But that snow mountain, no, the volcano appeared to tower several thousand meters high. How could there be plants? Plants thriving in a volcanic crater? It was all too strange. Warning, the altar is about to collapse. Please make a decision within 30 seconds. The system's alert chimed again. Although relocating right from the start might not bode well, what choice do I have? Cohen shrugged. Very well, that shall be in the next moment. The ruins before Cohen vanished abruptly, replaced by a whimsical world. Oh my! The abrupt shift in scenery caused Cohen to inadvertently exclaim, soft grass, bounding hares, brightly colored butterflies, a cerulean sky, and the white natural barrier surrounding the volcanic crater. This is an absolutely idyllic place for agricultural development. Cohen's pupils dilated. If only he had them, why goodness. This is too perfect, isn't it? Why hadn't I discovered this sooner? However, upon further reflection, if he had initially traversed to such a place, he would likely have met a grim fate. No one would stumble upon this locale. And he wouldn't be able to gather followers. He wouldn't encounter a single witch. After all, this place was isolated from the world. From the map, it appeared to be the extreme north of the continent, perpetually in winter, akin to the Arctic on Blue Star. Strangely, however, this volcanic crater seemed to be in spring. Cohen had no doubt that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this area was likely under the influence of some magic, allowing it to maintain a perpetual spring. Everything before his eyes appeared splendid. The only drawback was that he could not see his own body, nor the appearance of the altar. This left him somewhat dissatisfied. He was eager to know whether his new form would be more magnificent, resembling a true altar. Cohen gazed at the expanse of greenery, beginning to estimate the area of the land if the altar were situated at the center. Then, this distance before me should be at least 1,000 meters, right? After all, just seeing the edge, one could notice a thin layer of mist, indicating that the crater's area was approximately 4,000 square meters. My goodness. What sort of volcano is this? The crater is that large. If it erupts, won't we all be finished? Cohen could only hope that this was a dormant volcano. Days later, Caitlin and Vivian, accompanied by a dozen Dark God followers, traversed the Black Forest and arrived at the altar. Upon arrival, Caitlin was left speechless. After all, she had left in good condition, but upon her return, the place had turned into a wasteland. Miss Caitlin, we do not question your authority. But are you certain of this? Gazing at the remnants of the altar, Caitlin collapsed to her knees. ITS over. ITS all over. Chapter 17. The Northern Expedition. Caitlin could never have imagined that merely 5 days away would result in the camp's transformation into ruins. Just then, David and Sarah emerged from a small wooden cabin in the corner. Their expressions revealed the gravity of the situation that had unfolded during their absence. I am sorry, Miss Caitlin. David bowed his head deeply. We're powerless. The altar has been destroyed. No. Caitlin exclaimed anxiously. Why did you not safeguard the altar? It is the only Dark God altar known to exist on this continent. Do you understand what the destruction of the altar signifies? We did our best. Faced with Caitlin's accusations, David found himself unable to retort. Vivian, standing nearby, offered comfort. The Dark God will not vanish simply because the altar has been destroyed. Miss Caitlin, gather your spirits. Caitlin did not find solace in Vivian's words, but instead slowly approached the altar's ruins and knelt down. In that moment, she suddenly heard the Dark God's whisper. To the north, the highest peak. I await your arrival there, my followers. To the north. Caitlin's previously despondent eyes suddenly sparkled with a faint glimmer. To the north. The Dark God spoke to me in the north. With that, Caitlin hurriedly addressed David and Sarah. You too. Quickly, gather your belongings. We shall set forth immediately. However, those present remained unmoved, seemingly skeptical of Caitlin's fervor. An elderly man with a white beard, leaning on his cane, spoke. Miss Caitlin, we do not doubt your words, but we cannot recklessly march northward based solely on your claim. Indeed, Miss Caitlin, as a lady of high standing, you may not be fully aware of the implications of continuing northward. Do you understand the risks involved? David interjected. 100 miles further north lies the land of eternal winter, where we cannot survive. Please trust me, everyone. The Dark God truly spoke with me just now. Meanwhile, Cohen observed this scene through Caitlin's eyes. He sighed. It appears that relying solely on Caitlin will not suffice to persuade them to continue northward. Upon reflection, it was understandable, for Cohen had noted from the grand map that his current geographical position lay at the northernmost point of the continent. The estimated distance was well over 1,000 miles. Moreover, the surroundings were perpetually in a frozen state, with occasional blizzards. Cohen also glanced at the followers present. Most were frail and elderly, totaling 20 individuals, among whom were 9 women, 3 children, 2 elders, and 6 men. Among the 6 men, there was one whose leg was injured, forcing him to rely on a cane for mobility. Moreover, a journey of 1,000 miles is no trivial matter. If this group were to walk, it would likely take an entire month. The issue of food supplies also loomed large. Coupled with the treacherous and complex environment of the eternal winter, it was highly likely that this band would either succumb to the biting cold or plummet to their demise from the snow-capped mountains. Should they encounter an avalanche, it would spell total annihilation. Contemplating this, Cohen could only shake his head and say, "Forget it. Let us refrain from sending them for the time being. After all, I am here. And I can still control the apostles." After careful deliberation, Cohen ultimately resolved not to allow the devotees to continue their journey northward. However, this place was clearly no longer safe. Just days prior, the Knights of the Temple had suffered losses here, and they would undoubtedly seek retribution. Thus, Cohen, through Caitlin, instructed the devotees to find a new refuge. Yet, one apostle was simply insufficient. Cohen required at least 2 apostles to execute his current plans. Due to the limitations of his abilities, should the devotees stray too far from his domain, the blessings of the Dark God would not be bestowed upon them. Furthermore, without the ability to pray or sacrifice at the altar, their spiritual connection would be profoundly affected. With only Caitlin as his apostle, Cohen would be limited to conversing and issuing commands solely to her. If Caitlin were to leave the camp, he would be utterly powerless, regardless of the circumstances. With this in mind, Cohen declared, "Vivian, let Vivian journey northward to the highest peak of the eternal winter." Vivian? Caitlin glanced at Vivian and murmured to herself, "Is that she to undertake a pilgrimage?" "A pilgrimage?" Cohen chuckled softly. "Indeed, that is a splendid reason. Yes, inform her that her God wishes to grant her the status of an apostle." "Excellent." Caitlin promptly turned and approached Vivian, saying, "Vivian, just now, the Dark God spoke to me again." "Yes, what is it, Miss Caitlin?" "The Dark God desires you to come before him, at the highest peak of the eternal winter." "You mean Cohen's Peak?" "Precisely, the volcano known to the world as Cohen's Peak." Caitlin nodded. Vivian was only 15 years old and quite frail. Upon seeing this, the surrounding devotees hurried forward. "This is far too dangerous. We cannot allow Vivian to go to Cohen's Peak alone. She is but a child and may perish on the journey." Yet the Dark God has decreed that she must go alone. Caitlin also understood that sending Vivian alone to Cohen's Peak was fraught with peril. "Miss Caitlin, are you certain this is the Dark God's command?" "I am certain." Caitlin nodded. "This is indeed the Dark God's will. But please, do not say any more at this moment." Vivian shook her head and said, "Everyone, I know you are concerned for me, but this is an unparalleled honor for me. The Dark God wishes to see me, and there must be a reason for it indeed." Caitlin also nodded. "Since the Dark God has specifically summoned you, perhaps he wishes for you to become an apostle. Just as I have." Yes, hours later, the group prepared their belongings, and Caitlin led a horse before Vivian. "We shall set out shortly. We will establish a new sanctuary 30 miles from the eternal winter. Upon your return from the pilgrimage, you will see the smoke rising from the village." Caitlin said with concern. "Yes." Vivian nodded. "I will hurry, Miss Caitlin. I entrust the villagers to your care." After bidding farewell, the Dark God's devotees split into 2 groups. Vivian went forth alone toward the world's highest peak. That evening, Caitlin's group arrived at the designated location and began a new life. Meanwhile, Vivian ventured alone into the eternally frozen new world. Sacrifice points 1. Sacrifice points 1. Sacrifice points 1. Current sacrifice points 20. Cohen expressed his confusion. "What is happening?" Chapter 18. The Dark God totem in the sewers. Cohen, puzzled, opened the grand map to discover a faint glimmer at the boundary of the eternal winter. He clicked on the dim light, finding that he could transfer his spirit to that point. Discover the idol. "Would you like to transfer your spirit?" After a moment's reflection, Cohen nodded, "Yes." In the next instant, the oasis before Cohen transformed into a rolling landscape. On the hills stood a series of wooden huts, and at the very center, where Cohen found himself, was a wooden temple housing what appeared to be an evil idol. The villagers were slaughtering a few animals before the idol, skinning them for their pelts. It seemed the devotees had settled in this land. "Dark God, can you hear my voice?" Cohen turned to see Caitlin kneeling before the idol. Her gaze reverent as she spoke. "We have settled here and sown the seeds of wheat. Please bless us to remain here." Cohen offered no response but focused on the village displayed on the grand map. He envisioned how to construct a vast Dark God empire centered around this village. However, the challenge of establishing such an empire was formidable. After all, he lacked a physical form, making it difficult to govern an entire empire like a sovereign. Thus, Cohen required a puppet, and at present, that puppet could only be Caitlin. Additionally, there was the matter of the devotees. Almost all known territories on the continent were under the dominion of the Light God. But Cohen recalled that many of the northern peoples had once been devotees of the dark god. Therefore, the North was of paramount importance for Cohen's development. Yet, how to rekindle their faith in him was a daunting challenge. Even if he managed to rally all 400 devotees, it would not be enough to strengthen his position, let alone contend with the northern legions of the temple, much less conquer the entire continent. Just as Cohen was lost in thought, a brilliant solution suddenly struck him. Thus, he opened the grand map. The system had previously indicated that his spirit could transfer to any object related to the dark god across the continent. With this in mind, Cohen meticulously scanned the grand map for locations marked with dark god artifacts in Portu. There was one. In the imperial city of Stat, another. These two are currently the closest to me. Cohen opened the dark god artifact in Portu and discovered it to be a dark god totem. He clicked on the totem. Would you like to transfer your spirit? The system prompted. Yes. Cohen did not hesitate. In the next moment, his surroundings shifted once more. Before him lay a dark and damp scene reminiscent of a sewer. Before him knelt a maid, her face contorted in agony as she prayed before the totem. Great dark god, please heed my call. If you are still with us, tell me how to kill Lord Port. Kill Lord Port. Cohen pondered, then activated his omniscient eye to discern what was transpiring. Commoner. Hill Rock age, 21 race. Human aptitude, none ability, none identity. Maid of the Port family, just an ordinary maid? Cohen was about to dismiss the panel and ignore her when it suddenly occurred to him that perhaps he should delve into her memories. Perhaps through this, he could gain a deeper understanding of this world. Thus, Cohen accessed the memories of the maid named Hill. She has a sister. He saw two young girls, one with brown hair and the other with black. The black-haired girl appeared slightly younger. The two girls were in a church, where a priest was gently submerging the black-haired girl's body into water. In the next moment, the girl suddenly screamed in agony. She is a witch. The priest's pupils dilated. Two knights of the temple rushed in, seizing the black-haired girl. A witch? Cohen's eyes widened in surprise. What was happening? Were they not sisters? How could sisters be treated this way? Cohen rewound the maid's memories and discovered that this so-called sister had actually been taken in by her mother. This explains it. Continuing to explore, Cohen learned that the maid's sister was extraordinarily beautiful. With her black hair and fair skin, she had been purchased for a hefty sum by local nobility from the church. To his astonishment, these people were secretly engaging in such transactions. Through the maid's memories, Cohen discovered that many nobles enjoyed keeping witches, partly to satisfy their perverse desires, and partly to exploit the witch's magic for unique services. Presently, the black-haired girl was imprisoned in the suburban mansion of Lord Port. The reason this maid, Miss Hill, had entered Lord Port's household as a maid was to find an opportunity to eliminate him and rescue her sister. HMM.IT seems I am bound to assist with this. Not only would I gain a devotee, but I would also acquire a witch. It is truly a win-win situation. Indeed, Cohen's notion of a win-win was winning twice. In order to assist Miss Hilt, Cohen had to scrutinize her memories with great diligence. Thus, he continued to observe, discovering that Hilt had successfully infiltrated the opulent residence of Lord Bolt. However, within Lord Bolt's estate, there existed a stringent hierarchy. A novice maid like Hilt was permitted only in the grand hall on the first floor, with no access to other rooms. The only means of gaining entry was through the butler, Alpho, who possessed the keys to all the chambers of the mansion. Contemplating this, Cohen glanced at the system functions and ultimately focused on the all-seeing eye. All-seeing eye upgrade can manipulate the host's visual range to any unit. Success rate based on the mental strength of the manipulated can control only one individual at a time, consuming one sacrifice point. This feature will suffice. Without hesitation, Cohen expended one sacrifice point. Soon, he sensed an overwhelming stench. As he slowly opened his eyes, Cohen realized he had transformed into Hilt. He looked down at his body. Although he was in a female form, it felt wonderful to possess a physical body. Having said that, Cohen turned and climbed a rusted ladder, emerging onto the ground. Goodness, indeed it was the sewer. No wonder it was so foul. Chapter 19. Utterly wicked. Following Hilt's memories, Cohen arrived at Lord Bolt's mansion. The estate appeared magnificent, entirely unlike the property one would expect from a mere lord. However, such considerations were not Cohen's concern. His focus should be on how to rescue the witch. Gently pushing open the grand door of the mansion, Cohen stepped inside. Miss Hilt, where have you been? It was Alpho the butler. Clearing his throat, Cohen mimicked Hilt's tone and replied, I don't want to take out the trash. Taking out the trash? You should have used the back door. Alpho said coldly. My apologies. I shall be more mindful next time. With that, Cohen hurriedly skirted around Alpho, casting a glance at the keys dangling from Alpho's waist. That must be the set of keys. If he could devise a way to acquire them, everything would become considerably easier. Wait a moment. Alpho suddenly halted. Hilt. Cohen trembled in fright. Then, he heard Alpho's footsteps approaching him step by step. Alpho reached Cohen's side and extended his hand, gently placing it on Cohen's waist, saying, "Have you given any thought to what we discussed?" "What discussion?" Cohen strained to recall, realizing he had undoubtedly overlooked certain memories. Otherwise, he would not be ignorant of what Alpho and Hilt had spoken about. "Stop pretending. If you become my woman tomorrow, you shall be promoted to head maid. At that point, all the servants in this estate will obey you. For a country girl like you, it would be akin to a wild chicken transforming into a phoenix." Cohen caught a glimpse of a mirror to his side and noticed that this Hilt was quite the beauty. Although not as stunning as her sister, her graceful figure appeared exceedingly alluring in the maid outfit. "So that's how it is," Cohen smirked and thought. "This just makes things much simpler. Techniques of seduction are truly perfect." With that, Cohen turned his head, controlling Hilt's body to face Alpho. One must admit, men understand men best. Cohen's mind raced with 1,000 methods to tempt Alpho. However, considering that Hilt had not consented to Alpho, it indicated she was a virtuous maiden, and Cohen could not recklessly manipulate another's body to Inga. Continuing on, he informed Caitlin and commanded her to be prepared, ready to capture Alpho. Alas, poor Alpho, that love-struck man, Cohen lamented as he searched each room with the key in hand. He scoured every chamber on the first floor. Discovering no signs of the witch, ascending to the second floor, he found a room at the end of the corridor. Upon opening the door, indeed, several young maidens were tethered to the bed like dogs. Utilizing the all-seeing eye, Cohen swiftly identified the witch. A girl with raven hair and alabaster skin stood out prominently. At that moment, she was clad in scanty attire, cowering in the corner, when she lifted her gaze. Her previously hopeless eyes rekindled with hope. Commoner, Lilith Locke, age, 16, race, witch aptitude, above average, upgradable, ability. Winter, snow nymph identity, adopted daughter of the Locke family, witch apprentice sister, exclaimed Lilith, her eyes wide with astonishment. "I am not your sister." Cohen, disinterested in further explanations, quickly freed the girls from their shackles. The half-dozen scantily clad maidens gazed at him in disbelief. "Madam, what is the meaning of this?" "I have come to rescue you." At that instant, footsteps echoed from outside the door. Cohen glanced around and noticed a delicately crafted iron sword hanging above the fireplace. He seized the sword and concealed himself behind the door, awaiting the arrival of its owner. Soon, a man dressed in an opulent bodice entered, leaning on a cane and wearing a lewd grin as he spoke. "Ladies, did you miss me?" No sooner had he finished speaking than, thud. The man's eyes widened in shock, slowly lowering his gaze to behold the blade protruding from his chest. "This is the punishment from the Dark God for you, Lord Bolter." With that, Cohen, controlling Hilt's body, emerged from behind Lord Bolter. Bolter stared at Hilt in astonishment, stammering, You are I am?" Cohen sneered. "I am your god." Thud. Cohen forcefully withdrew the iron sword. With a thud, Lord Bolter collapsed into a pool of blood. Cohen then grasped his sister's hand and turned to the other girls, saying, "If you wish to live, follow me." After all, Lord Bolter had just perished before their eyes. Should they refuse to follow? They would surely suffer the consequences when the authorities arrived. Thus, without hesitation, they followed Cohen as he led them away. Cohen found a carriage in the stable and, after cramming the 6 girls inside, drove northward. "Sister, where are we going?" Lilith inquired, peeking her head out. After revealing the camp's location to his sister, Cohen added, "Listen, Lilith, I am not your sister, but soon, I will return your sister to you. However, she will know nothing of this. Please relay my words to her, especially regarding our destination." Since Lilith had been raised by an ordinary family, her knowledge of the Dark God was limited, and she was not a follower, so she had not considered that aspect. Though Hilt secretly worshipped the Dark God in the sewers, it was merely in hopes of rescuing her sister, and she was not a devout believer. The 6 girls present were also not followers. With this, Cohen had effectively increased the camp's ranks, adding 7 believers, including Hilt. The thought thrilled Cohen immensely. As the carriage distanced itself from the totem, gradually leaving the domain of the dark god, Cohen lost the ability to control Hilt's body. Hilt reverted to her original self. Huh? What happened? Just now, what took place? Hilt was utterly bewildered. She recalled praying before the dark god's totem in the sewers, only to find herself seated in a carriage the next moment. At that moment, Lilith explained from behind, "Sister, you're back? Just now, a strange person controlled your body." "What?" "Yes, he controlled your body, killed Lord Bolter, and rescued us." "What?" Hilt calmly pondered for a moment before concluding. Her prayers had been answered. The dark god truly exists, it turns out, what the god of light could not provide. He indeed can bestow upon us. The following day, meanwhile, Caitlin and several villagers had Alpho bound hand and foot. Alpho gazed at them in bewilderment, pleading, What is happening? I told you. I came in search of treasure. Please let me go." "Humph." Caitlin shot him a disdainful glance. "Just wait. No, Miss Caitlin, I beg you. Release me. I will never speak of the witches and dark god followers here." "Do you think I am a fool?" Caitlin slowly seated herself before Alpho, stating, "Alpho, I recognize you. You are the steward of the Bolter family, are you not?" Yes, Miss Caitlin, for the sake of our past acquaintance. Please let me go. I remember well, when the Paladins besieged Porta City, your Bolter family was the first to surrender and pledge allegiance to the Temple of Light. Chapter 21. The Mountain That Exhausts the Horse. Miss Caitlin. Someone is coming, from a makeshift watchtower made of a large tree. A male believer armed with a bow and arrow pointed towards Hilt and the others. Upon hearing this, Caitlin hurriedly exited the wooden enclosure and approached the village gate. Before her stood a carriage with 6 disheveled maidens and a somewhat older woman. "Greetings, I am Hilt Locke, here, by the guidance of the Dark God." Hilt spoke. However, Caitlin did not scrutinize Hilt for long, but instead directed her gaze towards the most striking raven-haired maiden among them. Another witch? Caitlin narrowed her eyes. After enduring so many days, Caitlin had long shed her former naivety, transforming into a true leader. Her gaze sharp, she approached Lilith, scrutinizing her closely. "The witch sanctuary shall always welcome you." Huh? Lilith was utterly perplexed. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence. The remaining details would be clarified by Caitlin. The maidens were welcomed into the village, adding further potential to the development of the Dark Goddess Church. Days later, this new group fully integrated into their newfound family. They were assigned distinct roles, and the village thrived day by day. However, what intrigued Cohen the most was that this snow nymph, Lilith, could wield magic. It is worth noting that Vivian was still underage and had yet to awaken her powers as a witch. Although Caitlin had already reached adulthood, her lack of a mentor had left her entirely unaware of how to utilize her true potential. Yet Lilith was different. Her body was exceptionally cold, and she was unfazed by the harshest of winters. More importantly, whenever her emotions surged, the temperature around her would plummet dramatically. On one occasion, while learning to hunt, Lilith struggled to hit her target in frustration. In a fit of emotion, she waved her hand. Instantly, an ice spear shot forth from her palm, striking down a hapless rabbit in an instant. This spectacle left all present with an indelible memory. It must be noted that Lilith's magic was entirely self-taught. Cohen mused that perhaps Caitlin, too, could discover her abilities through exploration. Yet if mere exploration sufficed, Caitlin had already been of age for 2 years. In that time, she had remained blissfully ignorant of her powers, which seemed rather excessive. "Hilt, oh my moon, do you still remember our vow? Release me, Hilt. Let us fly away together." In a dilapidated wooden cabin, Hilt sat sternly on a chair. Her gaze fixed intently on Alpho. Alpho, bound to a post like a dog, pleaded, "I told you, I never spoke those words to you. Those were the Dark God's words. The Dark God? Ha ha ha, what a joke. The Dark God perished a century ago. Hilt, do not deceive me. What purpose would it serve? Believe it or not, but if you wish for me to release you, you must join us." "You mean, I should stay here and worship a dark god that no longer exists?" Hilt shook her head. "He exists. He answered my prayers, killed Lord Bolter, saved my sister and me, and guided us here." Upon hearing Hilt's explanation, Alpho contemplated her words and found them devoid of fallacy. First, how had Hilt discovered this place? Could it be she truly was guided by the dark god? Secondly, Hilt had never been one to lie, nor did she possess the courage to wield a sword and slay Lord Bolter. Thus, the only plausible explanation was the manifestation of the dark god. Yet Alpho remained reluctant to believe it. After all, the disappearance of the dark god had occurred centuries ago, and convincing someone to readily accept that a being from hundreds of years past still lived was no simple task. Especially since Alpho was not a devout individual. Meanwhile, the news of Lord Bolter's murder spread like wildfire. The constable of Porta City, in conjunction with investigators dispatched by the temple, uncovered numerous pieces of evidence through their investigations. Among them was the totem of the dark god they had discovered in the sewers. Due to Lord Porter being the largest investor in the local parish, the temple places great importance on the murder incident involving Porter. Coltbrand, an investigator personally authorized by the Northern Diocese bishop, is specifically tasked with probing heretical occurrences. Upon discovering the sinister idol, he immediately reported the matter to His Excellency the bishop. After thorough examination, the bishop concluded that this was indeed a case of malevolent deity interference. It is hard to fathom that such a dark god still exists. Within a secret chamber of the Grand Cathedral in the Northern Diocese, the white-haired bishop sat before Colt, insisting that the matter be thoroughly investigated. "Should we report this to the Holy City, Your Excellency?" Colt inquired. "Not just yet. Let us not alarm His Holiness the Pope until we have ascertained all the facts." The bishop waved his hand dismissively. Colt nodded, then added, "According to the witness's account, we can confirm that the last carriage was headed northward." North? The bishop furrowed his brow, aware that the Northern Legion had suffered considerable losses in the Black Forest of late, giving him reason to suspect that cursed place. "Very well, I believe your investigation should focus on the Black Forest," the bishop declared. Upon hearing this, Colt nodded in agreement. "I share the same sentiment. However, the Black Forest is currently under the command of the leader of the Soul Legion. While he is a knight of the temple, as you know, those who are obsessed with slaughter do not welcome our interference." The bishop then produced a finely crafted crucifix from his robe, handing it to Colt, the St. Roland cross medal. "With this, the knights of the temple will not dare to obstruct you." "Yes, Your Excellency." Meanwhile, Vivian wrapped herself tightly like a polar bear. Riding her horse, she gnawed on the frozen rations while struggling through the blizzard. "Hang on a little longer, Mr. Horse, we are almost there." Before her loomed the towering peak, the destination of her arduous journey. Yet the adage of a mountain too high for a horse to run seemed lost on the medieval Europeans. Though the vast snow-capped mountain was within sight, reaching it was not a feat to be accomplished in a brief span of time. It had already been a week since Vivian ventured into the land of eternal winter. In just 1 week, she felt utterly exhausted. For a girl like her, surviving alone in this eternal winter for a month was an insurmountable challenge. But she understood, it was all for the sake of the dark god. Chapter 22. The descent of the celestial being far above on the peak, Cohen felt equally powerless. At this moment, he could only pray that Vivian would persevere. After all, having one apostle was exceedingly difficult for Cohen. He needed more apostles to fulfill the tasks ahead. As they traversed one snow-covered mountain after another, the horse could bear the strain no longer and collapsed into the soft snow. With a heavy heart, Vivian caressed the horse's cheek, lamenting, "Poor Mr. Horse." After offering her condolences, she continued on her journey. When the blizzard struck, she shielded herself with her frail body against the storm. At night, she buried herself in the snow to protect against the biting cold. The silhouette of the girl resembled a breathtaking oil painting. Had Cohen been present, he would have admired Vivian's tenacity. Meanwhile, the village thrived, having flourished over the past fortnight. Under Cohen's guidance, Caitlin had already attracted over 100 followers, including carpenters, farmers, hunters, and stonemasons. Quarry sites emerged on the outskirts, and lumberyards sprouted in the forest. A fisherman's dock was constructed beside a nearby stream, and this isolated city of exile was developing at an astonishing pace. Each evening, villagers presented offerings. Each household, as a unit, contributed a sacrifice daily. In just half a month, Cohen's point of sacrifice reached 100, much to his satisfaction. "Current faith points have peaked. Shall we advance?" the system inquired. Cohen nodded without hesitation. "Yes, advancing, completion. 1%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Congratulations, host. Advancement complete. Current status, 3rd stage Dark God Rebirth. Host bound, Cohen. Status, Third stage Dark God Rebirth. Can advance. Requires 1,000 sacrifice points. What the hell? The next advancement requires 1,000 sacrifice points? Cohen exclaimed in shock. Note: each third stage constitutes a phase. Transitioning to the next phase requires 1,000 sacrifice points, but simultaneously, powers and miracles will also be reborn. Upon hearing this, Cohen finally grasped the situation. Each third stage represents a phase. This meant that the next advancement would signify a complete transition to the next phase. According to Cohen's understanding, the next phase should not be so lackluster. Right? If all goes well, the next phase should far surpass the current one. Powers. Apostle Transformation costs 1 sacrifice point, can transform followers into absolutely loyal servants. Omniscient Eye enables the host to perceive any unit within visual range. Success rate based on the mental strength of the subject. Domain of the deity. Followers within the domain will receive blessings from the Dark God. Powers can further advance. Apostle Transformation can be upgraded. Costs 1 sacrifice point. Can bestow stronger mental power to apostles, with a chance for them to acquire the host's magical abilities. Wow, this is impressive. Cohen chuckled. The next transformation will be Vivian, the flame siren. She should be able to unleash fire spells or something. Right? He began to indulge in fantasies. Omniscient Eye can further advance, can control any unit within visual range. Success rate based on the mental strength of the controlled individual. Only one person can be controlled at a time. Costs 1 sacrifice point and adds a new function. The host can spy on and guide anyone harboring malicious thoughts. Each use costs 1 sacrifice point. Domain of the deity upgrade. Any shrine, altar, or statue can become the domain of the deity, and the domain will even expand by 50%. Only a 50% expansion. Cohen could only place his hopes on the next stage breakthrough. After all, breaking through to the third stage would lead to a phase entirely different from the current one. Miracles. Rainfall LV3 costs 100 faith points, will provide abundant rainfall within the domain. Abundance LV3 costs 500 faith points, will double crop yields. Inspire LV3 costs 100 faith points, will invigorate the followers' morale, additionally increasing their combat strength. Guardian LV2 costs 1,000 faith points, can protect followers within the domain from persecution. New Miracle, Descent of the Celestial Being, can utilize the body of a sacrifice to return to the mortal realm, costs 10,000 faith points. Note: this miracle is unique and can only be used once. Number of Apostles, 1. Current limit, 6. Current sacrifice points, 0. Each sacrifice will convert into sacrifice points based on the actual offerings. Current number of followers, 453. Current faith points, 10,080. Each follower provides 1 point daily. At present, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. However, the new miracle, Descent of the Celestial Being, piqued Cohen's curiosity. He clicked on the Descent of the Celestial Being miracle and discovered a more detailed description. To use Descent of the Celestial Being, a body is required. Note: this body must be your most favored, as this miracle is unique and can only be used once. Furthermore, this body will accompany you forever. So please consider carefully. Upon reading this, Cohen immediately understood. He needed to search meticulously for a healthy, tall, and handsome body. Moreover, it could not be like the last time when he randomly chose a woman's body. It had to be a robust and powerful man's physique to suit the appearance of a dark god. But where could he find such a person? One who not only believes in the dark god, but is also willing to willingly sacrifice himself. He also needed to be tall, strong, young, and handsome. Ultimately, Cohen concluded that his requirements were too high. Such a person did not exist in this world. Or perhaps he could be a good candidate. Cohen suddenly thought of Frank. This fellow possessed many traits that met his criteria for using Descent of the Celestial Being. However, it seemed that if he chose Frank's body, then Frank would die, of course, not in the physical sense, but rather in the spiritual sense. Frank would lose his soul, leaving behind merely a shell. And this shell would become Cohen's body. In other words, if Cohen selected Frank's body, then Frank would still be alive. But he would be dead in essence. This sounded quite cruel. Yet Cohen found himself helpless. After all, this was how the system was designed. Truthfully, Cohen was rather fond of Frank. The young man was a great altruist. Alas, who called him a dark god? With this thought, Cohen clicked on Descent of the Celestial Being. Current miracle unavailable. Cohen blinked, clicking again. Current miracle unavailable. What on earth is required to use this? Cohen opened the words Descent of the Celestial Being and found a lengthy description that he had not seen. To use Descent of the Celestial Being, the sacrifice must obtain the death artifact and insert it into the frozen throne atop the oasis at Cohen's Peak. Chapter 23. The Death Artifact. What a hassle. A death artifact? Am I in a Harry Potter story? In addition to the frozen throne, there exists the world of Warcraft. Cohen could not fathom why this marvel was so intricate. As he scrolled down, he discovered yet another line of text at the very bottom. It read, "To advance to the next stage, one must utilize divine descent." What the hell? Must one descend to continue progressing? If he had hands, he would have undoubtedly tugged at his hair in frustration. Truly, it was infuriating to the point of making one's scalp itch. At that moment, a rabbit suddenly hopped into view before the altar. It stood upright, gazing at Cohen, sniffing the air, and then that triangular mouth drew ever closer. What on earth was this rabbit up to? Was it going to kiss the altar? Cohen attempted to evade, but he found himself immobilized. The next second, the rabbit extended its tiny tongue and licked the altar. Good grief! How revolting! What sort of rabbit would dare to lick an altar? Shortly thereafter, another rabbit bounded over, mirroring the first's actions, inching closer to Cohen and extending its little tongue to lick. What on earth was happening with these rabbits? Was the altar sweet? Meanwhile, far from the northern realms, in the central region of the continent, within a city known as the Holy City, Knight Salvatore, a remarkable young man, entered the Holy City at the tender age of 29, becoming a paladin. The requirements to become a paladin were exceedingly stringent. Not only was appearance a factor, but loyalty to the temple and martial prowess were also expected to be unmatched among all knights of the temple. Pope Michaelis III held Knight Salvatore in high regard, appointing him as the guardian of the Holy City the previous year. In the Holy Light Cathedral at the heart of the city, Salvatore found himself in the church's basement, examining the relics collected by the Light Temple over the years. Among them was the Shroud of Turin, which, at the time of the descent of the God of Light to save humanity, was used to wrap his body after his selfless sacrifice. Pope Michaelis III spoke with utmost reverence. Salvatore nodded in acknowledgement. And this one? This is the Spear of Aquinos, the accursed weapon that once slayed the God of Light. The Pope's expression turned somber. It bears another name, the Holy Relic of Death, a sacred object of the cult. Why do we not destroy this cult's holy artifact? Salvatore appeared like a child before Michaelis, utterly uninformed. The Pope, acting as a patient teacher, explained, "Holy relics cannot be destroyed, just as deities can never truly fall." Deities can never fall? Salvatore was perplexed. A century ago, the God of Light had indeed vanquished the dark deity, as recorded in the scriptures. Child, now that you are a paladin, it signifies your unwavering loyalty to the temple. Thus, it is time to reveal the truth to you. With a sigh, Michaelis continued, "What fell was merely the corporeal form of the dark god. As long as malevolence exists in this world, evil shall never dissipate. Even the God of Light cannot eradicate evil entirely. Our continuous training of paladins is not merely to apprehend heretics. You must understand. The temple supports hundreds of thousands of paladins. Would we require such a force merely to capture heretics? We are preparing. Preparing for what? Preparing for the dark god's return." Michaelis spoke with a chilling tone. "He will return? Always, and thus we must remain vigilant. I understand, Your Holiness." Salvatore respectfully bowed his head. "When the dark god returns, I shall lead the charge and present his head to you, as an offering to the God of Light." "Good child." Michaelis gently patted Salvatore's head. "Let us hope that day never arrives." After a moment, Michaelis turned slowly. "You may remain here for a while. Choose a weapon that suits you. As a paladin, one should wield a holy artifact, for it is tradition. I shall." Once the Pope departed, Salvatore surveyed his surroundings. There were numerous holy relics, yet after a prolonged examination, he could find no weapon that suited him well. Perhaps a paladin such as he, even without a weapon, could contend against 100 foes. Yet, to wield a holy artifact would be an immense honor for a young knight. Salvatore first approached a whip. He recalled its name but could not quite remember it. He did recall that it belonged to a female knight, who had purified countless followers of the dark god with it. However, a whip was not fitting for a man of his stature. He preferred something more straightforward and brutal, ideally a sword or a spear. After much contemplation, Salvatore's gaze finally settled on the spear of death, the lance of Longinus. Perhaps wielding the weapon of the dark god to slay him would prove to be far more interesting, he chuckled to himself. Though Salvatore was esteemed as a paladin, his heart was shadowed with darkness. Indeed, his loyalty to the temple was beyond question. Yet fidelity to the temple and adherence to the knightly code were entirely disparate matters. Historically, even the mightiest paladins have not remained true to the knightly code. For those who do ultimately fade into obscurity like Frank, to become a paladin, one must possess either absolute power or be exceptionally cunning. Undoubtedly, Salvatore embodied both. As he slowly opened the glass coffin, he retrieved the chilling spear of death, a wave of inexplicable joy surging within him. Ha ha ha, the dark god. Did you ever imagine? One day, your sacred relic will become my weapon, and one day, I shall use this lance of Longinus to personally slay you. Just as you did to the god of light back in the day. On the other hand, as Salvatore grasped the spear of death, Cohen felt an eerie sensation wash over him. It was akin to a part of his very being touched. Warning to the host. The spear of death will form a connection with you upon being touched by a mortal. Please open the map panel and lock onto the location of the spear of death. You may transfer your divine spirit into the spear of death. Upon hearing this, Cohen promptly complied. He discovered a dark point appearing within the distant holy city on the map. That point resembled an abyss. Without hesitation, Cohen clicked on it. The next moment, he beheld a man, standing at least 6 feet tall and possessing striking features, holding himself. Chapter 24. The Paladin is a Troublemaker. Holy Light Apostle, Robin Salvatore Julius age, 29 race, human aptitude, top tier, non-improvable ability. Holy Light Sacred Knight identity. Apostle of the Holy Light Temple Paladin. Ha ha ha, what luck. This is simply divine assistance. Ha ha ha, and a paladin at that. Just as Cohen was about to express gratitude to God, to the Bodhisattva, or to the Buddha, he suddenly realized that he himself was a deity. Thanking himself, Cohen chuckled. The next step would be far simpler. He merely needed to find a way to entice this young man named Salvatore. To tempt someone, one must first identify their weaknesses or desires. Throughout the day, Cohen observed that Salvatore truly embodied the essence of a saint. His day consisted solely of eating, patrolling, or kneeling before the statue of the God of Light in prayer. To Cohen's astonishment, this God of Light was, in fact, a woman. The crucifix in the church bore a completely naked female figure. Though her skin was obscured by the golden statue, her form and beauty stirred within Cohen an impulse to desecrate the divine. It was difficult to fathom how these pious individuals could remain unmoved by such an exquisite woman. Perhaps they were all rather peculiar, uninterested in women at all. As night fell, an even more astonishing event unfolded. Salvatore placed the lance of Longinus on the weapon rack, then slowly removed his armor and clothing. Stepping into a lavishly adorned room that exuded an air of intimacy, reminiscent of a medieval pleasure hotel. Upon a vast circular bed lay a person with porcelain skin. The distance was too great to discern their features, as they were covered by a blanket, exposing only their legs and rear, thus their gender remained indeterminate. Yet, one would naturally assume it was a woman, until the next moment, when the individual turned over. Gazing alluringly at Salvatore, Cohen was utterly bewildered. That was a man. Was he gay? The man had golden curls, an oval face, and striking features. In the 21st century on Blue Planet, he would undoubtedly be considered a heartthrob. Capable of captivating countless young women, he was the type of man whose allure surpassed that of women. Salvatore, with his muscular physique, appeared robust, yet he effortlessly lifted the man and began fervently kissing him. Ugh, Cohen nearly retched, hastily opening the system. System, get me out of here. No, I'm too old for this. I can't bear to witness such a thing. Returning to the altar, Cohen took a deep breath, in a wonder. No wonder this fellow remained unfazed in the church before the female deity. It turned out he was gay. What a shame for that traditionally masculine face. Though he was a troublemaker, Cohen had not abandoned the prospect of seizing that body. After all, aside from a few peculiar quirks, Salvatore possesses no tangible flaws. His physique is nothing short of perfection, making him the prime candidate for Cohen's divine aspirations. Moreover, his aptitude within the holy sanctuary remains unparalleled. Truly exceptional. I can hardly contain my eagerness to claim that body for myself. With this thought, Cohen smirked mischievously. A flawless physique, perfectly suited for me. However, alas, perhaps I should wait a little longer, lest I tarnish my own vision. Meanwhile, in the Northern Legion of the Knights Templar, Frank stands before Saul, who gazes angrily at the report in his hands. Humph! What is this Colt? Does he presume that bearing the St. Roland Cross medal grants him the authority to command us? The Knights Templar? Impossible. In Frank's memory, Saul has always been a composed and capable leader. It is difficult to fathom that he is now so enraged. Commander Saul, I can assist you in eliminating this Mr. Colt. Saul, taken aback by Frank's declaration, stared at him in surprise and slowly approached, saying, Sir Knight Frank, what did you just say? Frank paused for a moment before responding, I apologize. I merely offered a suggestion. No, there is no need to apologize. Saul hastily shook his head. I meant, do you have a plan? Upon hearing this, Frank nodded. I am more familiar with the Black Forest. It is a desolate place where I can silently eliminate Colt without anyone knowing how he met his end. After all, we have suffered significant losses in the Black Forest, and even if the bishop learns of his demise, it cannot be laid at our feet. After contemplating Frank's plan, Saul quickly nodded, very well. You shall execute it your command. With that, Frank slowly exited Saul's chamber. Saul remained seated at his desk, intrigued as he observed Frank's retreating figure. He chuckled softly. This lad has finally come to his senses. In truth, since Frank joined the Northern Legion, Saul had taken note of this exceptional young man. Frank had consistently excelled during his time in the new recruits. Yet, he had languished for many years, only recently ascending to the rank of centurion, a position granted out of Saul's favor. After careful observation, Saul concluded that Frank's excessive integrity prevented him from engaging in any acts contrary to the chivalric spirit to appease his superiors. In other words, he had once been a true knight, while now, Frank resembled a loyal soldier. Saul needed a devoted soldier more than a genuine knight. All along, Saul understood that Frank possessed formidable strength and intelligence, which is why he had been nurturing him, hoping that Frank would relinquish the so-called chivalric ideals and embrace a soldier's loyalty. Now, he had finally succeeded. With this realization, Saul chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, Frank had located Investigator Colt, a man of considerable arrogance due to his appointment by the bishop. Frank, as a mere centurion, hardly commanded Colt's respect. Sir Knight Frank, I wonder what brings you to seek me? Frank glanced around before responding. Are you preparing to enter the Black Forest tomorrow, Lord Colt? Indeed. Colt nodded, and what of it? Unperturbed by Colt's insolence, having grown accustomed to it, Frank continued, the Black Forest is treacherous, and over the years, few have ventured there alone. You must be aware that we have suffered considerable losses in that wilderness. Your implication is? My implication is that Lord Saul has dispatched me to accompany you into the Black Forest. Upon hearing this, Colt chuckled wryly. If Saul sent someone else, I might genuinely consider whether he would take the opportunity to assassinate me. But you? What do you mean by that, Lord Colt? Do not play coy. I have read your report, Sir Knight Frank. I dare wager that there is no one quite as foolish as you in the sanctuary, possessing the capability to ascend to the rank of 1,000-man leader, or even Saul's right-hand man, yet remaining stagnant due to your adherence to the chivalric spirit. With that, Colt rose and patted Frank on the shoulder, saying, were it anyone else, I would refuse to travel with them. But I trust you, Sir Knight Frank. You won't take advantage of my unguarded moments to kill me, will you? Of course not. A true knight does not rely on ambush to secure victory. You are not deceiving me? Are you? A true knight would never lie. Ha ha ha, that is reassuring. Colt laughed heartily. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Frank indeed spoke the truth. He would not kill Colt from behind. He would confront him directly, slaying him before the altar of the malevolent deity. The following morning, the two prepared their belongings and set forth. This investigation was of utmost importance to Colt, as he sought to uncover the whereabouts of the heretics, a command he had issued to himself, as well as one sanctioned by the bishop. Meanwhile, far away in the land of eternal winter, Cohen gazed through the lance of Longinus at the paladin Salvador, who had just risen from his slumber. After a night of intense struggle, Salvador remained invigorated. Clad in armor and grasping the cherished lance of Longinus, he prepared to step outside. Suddenly, a voice from behind called out to Salvador, Salvador, my beloved." The tone and inflection of the man sent shivers down Cohen's spine. "What is it, Ross?" Salvador inquired gently. "I have long wished to ask. Is this hideous spear truly the sacred artifact you have chosen?" As Ross approached, bare-skinned, he reached for the lance of Longinus held by Salvador. "Hideous? Hedda, do you not find it amusing to wield this against the malevolent god? So, you intend to use his weapon to slay him?" "Indeed." Salvador nodded. "Such wickedness. Perhaps you should become a heretic yourself." Cohen shrugged, though he did not voice this sentiment aloud. After all, being ensconced in this spear, uttering such words might see him promptly dispatched to the church's dungeon. "You are quite naughty," Ross purred, "but I like it." "This is my man." Salvador smiled and kissed Ross gently on the cheek, then turned his excited gaze to the lance of Longinus, saying, "I can hardly wait to slay a few heretics." Hearing this, Ross delicately caressed the lance of Longinus with his slender fingers. At that moment, Cohen's expression twisted in horror, for his very being was now contained within this spear. "That damned homosexual, do not touch me." As Ross's hand grazed the end of the spear, his movements suddenly became minuscule and meticulous. Cohen looked down, realizing it resembled the delicate work of sewing. Good heavens, no! Before Cohen could erupt, Salvador swiftly grasped Ross's hand, exclaiming, "Do not touch it." "What? Is this also your prized possession? You won't let me touch it, nor this?" Ross's tone turned unfriendly. "Oh?" Hiding within the lance of Longinus, Cohen quipped, "Nothing happened last night. You do not understand." "Ross, I cannot break my vow of chastity. It would cause my power to wane, I comprehend." Ross nodded. As the servant of the god of light, one must retain their virginity. Otherwise, he would lose the holy light granted to him as a paladin, and the Pope would strip him of his title. But must we live this way forever? Lying in bed, eternally like a love-struck youth, unable to enter each other as bodies? Upon hearing this, Salvador remained silent. Guilt weighed heavily upon him. "I cannot forsake all of this. My honor, my power, and my strength." Salvador's tone grew agitated. Yet Ross gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, imploring, "For my sake, cannot you?" After a long silence, he shook his head. "I am sorry, Ross." With that, Salvador turned and walked away, leaving Ross alone in the corner, silently weeping. This scene left Cohen in turmoil. In his past life, he had never encountered the kind of homosexual romance that only certain audiences seemed to revel in. Although it sounded rather poetic, such tales had been dubbed danmei. Yet witnessing this unfold before his own eyes was truly unsettling. The silver lining, however, was that the body Cohen had chosen remained untainted. At least, he had not yet become a source of discord. Another monotonous day ensued. Cohen followed Salvador first to the church hall, enduring the tedium of prayers, and then accompanied Salvador to the walls of the holy city. One could not deny the city's grandeur. In an age rife with village skirmishes, a sprawling metropolis was a rarity. The holy city was one such marvel. Its vast expanse was immeasurable, with a population exceeding 500,000. The walls alone towered at a staggering 15 meters. Standing atop the walls, Salvador gazed into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Cohen realized that his opportunity had arrived. Through the omniscient eye, Cohen glimpsed the inner world of Salvador. Despite being a mere boy, his childhood was fraught with turmoil. No wonder he became who he is. It turns out that Salvador's early years were marked by despair. As a young lad, he had been subjected to the vile acts of the local bishop. Indeed, that bishop appeared to possess a predilection for the young, collecting charming boys and treating them as one would a pet. In a moment of unexpected courage during one such assault, the innocent Salvador seized a stone from the ground and struck down the bishop. Subsequently, he was imprisoned in the dungeons of the Holy City by the Knights Templar. It was not until he encountered His Holiness, Pope Michael III, that his fate began to shift. This pope was astute, at least in Cohen's eyes, as he immediately recognized Salvador's potential and took him under his wing to be trained among the Knights Templar. At that time, Salvador was oblivious to his future path. He merely channeled his sorrow into rage, striving to become a true knight of the temple. Chapter 26. Welcome to Hearth City. Following numerous campaigns against heretics, he earned great accolades and was ultimately selected as a paladin. One must admit, Salvador's life is indeed legendary. However, had the Pope not valued his abilities and sought to nurture him, perhaps he would not have achieved such heights. Salvatore, Salvatore. Cohen began to murmur eerily. Utilizing the power of the omniscient eye, Cohen could let Salvatore hear his voice. After all, although his body was pure, his spirit had been deeply scarred since the moment of his first violation. Those with sinister thoughts are the most susceptible to the whispers of dark deities. Who? Salvatore turned around, astonished. He could hardly fathom that the voice conversing with him belonged to the very artifact he wielded. Who am I? He. Cohen feigned a dramatic tone. I am a dark god. A dark god? Salvatore, indeed, was not to be underestimated. If this individual lacked any prowess, he would not have ascended to the rank of paladin at such a young age. Unfazed by Salvatore's composure, Cohen continued with a wicked tone. Everyone harbors secrets, every individual possesses dark thoughts. Even the paladins of the temple are no exception. Salvatore was a clever man, and after much contemplation, he quickly deduced that it was the very deathly artifact in his hands that was engaging him in dialogue. Thus, he grasped the spear of Aquinas, staring at it with a calm demeanor. Heh? Do you think you can control me? I can control anyone. Cohen's next words elicited a laugh from Salvatore. The pride of a paladin would not permit any threats. Consequently, Salvatore appeared somewhat enraged, gazing at the spear of Aquinas as if staring down a dark god. Indeed? You still live. Tell me where you are, so I may use this spear to slay you. Ha. Slay me? I will tell you where I am. Gather your forces and head north. Upon hearing this, Salvatore paused momentarily but quickly responded with a wicked smile. You will come to regret this. In the following days, Salvatore did not meet with His Holiness. The proud paladin believed he could confront the dark god, and thus he rallied 500 elite Knights Templar, galloping northward. Meanwhile, the village thrived in development. Even without Cohen's guidance, Caitlin managed the village with remarkable efficiency. As a noble, Caitlin had learned from a young age how to win the hearts of the people and develop her domain. Within the small settlement of merely 200 inhabitants, a comprehensive system was in place. Patrols, a medical facility, a town hall, and more. The village not only welcomed followers of the Dark God, but also those who had been exiled. Historically, the Black Forest had served as a place of exile. Those who committed grave sins but were not deserving of death would be cast into this wilderness. Of course, many believed that no one could survive in the Black Forest. The village's progress was quite serene, unbeknownst to the faithful, who were blissfully ignorant of the fact that their tranquility was largely due to Frank's influence. Each day, Hilt would bring meals to Alfred, the only prisoner in the village, who had unknowingly spent an entire month there. As time passed, Alfred gradually began to believe that perhaps the Dark God truly still existed, as a former devotee. Alfred, despite being a man driven by greed for power and wealth, still held some expectations for his former faith. You know, Hilt, just seeing you every day is enough for me. Alfred sat on the ground, munching on bread while extolling the virtues of the woman before him. Hilt, still a simple country girl at heart, found herself increasingly drawn to him. Although she outwardly showed no change towards Alfred, her heart had been stirred. She longed for a life akin to that of most families, seeking a dependable man, living together in simplicity from dawn till dusk. You really? Hilt finally responded to Alfred today. Alfred smiled at her and said, Of course, my moon. Please grant me a chance. I will explain the situation to Miss Caitlin, and if she agrees, I shall set you free. With that, Hilt turned and walked away. At present, Caitlin resided within the town hall. The structure appeared quite rudimentary, resembling a large longhouse akin to those from the Viking era. Naturally, aside from the city walls, most buildings were wooden, including the town hall, which also served as a temple for the Dark God. Each day, Caitlin would kneel before the statue of the Dark God, offering her prayers. Miss Caitlin. Hilt approached Caitlin from behind and spoke softly, concerning Mr. Alfred. He will not remain imprisoned here forever. The village has no need for those who contribute nothing. Caitlin seemed to anticipate Hilt's purpose for coming, responding curtly, The construction of the walls is nearing completion, and the villagers are all familiar with Alfred. Once the walls are finished, I shall release him. He will not escape. I understand, Miss Caitlin. With that, Hilt slowly exited the room. Once Hilt departed, Caitlin finally opened her eyes, gazing at the statue before her, murmuring, Oh, great Dark God, what I have done, is it right? For a long while, there was no response. Just as Caitlin was about to give up, she heard the dark gods whisper in her ear. What you have done is indeed correct. In truth, Cohen was well aware of all that had transpired in the village recently. Moreover, since Alfred was a man, he could undoubtedly serve as a productive member of the community. Meanwhile, Vivian struggled to navigate the treacherous cliffs of the snow-capped mountains. It had been a full month since she entered the land of eternal winter, yet she remained far from the towering peak in the distance. With her provisions dwindling, Vivian grew weaker with each passing day. She reduced her caloric intake, a perilous choice for a mere 15-year-old girl in such an inhospitable environment. Finally, while traversing a cliff, Vivian, weakened, stumbled and fell. To fall in such a place could prove fatal. With a piercing scream, the girl vanished into the white abyss. Time passed unmeasured, and when Vivian finally opened her eyes again, she found herself surrounded by steam and a hearth. The warm, dry atmosphere was a welcome relief. That moment, a burly man with a bushy beard approached her unsteadily. "You are awake? Welcome to Hearth City, Miss Witch." Chapter 27. The dwarves? Huh? Vivian gazed in astonishment at the man before her. He appeared quite rugged, clad in rough fabric armor. She slowly rose, scanning her surroundings, and discovered that all the men present bore a similar appearance. Their muscular physiques caused them to sway slightly as they walked. However, upon closer inspection, their heights were quite peculiar. None stood taller than Vivian, a mere adolescent girl. "Who are you?" Vivian asked cautiously. The leading man patted his chest and declared, "We are the dwarves. I am Mudding Ironhammer." Hello, Mr. Ironhammer," Vivian replied politely, pondering in her mind what a strange surname that was. "Hearth City has existed for centuries. You must have heard of it, right, Miss Witch?" At that moment, Vivian suddenly realized an important issue. "Miss Witch? How could they know she was a witch?" Vivian stood up, her vigilance heightened, and took a few steps back. Who are you? How could you know I am a witch? Ha ha ha." At that moment, another dwarf burst into laughter, taking a swig of ale. "It seems the outside world has forgotten us. Jean Bing, you have frightened this fine witch," Mudding remarked, upon hearing his name. The dwarf named Jean Bing slowly lowered his head and stepped back. Mudding shot Jean Bing an exasperated glance before approaching Vivian. "Miss Witch, you need not fear. I will tell you what you wish to know." Vivian nodded. "First, what did you just say? Dwarves? Are you really dwarves?" "Indeed," Mudding nodded. "I am the Lord of Hearth City and also its king." "A king?" Vivian surveyed her surroundings, and it was evident that this place bore no resemblance to a royal palace. The king before her appeared equally disheveled, lacking any semblance of regal stature. "As you can see, my kingdom has endured immense suffering," he lamented. "Since the fall of the Dark God, the Sanctum has expelled all subhuman races, including dwarves and elves, erasing us entirely from history." Vivian gazed at them in astonishment. In her childhood, she had heard tales of dwarves and elves, but at a young age, she dismissed them as mere stories meant to entertain children. "So, you are also followers of the Dark God?" Vivian inquired hesitantly. Mutin paused for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. No. This world encompasses far more than just the Dark God, the Demon God, and the God of Light." "What do you mean?" Vivian asked, utterly perplexed by the dwarf's words. Mutin chuckled softly and continued. "These three are merely the supreme deities, the most powerful among the gods. Beyond them, there exist countless others. The deity we revere is known as the god of forge and wine, or the god of craftsmanship. However, in the Great War hundreds of years ago, the god of forge was defeated and slain by the god of light for supporting the Dark God." His tone turned somber as he recounted the tale. "Afterward, we were driven from the continent. The Sanctum sought to annihilate us utterly. The remaining dwarves fled to this land of eternal winter and became my subjects. Currently, the population of Hearthstone City stands at only 4,000. They are the last remnants of dwarves in the world." Vivian nodded slowly. "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Mutin nodded in agreement. "Indeed. When our scouts discovered you upon the snow-capped mountains, I realized that an opportunity had arisen. The chance for dwarves to return to the continent." "What do you mean?" He chuckled again. "I know that since a witch has passed through this area, it signifies that you have been summoned by the Dark God, indicating that he still lives, that he has not fallen. Therefore, you will assist me, correct?" Vivian asked tentatively. King Mutin nodded. "Miss Witch, you intend to journey to Mount Cohen? Do you not?" "I know the way. Very well, Vivian composed herself and replied. Let us set off at once. Oh, my dear witch, do not rush. You require a period of recuperation. You are severely malnourished, and your health is far from optimistic. With that, Muden slowly exited the room. We shall depart tomorrow. I will send the finest warriors of Hearthstone City to escort you to Mount Cohen. Having said this, Muden gently closed the door behind him, leaving Vivian in a state of contemplation. She could hardly believe that the legendary dwarves truly existed. Meanwhile, Frank led Colt deep into the Black Forest to a modest village. They stood at the entrance. Gazing at the rudimentary walls, on the walls, a dozen villagers aimed their bows at the two Sanctum individuals. Sanctum knights, halt! I swear, if you take another step forward, you will be riddled with arrows. Oh? Colt smiled, then turned to Frank beside him. We are indeed fortunate. Aside from the followers of the Dark God, who else would choose to live in such a place? Frank nodded but remained silent. Well, my investigation has gone exceedingly well. Sir Frank, thank you. With that, Colt turned to leave, only to see Caitlin suddenly ascend the wall, commanding, attack. They must not leave alive. With a single command, a flurry of arrows soared toward Colt. Yet, Colt did not flinch. Instead, he drew his iron sword and effortlessly deflected the incoming projectiles. Such speed was beyond what these villagers could counter. Even Caitlin on the wall stood frozen in shock. How is this possible? He chuckled softly, turning to Caitlin on the wall. Which, do you truly believe your motley crew can slay the investigator appointed by my esteemed bishop? Humph. Although Caitlin was profoundly shaken, she did not waver. She waved her hand, and the village's entrance slowly opened. More than a dozen militia armed with spears emerged. In any case, you cannot leave alive. Frank, witnessing this, shook his head in resignation, for he was acutely aware of Colt's prowess. To Colt, these militia were mere insects in the Middle Ages. It was exceedingly difficult to slay a fully armored professional soldier. On average, it would take 100 militia to kill a single knight. And that would be an extraordinary stroke of luck. Chapter 28. The formation of the Sanctum's Northern Expeditionary Force, especially for an investigator appointed directly by the bishop, Colt's armor was impenetrable to the weapons wielded by these militia. It was no exaggeration to say that even if Colt stood still and allowed them to strike, they would struggle to bring him down. To prevent further casualties, Frank suddenly placed a hand on Colt's shoulder, saying, Mr. Colt. Upon hearing his name, Colt slowly turned. He could never have anticipated how he would meet his demise in the next moment. Frank, facing the unsuspecting Colt, suddenly drew a dagger from his waist. He plunged it into the gap of Colt's neck armor. With a sickening sound, Colt felt himself unable to breathe, unable to utter a sound. Blood gushed forth like a tide from the seams of his armor and his mouth. Colt stared in shock at Frank, desperate to say something, but words failed him. His vocal cords had likely been severely damaged. Frank, however, remained expressionless, gently closing his eyes. Great Dark God, please accept my offering. With that, he slowly opened his eyes, supporting Colt as he gently laid him down on the ground. Rest in peace. Afterward, Frank turned and began to walk away. The militia on the wall, witnessing this, were about to release their arrows, but David intervened, saying, Stop. He is one of us. The militia was taken aback, astonished that the centurion of the Sanctum Knight was also a follower of the Dark God. What is wrong? And nothing, just that I know. I too am quite shocked. David shrugged and then turned to Caitlin. Miss Caitlin, please close the city gates. Caitlin nodded and commanded the gates to be shut. At this moment, Cohen was oblivious to the unfolding events. He remained beside Salvador, perplexing his mind. Today, Salvador had gathered 500 elite Sanctum Knights, dubbing them the Sanctum's Northern Expeditionary Force. In a forest on the outskirts of the Holy City, Salvador stood before the 500 knights, proclaiming, Brothers, today shall be a day of glory for us. To be candid, I have obtained crucial information regarding the Dark God. With that, Salvador raised the lance of Longinus and declared, The Dark God still lives. Indeed, he yet endures. But not for long. We must strike while he is still weak. For the Sanctum, for the Sanctum, for the Sanctum. The 500 knights shouted in unison. The Sanctum's Northern Expeditionary Force. We shall dismantle the Dark God's altar. And we shall make our horses urinate before it. We must humiliate him. We must defeat him. We, for ourselves, for the Sanctum, for the God of Light. We shall spread glory across the northern continent. Listen, brothers, the dark god currently resides in the north. I have rented 10 ships at the port, brothers. We will cross the Caspian Sea and sweep through the northern territories. Let the Northern Legion witness how true Sanctum Knights vanquish the dark god. Long live Salvador, long live the Holy Knight, for the Sanctum, for the God of Light. The 500 knights roared once more. After a thrilling speech, the knights prepared to set forth. Meanwhile, Cohen could hardly contain his laughter. This foolish greenhorn was indeed a treasure trove of opportunities. With such a simpleton around, it was nearly impossible for Cohen to forget him. However, it must be said that these Iron Knights appeared quite impressive. Compared to the Northern Legion, their gear alone spoke volumes. Each one donned golden cloaks adorned with crosses, and their iron plate armor was of exquisite craftsmanship. Each weapon they wielded was of superior quality. Yet, it wouldn't be long before these warriors became mere offerings for Cohen. Ha ha ha! As he contemplated this, Cohen couldn't help but chuckle. Yet, Salvador remained blissfully unaware of the error he was about to commit. The Holy City was a staggering 4 months' journey from the northern Black Forest, and accounting for potential mishaps along the way, Cohen had roughly 5 months to prepare. However, upon reflection, it seemed Cohen had little to prepare for. All he needed to do was to be patient and await Salvador's arrival. Finally, a corporeal vessel, Cohen sighed. I should return and check on Miss Caitlin and the others. I wonder how the village has fared in my absence. As he spoke, Cohen transferred his mental energy into the village's idol. What greeted his eyes were towering city walls, densely packed wooden houses, and a lively atmosphere. In just over a month, the village had astonishingly grown to 235 inhabitants. Among them, only a little over 50 were originally devotees of the malevolent deity, while the remaining 180 were either fugitive criminals, exiled free citizens, or serfs who had fled their oppressive masters. Although their statuses were humble, they had all embraced the faith of the malevolent god. They understood that what the God of Light could not provide, the malevolent deity could. What the God of Light could offer, the malevolent god could also grant. The people of this era were exceedingly superstitious. When they sowed wheat in the fields, they did not take pride in their own labor, but rather expressed gratitude to the deity they worshipped. Every evening at dinner, they would pray, thanking the malevolent god for the food bestowed upon them. When faced with troubles and subsequently rescued, they would also extend their gratitude to the malevolent god, rather than to the one who saved them. Yet, Cohen found this of little consequence. However, watching the 18-year-old Caitlin, who busily toiled like an adult, evoked a sense of pity in him for the young girl. Since Caitlin's office was located within the temple dedicated to the malevolent god, Cohen was able to see her every day. At this moment, Caitlin was engrossed in writing something, seemingly drafting plans for future development. Standing beside her was the butler, Alfo, who had previously been seduced by Cohen. It appeared that Alfo had been released, and among the villagers, he was the most educated. Having once served a noble lord, he possessed considerable experience and naturally became Caitlin's assistant and the scribe for the town hall. Miss Caitlin, I believe, if we wish to sustain long-term development, this approach is not viable, Alfo spoke up. Caitlin paused momentarily, then replied, just focus on your work. I do not require your guidance. No, Miss Caitlin. I sincerely wish to offer a suggestion. Then speak quickly. Do not keep me in suspense, Caitlin replied coldly. We cannot continually rely on this communal model. It will hinder our economic progress, Alfo patiently explained. Currently, our productivity is alarmingly low because everyone receives equal shares of food and drink. We must establish a sound economic foundation, providing people with goals to strive for in order to enhance productivity. What do you mean? Caitlin paused her work and turned to Alfo. At present, all the villagers' tasks are allocated by you. 30 for the farm, 20 for the weaving workshop, 5 hunters. Just get to the point. Very well, Alfo continued. Have you not considered why they willingly share the fruits of their labor equally? Do those working on the farm gladly share their harvested grains with the women at the weaving workshop or the woodcutters? Moreover, while the farmers have already sown their seeds, it will be several months before harvest. During this time, the farmers enjoy the hunter's game, yet the hunters do not partake in the wheat grown by the farmers. Upon hearing this, Caitlin slowly nodded in agreement. Alfo was right. This arrangement could not persist. The hunters were unwilling to relinquish their hard-earned gains, which would only lead to a decline in productivity. The current productivity was merely a temporary novelty. Over time, the villagers would undoubtedly grow dissatisfied. Thus, Caitlin looked at Alpho and said, "I will entrust this matter to you." "Absolutely, Miss Caitlin." With that, Alpho gradually exited the room. Just as he left the town hall, Hilt approached him. "Alpho, did you speak with Miss Caitlin?" Alpho nodded. "My beautiful and kind Hilt, thanks to you, I now hold a place in this village." Hilt nodded. "But do not become overly proud. I will keep an eye on you. If I discover you still thinking only of escape as before, I will have Miss Caitlin execute you. Oh, rest assured, my lovely Hilt, I shall never leave you. Wherever you go, I will follow." What a devoted man. Cohen shook his head helplessly. Could it be that the sycophant would eventually succeed? Ha 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 ha. Although Cohen outwardly mocked Alpho, he secretly held a degree of admiration for him. In such circumstances, he had managed to conceive such a plan, which could not be denied as indicative of a sharp mind. Sigh. I wonder how Vivian is faring now. It has already been a month. By all accounts, she should have arrived by now. With that thought, Cohen opened the large map and adjusted the coordinates towards the land of eternal winter, eager to ascertain Vivian's current location. However, after searching for a considerable time, he found nothing. Strange, why has Vivian's light vanished? Cohen felt a pang of anxiety. Could that young girl have perished on her journey? He did not wish to entertain the worst-case scenario, yet now, Vivian's light was nowhere to be found. He searched for quite a while, but to no avail. When life fades, does the light not also disappear? Cohen widened his eyes, staring intently at the last location where Vivian's light had appeared. After an indeterminate passage of time, suddenly, a golden light flickered. Vivian's coordinates appeared. Located 300 miles from Cohen Peak? Damn, you scared me. I thought that little girl had frozen to death on the way. At that moment, Vivian, led by several dwarf warriors, emerged from the Hearth City. As she stepped out from the warm and dry Hearth City, a blast of cold air swept over her, causing Vivian to shiver. A dwarf named Jinbing took a hearty swig of malt liquor before handing the flask to Vivian, saying, "Take a drink. Warm yourself up. We still have several days of travel ahead." Vivian glanced at Jinbing's unkempt teeth and the saliva-covered mouth of the flask, shaking her head. "I think I'll pass. I've never drunk alcohol, and if I were to get drunk, it would be quite embarrassing." "Fair enough." Jinbing stowed away the malt liquor and pointed towards the distant peaks. "Let us set off." The group trudged forward through the blizzard, facing considerable adversity. On the first day, they traveled without incident, camping 30 miles outside Hearth City, erecting dwarf tents against the wind on the edge of a cliff. That night, Vivian remained alone in one tent, enveloped in trepidation and unease, drifting into slumber. When dawn broke on the second day, the group packed their belongings and continued their journey. It must be said that with the dwarves' care, Vivian's pace improved significantly. She could sense an inexplicable sense of safety. With delectable dwarf food, the warmth of their tents, and several brawny dwarf warriors guarding her, Vivian felt entirely secure. Soon, night fell again that evening. Vivian knelt within her tent, facing the direction of Cohen Peak, and began to pray to, "Oh, great malevolent deity, please grant me your protection, that I may safely reach your presence. I am prepared to offer myself." After completing her daily prayers, Vivian once again succumbed to sleep. On the fifth day, Cohen Peak loomed near, and Jinbing instructed the others to pack up the tent. He then pointed towards Cohen Peak, saying, "From this point on, our pace will slow considerably as we are about to begin the ascent." Vivian nodded. "Cohen Peak stands at an elevation of 9,000 meters, but we only need to climb 6,000. "Do you know why?" Jinbing asked as he walked alongside Vivian. Vivian shook her head, puzzled. "Because we are currently situated at 3,000 meters. Ha 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 ha. Vivian shook her head. It was a standard dwarf joke, incomprehensible to normal folk. "Ah, you truly lack a sense of humor." Jinbing shrugged and continued onward. That night, Vivian nestled inside her sleeping bag in the tent, preparing to sleep as usual. But just then, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed nearby. Accompanied by the howls of wolves, Vivian's eyes flew open. Suddenly, a thunderous crash. Vivian jolted at the sound, hastily pulling open the tent and peering outside. She beheld several dwarves brandishing peculiar iron tubes, shouting at the distant wolf pack. "Ha ha ha ha, a bunch of wolf pups. We can finally test out the new weapon crafted by His Majesty the Hammer." Chapter 30. The Volcanic Crater. What utter nonsense are you spouting? The Ice Wolf has arrived. And you dare suggest I remain untroubled? One must understand, the Ice Wolf is massive in stature and possesses an exceptionally thick fur coat. Conventional weaponry struggles to penetrate its hide. Hee hee. Upon hearing this, Jean Bing let out a foolish chuckle, took a sip of malt liquor, and presented the oddly shaped weapon to Vivian, saying, "Do you know what this is? This contraption is the most remarkable invention of our dwarven race throughout history." "What is it?" Vivian inquired as she accepted the peculiar weapon. "Do you see this trigger? You shall hide within the tent. Should a wolf cub charge in, simply pull the trigger. Then you will comprehend the might of this device." Just then, an ice wolf lunged at Jean Bing. Alarmed, Vivian shouted, "Be careful, Mr. Jean Bing." Jean Bing swiftly turned, aiming the long-barreled firearm at the ice wolf, and forcefully pulled the trigger. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. As the smoke dissipated, Vivian clearly saw the ice wolf collapse to the ground, gravely wounded. "Ha ha ha, did you see that? Tonight, we feast on wolf meat, plenty of it." Bang, bang, bang. After a barrage of gunfire, tranquility returned to the world. Report: a total of 11 ice wolves have been eradicated. No survivors. The dwarves reported their victory. Yet at that moment, another dwarf suddenly pointed towards the distant peak, his face contorted with fear. "My lord Jean Bing! Look, an avalanche!" What? Only then did everyone realize that the sound of gunfire, though it had driven the wolves away, had also summoned an avalanche, rumbling in the distance. The colossal avalanche caused their hearts to race with dread. The leading dwarf, Jean Bing, urgently shouted, "Run! Run!" Yet at this point, all their efforts were in vain. The avalanche surged forth like a legion of iron cavalry, instantly engulfing them. Vivian, witnessing this, widened her eyes in terror. She raised her hands in front of her, shouting, "No! No! Great dark god, grant me strength." In that moment, Vivian could only place her hopes in the dark god. The avalanche was overwhelming, and soon, the dwarves were swallowed by it. Just as Jean Bing intended to rush forward to protect Vivian, he saw her hands suddenly radiating with a fierce flame. The fire formed a wall, completely shielding Vivian from the avalanche's onslaught. Jean Bing stood frozen in place. "By the forging god! My heavens! It is the flame enchantress!" Jean Bing recognized this magic. He realized that Vivian's power was fire, yet he had never witnessed a flame enchantress wield such formidable magic. Capable of blocking an avalanche, it must be the dark god, Jean Bing exclaimed in astonishment. "It is indeed the dark god. Ha 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 ha. The dark god has manifested. Brothers, we are saved." But when Jean Bing turned around, he discovered his companions had vanished without a trace. Clearly, they had been buried by the avalanche. Consequently, Jean Bing discarded his firearm and desperately began to search for his comrades. "Manhammer, Manchue, Jeanax, where are you? Oh heavens, you must not die." "Jane, my lord Jean Bing." A faint voice suddenly reached his ears. Jean Bing hurried over, frantically digging through the snow, and before him lay a young dwarf, dazedly gazing at Jean Bing. "I'm sorry, my lord Jean Bing. We drank too much. We should have realized the avalanche sooner. Damn it, you must not die." With that, Jean Bing hoisted the young man and placed him beside a rock. At that moment, the avalanche came swiftly and went just as quickly. Vivian, somewhat weakened, knelt upon the ground and turned to Jean Bing, saying, "Mr. Jean Bing, you should return. Take the injured dwarves back. I can manage the rest of the journey alone." No, while assisting the wounded to the rock. Jean Bing shook his head. "My mission is to escort you safely to Cohen Peak. That is enough." Vivian shook her head. "Mr. Jean Bing, your task has already been completed." She then lifted her gaze, looking at the nearby Cohen Peak. "We have arrived at Cohen Peak." Jean Bing also slowly raised his head, gazing at the towering mountain before him, silent. For he understood that without him, these injured would not last long. He realized that he must swiftly return with the wounded to Hearth City. Yet he felt reluctant to leave Vivian, a young girl, to face this gigantic peak alone. Thus, Jean Bing gradually stood, offering a firearm to Vivian, and from his pocket retrieved a vial of gunpowder and several steel balls. Saying, "Then, take care," Vivian nodded, accepting the protective items Jean Bing bestowed upon her. Jean Bing briefly instructed Vivian on how to use the weapon, then turned, supporting two companions as they slowly made their way towards Hearth City. After watching the figures of the dwarves gradually disappear into the blizzard, Vivian turned back. She secured the firearm, then slowly lowered her head to examine her hands, which had just cast a spell, and smiled. "Mother, I doubt I can do it. I can wield fire magic like you." With that, her eyes suddenly filled with unwavering determination. "Great dark god, I know this is a gift from you." Having said that, she took her first step, continuing onward towards Cohen Peak. Meanwhile, Cohen was at the altar, quietly observing the lone point of light on the map. Drawing ever closer, Cohen knew that Vivian was approaching. "My dear girl, I always knew you would not perish." Time passed, and eventually, Vivian scaled the final barrier, reaching the summit of the massive volcano. Cohen Peak. Chapter 31. The castle behind the altar before her lay a scene reminiscent of a fairy tale. Just a second ago, Vivian had been struggling against the biting cold winds, but now, she stood upon a verdant meadow, inhaling the delightful air and basking in the warmth. She gently descended from the snowy edge, advancing slowly. Not far ahead stood a colossal castle. Indeed, a castle. The structure was magnificent in design. The tallest tower easily exceeded 100 meters in height. The castle perched on the very edge of the volcanic crater, built into the mountainside. Just a short distance from the castle, the closest feature to Vivian was an exquisitely ornate altar. Upon this altar rested an ice-encased throne, within which lay a suit of armor. Indeed, encased in ice was a suit of armor. That is the armor of the dark god. Upon witnessing this scene, Vivian stood utterly stunned. My heavens! Vivian's eyes widened as she stared intently at the altar. Dropping to her knees with a thud, "Great dark god, I doubt I finally see you. Great dark god." At that moment, a rabbit bounded onto the altar, licking the ice upon it. Observing this, Cohen in the altar felt a sense of exasperation. Damn it, in such a solemn setting, how could this rabbit be so oblivious? Strangely, although the warmth enveloped the area, the ice-encased throne at the altar seemed as if it would never thaw and it forever retained its form. Exuding chilling air, Vivian slowly lifted her gaze, staring at the stars that hung so close in the sky. Tears of excitement filling her eyes. Is this the dwelling place of the dark god? How beautiful! Due to the high altitude, the area remained in perpetual night. However, despite the darkness, it was not devoid of light. The starlight ensured that this beautiful fairy tale world remained forever illuminated. An eerily striking scene. The sky was black, yet the ground appeared as bright as day. Just as Vivian fully immersed herself in this enchanting dreamlike realm, an arrow suddenly shot forth from the distant castle. The arrow landed firmly at her feet, startling Vivian into retreating several steps. A woman clad in green armor stood atop the castle walls, drawing her bow, and called out, "Who goes there? WDF?" Not only Vivian, but even Cohen wore a befuddled expression. Cohen quickly turned to inspect the castle behind him. What the hell? How did I not notice such a grand castle behind me all this time? My heavens! What is that? Cohen gazed at the woman atop the castle. She bore golden straight hair cascading beneath her helmet onto her shoulders. From her tall stature, it was evident that she possessed an exquisite figure. However, her long, pointed ears imparted an odd impression. She an elf? Cohen muttered to himself. Damn it, having been here so long, I had no idea an elf resided behind me. At that moment, Vivian suddenly spoke. Elf lady, I mean no harm. I am a follower of the dark god. A sorceress? A sorceress? The elf on the castle wall frowned, then turned, waving her hand behind her. The castle gate slowly opened, revealing a woman clad in a flowing green gown, riding a pure white reindeer. As she gracefully emerged, her demeanor was remarkably graceful, accompanied by a dozen fully armed elven soldiers. "Do you know where this place is?" the leading female elf inquired. Vivian nodded resolutely. "Yes, the dark god summoned me here." The elf tilted her head, then shifted her gaze towards the altar. Himph. After a prolonged silence, the female elf shook her head and remarked, "The dark god has long since fallen." "No?" Vivian shook her head. "Please believe me. Elf lady, the dark god is still alive. It is true." Vivian attempted to explain. "Do not attempt to deceive us. We have guarded this place for centuries and have never witnessed any activity at the altar. If the dark god were still alive, we would surely know. It was well known that elves were remarkably stubborn, much like dwarves. yet she found them even more obstinate. Despite his disdain for the obstinacy of these female elves, Cohen sensed that they might still be on his side. "I apologize, elf lady. I mean no offense, but I am serious. The Dark God has established a stronghold in the Black Forest, and we shall reclaim the world that once belonged to us. By the way, my name is Vivian, elf lady." Vivian suddenly remembered she had not introduced herself. Upon hearing this, the elf lady nodded and said, "Garcia Greenleaf, welcome to the kingdom of Greenleaf. I am its queen." Vivian nodded and continued, "Please allow me to pay homage to the Dark God, your majesty." The elf queen named Garcia fell silent for a long while, then slowly dismounted from her white reindeer and approached Vivian, saying, "Do not think to play tricks before me. My people have suffered too much already. We have finally found this sanctuary, and should I discover that you have ulterior motives, you will meet a most grim fate. Rest assured, your majesty." With that, Vivian swiftly approached the altar and drew forth a dagger. She recalled what Miss Caitlin had told her. She knew what needed to be done to become an apostle. She understood that the Dark God summoned her for this very purpose. Thus, she pressed the dagger against her neck and turned to the Elf Queen, saying, "Your Majesty, I will prove to you that the Dark God is still alive." With that, Vivian slowly closed her eyes. To be honest, the manner of becoming an apostle frightened Vivian, a mere girl. After all, this was akin to suicide. Nevertheless, she had faith in the Dark God, believing that he would not allow her to perish. And so, Vivian clenched her teeth and drew the dagger across her neck. With a soft gasp, the Elf Queen stepped back, gazing at Vivian in disbelief. "Are you mad? You will die." Saying this, Garcia quickly turned her head. "Call a doctor. This girl has gone insane." But in the next moment, a cloud of black mist suddenly erupted from the altar and gradually entered Vivian's body. Transformation successful, current number of apostles. 2. Cohen observed the text before him, nodding in satisfaction. "Now, we have 2 apostles." Chapter 32. The flame nymph awakens. Although 2 apostles were not many, they were sufficient to share Caitlin's burdens. At that moment, Garcia gazed at the resurrected Vivian with her ice-blue eyes, filled with curiosity. Indeed, even Vivian herself was astonished. She lowered her head, examining her hands, then reached up to touch her neck. Finally, she joyfully exclaimed, "Look, your majesty! See, I am still alive! Ha ha ha! I told you! I told you! The Dark God is still alive!" Observing this, Garcia strode toward the altar, standing before it, fixating on the block of glacial ice within. "Dark God, are you truly alive?" Cohen did not respond. "Dark God? Is that how she refers to me? How impolite! Does she not add the title of Lord?" Cohen mused helplessly. "Since you are still alive, then he—" "Ha ha ha!" Garcia suddenly burst into laughter, then turned to the elven soldiers behind her, saying, "Brothers and sisters, the time has come for us to reclaim this world." Beside her, Vivian looked utterly bewildered, completely perplexed by the unfolding events. First the dwarves, now the elves. What on earth is happening in this world? At this moment, Cohen was equally curious. However, unlike Vivian, Cohen possessed the all-seeing eye. And thus he activated his powers. Elf, Garcia Greenleaf, age, 359, race. Elf qualification, top-tier ability, archery, wood elf identity, matriarch of the Greenleaf Kingdom, elf queen goodness, 359 years old, a celestial being. Cohen marveled at the tall, fair-skinned, exquisitely featured elf queen before him, unable to contain his admiration. Indeed, the elves of fairy tales were all stunningly beautiful. In fact, compared to Vivian and Caitlin, Garcia appeared even more youthful. Her skin flawless and unblemished, this beauty surpassed Cohen's imagination. In his previous life, he would never have believed such a breathtaking existence could exist in the world. Glancing into Garcia's memories, Cohen discovered that this elf queen had witnessed the Divine War centuries ago. My goodness! Cohen was both astonished and delighted. This is undoubtedly the most worthwhile memory to behold. It turned out that before the Great Battle centuries ago, this vast realm was home not only to humans but also to dwarves, elves, goblins, and other subhuman races. Yet, those paladin knights and followers of the God of Light were all proponents of human supremacy, believing that this world should belong solely to humans, viewing any other race as a significant threat. A century ago, elves and dwarves boasted an unparalleled civilization. The dwarves carved out a colossal empire within the mountains, while the elves inhabited the forests, living peaceful and tranquil lives. Until one day, the god of light and her followers decided it was time to expel other gods and races from this continent. Thus, the humans, relying on their numerical superiority and duplicitous nature, waged war against the other races. That was the only time in history when dwarves and elves united. The subhuman coalition fought valiantly, but they could not withstand the overwhelming human forces. The paladins allied with the Stater Empire, amassing 1,000,000 troops, and decisively crushed the subhuman coalition. The defeated subhumans scattered along the Great Road, yet the humans did not cease their pursuit. After the fall of the Dark God, the last hope of the subhuman coalition was extinguished, and they were nearly annihilated. It was only when the Dwarf King and the Elf King discovered this land of eternal winter that they managed to survive. Although life here was exceedingly harsh, they had no choice. To ensure the survival of their race, they could only cling to existence. The dwarves unearthed the ancient city of their ancestors, Brickfire City, and settled there, while the elves continued northward, crossing the Cohen Peaks to find this oasis. Upon reaching the oasis, they stumbled upon this altar. What? This altar has existed for centuries. It was not constructed by the elves? Initially, Cohen assumed the altar was built by the elves, but it now appeared that this altar, hidden atop the highest peak in the world, remained an unsolved mystery. Cohen continued to observe Garcia's memories, discovering that even the castle behind the altar was not constructed by the elves. Everything remained an enigma. However, in the following centuries, Garcia led the dwindling remnants of her kin to resettle. Although centuries had passed, the population of the elves had not increased. Cohen recalled a saying he had heard in Blue Star: "When God closes a door, he opens a window." Indeed, the elf race finds it exceedingly difficult to conceive. To be precise, few are willing to bear children. The elves are unique. If they remain chaste, they are practically immortal, never aging or dying. Yet, once they unite with the opposite sex, they become mortal, subject to the cycle of life and death. This explains why, even after centuries, the population of elves here remained a mere few hundred. Another contributing factor is that this land is one of eternal winter, with scarce resources. An excess of population would only lead to societal collapse. As queen, Garcia was acutely aware of this. It was better to preserve existing strength than to risk birthing children who might perish from malnutrition, waiting for the day they could return to the human world before considering population growth. Although the elves were not followers of the Dark God, they still hoped for his revival. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Having lost the Divine War centuries ago, they longed to return to their homeland and rebuild their dynasty. However, Cohen would not assist these subhuman races for free. If they wished for his aid, they must believe in him and contribute to the prosperity of his followers. Hee. Cohen chuckled, then opened Vivian's profile. Apostle, Vivian Zemo age, 15 race. Which qualification? Medium, can be enhanced, ability. Flame nymph identity. Maid of the Hog Manor in the Stater Empire, which apprentice awakened. What? Awakened? When did this occur? Of course, Cohen was unaware of the trials that had befallen her on the way here. When did her qualifications transform into something mediocre? I recall them being lowly, did I not? Suddenly, Cohen recalled an important detail. It seemed that during her last advancement, the apostle transformation function had also been enhanced, allowing her to elevate the qualifications of an apostle during the transformation process. Chapter 33, More Followers. However, this was of little consequence. What Cohen desired was a puppet of the Dark God. Now that Vivian had become her apostle, she was eligible to be transformed into Cohen's puppet. Cohen required a puppet to compel this group of elves to worship her. Thus, Cohen immediately entered Vivian's body. Moments later, Vivian stood frozen in place. Around her, thick black smoke began to swirl ominously. The smoke was silent and odorless, yet it carried an unmistakable aura of death. Subsequently, Vivian's hair gradually turned white. Her skin became pale beyond measure. No, to be precise, it transformed into a deathly gray. Indeed, Vivian's skin instantaneously shifted to a color reminiscent of lifeless ash. There she was, slowly ascending before the elves. Countless tentacles writhed behind her. Garcia and the others were left in stunned silence. It was the puppet of the Dark God. Indeed, he was still alive. A low whisper sent chills down the spines of the elves present. This was the power of the Dark God. Neil, elves, Cohen, controlling Vivian's form, issued a stern reprimand. Although the proud elves did not worship any deity and were loath to kneel before one at that moment, the unprecedented sense of oppression made it nearly impossible for them to restrain their knees. Thud. Garcia was the first to kneel, gazing in terror at Vivian, and implored, "Dark Lord, you will help us reclaim our world. Won't you?" Despite the overwhelming pressure exerted by the puppet of the Dark God, Garcia grit his teeth and voiced his burning question. Hearing this, Cohen regarded the beautiful elven woman before her with keen interest. She certainly possessed courage, daring to make a request in the presence of the Dark God. She was not only a brave queen, but also a considerate one for her people, an aspect Cohen found commendable. Nevertheless, admiration aside, Cohen had no intention of sparing this group of elves. Thus, she controlled Vivian to respond with a cold laugh. Hee hee. Elves, you dare to make demands of your god. Such audacity is commendable. Upon hearing this, Garcia swallowed hard, fearful of provoking the Dark God and incurring the annihilation of his entire race, and hastily shook his head. No, Dark Lord. I merely wish to know if you will assist your followers in reclaiming this world? Followers? Cohen regarded Garcia with interest. The noble elves, kneeling before me. It is my honor. My followers, do not disappoint me. With that, Cohen exited Vivian's body. Vivian slowly descended from the air. Seeing this, Garcia hurriedly rose, extending his arms to catch the unconscious Vivian. Your Majesty, what does the Dark God mean? At that moment, a blue-haired elven maiden approached, her face a mask of anxiety. Garcia smiled and replied, He has agreed to help us. Agreed to help us. But the Dark God did not say so? He is a god. Do you think a deity would engage in dialogue with mortal requests? Garcia shot an exasperated glance at the nearby elf and continued. He said we must not disappoint him. Which simply means he will assist us, but our faith must be unwavering. At this declaration, all the elves present exchanged glances, clearly reluctant to lower themselves to such a status. Since time immemorial, elves had been atheists, their proud nature forbidding them from kneeling before any god. Yet now, with their numbers dwindled to a mere few hundred, they found themselves compelled to pledge allegiance to the Dark God. A robed male elf approached and asserted. Since ancient times, elves have been true to their word. Having knelt before the Dark God, there is no room for retreat. As he spoke, the male elf turned to face the altar and, with a flick of his wrist, picked up a wild rabbit from the ground, compassionately stroking its fur before declaring, Please accept our offering, Dark Lord. With that, the male elf snapped the rabbit's neck. The other elves shuddered at the sight. They abhorred taking life and naturally detested the notion of a faith that required sacrifices of life. Yet now, they had no choice. Congratulations, host. Followers 356, apostle count 2, current limit 6, current sacrifice points 532. Each sacrifice will convert based on the actual offering. Current follower count 835. Current faith power 15,980. Each follower provides 1 point daily. Gazing at the lines of text before her, Cohen nodded in satisfaction. The increase in followers was quite gratifying indeed. The next step was clear. It was time for Vivian to venture to Hearthstone City. Of course, Cohen was unaware that Vivian had already visited Hearthstone City once. Based on Cohen's observations from Garcia's memories, there should be thousands of dwarves in Hearthstone City. Given that hundreds had managed to flee in years past and dwarves, unlike elves, did not diminish in number due to reproduction. However, the land of eternal winter was resource poor, so it was likely that even after several centuries, the dwarf population would not be substantial. Contemplating this, Cohen felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, it mattered little. To have amassed such a number of followers in merely a month was already a significant achievement. After all, most of these followers were due to her own efforts. Once the number of apostles increased, they could be dispatched to spread the faith, and at that point, wouldn't the followers continue to multiply? With this thought, Cohen felt quite content. That evening, Vivian took residence in the castle of the elves. However, the following day, she was set to depart for the village. Understanding that as an apostle, she had a grave responsibility, she could not linger any longer and must return to the village to share the burdens of her duties with Miss Caitlin. Just then, Garcia approached with 2 attendants. One of the elven maids held a beautifully crafted garment in her hands. This is a gift for you, Miss Vivian, crafted by the finest elven artisans. A suit of armor. Armor? I don't need it. Thank you, Your Majesty. You must accept it. It will surprise you. After all, the journey back to the Black Forest is quite distant. This armor is nearly weightless yet can withstand the cold, and ordinary weapons cannot penetrate it. Is that so? Vivian picked up the armor, only to discover it was not armor at all, but a beautifully made green dress. It is woven from the leaves of ancient trees, and our warriors wear it as an underlayer, Garcia explained. Chapter 34, Dwarves and Elves. Vivian smiled and quickly donned the green attire. Wow, it's so beautiful. Though Vivian was not tall, she looked stunning in the elven garment. Garcia observed with satisfaction, nodding, it fits well. After all, there are no ancient trees here, and our artisans perished in the war a century ago. So this means this garment is quite precious. No, no. I cannot accept this. No, Garcia shook her head. We will face a common enemy in the future. We will be comrades. You wearing this garment will allow me to trust you with my back. At this, Vivian nodded. Well then, thank you, Your Majesty. Just call me Garcia. Garcia.ma'am. With that, Vivian tidied up her belongings and prepared to set off. Garcia also waved to her attendants. Soon, over 300 elven warriors marched out of the castle in orderly formation. Witnessing this, Vivian was left bewildered. With a curious expression, she turned to Garcia and said, Garcia, you don't need to see me off with such grandiosity. We are not seeing you off, Garcia replied, shaking her head. We are following you, leaving this place together. Huh? Cohen was equally taken aback. Were these elves truly so stubborn? Cohen stared at Garcia in confusion, muttering to herself, I haven't even planned to wage war against the temple yet. I only have a handful of followers right now. To confront the temple now would be courting death, wouldn't it? Isn't it better to just farm in peace? Of course, no one else could hear Cohen's musings. Observing Vivian's bewildered expression, Garcia felt compelled to explain. First, we have had enough of this resource-poor land. Second, if we wish to wage war against the temple, we need ample preparation, which we cannot achieve here. Hearing this, Vivian nodded. All right, then let's go. Cohen also nodded in agreement. It made sense. After all, while the volcanic landscape was picturesque, its small size was a significant limitation. If the elves wished to thrive, such a limited territory would be insufficient. Merely the resources available would render their survival precarious. With the addition of over 300 elven warriors, the village's defensive issues would be largely resolved. Thus, it became evident that the Knights Templar, if not of considerable stature, could hardly gain entry into the village. Contemplating this, Cohen nodded in satisfaction. Soon, a long procession began its grand descent down the mountain. This was a historic moment. For the first time in centuries, the elves were leaving the heights of Cohen, preparing to follow a maiden back to that verdant realm. Indeed, once donned in the specially crafted armor of the elven kin, Vivian felt an unexpected warmth enveloping her. She was no longer cold, but rather a tad too warm. After all, her outer garment was excessively cumbersome, and after a day's trek, she found herself drenched in perspiration. Consequently, on the following day, Vivian shed her outer layer, opting to wear only the elven armor, moving gracefully through the wintry landscape like her fellow elves. On the 7th day, the group arrived before a colossal iron gate. Here lay the fabled Hearth City. Miss Vivian, do you wish to seek out those rugged dwarves? Garcia clearly hesitated to step onto the dwarves' territory, for in her mind, cohabiting with those coarse and unkempt beings would tarnish the elegance of the elves. The elves lifted their gazes towards the imposing iron gate, scoffing in disdain. Humph! Those squat little gourds relish in company. I wonder if they can manage us, remarked a nearby elven soldier. Vivian, feeling somewhat awkward, managed a sheepish smile. I apologize, but this is the command of the Dark God. Indeed, days prior, Cohen had engaged in conversation with Vivian, instructing her to journey to Hearth City to evangelize the dwarves to embrace the Dark God. Thus, she made her way to Hearth City. Outside its gates, Vivian knocked upon the iron door. Thud, thud, thud. The resounding noise startled the dwarf on guard. He hastily opened a small door beside the iron gate, revealing a pair of eyes peering out at the assembly of elves. Then, in astonishment, he shouted, Intruders! Intruders! The delicate ladies have arrived. With that exclamation, chaos erupted within Hearth City. The dwarves, previously immersed in the aroma of malt beer, drunkenly stumbled to their feet, grasping their weapons and donning their helmets, rushing to the entrance. It's me. It's Vivian. Seeing the commotion, Vivian hurried to the small door, flashing a grin at the dwarf on the opposite side. The sorceress? Lord Jinbing. Lord Jinbing. It's that sorceress girl returned. She has brought a host of long-eared elves. What? She has brought a bunch of long-eared winches. They're elves? Bah, indeed. Just winches. Cursing, Jinbing, clutching two heavy axes, staggered through the throng of dwarf soldiers to the entrance. Then opened the adjacent small door, exclaiming, Vivian? Is it truly you? Why have you returned with a gaggle of winches? Huh? Winches? Vivian was momentarily taken aback, then turned to glance at Garcia behind her, offering an awkward smile before addressing Jinbing. Mr. Jinbing, they are all wonderful individuals, and they have decided to fight alongside us. Vivian exerted considerable effort to clarify the situation. Once Jinbing grasped the context, he cautiously opened the main gate. Upon its opening, they discovered hundreds of fully armed dwarf soldiers, all aligning their spears menacingly towards the elves. Humph! Jinbing shot a sidelong glance at Garcia, stating, This is my territory. You and your delicate ladies ought to behave yourselves. Indeed, the discord between elves and dwarves extended beyond mere fairy tales. Reality corroborated this. Vivian found herself awkwardly sandwiched between the two parties. At tea that moment, King Mudin approached slowly, one hand holding a goblet of red wine, the other clutching a pipe, simultaneously smoking and sipping. So, it is true, as this sorceress lady claims, you intend to fight alongside us? Garcia, though reluctant, could only nod in agreement. Humph, Mudin scoffed. I hope you won't act as you did last time. My great-great-great-grandfather perished due to your betrayal, so do not expect us to forgive you. Upon hearing this, Garcia frowned, her tone decidedly unfriendly as she replied, Lord Banku, I believe your grandmother must have left out some details in your bedtime stories. In truth, we did not betray your ancestors. Noble elves will never cower behind dwarves. Chapter 35. Am I becoming a missionary? Ha! I almost believed your nonsense. Hypocritical wretch. You? Garcia intended to retort further, but suddenly realized such behavior was unbecoming of her status. Noble elves would not stoop to explaining themselves to filthy dwarves. With a haughty snort, she declared, Believe it or not, it matters not. By the way, where are our quarters? Quarters? Humph. Although Mudin harbored disdain for the elves, as the host, he could not allow his guests to sleep in the frigid wilderness. Thus, he summoned Jinbing, saying, Jinbing, escort our guests to their quarters. Yes. With that, Jinbing led the elves away. Meanwhile, Mudin approached Vivian, saying, Miss Vivian, I had not anticipated your passing through this place. Heh, your majesty Mudin, I have come today, to request your support in our endeavor. Upon hearing this, Mudin chuckled lightly. In his heart, he had never contemplated remaining a mere bystander. After all, they too yearned to return to that world. Child, what words are these? Sorceresses and dwarves have historically aided one another. The great dark god and the great god of forging were once called brothers. We shall unite our efforts and reclaim our world. Vivian nodded. Although the dwarf king's agreement was prompt, it was not the outcome she desired. She sought a more resounding affirmation. Therefore, Vivian candidly stated, the power of the dark god is waning. He requires more followers. What I mean is, Your Majesty Mudin, I implore you, follow the great dark god. As soon as these words left her lips, Mudin's previously sincere gaze turned icy. Cohen observed this exchange keenly through Vivian's eyes. Forgive me. After a lengthy silence, Mudin shook his head. Our loyalty to the god of forging is unwavering. I do not question your loyalty to the god of forging. Your Majesty Mudin, Vivian hastily clarified. However, if I may be so bold, the god of forging has perished. As you mentioned, the dark god once called him brother. Now that the god of forging is no more, is it not only natural to follow his brother? Moreover, we share a common goal. As the power of the dark god strengthens, reclaiming our world is merely a matter of time. Faith is not something you can claim with a mere common goal. Child, Mudin fixed his gaze upon Vivian, saying, we may consider departing Hearth City. We shall venture to the Black Forest to fortify defenses alongside you in preparation for the impending war, but we cannot forsake our faith. Vivian fell silent. She understood her eloquence was lacking. Yet she also recognized that Mudin spoke these words with sincerity. Dark God, Vivian prayed inwardly, please help me, please guide me, Dark God. After a protracted silence, Vivian received no response. Cohen, too, found himself at a loss for how to persuade the Dwarf King to follow him. After all, Cohen had never engaged in evangelism, nor had he orchestrated any form of cult-like persuasion. With no sign from the Dark God, Vivian sighed, lifted her head, and addressed Muden. Please accept the gospel of the Dark God, Your Majesty, for your sake and that of your people. This seemingly ordinary missionary phrase, when uttered by Vivian, was imbued with sincerity. He felt as though she genuinely cared for the 4,000 dwarves within Hearth City, not merely for the Dark God. Only by accepting the gospel of the Dark God can you gain immense power. Then, we can reclaim the world that rightfully belongs to us, Vivian proclaimed. At that moment, Cohen utilized the all-seeing eye to scrutinize King Muden's attributes. Dwarf, Muden, Banku age, 63 race, dwarf potential, above average, improvable abilities, forging. Banku dwarf title, Lord of Hearth City, King of Banku dwarves. Dwarves can be quite obstinate. Cohen muttered to himself. Since he could not conquer the dwarves overtly, he would have to employ psychological tactics. Thus, Cohen examined Muden's memories. In those memories, it appeared Muden had never ventured beyond Hearth City. Although his mother had once described the world outside when he was a child, he had indeed fantasized about it. Yet he had never witnessed the true world. From childhood to adulthood, Muden had only lived within the streets and alleys of Hearth City. He had visited the forges within the city, explored the mines deep within, and frequented the taverns, but he had never stepped beyond the gates of Hearth City. Perhaps it was due to his ignorance that he harbored a certain fear of the unknown. Oh, this Muden is indeed a pitiable child. Cohen lamented. At that moment, Muden suddenly spoke. Miss Vivian, cease your words. If the Dark God requires us, he should manifest himself, at least perform a miracle to assure us that he still cares for us. Hearing this, Vivian was taken aback. Cohen too was stunned. What the? Cohen could not help but chuckle. This old fellow truly did not believe he was still alive. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. After all, the malevolent deity had been absent for centuries, and many of the younger generation did not even believe that such a being had ever existed. Who would easily trust in a god that had not been seen for hundreds of years? The elves, on the other hand, were able to believe so readily because they had witnessed firsthand the manipulation of Vivian as a puppet. With this thought in mind, Cohen felt a twinge of sympathy for Vivian. After all, each time he entered the vessel of an apostle and controlled them as a marionette, it seemed to inflict some degree of harm upon the apostle. Yet, there was no alternative. This was the only way to convince the Dwarven King of his existence. Subsequently, Cohen activated Vivian's interface and entered her body. In the next moment, Vivian appeared before Muden with a face filled with astonishment. Muden was taken aback. He hurriedly knelt on the ground. Oh my! The puppet of the malevolent deity. Great Lord of Evil. You truly still live. Cohen, controlling Vivian's form, fixed a cold gaze upon Muden and declared, I am the way, the truth, the life, and desire. Without me, no wish shall be fulfilled. If you know me, you shall know all from now on. Follow me, and you shall no longer walk in darkness. After uttering these words, Cohen felt that he was remarkably suited to play the role of a deity. His tone was reminiscent of a true god. At that moment, the Dwarven King slowly raised his head, staring in shock at the malevolent deity's puppet, and asked, My lord, can you lead the dwarves back to glory? Chapter 36. The Divine Miracle. Cohen, controlling Vivian's vessel, nodded and replied with a smile. I have said, if you follow me, you shall not walk in darkness. Those who believe in me shall experience a glorious life. I, Muden, King of the Dwarves, representing all dwarves, shall serve you forever. My Lord of Evil. Upon hearing this, Cohen smiled with satisfaction and then vacated Vivian's body. Once Vivian's form returned to normal, Muden remained kneeling on the ground. Still unable to comprehend what had just transpired, the malevolent deity had truly manifested. Muden had never witnessed any miracles throughout his life. To be honest, he had doubted the existence of gods more than once. But today, he had witnessed the descent of the malevolent deity. His doubts were no longer a concern. The following day, Muden summoned all the dwarves in Hearthstone City. In the square at the main entrance of Hearthstone City, Muden officially announced before everyone, the state religion of Hearthstone City Kingdom is hereby changed to the cult of evil. The malevolent deity shall be the one and only god of the dwarves. However, the dwarves were obstinate, and most were unmoved. Although Cohen's followers had increased by several hundred, more than 3,000 dwarves still did not choose to believe in the malevolent deity. Yet Cohen remained patient. Such matters could not be rushed. He believed that, given time, he could conquer these dwarves. Days later, the dwarves were all geared up, a grand procession setting forth from Hearthstone City, slowly advancing towards the Black Forest. Far away in the Holy City, the Pope could never have imagined that in the distant land of Everwinter, a vast army of dwarves was silently gathering alongside an army of elves. Preparing to march toward the Black Forest, before long, this enormous force, governed by the malevolent deity, would launch an assault on the Holy Temple. Meanwhile, in the Black Forest, Caitlin prayed day and night for Vivian's safe return. Nearly 2 months had passed since Vivian entered the land of Everwinter, and Caitlin was deeply concerned. With the village's rapid growth, various issues had arisen. The population had now reached 500. First, there was the rising crime rate, and the quality of the followers varied greatly. Caitlin also worried about whether any members of the Holy Temple had infiltrated their ranks. Additionally, there was the issue of food supply. Initially, the villagers could rely on hunting to sustain the village, but as the population increased, the game became insufficient. Although Caitlin had considered numerous solutions and even sent many followers disguised as devotees of the light god to nearby towns to purchase supplies, they could not buy too much at once for fear of raising suspicion. Out of desperation, Caitlin even visited some nearby estates and farms, hoping to persuade the landowners to join her cause and secretly supply the village with food. Indeed, 2 landowners had agreed to Caitlin's request, and their farms could produce enough food to sustain 500 people each year. However, considering that the landowners also needed to profit, it was unreasonable to expect them to provide food without compensation. What about taxes? After all, the Holy Temple collected substantial taxes each year, and without money, the landowners could not maintain their vast estates. Thus arose another dilemma: money. Caitlin realized that, regardless of the circumstances, money was of utmost importance. The Black Forest, while rich in game, was severely lacking in other resources. So far, Caitlin's exploration team had only discovered a single stone mine. At this moment, Alpho, who had just been promoted to secretary, entered Caitlin's office. He held a parchment and said from behind Caitlin, "Miss Caitlin, our food reserves are down to less than a week. We need to send more people to nearby towns to procure supplies." Caitlin waved her hand dismissively. "I understand. However, the good news is that yesterday, Miss Hilt purchased 30 hens in Port City, so we have eggs to eat now." Caitlin nodded but did not respond further. "Continue sending people. We need more supplies." "But," Alpho began slowly, "we are out of money. Purchasing supplies requires gold coins, and the previous coins were exchanged for Caitlin's noble jewelry. After all, Caitlin was once a noble lady, and she had some funds. But now, she has spent it all." Caitlin paused her work, distressed, and held her head in her hands. "Do you have any good ideas?" At this moment, Caitlin could only place her hopes on this former trader behind her. "I have 500 gold coins at my home in Port City. That should be enough to purchase a month's worth of food." "Very well, have Hilt accompany you to retrieve it, no problem." "Miss Caitlin." With that, Alpho slowly exited the room, while Lord of Evil. After Alpho left, Caitlin wearily gazed at the statue beside her and lamented. "What should I do? The village is struggling to survive. We have sown the seeds, but I am uncertain if we can endure until harvest. Moreover, even if we do harvest, I do not know if this barren land can yield sufficient food." Hidden within the statue, Cohen immediately opened the grand map upon hearing this. The map indicated that the villagers had indeed cultivated a vast expanse of land, which, in theory, should yield enough food to sustain thousands. However, as this land had been converted from forest, the nutrients had likely been depleted by the trees, making it difficult to envision the future yield. Suddenly, Cohen recalled that his miracles included one for abundance. With this thought, Cohen hurriedly accessed the system panel for abundance and unhesitatingly spent 1,000 faith points. It should be noted that Cohen currently possessed over 10,000 faith points, making this expenditure trivial for him. Next, Cohen invoked rain, providing ample moisture for the crops in the earth on that day. After 3 months without rain, the Black Forest was suddenly drenched in a downpour. The villagers rushed out of their homes, excitement lighting their faces as they gazed at the sky. "It is the Lord of Evil. It is the Lord of Evil. Ha ha ha." The Lord of Evil has brought us rain. The crops in the fields are saved. Ha ha! Thank you, Lord of Evil. Praise the Lord of Evil. One day, Garcia elegantly rode upon a white reindeer. Her expression impassive as she gazed at the distant smoke rising from campfires. She turned to Vivian beside her and inquired, "Is this the camp you speak of? Our expeditionary force is gathering here?" Chapter 37. The Division of Races. Vivian nodded. The village's development had surpassed her expectations, which brought her some comfort. However, it was evident that the noble elves did not share her sentiments. "We will not succeed," Garcia said, shaking her head in despair. "We are far too insignificant to contend with the Holy Temple." Upon hearing Garcia's words, Vivian refrained from responding. Yet, her expression conveyed that Garcia was indeed correct. The current force was still too small to challenge the Holy Temple. But she firmly believed that soon enough, those accursed knights of the temple would tremble before them. At that moment, the villagers in the settlement also spotted the distant procession. The sight of the grand line made Caitlin's heart race. Although she could see Vivian leading the way and surmised that this must be the reinforcements Vivian had summoned, the sheer number of figures instilled a sense of trepidation in anyone. After much contemplation, Caitlin ordered the villagers to secure the city gates. After all, Caitlin did not know this army well and had no intention of allowing them entry into the city without further assessment. "Miss Caitlin, it's me, Vivian," Vivian called out to Caitlin from the city gate, standing atop the wall. Upon hearing this, Caitlin nodded but kept her gaze fixed intently on Garcia, who rode atop the white reindeer. "This is Arkham. Who are you? State your name." "Arkham is the name of this village. Legend has it that long, long ago, the followers of the malevolent deity inhabited a land known as Arkham. The Knights Templar, looking down upon the worshippers of the Dark God, designated that land as Arkham in the common tongue. Arkham refers to the land where foolish individuals reside. Indeed, in the eyes of the adherents of the light, the followers of the dark deity are deemed foolish. Of course, Caitlin is well aware of the meaning of Arkham. Her choice to name the village thus serves as a message to the Templar Knights that even the foolish can triumph over them. Prompting the question of what they truly are at that moment, Garcia gazed at Caitlin atop the city walls and called out loudly, "I am Queen Garcia of the Greenleaf Kingdom. Greenleaf, we are the last elves in the world. I have heard of you, Caitlin. Miss Porto, I have fought alongside your family." Upon hearing this, Caitlin pondered for a moment. Indeed, in her childhood, she had listened to her mother recount tales of that great battle from centuries past. At that time, the continent was not solely inhabited by humans, but also by elves, dwarves, goblins, orcs, and many others. However, young Caitlin had merely regarded these accounts as fairy tales, paying little heed to the existence of those subhumans. After all, it had been centuries ago. Who had the leisure to seek the truth? Just then, the Dwarf King stepped forward, addressing Caitlin with a hearty laugh. "The Porto girl? Ha ha ha, I recognize you as well. I am Mudin. You must have heard of my family, the Barbarian clan?" Caitlin glanced at the small dwarf riding a goat and nodded in response. "What brings you here, Miss Caitlin? Please do not make it difficult for them. They have already become followers of the Dark Lord. We are on the same side." Vivian interjected at that moment. Caitlin understood that since they had come and were treating her with such respect, they could not be enemies. However, allowing such a multitude of outsiders into the village would surely cause unease among the villagers. After much contemplation, Caitlin waved to the villagers below the walls. "Open the gates." "But, Miss Caitlin, rest assured, I will go out alone to meet them." Upon hearing this, the villagers, albeit reluctantly, opened the gates. Caitlin mounted a chestnut horse and approached the large group with caution. "Forgive my rudeness, Your Highness Garcia." "Your Highness Mudin." Caitlin first bowed to the two kings and then raised her head, speaking with a serious tone. "I cannot allow you to enter the village. First, it is small and lacks accommodations for you. And second, I do not wish for my people to be frightened by your appearance. I do not want a subhuman army parading through my streets." Garcia had already anticipated this concern. Nevertheless, the Dwarf King wore a displeased expression. He snorted disdainfully, saying, "Humph! We have no desire to enter your little village either." Garcia shot a disapproving glance at the Dwarf King and then courteously replied, "Miss Caitlin, you are indeed as Vivian described. A strong and considerate queen for your people." "I am not a queen," Caitlin shook her head. "I am merely acting on behalf of the Dark Lord to manage this village, I understand." Garcia nodded, but your actions and demeanor are sufficient to prove that you will become a beloved queen. Caitlin did not respond but shifted the topic. You may settle on the other side of the creek. As for my dwarf friends, I believe you harbor no ill intentions. With that, Caitlin turned to King Mutin and continued. Your Highness Mutin, we have prepared a temporary settlement for you and your kin. 30 miles east lies a mine that we are unable to exploit. I am willing to trade that mine for your friendship. Upon hearing this, King Mutin's eyes widened, and he nodded with satisfaction. He. I knew the Porto girl would not be so unreasonable. I accept your generous offer, Miss Caitlin. Caitlin nodded. At this moment, Garcia produced a string of jewels from his pocket and presented them to Caitlin. A small gift. Please accept it as a token of the enduring friendship between the witch and the elves. Caitlin graciously accepted. Observing this, the Dwarf King was not one to be outdone. Though their boisterous nature had left them unprepared with gifts, he still spoke up. Miss Caitlin, we came in haste and have nothing prepared. However, once we settle at the mine, we shall take care of your military arming issue. No one will question the craftsmanship of the dwarves. Caitlin, hearing this, nodded with great satisfaction. Then I shall entrust it to you, your Highness Mutin. Ha. A trifling matter. After arranging the two groups, Caitlin returned to her office and resumed her busy work in the following days. Humans, dwarves, and elves lived in harmony. The dwarves established a new Hearthstone city in the eastern mine, while the elves built their home on the other side of the creek, naming it Moon City. Chapter 38. The Desire of Bishop Thomas. Furthermore, the three parties signed a trade agreement. After all, for sustainable development, it is essential to establish a solid economic foundation, as Alpho had stated. Caitlin expanded the cultivated land, focusing on grain trade in the future. The elves were reluctant to damage the plants in the forest, but they too required sustenance, making the importation of human food the best choice. While the dwarves preferred meat, they also needed grain for brewing malt beer. Humans required the craftsmanship of the dwarves and the exquisite garments of the elves. Soon, the first harvest approached, thanks to the bountiful miracle bestowed by Cohen, resulting in an unexpected yield for Arkham Village. The crop yield was sufficient to sustain them through the coming winter, with the surplus available for trade with the dwarves and elves. Initially, they could only rely on a primitive barter system for trade, as the currency system had yet to be established. Nonetheless, this sufficed. Winter soon arrived. The winters of the north are exceedingly harsh. Arkham transformed from a mere village into a sizable town. Moreover, Caitlin frequently dispatched missionaries. Naturally, these actions were conducted in secrecy. Within a mere 6 months, Arkham Town had grown to a population of 1,300, nearly all of whom were followers of the Dark Deity. Current sacrifice points, 999. Each sacrifice will convert based on the actual offerings. Current followers, 5849. Current faith power, 86860. Cohen observed the figures before him. Feeling quite pleased, however, the thought of being unable to attain a physical form and thus progress to the next stage left him rather dissatisfied. The wait was excruciating, yet that paladin, Salvador, had already entered the Black Forest. If all went well, he would appear before Cohen in a matter of days. Considering that moving to the next stage required 1,000 sacrifice points, with the current total at 999, only a single point remained. To be honest, Cohen's sacrifice points had long exceeded 10,000, but alas, his inability to attain a physical form hindered his advancement. Without progression, the sacrifice point stagnated at 999, regardless of how many offerings the followers made. Sigh. Such a waste of offerings, Cohen lamented. This meant that any offerings made by the followers were in vain. It had been a while since he had seen that old paladin, Salvador. Cohen mused, then opened the map panel, locating Salvador's northern expeditionary force. Transferring his mental energy into the Spear of Aquinas, Cohen saw Salvador riding a white warhorse, cautiously advancing. Suddenly, a flurry of hooves echoed behind him. The newcomer was none other than Bishop Thomas of the Light Temple. From the northern diocese, upon hearing that the paladin from the Holy City was passing through, Bishop Thomas hastened to arrive. Lord Salvador, Bishop Thomas called out from his carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze at Salvador in the distance. Upon hearing this, Salvador halted his horse and turned to face Thomas. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Bishop Thomas? Lord Salvador, why did you not inform me of your arrival? After your departure, the Pope ordered all 7 dioceses to return you to the Holy City upon sight." "Return to the Holy City?" Salvador chuckled. then raised the spear of Aquinas, saying, "No, I shall make those cowards in the holy city understand that the dark deity is of no consequence." Witnessing Salvador's arrogance, an ominous premonition stirred within Thomas. He fixated on the spear of Aquinas in Salvador's hand, trembling as he spoke. "What do you intend to do?" "I have discovered the remnants of the dark deity. He resides on the peak of Cohen in the land of eternal winter." "What?" Thomas was momentarily taken aback, then hurriedly shook his head. "You cannot proceed with just these 500 men. We do not know the current strength of the dark deity. Wait a few days, and I shall inform the Northern Legion." "Ha! The Northern Legion? Are you referring to the Northern Legion led by Lord Sol?" No, Lord Thomas, you need not worry. My men are not comparable to that bunch of rustic fellows from the Northern Legion. Your Excellency Salvador, the Northern Legion boasts 30,000 paladins. In terms of individual combat prowess, they may not rival your knights of the Holy City, but do bear in mind that you are accompanied by merely 500. Ha ha ha. Salvador let out a hearty laugh. Each of them is a valiant warrior capable of facing 100 foes. At that moment, Cohen, concealed within the spear of Aquinas, gazed helplessly at the elderly man named Thomas before him. "This is troublesome. If that throng of 30,000 from the Northern Legion were to descend upon us, I would surely be finished. I cannot allow that. I must devise a plan to send this old man away." Suddenly, an idea struck Cohen. He could manipulate the desires of others. Anyone with desires could be controlled by him. With this in mind, Cohen began to probe into the desires lurking in Thomas's heart. Porto City? The dark alleys? As Cohen scrutinized Thomas's memories, he discovered that the old fellow was quite the lecher. This man seemingly summoned a horde of young women to his chamber for raucous revelry nearly every night. "Having grasped your desires, heh. Cohen chuckled coldly and then slowly closed his eyes. The next moment, Thomas suddenly rubbed his eyes, for he beheld the very young women he had entertained the previous night, now standing naked behind a nearby tree, seemingly with something urgent to convey to him. "Damn it, did I not instruct them to feign ignorance of me when outside?" Thomas gritted his teeth. "Lord Thomas, is something amiss?" Salvador noticed that Thomas's expression was somewhat unusual and inquired with concern. Upon hearing this, Thomas hurriedly waved his hand and replied, "No, it's nothing. What a jest! If the Holy City's paladins were to discover that I indulge in nightly debauchery with young women, my position as bishop would surely be compromised. Not only my position, but I might even find myself on the guillotine." With this thought, Thomas hastily entered the carriage, exclaiming, "Ah, Your Excellency Salvador, I just remembered that I have some matters to attend to." "Please, go ahead. I shall inform Lord Sol to assist you." After speaking, Thomas urgently ordered the departure. Chapter 39. The death of Thomas Goodness. Cohen, hiding within the spear of Aquinas, felt his scalp tingle upon hearing that the old man still intended to notify Sol. This old fellow, is he never satisfied? The immediate priority is to prevent Thomas from informing Sol. After much contemplation, Cohen realized that no one could assist him in resolving this predicament. The first person to cross his mind was Frank. Initially, he had planned to have Frank assassinate either Thomas or Sol, but upon deeper reflection, he considered the implications. It was uncertain whether Frank could triumph over Thomas or Sol, and even if he could, the consequences would be dire. The second option was to send Vivian herself to Thomas's abode to eliminate him. After all, among the two apostles, only Vivian possessed any real power. Her fire magic could easily incinerate the scene without leaving a trace. However, considering the time constraints, Cohen swiftly dismissed this idea. After pondering for a considerable while, Cohen sighed. "Alas, relying on others is futile. I am, after all, an evil deity. Merely taking a life, how could I seek the aid of mere mortals?" With this thought, Cohen slowly lifted his head and gazed at Salvador, the paladin in his service. Although Salvador was immensely powerful, Cohen could temporarily manipulate him. Thus, Cohen activated the omniscient eye. Indeed, the mental fortitude of the paladin was formidable. Merely entering Salvador's mind proved to be an arduous task. Maintaining this control became increasingly painful for Cohen. "Ah, damn it!" Cohen could not suppress his exclamation. A nearby paladin noticed Salvador's pained expression and rushed over, asking, "Lord Salvador, what troubles you?" At that moment, Cohen had successfully infiltrated Salvador's mind and seized control of him. However, The ability of the Omniscient I could only be exercised within his own domain, preventing Cohen from directly controlling Thomas, who had already departed. Conversely, Salvador, wielding the Spear of Aquinas, remained within Cohen's evil domain. And no, nothing. Cohen mimicked Salvador's tone and then turned his gaze toward the direction Thomas had taken, speaking slowly. Just now, I heard the voice of the God of Light. What? The other knights, upon hearing this, dismounted and knelt, exclaiming, Truly, you are a paladin of great renown, to have conversed with the God of Light. Indeed, Cohen feigned solemnity and nodded. She revealed to me that we must not spare Thomas. Lord Thomas has forsaken his faith. What? How can this be? Lord Salvador, are you certain? Absolutely certain. Cohen feigned righteous indignation as he shouted, Now, immediately pursue Thomas. Slay him. But, Your Excellency Salvador, should we not hand him over to the Holy City for the Pope to personally? Silence. Cohen, acutely aware of the dwindling time, understood he must act swiftly. Otherwise, Salvador would soon reclaim control of his body, and the situation would become untenable. The God of Light has decreed that henceforth, all bishops and higher clergy shall be judged by her personally. Upon hearing this, the soldiers paused in surprise, then hastily mounted their steeds and pursued Thomas. Just as a few soldiers had departed, Cohen could no longer withstand Salvador's overwhelming mental force and promptly withdrew from Salvador's mind. Fortunately, this ability did not allow Salvador to regain consciousness. Thus, when Salvador reclaimed control of his body, he would remain oblivious to the preceding events. In his recollection, he had merely fainted for a moment. Lord Salvador? A knight noticed Salvador clutching his head, seemingly lost in thought, and hurriedly approached. It's nothing. Salvador shook his head and lightly pounded his aching temples. It must be due to insufficient rest lately. After speaking, Salvador turned and declared, Tonight, we shall camp here. Let us allow the brothers a chance to rest. Although the knights found Salvador's recent behavior somewhat perplexing, they dared not bring it up until nightfall. When several paladins returned to the camp bearing Thomas's severed head, Thomas? Salvador stared in shock at the head held by the knight before him, unable to grasp what had transpired. What have you done? The knight, upon hearing this, dismounted and knelt before Salvador, saying, Lord Salvador, we have completed our mission. That old rogue Thomas is indeed a traitor to the Holy Temple. The knight was utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Believing Salvador would reward him, even Cohen shared this assumption. Concealed within the Spear of Aquinas, Cohen chuckled to himself. Heh. What do we call this maneuver? A 2-for-1 deal. Ha ha. First, I eliminated Thomas, and then, Salvador, upon learning the truth, would surely be furious and would slay the knight who had killed Thomas. Ha ha ha. The mere thought of it made Cohen laugh like a child weighing 200 pounds. The traitor! Salvador gazed blankly at the knight. Indeed, the knight affirmed, we followed Lord Thomas, and after all, it is the bishop of the region who has perished, not just anyone. If it were merely a few ordinary priests or knights of the temple, no one would take heed. After all, accidents occur every day. Upon hearing this news, Frank immediately set forth, hastening his journey to Arkham Town. The following day, Frank arrived in Arkham Town. It had been more than half a year since the small village he had first known had transformed into a town, gradually evolving from a settlement established by a mere dozen souls. Frank had witnessed this growth firsthand. Occasionally, he would bring offerings, and thus the townsfolk recognized him. Mr. Frank, what offerings have you brought this time? Caitlin smiled faintly upon seeing Frank. Frank glanced around, then shook his head. This time, there are no offerings. Then let me guess, you missed us? Caitlin jested, but Frank remained serious. He did not respond, instead stating, Thomas is dead. The bishop of the northern diocese? His death is of no concern to me, Caitlin replied, bewildered. Frank elaborated. It is of great concern. The one who killed Thomas was a knight of the temple. A dog bites another dog. Huh. Haha. No, it was not someone from the Northern Legion. Reportedly, it was someone from the Holy City, and that it happened in the Black Forest. What do you mean? Caitlin suddenly grasped Frank's implication. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, So, knights from the Holy City have come? Right in the Black Forest? Indeed, Frank nodded. While I am uncertain why they wish to slay Lord Thomas, one thing is certain. Those who came from the Holy City are undoubtedly here for you. Caitlin was well aware of this. After a brief reflection, she hastily grabbed a pen and paper, scribbling something down before calling for Alfred. handing him the note. Go to New Hearth City and Moon City. Alert our allies. Enemies are approaching. Yes, Madam Mayor. With that, Alfred dashed out. You are the mayor now. Frank attempted to lighten the mood. You should revert to your former self. I prefer your serious demeanor, Caitlin retorted with a roll of her eyes. Very well. Frank nodded and continued. Do you have any strategies? Currently, I am unaware of their numbers. But since they have entered the Black Forest without the Northern Legion knowing, it implies their numbers are limited. I understand, Caitlin nodded. That is why I intend to confront them. If their numbers are vast, we shall have no choice but to flee. How many of you are there now? Do you require my assistance? Frank inquired. Caitlin pondered briefly before replying. Currently, Arkham Town's standing army consists of 200 men, but in emergencies, we can mobilize up to 600. That is inadequate. Frank shook his head. They are largely untrained militia? Akin to ants in the eyes of the Knights of the Temple, and you lack proper weaponry to this, Caitlin chuckled, regarding Frank with an expression that suggested he was foolish, making him feel uncomfortable. He shrugged. Am I mistaken? Ha ha, Caitlin laughed. You are gravely mistaken. You may not be aware, but the first batch of equipment forged by those dwarves has already been distributed to the army. Did you not notice when you arrived? Perhaps I overlooked it, Frank admitted sheepishly. Yet even so, it will be difficult for you to confront the Knights of the Temple directly. Remember, you cannot allow a single knight to escape. Hence you must employ a strategy of encirclement. But if that is the case, your combat power cannot be centralized, Caitlin nodded. Though I am not a soldier and have never truly participated in a battle. I understand this principle. So, do you have any countermeasures? Frank asked. Caitlin nodded. Do you think I sent Alfred just for show? Reinforcements will arrive shortly. We have 100 elven warriors and 700 dwarven fighters. That amounts to just over 1,000. Is that insufficient? Caitlin asked. Did you not say the enemy's numbers are not many? Frank nodded. Indeed, they are not many, but to be frank, when I passed by a camp on my way here. Although it was deserted, I have reason to suspect that they are en route here and may arrive by tonight. However, what? They are likely to have around 500 elite knights of the temple. Are you certain your forces can handle them? Upon hearing this, Caitlin felt a twinge of anxiety. However, considering that she would abandon the town merely because the enemy had 500 men seemed overly timid. Such an act would erode the trust of the people in her leadership. After much contemplation, Caitlin shook her head. I do not know, but I understand that fleeing now would benefit no one. Frank nodded. He understood that winter had already set in, with heavy snow outside, and the townsfolk had only just begun to enjoy a relatively stable existence. To flee at such a time would greatly impact morale. Since we established this town, we have yet to face a true battle, Caitlin continued. This fight, we must engage in and must win, to instill faith in the people regarding the malevolent god, and to show that we can triumph over the Knights of the Temple. Agreed, Frank nodded. I will remain and fight alongside you. Excellent. Caitlin did not refuse Frank's offer of assistance. Soon, the two devised a battle plan. Once the strategy was settled, Caitlin temporarily appointed Frank as the general, preparing 200 town guards and 400 summoned militia for action. Meanwhile, Cohen was desperately seeking ways to maneuver this army around Arkham Town. For Cohen understood the combat capabilities of Arkham Town and the prowess of the Knights of the Temple. Although Arkham Town had grown considerably, facing 500 elite Knights of the Temple was beyond their means. Chapter 41. The malevolent Lycoan himself was uncertain whether he could defeat these 500 elite knights. Furthermore, Cohen realized that the faithful needed to learn to stand on their own. Relying on divine miracles every time trouble arose would strip the followers of their ability to protect themselves. In the future, during the war between the malevolent god and the god of light, the latter would command tens of thousands of knights of the temple, while Cohen's side could not be solely reliant on himself. With this thought, Cohen urgently activated the system panel, closely monitoring the movements of the faithful. Oh? Frank has also arrived. Cohen observed the luminous point on Frank, remarking, Knights of the Temple understand Knights of the Temple best. With Frank here, I can rest easier. However, Cohen hesitated. His plan was to send Salvador to Cohen Peak and tempt him, thereby invoking the miracle of the descent of the celestial deity. Yet plans often falter. Salvador's army was headed straight for Arkham Town, meaning conflict between Arkham Town and Salvador was inevitable. Cohen was not concerned about Salvador fleeing, given his arrogance. His only worry was how to ensure Salvador safely reached Cohen Peak without destroying Arkham Town. That presented a conundrum. Alas, I can only improvise, Cohen muttered to himself. Soon, scouts from Salvador's northern expedition approached rapidly. Report, Lord Salvador. We have discovered a town 10 miles ahead. A town? Salvador exclaimed in surprise. He had not anticipated finding a town deep within the Black Forest. However, he surmised that those willing to settle in such a desolate place were most likely followers of the malevolent god. With this thought, Salvador drew his longsword and asked the scout, "What is their defense like?" "Only a 5-meter-high wooden wall. In terms of numbers, approximately 2,000, but only a few hundred are armed." "Hemph," Salvador scoffed. "A mere few hundred? Perfect for my brothers to have a bite." Forward, with a command. 500 Knights of the Temple surged toward Arkham Town. 2 hours later, the two armies stood in a standoff. At the forefront, Caitlin stood atop the city wall, anxiously gazing at the 500 Knights of the Temple below. "You are trespassing upon the domain of the malevolent god. Lay down your weapons now. This is your final opportunity." "Humph," Salvador snorted disdainfully. He had no intention of negotiating with this rabble. He raised his sword, ready to issue the command to attack, when Caitlin suddenly interjected. "I know the purpose of your arrival." This statement was one that Cohen had instructed her to make. Indeed, it was the only tactic Cohen had conceived. "What?" Salvador looked at Caitlin, puzzled. "Do you not seek to ascend Cohen Peak and slay the malevolent god?" "Very well. We offer you this chance. If you can kill the malevolent god, the people of Arkham Town shall abandon their faith in him." "What?" Salvador was taken aback, thinking he had misheard. Initially, he had no intention of engaging in any discourse with Caitlin. However, upon hearing that this group intended to actively send their troops across the checkpoint into the land of eternal winter, Salvador found himself intrigued. Despite his arrogance, he was acutely aware that the opposing force numbered in the hundreds and was fortified by walls. More importantly, Salvador was oblivious to the circumstances within the city. Although he firmly believed that this motley crew posed no real threat to him, he was certain that casualties would ensue. Salvador did not wish to suffer losses before confronting the malevolent deity. Naturally, Cohen's motivation for such an approach stemmed from his utilization of the all-seeing eye to glean Salvador's intentions. Cohen, too, was reluctant to incur losses, as Arkham was currently flourishing, and the time for conflict had yet to arrive. It was best to avoid confrontation altogether. After much contemplation, Salvador suddenly squinted, fixating on Caitlin atop the city walls, and inquired, "What is your objective? Do you not desire for your god to endure?" Upon hearing this, Caitlin patiently recalled Cohen's words to her before responding, "Do you believe we wish for this? Living in this barren land, adjacent to the land of eternal winter, do you think we do not yearn to reside in the southern cities like others?" One must admit, Caitlin's acting skills leave much to be desired. Why is the malevolent deity referred to as such? Surely, as a paladin, you should be well aware. We cannot escape his grasp unless he perishes. Hearing this, Salvador regarded Caitlin with a look of pity. As a paladin, he too harbored desires and had defied his vows by falling in love with a man. Nevertheless, he remained a paladin at heart, pure and benevolent. His arrogance could not mask his compassion. "Lady Caitlin, we shall vanquish the malevolent deity and grant you freedom." "Ha ha ha." Cohen, who had been lurking in the shadows, burst into laughter. "Did you bite so easily? Should I commend myself or commend myself?" Witnessing Salvador truly take the bait, Cohen began to admire his own cunning. "Fortunately, I am a malevolent deity. Ha 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 ha. How wicked I am." At this moment, Caitlin nodded and waved her hand, declaring, "You may safely traverse Arkham. We shall await your good news here, noble paladin." Salvador raised his gaze to Caitlin and nodded in acknowledgement before leading his troops through Arkham with great fanfare, continuing onward to the land of eternal winter. Once Salvador had departed, Caitlin finally exhaled in relief. "Phew, Lady Caitlin," remarked Knight Frank, staring at her in bewilderment. "Does that imply the will of the malevolent deity?" Caitlin nodded. "Indeed, the malevolent deity's deception has spared us from a potentially disastrous war," Frank said with a hint of admiration. Caitlin agreed, "Precisely. But what is his true purpose? Why does the malevolent deity desire a paladin to venture north to Cohen Peak?" Caitlin replied. "The malevolent deity wishes the paladin to proceed to Cohen Peak. And the objective? They will obliterate the altar atop the peak. Frank answered, As for that, we cannot know. Cohen has not disclosed his intentions to Caitlin. The reason is simple. Cohen does not wish for people to realize that he intends to completely possess the body of this paladin. Chapter 42. The Purification Plan in the Holy City, within the Cathedral of the Holy Light. Pope Michaelis III sat at his desk, gazing intently at the man before him. Based on reports, we have reason to suspect that the malevolent deity has been resurrected. Michaelis III nodded, offering no response. Your Holiness, please issue your command, the man said, his gaze serious. We must be prepared. We cannot allow the malevolent deity any opportunity. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, Michaelis III slowly nodded and spoke. Daryl. Michaelis opened a drawer, retrieving a crucifix, which he handed to him, saying, Notify Legion Commander Sol to commence action. The implication of Pope Michaelis III's words was clear. The Great Purification was to begin. Historically, the northern nations have not worshipped the God of light. Many among them are either atheists, worshippers of the malevolent deity, or adherents of other gods. 300 years ago, the world was replete with deities, yet they all perished in the war of the gods. Only the malevolent deity, one of the three main gods, cannot die. He can only fall, and falling is entirely different from death. When one falls, only the physical form ceases to exist, while the spirit remains eternal. To prevent the malevolent deity's resurrection, the temple believed they had taken ample precautions. Yet they found themselves unable to thwart his return. The purification plan was established on the day the malevolent deity fell, a secret plan aimed at cleansing those who did not originally worship the God of light once substantial evidence of the deity's resurrection was obtained. The Northern Legion, stationed in the north, would be responsible for executing this command, conducting searches village by village. Better to mistakenly kill than to let one escape. The following day, the command of Pope Michaelis III was transmitted to Sol through Daryl's holy light magic. Thus, the Great Purification officially commenced. Days later, Caitlin, residing in Arkham, learned of this news. Immediately, she commanded the fire nymph Vivian and the snow nymph Lilith to venture beyond the Black Forest and rescue the persecuted commoners, aiming to save the innocent while simultaneously seizing the opportunity to expand the malevolent deity's following. In this regard, Caitlin's actions were commendable, garnering even Cohen's respect for her strategy. Within just a month, the population of Arkham surged by 1,000. If all goes according to plan, by next spring, Arkham would be renamed Arkham City. As the number of followers increased, Cohen felt his sphere of influence expand correspondingly. Even the witches could distinctly sense their powers amplifying. At this juncture, Salvador's northern expedition had reached Cohen Peak. After a month of arduous travel, the northern forces remained undeterred by the biting cold. They had set out as 500, and they remained 500. No deserters, no casualties. Truly, they were the elite force of the temple, having marched for nearly half a year without losing their original strength. Through the all-seeing eye, Cohen could clearly discern that the physical condition of these individuals had barely changed, and their spirits remained high. Why, Lord Salvador, do you see? A knight pointed towards the altar not far ahead, exclaiming, That is the altar of the malevolent deity. We need only to destroy it. Heh heh heh. Salvador chuckled coldly and replied, Do you see that castle? We shall hoist the temple's banner atop that castle. We will obliterate this altar and carve a statue of the God of light at its site. With that, Salvador strode purposefully towards the altar, prompting other knights to spring into action. Several temple knights approached the castle behind the altar, utilizing their supplies to fashion a massive red cross, which they hung upon the walls. This act was both a humiliation to the malevolent deity and a tribute to the God of light. Lastly, Salvador slowly approached the altar, gazing with disdain at the ice-encased armor within, and proclaimed, Malevolent deity, did you ever anticipate this? Heh heh heh. Today, you shall be slain by a mere mortal. Heh heh heh. Cohen, upon hearing this, also laughed. He mocked Salvador's overconfidence and foolishness. Come now, pierce my body with your spear. Ha 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 ha. Of course, Cohen did not voice these thoughts. Indeed, the next moment, Salvador's expression suddenly shifted. He thrust his spear into the millennium-old ice. Boom! Suddenly, the ice shattered with a deafening crack, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind. The 500 knights turned in alarm towards the altar. My Lord Salvador, what has happened to you? my Lord Salvador." They received no response. Time passed, and suddenly, Salvador erupted into a chilling laugh. "Heh heh heh heh. Heh heh heh. Ha 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 ha. It is Cohen. Congratulations, host. You have successfully summoned a divine miracle, the descent of the celestial deity. Current faith points have reached their peak. Would you like to advance?" the system inquired. Cohen nodded without hesitation. Yes, he was already beginning to ascend to the next stage, which he had longed for during this period. Cohen could hardly wait to witness the powers of the next stage. Progressing through the stages, completion at 1%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Congratulations, host. Advancement complete. Current status, 4th tier Malevolent Deity Reborn. Host bound, Cohen status, 4th tier Malevolent Deity Reborn, can advance. Requires 10,000 sacrificial points. WTF? The next advancement requires 10,000 sacrificial points. Henceforth, further advancements necessitate tenfold increases. Upon realizing this, Cohen was taken aback. Prompt. After the 4th level, each increase in the sacrifice points will grow tenfold. Upon hearing this notification from the system, Cohen let out a resigned sigh. Well, tenfold it is. With a physical body now, everything will be considerably easier moving forward. Authority. Apostle transformation. Consumes 1 sacrifice point. Can convert followers into absolutely loyal servants. All-seeing eye. Allows the host to identify any unit within visual range. Success rate based on the mental strength of the subject being identified. God's domain. Followers within the domain will receive the blessings of the evil god. Authority advancement. Apostle transformation advancement. Consumes 1 sacrifice point. Can endow apostles with more powerful mental strength, with a chance for apostles to acquire the host's method of magic. Cohen chuckled. The next transformation will be Vivian, the flame siren. She should be able to unleash spells like Fire Tongue. Right? Cohen was already lost in imagination. Chapter 43. The Celestial descends. All-seeing eye advancement. Can manipulate the host's visual range of any unit. Success rate based on the mental strength of the manipulated subject. Can only control 1 person at a time. Consumes 1 sacrifice point. And adds a new function. The host can spy on and guide anyone harboring evil thoughts. Each use consumes 1 sacrifice point. God's domain advancement. Any shrine, altar, or idol can become God's domain, and the domain will even expand by 100%. A miracle. Rainfall LV4. Consumes 100 faith points. You will bring ample rainfall within the domain. Abundance LV4. Consumes 1,000 faith points. You will increase crop yield by 200%. Inspire LV4. Consumes 100 faith points. You will invigorate the morale of followers, additionally increasing their combat strength. Guardian LV3. Consumes 1,000 faith points. Can protect followers within the domain from persecution. Number of apostles. 2. Current limit 8. Current sacrifice points. 0. Each sacrifice will convert to sacrifice points based on the actual situation of the offering. Current number of followers. 6840 current faith points. 156,026. Each follower provides 1 point to the host daily. Isn't there no change at all? Just as Cohen was about to feel disheartened, the system spoke again. The current host, upon using Celestial Descend, can gain additional abilities. Note. This skill can only be used when the host is in physical form. Skill. Seduction LV1. Can manipulate any creature before you. Can control 1 at a time. Requires 100 faith points. Control undead LV1. Can resurrect 6 corpses to fight for you. Requires 600 faith points. And each level up will exponentially increase the number of resurrected corpses. Black Hole LV1. Can summon a black hole at any location. The black hole will absorb any enemies within a 10-meter radius, lasting 3 seconds. Each use consumes 3,000 faith points. Illusion LV1. Can alter one's form, including clothing and facial features, consuming 10 faith points per second. Wow. This is impressive. Ha ha ha. Cohen laughed heartily. At that moment, 500 holy knights had appeared around Cohen. However, they were unaware that Cohen had completely taken over the body of Knight Salvador. In other words, Salvador was no longer Salvador. He was Cohen, Lord Salvador. What happened to you? Although those present did not know what had transpired, just by observing the stark contrast between Salvador's current demeanor and his previous behavior, they could ascertain something was amiss. However, with authority comes restraint. The other holy knights exchanged glances, hesitant to draw their swords against the holy knight. Cohen, like a newborn child, was immensely curious about everything around him. After acquiring a physical form, Cohen's gaze was immediately drawn to the armor that had been trapped in ice. He slowly stepped forward, approached the helmet that lay on the ground and muttered to himself, "What is this? The Lich King?" Cohen chuckled. Just as he was about to bend down to pick up the helmet, a stream of data suddenly appeared in his retina. All-seeing eye is scanning. Ding! Scan complete. Equipment. Armor of the Evil God. Grade. Mythical. What the hell? This is also a treasure. With that, Cohen promptly removed his Holy Knight helmet and donned the armor of the Evil God. The texture is entirely different. It truly lives up to its mythical grade. Just then, the accompanying priest suddenly widened his eyes in shock, staring at Cohen. You are not Salvador. You are not our Holy Knight? Oh? Cohen turned his head with keen interest to look at the accompanying priest. At this moment, the other Holy Knights also began to realize the gravity of the situation, drawing their swords and demanding, "You? Who are you? Give us back our Holy Knight." "Back to you," Cohen sneered. "Perfect. I'll use this group of people for an experiment to test the power of my newly acquired skills." With that thought, Cohen slowly raised his hand, pointing at the knight beside the accompanying priest, and spoke slowly, "Seduction." The next moment, the soldier suddenly turned around. Taking advantage of the others' inattention, he thrust his sword into the chest of the accompanying priest. Thud. "Ugh. You, thud." The accompanying priest spat out blood and collapsed into a pool of it. "What just happened? Oh my God, Glenn has gone mad. Kill him, kill him." Yes, instantly, the Holy Knights were thrown into chaos. They hurriedly attacked the knight who had been controlled by Cohen. Quite useful indeed. Cohen chuckled, then slowly approached the knight step by step. As he walked, he spoke. "I remember. You all said you would kill me, destroy the altar, and erect a statue of the God of Light upon it, and hang your ugly banner on my castle." "No, no, the evil god. Impossible," the leading officer shouted. "Brothers, we are the elite of the Holy Temple. We are 500 strong. He is but one man. Do not fear. We charge together. He is no match for us." "Oh?" Cohen did not give them the chance to react. He stretched out his finger, pointing at the Holy Knights, and slowly said, "Black hole." The next instant, a black hole the size of a shield suddenly appeared amidst the crowd. Instantly, centered around the black hole, the soldiers within a 10-meter radius were torn apart. They were sucked into the black hole. Although it lasted merely 3 seconds, dozens of elite Holy Knights vanished without a trace. "Damn it! Charge!" With the officer's command, countless soldiers rushed towards Cohen in an instant. The sound of hooves thundered angrily. Seeing this, Cohen felt a surge of tension. Oh no, 500 iron cavalry charging at me. This seemed indeed a bit intimidating. Should I find a place to hide? No, I am the evil god. Hiding would be looked down upon, right? With that thought, Cohen reluctantly picked up the Spear of Aquinas. But when Cohen grasped the Spear of Aquinas, the sky suddenly underwent a transformation. This was an anomaly triggered by the weapon returning to its master's hand in excitement. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened. Filled with ominous clouds, lightning flashed and thunder roared. Startled, Cohen quickly looked up. Not only that, even the distant castle began to tremble violently. Boom. Suddenly, the walls collapsed. What is happening? Cohen was eager to see what had transpired. But alas, he had to resolve the immediate trouble first. Holding the Spear of Aquinas, Cohen plunged into the crowd. Before long, the valley was filled with screams. Chapter 44. Queen of Sirens. The limbs of the knights fell away. Their shrieks echoing, blood sprayed everywhere. In just one charge, the Holy Knights lost more than 100 men. Meanwhile, Cohen stood quietly in place, looking somewhat troubled at the sight before him. Sigh. So this is how troublesome war is. What? The leading officer stared in disbelief at the unscathed Cohen, exclaiming, "No, this is impossible." Never mind. Cohen suddenly remembered he could resurrect the dead. Why not call forth the dead to fight for him while he checked out what was happening at the castle? Resurrect undead, Cohen murmured. Then, he watched as 6 knight corpses on the ground slowly rose to their feet. Even the horses beneath them stood up again. Is this the Death Knight? The leading officer's eyes nearly popped out. It's over. It's over. It's over. Brothers, do not fear. We still have the advantage in numbers. Charge. During the second charge, 6 Death Knights appeared on Cohen's side. Cohen shrugged, eager to see how the Death Knights would fare in battle. While he made his way towards the castle, the Death Knights clashed with the knights, they remained standing firm. In contrast, the Holy Knight suffered additional losses of dozens more. At this point, Cohen had largely adapted to his physical form and had arrived at the site of the castle's collapse. Following the path of destruction, Cohen continued forward. He first passed through a long corridor and then discovered a staircase leading downward. "It's so dark." Cohen shrugged nonchalantly and continued his forward march, utterly unfazed by the cacophony of anguished cries emanating from behind him. Time became a nebulous concept as he traversed the pitch-black underground tunnel. At long last, Cohen glimpsed a flicker of light in the distance. Yet, simultaneously, he was enveloped by an intense wave of heat. Ah yes, this was indeed a dormant volcano, and deep within its core lay the magma, perhaps? Cohen shook his head and pressed onward. Meanwhile, the battle outside had concluded. Hours slipped by before Cohen finally reached the deepest recesses of the tunnel. As he had imagined, he was met with a sight of surging magma. This. Cohen scratched the back of his head, at a loss for what to do. After such a long journey, was it merely to behold the magma? Just as he contemplated turning back, the magma behind him erupted into a furious boil. Although it had been bubbling all along, this tumultuous upheaval seemed particularly frenzied. It felt as if the dormant volcano were on the verge of an explosive awakening. Suddenly, a gentle voice resonated in his ear. "Great Lord of the Abyss, is it truly you?" The voice was unmistakably feminine, soothing to the soul, as if it could quell Cohen's unsettled heart, calming his previously anxious demeanor. Cohen slowly turned around, and he was taken aback. A woman, her skin as pale as parchment, clad in a gown as red as blood, stood at the very center of the magma. She possessed an alluring figure, hair as white as snow, and features that could ensnare the very essence of the heart. Cohen swore he had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. Notably, she sported elongated ears, unmistakably marking her as an elf. It was no wonder. How could a mere human possess such flawless beauty? In this world, only elves could boast such unblemished appearance. Her alabaster skin bore not a single wrinkle or freckle, resembling a character straight out of an animated tale. At least to the naked eye, no imperfections could be discerned. Cohen swallowed hard. To be honest, if he were not the Lord of the Abyss, he would surely kneel at the hem of her gown. But he was the Lord of the Abyss. How could a god engage in such undignified behavior? Thus, Cohen cleared his throat and inquired, "Who are you? Do you not remember me? I am your most loyal servant." "I am the Messiah." "Messiah?" Cohen blinked in surprise, and in that moment, the all-seeing eye manifested. "Divine servant, Messera age, 666 race. Which aptitude, supreme ability, queen of siren status, servant and guardian of the Abyssal Lord, a hybrid of elf and witch?" Cohen furrowed his brow. With the all-seeing eye, he could perceive everything about Messera. However, as he gazed further, he discovered that this woman was indeed the maid of his dreams, capable of cooking and cleaning and equally adept in battle. Truly, she was the Queen of Sirens. 500 years prior, she had commanded all witches as the Queen of Sirens. Yet, following the cataclysmic war of the gods 300 years ago, the Lord of the Abyss had suffered a grievous blow. To preserve his remaining forces for a future resurgence, he had commanded Messera to retreat to Cohen Peak. The altar here was established by Messera, as was the castle. The Lord of the Abyss had instructed Messera to descend to the very depths of the volcano and safeguard his treasures there. Ultimately, Messera had submerged herself in the magma at the volcano's core, falling into a deep slumber. At that time, the Lord of the Abyss had cast a spell upon Messera. When the day came for the Lord of the Abyss to return, Messera would awaken, and now she had indeed awakened. "Great Lord of the Abyss, you have finally arrived." With that, Messera suddenly dashed forward, wrapping her arms tightly around Cohen. Taken aback by Messera's sudden movement, Cohen found himself momentarily at a loss, uncertain where to place his hands. Damn, should I embrace her or not? To embrace her would be beneath me, for I am a god. How could I possibly demean myself in such a manner? Yet, she truly feels so soft. Cursed thoughts. After much deliberation, ultimately, reason triumphed over desire. Cohen cleared his throat and stated, "Mind your actions, Messera." Messera quickly retreated 2 steps and bowed, exclaiming, "My apologies, Great Lord of the Abyss. I became too excited and failed to control myself. Please, punish me as you see fit." Punish you? That one be necessary. No. Great Lord of the Abyss, with that, Misera raised her head and reached for her garments, declaring, as your most faithful servant, I cannot allow you to feel troubled. Since I have erred, I must face punishment. Please, punish me. Cohen shook his head helplessly and replied, there are approximately 500 corpses outside. Go and dispose of them as your punishment. With that, Cohen turned and made his way towards the exit. Great Lord of the Abyss. Misera gazed adoringly at Cohen's retreating figure, murmuring to herself, truly, the Great Lord of the Abyss. He has devised this method to spare me from punishment. Chapter 45. The treasures of the Abyss. Cohen had just taken a few steps when he suddenly recalled that he had instructed Misera to remain here 300 years ago to guard his treasures. So, where are the treasures? Cohen slowly turned back, fixing his gaze upon Misera. Where are my treasures? Ah, right here. With that, Misera promptly turned around, gesturing toward the surging magma behind her, chanting an incomprehensible incantation. Moments later, the magma began to sink slowly. Before long, it vanished entirely, revealing a trove of gold and silver treasures scattered across the ground. This is the treasure? Cohen was somewhat incredulous, that he looked down upon gold and jewels. But as a god, how could he be so pedestrian? Cohen had expected his treasures to be artifacts of divine significance. Oh well, if it is mundane, at least it is better than having nothing at all. With that, Cohen stepped cautiously into the pit, inspecting the treasures closely. With the power of the all-seeing eye, Cohen could indiscriminately scrutinize the most valuable items among the treasures. Suddenly, Cohen stumbled upon a true gem. A genuine treasure, identifying, automaton, mythical-grade magical artifact, forged by the god of craftsmen, a gift bestowed upon the Lord of the Abyss. Cohen swiftly unearthed the automaton, discovering to his surprise that it was female. The god of craftsmen has exquisite taste. Cohen nodded in approval, then turned the automaton over. Good heavens! Cohen quickly shut his eyes, because that silhouette, it was far too alluring. No, wait. This was merely a heap of scrap metal. How could he find scrap metal appealing? With that thought, Cohen resolutely opened his eyes, wound the automaton, and flipped it back over. Then, he witnessed the automaton's eyes slowly opening. Great Lord of the Abyss. The automaton gradually rose and knelt before Cohen, falling silent. Misera, do you have any clothing? Cohen was weary of constantly watching an iron woman parade around. Upon hearing this, Misera's expression darkened. She shot a glance at the automaton, then waved her hand, conjuring a black and white maid's outfit that appeared before the automaton. Put this on? Yes, Great Lord of the Abyss. The automaton seemed devoid of emotion, unlike Misera, who had been so exhilarated upon meeting him. Instead, she obeyed Cohen's command with mechanical precision. Once dressed in the maid's attire, Misera mischievously conjured a broom and handed it to the automaton, saying, From now on, you shall be the maid of the castle. The automaton offered no reply but instead began to sweep the surrounding dust. Cohen resumed his exploration of the treasure trove. Suddenly, the all-seeing eye reacted again, identifying, Supreme Storage Ring, mythical-grade magical artifact. Crafted by the god of craftsmen, this ring comes in a pair. The other currently resides with the goddess of light. Ah? Cohen shook his head in resignation. Well, though I harbor no particular fondness for that woman I have yet to meet. Having this item is better than having none at all. With that, Cohen casually slipped the ring onto his finger. Let us see if there are any more treasures to uncover. Cohen continued to scour the pile. Identifying, teleportation ring, mythical-grade magical artifact, crafted by the god of craftsmen. This ring is unique. Another creation by the god of craftsmen. It seems this fellow is truly remarkable. Alas, what a pity he is no longer with us. Cohen shook his head helplessly and adorned another finger with the teleportation ring. Today's treasure hunt shall conclude here. Go be honest. After gazing at the glimmering treasures scattered about, Cohen's eyes began to blur. Thus, he opted to use the storage ring to stow away a small portion of the treasures for future needs and subsequently exited the underground palace. At this point, Misera had successfully managed the disposal of the 500 corpses outside. Freed from Cohen's domain, the Death Knights reverted to mere ordinary corpses. The automaton diligently worked to repair the castle's collapsed sections, while Misera gracefully followed in Cohen's wake. great lord of the abyss. Shall we embark on a quest to reclaim our world? At that moment, Misera suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing this, Cohen fell into contemplation. Having now acquired a corporeal form, logically, his first step should be to journey to Arkham Town. Personally lead his followers, expand his territory, gather strength, recruit soldiers, and prepare for war against the temple. However, does such behavior not seem a trifle demeaning? Is he not an evil god, moreover? Cohen contemplated that perhaps maintaining secrecy regarding his identity might prove more advantageous. As it stands, aside from the Messiah, no one is aware of his true nature. To the outside world, he remains the illustrious paladin Salvador, but in reality, Salvador has perished, and he merely inhabits his body. After much reflection, Cohen slowly shook his head and remarked, "There is no rush. We must proceed with discretion." As he spoke, Cohen glanced at the castle, then at the Messiah beside him, and continued, "I reiterate, we ought to act with subtlety." Upon hearing Cohen repeat this statement, the Messiah immediately grasped his intent. Without delay, she cast a spell before Cohen. In an instant, the Messiah transformed into the most ordinary of human maidens. "Excellent," Cohen nodded approvingly, then looked down at his own attire before raising his gaze to the Messiah and requesting, "Please assist me in altering my appearance." "Yes, my lord evil god," she replied. Following that, the Messiah performed another spell upon Cohen, and soon his full suit of armor gradually morphed into the garb of a typical noble youth. One must wonder, with the Messiah's presence, what purpose does the transformation skill serve? Cohen mused aloud. After a lengthy contemplation, he shrugged and simply ventured into the castle. Following a few days of rest and acclimatization to his human form, Cohen prepared to descend the mountain alongside the Messiah. "Where shall we go?" "My lord evil god?" the Messiah inquired. Cohen pondered for a moment and replied, "To our world." With a firm nod, the Messiah turned to the Clockwork Man who was still tidying up the castle and called out, "Watch the home front, Clockwork Man." With that, she skipped to catch up with Cohen. Just as Cohen was about to walk down the mountain, he suddenly remembered the teleportation ring he possessed. It was the perfect opportunity to test its power. Speaking to the ring, Cohen commanded, "Teleport to Arkham Town." In an instant, both Cohen and the Messiah found themselves in the very heart of Arkham Town. Chapter 46. "Hear my command," the startled villagers exclaimed. "Oh, shit. Where on earth did you come from? You gave me quite a fright." After all, Cohen's current attire was that of an utterly typical noble, thus no one recognized his true identity. However, upon seeing the maid beside him, the villager hastily retreated. Those who could afford a maid were certainly not of ordinary standing. Over time, Arkham Town had developed significantly, even giving rise to a burgeoning bourgeoisie. It was no longer the small settlement of a mere few dozen souls. Everything here was remarkably organized. Thanks to Alpho, Arkham Town could now truly be regarded as a large city, with the bourgeoisie numbering in the hundreds. Although the monthly tax revenue remained pitifully low, Cohen was not short on funds. The treasures within his storage ring alone could likely purchase the entirety of the Porta territory. "Why, Lord Evil God?" the Messiah spoke slowly. "That believer just now showed you disrespect. Would you like me to eliminate him? What nonsense are you uttering? He knows not who I am. Ignorance is no sin." The Messiah gazed at Cohen in shock, her legs instinctively tightening. "Truly, my Lord Evil God. Such compassion for these mortals, to have you among them is a true blessing, a sycophant of strength." Cohen shot the Messiah a disapproving glance and chose not to respond. Instead, he guided her toward the massive building at the center of town. This structure served as both the town hall and the temple of the evil god. Cohen believed that the first person he should meet upon acquiring a corporeal form was Caitlin. After all, as the first believer to welcome him into this world, she, at the tender age of 18, had dedicated herself to him, bearing the weight of pressures unbefitting her years. Upon reaching the entrance of the town hall, a soldier intercepted Cohen's path. "Good day, my lord. It is not yet prayer time. Should you wish to meet with the Lady Mayor, please return later." The soldier was relatively polite. However, upon witnessing the soldiers wielding dwarven-made firearms and clad in dwarven-crafted armor, Cohen found himself perplexed. Given their possession of weaponry from the firearm era, why were they still encumbered by such heavy armor? Alas, it seems this town truly cannot function without me, Cohen sighed, though he kept this sentiment to himself. At that moment, the Messiah, with an icy demeanor, glared at the soldier and declared, "Do you know whom you are obstructing? Humph, mortal, Messiah." Cohen quickly called out to her, then, turning to the soldier with a sheepish grin, he said, "Apologies, she meant commoner, commoner. Humph. I am a warrior of the Lord Evil God, not a commoner." "Ah, yes, yes, thank you." Cohen feigned enthusiasm. "By the way, what is the purpose of your visit here?" The soldier's politeness had dissipated, fully owing to the Messiah's earlier disrespect. "We come to see Miss Caitlin, the Lady Mayor?" The soldier furrowed his brow, sizing Cohen up and down before responding, "Apologies, I do not recognize you." "You must not be a municipal staff member," Cohen nodded. "Indeed, yet I have urgent matters to discuss. Please inform her. I regret to inform you, my lord, but the Lady Mayor has issued orders, and she is currently in a meeting with Lord Frank regarding strategies." Strategies? Upon hearing this, Cohen immediately sensed impending trouble. He hastily pulled the Messiah into a nearby alley. The Messiah looked at Cohen, still astonished, and asked, "My Lord Evil God, what troubles you? They are but mere mortals. Yet they are my believers." Cohen shot the Messiah a pointed look and said, "Remember, those who win the people's hearts shall conquer the world. If we were to disregard our believers as the radiant sanctum does, how shall we earn the right to claim this world?" "Ah." The Messiah was momentarily taken aback. "Why, Lord Evil God, you have truly changed so much." She gazed at Cohen with admiration and remarked, "Much of what you say, though I cannot comprehend, feels profoundly insightful." "Cannot comprehend? You mean to say you have not understood a word I uttered?" Cohen reflected, realizing that much of his speech had indeed been in ancient Eastern languages. It was no wonder the girl could not grasp his meaning. With no time to ponder further, Cohen transferred his mental focus to the statue within the temple. At that moment, Frank was pointing to a specific location on the map, stating, "I suggest we reroute the tunnel around here. This would allow us to more effectively rescue those who are being persecuted. The immediate priority is to devise a means of diverting this army. Sol's Northern Legion has been eyeing the Black Forest for quite some time, and our scouts have spotted Sol's forces 120 miles away." "I understand," Frank nodded. "They number 3,000. 3,000 from the Northern Legion is beyond our capacity to confront. We must find a way to circumvent them, rescue the civilians first, and then I will lead 100 men to distract Sol's army, buying you some time." Upon hearing this, Cohen began to piece together the gravity of the situation. Since the Edict of the Great Purge was issued by the Holy Pope, Sol had acted swiftly. Within a matter of days, thousands had met a grim fate at the hands of the Sanctum, leaving countless displaced. Many villages in the northern counties had transformed into ghost towns overnight. Through the all-seeing eye, Cohen glimpsed Frank and Caitlin's memories from this period. What the actual? Has it truly been this long? Cohen realized he had inadvertently overlooked an entire 2 months. Throughout these 2 months, the Northern Legion had undertaken significant operations. Even more alarming was the fact that the Northern Legion had dispatched 3 centurions into the Black Forest, indicating that they were genuinely prioritizing this region. "This battle must be fought," Caitlin spoke up. "Do you know how the people of Arkham Town have been living during this time? They live in constant fear. Our continued avoidance will only lead to a gradual loss of faith. Many no longer believe we can triumph over the Sanctum Knights. We cannot engage in battle." Frank shook his head. "Even assuming we have a chance of victory, what would that accomplish? Do you think Sol would simply overlook 3,000 dead in the Black Forest? If Sol discovers that 3,000 of his men perished there, what do you suppose will happen next? The next time he comes, it will not be merely 3,000 men. The Northern Legion will come in full force." At this moment, Cohen realized he could no longer remain a mere spectator. Thus, he addressed Caitlin with solemnity, "My believer, hear my command." Chapter 47. Taking matters into one's own hands. As Cohen's voice reached Caitlin's ears, she immediately ceased her actions and fixed her gaze intently upon the statue nearby. "Why, Lord Evil God, you have finally responded to me," Caitlin exclaimed, her face alight with excitement. Meanwhile, Frank stood silently by, his demeanor one of reverence. Frank had completely transformed into a devoted follower of the evil god. Witnessing the Sanctum's actions against the innocent had only solidified his conviction that the so-called radiant god was nothing more than a hypocritical charlatan. In contrast, while the evil god may embody wickedness, he at least would not resort to indiscriminate slaughter for the sake of dominion. "I understand. my lord evil god." Upon concluding her words, Caitlin swiftly turned and dashed out of the town hall. As she reached the entrance, she noticed a dashing gentleman, elegantly attired as a nobleman, standing before her. The guard beside her promptly bowed his head and said, "Madam Mayor, these two have been clamoring to see you. And I apologize for the disturbance. It is my oversight." "No," Caitlin interjected, shaking her head. "Next time they come, be sure to notify me without delay." Without further ado, Caitlin seized Cohen and Messiah and ushered them into the town hall. At that moment, Frank wore a puzzled expression. Although he was unaware of the intentions of these two individuals, he understood that this must be the will of the Dark God, and thus refrained from questioning further. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am." Cohen pondered for a moment and decided to fabricate a name. "You may call me Tom. The lady beside me is Messiah, my maid." Caitlin introduced herself as well. "I am Caitlin Hiraporto, the mayor here, and this is Frank, my general." Cohen nodded in acknowledgement and gradually approached the desk. "The Dark God has indicated that you can assist me?" Caitlin inquired, her face etched with confusion. Cohen slowly nodded, then gazed at the strategic map laid out on the table. Currently, the 3,000 troops of the Templar Knights were assembled 100 miles from Arkham, and we have reason to suspect they may have already discovered our position. Cohen remarked, "There is no doubt, given the vastness of Arkham, concealing ourselves in the Black Forest is nearly impossible." "Do you have a plan?" Caitlin asked tentatively. Initially, Cohen shook his head but then nodded. Although these individuals were equipped with firearms crafted by dwarves, they had never seen combat, having only practiced in training. However, Cohen was acutely aware of the power of firearms, which could utterly transform the rules of warfare. If he could leverage his knowledge, it would be relatively easy to defeat the 3,000 Templar Knights. "First and foremost, we cannot engage in battle within the Black Forest." Cohen's opening statement left both Frank and Caitlin in stunned silence. "What jest is this? We can only fight the enemy in Arkham." Frank exclaimed urgently. "You must understand, we are at a disadvantage in numbers, and unlike those who have trained for years, if we leave Arkham and the Black Forest, we will be forced to confront the enemy in the open fields. Without horses, we lack cavalry, and even with the dwarves and elves to assist us, we cannot overcome the Templar Knights." In response to Frank's vehement reproach, Cohen remained unperturbed. He furrowed his brow, studying the map with deep contemplation. After a lengthy pause, Cohen pointed to the most expansive terrain on the map and declared, "Ralph Farm. We shall confront the enemy there." "Are you mad? A confrontation? With our capabilities, merely holding Arkham is a stroke of luck. And you wish for us to engage the Templar Knights in battle?" Frank was utterly confounded by Cohen's tactical approach. Yet Cohen was not angered. After all, they were merely a band of medieval country folk, and he had no expectations of their understanding in open terrain. Firearms could demonstrate their true efficacy. It is important to note that the firearms of this era possessed low accuracy. They needed to be arranged closely to effectively strike the enemy. Moreover, in open terrain, a dense formation of firearms could deliver the most devastating blow to the Templar Knights. Thus, Cohen elucidated, first, engaging in battle in Arkham will merely expose its precise location. We need to arrange our formation at Ralph Farm in advance. Then send a team into the Black Forest to lure those 3,000 men to Ralph Farm, where we shall trap them. What nonsense are you spouting? Those 3,000 Templar Knights will easily disperse our formation. They will ruthlessly slaughter our soldiers, Frank retorted angrily. That will not happen. Trust me. Once they witness the power of firearms, it will be we who drive them back. Upon hearing this, Frank decided to cease his argument with Cohen and turned to Caitlin, hoping she would intervene. Caitlin, however, remained composed, lost in thought. After some time, she sighed and nodded gravely, fixing her gaze on Cohen. "Very well, I trust you." "Excellent," Cohen replied, then turned to Frank and asked, "How many men do we currently have?" Frank, with evident reluctance, responded, "Including the conscripted militia, we have only 1,000 men. However, Alpha will notify the dwarves and elves to come to our aid." "Unnecessary," Cohen shook his head. 1,000 men will suffice. Revealing the presence of the dwarves and elves too soon will only lead to a more unpredictable outcome." Cohen continued, "Frank, you will lead 100 men to lure those 3,000 to Ralph Farm, while I shall take the remaining 900 to set up our formation." "Humph," Frank scoffed, turning away. "I hope you are right, Mr. Tom, for otherwise, those 1,000 men will become the souls claimed by the Templar Knights' blades." Cohen offered no response. After departing the town hall, Messiah glared discontentedly at Frank, who was busy mobilizing the troops. Dark God? That man shows you too little respect. I truly wish to slay him. I have said it countless times. He knows nothing. Hee. The Dark God is so gentle, truly a kind and benevolent deity. Cohen shot Messiah a withering glance before leading the remaining 900 men directly to Ralph Farm. By noon the following day, Cohen finally arrived at Ralph Farm with his contingent. Gazing at the boundless expanse of snow before him, he chuckled. It was winter, and the farm bore no crops, which meant visibility would be significantly enhanced. Cohen employed the most traditional formation of firearm tactics, dividing the 900 men into 3 groups of 300, each arranged in 3 rows of 100. Chapter 48. The era of firearms, of course. In the eyes of some soldiers, employing such a tactic against the Templar Knights was akin to courting death. Had it not been for Cohen invoking the Dark Goddess' blessing to temporarily stabilize the soldiers' morale, a mutiny would have likely ensued by now. After all, no one wished to perish without purpose. Hey, mate, this new general must be out of his mind, thinking he can use this formation to engage the Templar Knights in such an open area. Indeed, we may all meet our demise here today. Old Jack, I remember you as the most timid among us. I thought you'd be the first to flee in terror. Ha ha ha, I thought so too. Old Jack trembled as he gripped his firearm, muttering, Dark God, may I not perish too miserably. At least grant me a complete corpse. Dark God above, we are undoubtedly doomed today. That moment, Messiah glanced at Cohen and asked, Dark God, do you not intend to say something to inspire the troops? Cohen shook his head. I am not particularly skilled at that. After an indeterminate amount of time, as everyone's hearts raced in their throats, a sudden clamor of hooves resounded from the front. It was Frank's contingent. At this moment, someone in the ranks recognized Frank leading the charge and shouted, The enemy approaches! The enemy approaches! These country folk, who had never wielded firearms nor seen battle, were blissfully unaware that victory was already within their grasp. Thus, when many beheld the throng of Templar Knights surging behind Frank, panic seized them, and their legs turned to jelly, faces turned pale, and some began to retreat slowly. Seeing this, Cohen promptly closed his eyes and invoked the Dark Goddess' blessing once more to steady the troop spirits. Thank goodness I am a Dark God. Otherwise, this battle would indeed be lost, and without even a fight. Cohen gritted his teeth. However, the silver lining was that after this encounter, the soldiers should no longer harbor fear regarding such matters. At that moment, as Frank successfully drew the enemy toward Cohen's main force, the Templar Knights suddenly scattered in disarray. The 3,000 Templar Knights, seeing 1,000 militia ahead, unhesitatingly issued the charge command. They did not believe that this motley crew wielding peculiar weapons could withstand the onslaught of 3,000 ironclad knights. Knights, charge! Let these country bumpkins taste our might. With a resounding roar, the 3,000 iron cavalry charged toward Cohen's ranks. Cohen narrowed his eyes, gauging the enemy's distance. Based on his prior understanding, the maximum range of these firearms crafted by dwarves could reach 500 meters, but their effective range was only 200 meters. To conserve ammunition and maximize lethality, Cohen ordered the men to fire only when the enemy was within 300 meters. Fire! At Cohen's command, the first row of soldiers immediately pulled their triggers. Boom! The tremendous sound, accompanied by thick smoke, sent the enemy reeling, due to the tightly packed formation of the Templar Knights, an archetypal charge formation. Cohen's soldiers hardly needed to aim, easily felling a large number of foes. The deafening gunfire even sent many warhorses into a frenzy, some turning tail and fleeing. The centurion commanding the 3,000 cavalry, witnessing the chaos, bellowed, No one is to retreat. Charge! As long as one of you can break through. That throng of infantry stands as mere lambs led to slaughter. Although the Knights Templar exhibit remarkable bravery, it does little to alter the inevitable reality. They have never encountered cannonballs or iron shot. Nor have they witnessed the devastating power of gunpowder that annihilates foes. The advent of firearms has not only transformed the rules of warfare, but has also caused those armies unable to adapt to crumble in an instant. As the front line of musketeers fired their initial shot, they promptly retreated to the rear for reloading. Following this, the second line crouched down, ready to pull the trigger at Cohen's command. A resounding boom echoed once more. In that moment, the 3,000 ironclad cavalry began to falter. Ignoring the orders from their superiors, they fled in terror. Then came the third line's volley. After the third line had fired, the first line returned, freshly reloaded, to shoot at the enemy. With merely 4 rounds of simultaneous fire, the 3,000 cavalry turned tail and fled. Even their commander led the retreat. Good heavens, we have triumphed! Woo-hoo! We have vanquished the Knights Templar. Ha ha ha! They have fled! They have fled! Long live General Tom! Long live General Tom! The soldiers present erupted in raucous cheers. Even Frank, who was hiding at a distance, was taken aback by the spectacle. This was the first time in his service that he had witnessed an entire contingent of Knights Templar being repelled. Not only that, but the snowy ground ahead bore the grim testament of hundreds of slain Knights Templar. Their armor proved utterly helpless against the musket's iron shot. Some had their limbs gruesomely shattered by the devastating force of the projectiles. Observing this scene, Frank gazed at Cohen with newfound respect. He dismounted and approached Cohen, removing his helmet as a gesture of reverence. Why, apologies, my Lord Tom. I never anticipated your tactics would prove so effective. No need for that. Cohen waved his hand dismissively. Our mission remains unfinished. I understand, Frank volunteered. Let us pursue them while we have the advantage. No, Cohen shook his head. Infantry pursuing cavalry? Are you mad? Then, Frank looked at Cohen in confusion. Shall we allow them to escape? Sol will be informed. If we slay them all, Sol will know as well. Cohen replied succinctly. We will advance to the next target. First, Raff Farm, then Burleigh Castle, and finally Norton Manor. We must make it difficult for the enemy to ascertain our precise location. Although Frank did not grasp Cohen's strategy, he understood the essence of his words. Cohen's intent was straightforward. Since the Knights Templar had already learned of a burgeoning cult army, they ought to instill a sense of dread, making them believe this cult was far more formidable than they could imagine. They must be deterred from reckless assaults, left uncertain of the enemy's whereabouts. Thus, Cohen's forces began their southern march towards the nearby stronghold of the Knights Templar. Burleigh Fortress was a crucial outpost for the Templars in the north. However, Cohen's objective was not to besiege this fortress. After all, lacking heavy artillery, a mere 1,000 musketeers could not hope to capture it. Cohen's true aim was to boldly march past the fortress. En route to Norton Manor, Chapter 49. Cohen's guerrilla warfare. The battle at Raff Farm immediately raised the alarm among the Knights Templar. After meeting with the over 2,000 fleeing soldiers, General Sol, though furious, found himself compelled to forgive them. Upon arriving at the scene to collect the fallen, all were struck with dread at the sight of their slain comrades. What manner of weapon could deliver such horrific fates to the soldiers of the Knights Templar? Even now, many returning soldiers from Raff Farm were haunted by the experience. Sol knew that numerous men among them would never return to the battlefield. Many had been driven mad by the scene, shouting that the evil god was coming to reclaim this world, that the evil god would seek vengeance upon those who had slain him, General Sol. A scout burst into Sol's tent, trembling with fear. Burleigh Fortress has reported a large gathering of the cult army. What? Sol thundered, and then, General Duff, tasked with guarding Burleigh Fortress, has personally led his men to confront the cult army. But what? General Sol bellowed. Speak quickly. If you dawdle, I shall sever your tongue. I shall speak. General Duff has perished. 500 knights also met a grim fate at the gates of Burleigh Fortress. The remaining soldiers dare not leave the fortress, cowering behind the walls, begging for our support. Due to Cohen's guerrilla strategy, aimed at concealing his force's exact location from the Northern Legion while fostering a feeling of encirclement, he had long since ordered a light-footed engagement. All soldiers discarded their heavy armor, ensuring high mobility, as the armor held little value for Cohen's army. Cohen was acutely aware that under this tactical approach, armor would only serve as a hindrance. Only in a siege might armor prove somewhat useful, as engaging in close combat would render long-pole muskets less effective than swords. Moreover, the reloading speed of muskets was far too slow. Even if one shot an enemy dead, what would prevent others from charging forth? After attacking Burleigh Fortress, Cohen had no intention of laying siege. Instead, he promptly led his forces southward, taking advantage of the Northern Legion's unpreparedness to strike at Norton Manor. After assaulting Norton Manor, Cohen directed his men to raid nearby outposts, churches, villages, towns, fortresses. Wherever the Knights Templar raised their banners, Cohen launched a wave of harassment. In a mere 3 days, Cohen's forces achieved victory in 5 battles. The morale of the army soared to unprecedented heights. Every soldier felt that this was an invincible force. Yet only Cohen understood that once the Knights Templar reacted, his 1,000 men would surely face encirclement. Therefore, Cohen had to act swiftly. All right. Standing before his troops, 130 miles south of the Black Forest, Cohen proclaimed loudly, "This guerrilla campaign officially concludes. We shall depart tonight and return home. Hooray! Ha ha ha! Now we have tales to tell upon our return. Ha ha ha! General Tom, when shall we topple those accursed Knights Templar strongholds?" "We shall," Cohen replied. "It is only a matter of time before we return, and when we do, it will be the Knights Templar who will face the ultimate reckoning for their blood debts." Huzzah! Long live the Dark God! Long live General Tom! Not long after, Cohen returned triumphantly with his 1,000 soldiers. This audacious raid had caught the Knights Templar by surprise, coupled with the epic-making weaponry of muskets. Not a single one of the 1,000 soldiers he had taken into battle sustained injuries. In stark contrast, Soul's Northern Legion was thrown into disarray. Many of the Knights Templar stationed in fortresses dared not venture beyond the city gates. Cohen's guerrilla forces not only struck at the Templars' strongholds, but also ambushed those patrolling outside and transporting supplies. In just a few days, the Knights Templars suffered losses of at least 2,000 men. However, Cohen's army was now nearly out of ammunition and provisions. Upon returning to Arkham, the soldiers rested, resupplied, and boasted of their exploits. When Caitlin saw Cohen and the others return victorious, the anxiety that had gripped her heart dissipated. At that moment, the Messiah looked at Cohen with confusion and asked, "Dark God, why complicate matters when the solution is so simple?" Cohen gazed at the Messiah, puzzled, and inquired, "What do you mean?" "I mean, if you desired Burlia Fortress, could you not simply gesture?" Upon hearing this, Cohen chuckled. He had certainly considered taking direct action. However, one must remain vigilant. I cannot be certain whether the so-called Goddess of Light still lives, or if she is observing me through some means. Based on Cohen's experience and reasoning, should he intervene directly in mortal conflicts, the consequences could be dire. Setting aside whether the Goddess of Light would descend to eliminate him, even if she refrained from intervening, Cohen had no confidence in overcoming the entirety of the Knights Templar by himself. After all, Cohen possessed scant knowledge of this world. He was unaware of whether the Templar held even more formidable forces. Therefore, preserving strength and concealing one's identity was paramount. Understand this, Messiah. That bitch of a goddess may be more powerful than I am now. I cannot allow her to discover my presence, nor can I directly involve myself in the affairs of mortals. Although the Messiah could not comprehend this, she refrained from pressing further. Following this campaign, Cohen's popularity soared in Arkham, and Caitlin appointed him as the Minister of National Defense for Arkham Town, entrusting him with all matters pertaining to national defense. On his first day in office, Cohen revamped the military uniforms. The outdated attire consisted of traditional armor, ill-suited for musketeers in battle. Naturally, armor could not be discarded entirely, as it still held some utility. After much contemplation, Cohen resolved to reorganize the army thoroughly, as he realized that the current military in Arkham lacked a coherent structure. All soldiers belonged to the same unit. After several days of meticulous contemplation, Cohen resolved to divide the army into 2 distinct branches, the Musketeers and the Pike Soldiers. The Musketeers would serve as the primary offensive force, while the Pike Soldiers would complement them by guarding the flanks. When the enemy launched a surprise attack from the sides, engaging in close combat, the advantages of the Pike Soldiers would come to the fore. In Chapter 50, the transition from winter to spring, Cohen personally sketched the design of the pike and entrusted it to the dwarven craftsmen. Through their tireless forging efforts day after day, the first batch of pikes was successfully equipped to the forces of Arkham Town. Subsequently, Cohen also hand-drew a new uniform for the Musketeers and sent the design to the elves. After the diligent work of those skilled elves, the first set of Musketeer uniforms was also successfully distributed. The Musketeers' uniforms were designed by Cohen based on his memories of traditional Western military attire. The ensemble featured a deep blue coat, complemented by a black captain's hat, black military boots, white trousers, and a deep blue greatcoat, along with a white cross-patterned ammunition pouch. Additionally, Cohen whimsically crafted flutes and military drums. To further enhance the authenticity of his whimsical endeavors, Cohen even burned the midnight oil for several nights, painstakingly composing the score for the Grenadier March and presenting it to the town's bard. From that point on, The soldiers were no longer training solely in combat. Under Cohen's guidance, the musketeers were not only to practice shooting and precision targeting, but also to rehearse various formations and the use of bayonets. Indeed, to ensure that the soldiers could effectively demonstrate their combat prowess in close-quarter engagements, Cohen also had the dwarves produce a batch of bayonets. "Lord Tom, why do you insist that each soldier receive a short sword?" Frank, observing the scene, was quite perplexed, of course. Not only Frank but even the musketeers themselves were bewildered. Seeing their confusion, Cohen chuckled and picked up a musket to demonstrate. When the onlookers witnessed Cohen transform the long musket into a spear, they immediately exclaimed, "Genius! This is an extraordinary invention! Ha ha ha! Lord Tom is truly a savior sent by the dark god to rescue us." As time passed, spring arrived. Life began to flourish anew, the snow melted, and the townsfolk commenced more extensive cultivation. After all, the population of Arkham Town had surged, and over the course of the winter, due to the relentless pursuit of the temple, Caitlin had seized the opportunity to gather thousands of refugees. Most of them had suffered persecution at the hands of the Temple Knights, while many others, fearing persecution, had chosen to join Arkham. The current Arkham had transformed into a medieval metropolis boasting a population of over 10,000. However, the explosive population growth brought myriad troubles. To alleviate the workload, Caitlin had no choice but to transfer Frank from the military to the town, appointing him as the chief constable. With the increase in population came a corresponding rise in the number of troops. By the standard of one conscript for every 3 men, Arkham Town now boasted over 3,000 trained musketeers and pike soldiers. Naturally, in times of peace, Cohen retained only 1,000 soldiers as a standing army. The other 2,000 would undergo collective training at the barracks once a week before returning home to labor, for spring had arrived, and the fields required a multitude of farmers for cultivation. Meanwhile, Pope Michaelis III sat regally at his desk. He extended his frail, aged hand and slowly picked up a grape, placing it in his mouth. "So, Salvador is still missing?" Michaelis III asked coldly. The knight standing before him lowered his head, offering no reply. The situation in the north was dire. Months prior, they had lost 2,000 men. The commander of the Soul Legion had yet to provide an explanation. Upon hearing this, the soldier standing before Michaelis III finally spoke nervously. "I regret to inform you, my lord, that I have received word from Lord Soul stating that the enemy possesses strange weapons of tremendous power, emitting thunderous sounds that terrify our warhorses. Moreover, the enemy appears without warning and vanishes without a trace. Last winter, many strongholds were attacked, and we could not ascertain the enemy's precise location." "Humph," Michaelis III said, somewhat irate. "Now, all the major dioceses in the north are reporting to me that the number of worshippers attending church services is dwindling, and those refusing to pay taxes to the temple are increasing. If this continues, we will lose our followers in the north." Upon hearing this, the soldier remained silent. Michaelis III sighed, shaking his stiff neck, and continued, "Send more men. I want the north turned inside out, and find those heretical cultists." "Yes, your holiness." The next day, in the north, the headquarters of the Northern Knights of the Temple. Soul glanced at the letter in his hand. Somewhat surprised, "That old fellow, Michaelis III, has finally thought to reinforce us. Humph. He should have done this long ago." The adjutant beside him chimed in, "Indeed, while the north is sparsely populated, it is vast in area. Our 30,000 men cannot possibly cover the entire region." The reinforcements arriving were from the 5th Legion, led by the commander known as the Whip of Thor, Lord Lore, and they were expected to reach the north by May of this year. Soul set the letter aside with a sigh, saying, "This is an attempt to encroach upon my authority, yet I have no means to counter it. Those damned cultists are like locusts, never lingering in one place for long. Finding them in this expansive north is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack." At that moment, the adjutant suddenly recalled something and inquired, "By the way, my lord, it seems Lord Frank is still missing." "I have no time to concern myself with him." Soul shook his head. "This winter, we have suffered tremendous losses, with hundreds of knights missing. No, what I mean is, I have studied last winter's attacks in detail. The enemy had clear objectives and seemed to be well aware of our movements. Many supply convoys were ambushed, indicating they have substantial knowledge of us. Furthermore, given Lord Frank's capabilities, would he truly go missing? Even if he were outmatched, he would have found opportunities to escape and report back to you. Is there a possibility? Are you suggesting?" Sol furrowed his brow. Frank has defected? I apologize, Lord Sol. This is merely my conjecture. Even if Frank has not defected, there must be other traitorous knights among the cultists, or else they could not be so well informed about our activities. Upon hearing this, Sol fell silent. Indeed, from the attacks last winter, it was clear the enemy possessed extensive knowledge of the Temple Knights. No, more precisely, the enemy had an intimate understanding of themselves. This implication meant that those who had defected to the cult must possess significant self-awareness. Chapter 51. The establishment of the Witch Council. Sol pondered deeply and realized that among the missing individuals, only Frank had an understanding of himself. This became glaringly evident. Slowly raising a mug of malt liquor, Sol took a hearty gulp and declared, "Regardless, find Frank for me, even if it requires digging 3 feet into the earth. Lord Sol, Frank has been missing for several months. I'm afraid. Find him, interrogate everyone connected to him. Furthermore, thoroughly investigate all areas attacked last winter." Yes, Lord Sol. Spring had arrived, and the townsfolk of Arkham were greeted not only by the gentle spring breeze, but also by the joy of cultivation. Cultivation signified that they would fare well in the coming winter. The previous winter had been a struggle for all. They faced not only the threat of the Temple Knights, but also the specter of famine. Although the harvest had exceeded expectations, the explosive population growth over the winter had rendered food a pressing issue. As the mayor, Caitlin had no choice but to borrow money from that Mr. Tom to purchase grain. Of course, no one knew who Mr. Tom was or whence he came. Only the maid beside him knew that this Mr. Tom was their god, who had helped them withstand an invasion by the Temple Knights and, in their most arduous days, provided them with money and food. Sighing, Cohen rose from the sofa and inquired, "How much do we have left?" After a moment of thought, the Messiah replied, converted to common gold coins, "We have approximately 350,000. What? Do you need me to retrieve some from the next Cohen summit?" "No need." Cohen shook his head. "The prices in this world are quite reasonable. A pound of rice costs less than a silver coin." The Messiah offered no response, merely smiling faintly. At present, Cohen had acquired a splendid mansion in Arkham, situated in the heart of the town, within a wealthy district. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from outside. Cohen opened the door to find Frank, and he smiled, asking, "Chief Constable Frank, what brings you here?" Frank sighed, glanced around Cohen's room, ensuring no outsiders were present, and hurried inside, saying, "Lord Tom, just call me Tom." Frank nodded and continued, "I am here on behalf of Lady Caitlin. If there are any troubles, please feel free to express them. Remember, we are all servants of the Great Dark One." Frank still felt a hint of awkwardness, so he added, "The number of refugees in the city is increasing. The census results from last week revealed that Arkham now has 35,000 inhabitants. A truly staggering figure. Is there a shortage of food?" As he spoke, Cohen prepared to reach for his purse. However, Frank hastily waved his hand and said, "No, the food situation doesn't require immediate resolution. Our reserves can sustain us for another 2 months." "What is the matter then?" Cohen inquired. It concerns many issues. We are facing considerable troubles, as you know. Most of the newcomers are refugees who can hardly afford taxes. 6 months ago, Lady Caitlin enacted a tax exemption decree, allowing new immigrants to forego taxes for the first year. It is quite humane. After all, these new arrivals likely carry nothing with them. Cohen replied, "Indeed." Suddenly, Frank lowered his head, took out a piece of parchment from his cloak, and handed it to Cohen, saying, "This is Lady Caitlin's personal correspondence. I hope you will take a look." Cohen accepted the parchment, but did not immediately read it. Instead, he scrutinized Frank's haggard expression and asked, "What exactly has happened?" "Our finances are strained. The loan you provided last time is already insufficient," Frank continued. "Military pay, city defense construction, the resettlement of refugees, and debts owed to the dwarves and elves. It's all quite burdensome. But rest assured, Lord Tom, Lady Caitlin has promised to repay you, principal and interest, in due course." Cohen nodded and then placed a reassuring hand on Frank's shoulder, saying, "You need not worry about this matter. I shall handle it. Thank you, Mr. Tom. The entire town of Arkham owes you a great debt of gratitude." Just as Frank turned to leave, he suddenly recalled something and quickly added, "That letter from Lady Caitlin pertains to your appointment as the financial officer. I am not entirely clear on the details, but you will find out upon reading it." Cohen nodded, and after seeing Frank off, he hurried back to the sofa and unrolled the parchment. Upon reading its contents, Cohen smiled. "What is it, my lord?" Messiah approached and stood behind Cohen. "Do you know? The Witch Council?" Cohen inquired. "Of course." Messiah chuckled. 300 years ago, I was a member of the Witch Council and one of its leaders. "Please elaborate." Cohen urged. 3 centuries ago, the largest city under your command was ruled by 12 witches. These 12 witches comprised the Witch Council, an organization of absolute democracy. Whenever they encountered an issue, they would decide by vote. "Why do you ask about this, my lord?" Cohen replied with a chuckle. "Caitlin intends to reorganize the Witch Council with Arkham as its center." "Oh? Isn't that a good thing?" Messiah responded. "It is indeed a good thing." Cohen nodded. "However, how old are they?" "Caitlin is merely 19 this year, Vivian has just come of age, and Lilith is even younger. A council composed of 3 young ladies. I believe they require a leader with more experience." "But do they not have you?" Messiah looked at Cohen, bewildered. Cohen furrowed his brow and glanced at Messiah, saying, "But I am not a witch, yet you are their god. Regardless of the circumstances, you can always offer them a glimmer of hope in the darkness." Messiah spoke gently. "This girl certainly knows how to flatter. If this were the 21st century, she would undoubtedly be promoted and married to a wealthy, handsome man, reaching the pinnacle of life," Cohen thought. "Well then," he decisively rose to his feet, "I shall proceed to assume my duties as financial officer." With that, Cohen tidied his appearance and slowly exited the mansion. Minutes later, he arrived at the town hall by carriage. The town hall, even now, remained quite rudimentary, perhaps even less impressive than his own mansion. Chapter 52. "Call me Lady Counselor." Upon seeing Cohen, Vivian immediately bowed and expressed her thanks. "Thank you for accepting the position of financial officer for Arkham." "No need for such formalities, Miss Counselor," Cohen replied with a teasing tone. Lord Tom is joking," Vivian said, her face turning crimson. After all, she had never experienced such grand occasions, and being addressed as counselor was somewhat embarrassing. "At last, you have arrived, Lord Tom," Caitlin remarked. Having shed her youthful demeanor, Caitlin, though still only 19, spoke and acted like a 30-year-old urban professional. It was no wonder. After all, she had borne the weight of the entire town for the past year. To manage a medieval metropolis of 30,000 people without succumbing to pressure is indeed a remarkable feat, especially when the town's treasury was perpetually empty. Without her, it was likely that the 30,000 would have starved long ago. "I have come to attend my inauguration ceremony," Cohen said with a smile. "Oh, there is no need for that." Caitlin shook her head. "If it were anyone else, I would insist on an oath before the Great Dark One. But for you, I believe it unnecessary, as your loyalty is evident to all." Cohen wholeheartedly agreed. "After all, swearing an oath to oneself is rather awkward. We invited you primarily because there is a meeting that requires your presence." "Oh?" Cohen smiled and then turned his gaze to the large round table nearby. The table currently had 12 seats, each representing a council member. Of course, there were only 3 witches at present, but Caitlin was already preparing for the long-term expansion of the Witch Council. "Please, take a seat," Caitlin invited. Cohen did not hesitate and sat down comfortably. "Currently, our armed forces have attained considerable deterrent power. At least among the northern nations, we are a force to be reckoned with. I believed we should consider expanding our territory," Caitlin stated. Upon hearing this, Cohen nodded. "Indeed, this small plot of land can no longer accommodate such a large population. We cannot gather all our followers in this city. One cannot put all their eggs in one basket." "Exactly," Caitlin affirmed. "Thus, we have invited you to offer us suggestions in your capacity as the defense officer." "Me?" Cohen chuckled. "I am not a soldier, much less a military strategist. For matters of warfare, you should consult Frank, not be modest, Mr. Tom. After last year's battle, we have come to realize that with dwarven technology, we no longer need to rely on traditional warfare tactics." Caitlin insisted. Cohen nodded in satisfaction. It seemed Caitlin was quite astute. "Indeed," he sighed, taking a sip from a nearby goblet. "In land combat, the plains are disadvantageous for us. The Templars can leverage the complex terrain of the forests to outmaneuver us. Therefore, it is essential that we develop a cavalry. But last time, did you not defeat the enemy on the plains?" Caitlin inquired, puzzled. "That is precisely the point," Cohen patiently explained. "They were inexperienced in fighting US. And as their experience grows with each battle, they will discover ways to counter our gunmen. We must begin training cavalry to protect our gunmen's output while also delivering devastating blows to retreating enemies. Moreover, for For siege warfare, we require another powerful weapon. As he spoke, Cohen handed Caitlin the design he had prepared over the past few days, continuing, "This is a weapon I designed that can inflict significant damage on the Templar's walls, surpassing even that of a catapult." Cohen observed that although dwarves had invented firearms in this world, they had yet to fully utilize gunpowder. Firearms could only inflict limited damage on individual soldiers, whereas artillery was an entirely different matter. Not only could it strike at enemy cavalry from afar, but it could also deliver the first blow before the Templars entered the effective kill range of the firearms. Additionally, artillery could cause unimaginable damage to city walls. Before the invention of artillery, the architecture of European castles had been quite different. One can imagine that people would alter the structure of their walls for a single weapon, which speaks volumes about the power of artillery. When Caitlin received the design, she was not particularly surprised. After all, she could not comprehend it. However, Cohen was confident that the dwarves would understand it, so he added, "Please pass this on to our dwarven brethren. I am sure they will be quite excited." Caitlin furrowed her brow and remained silent. Cohen immediately sensed something amiss and smiled, saying, "Do not worry, Miss Caitlin. Money is not an issue. Do they not have a fondness for gold? Let us bestow upon them an ample gift." Having spoken, Cohen rose once more and proclaimed to the three witches, "I hereby announce that I, Tom Cruise, shall contribute a donation of 100,000 gold coins to the Witch Council. This sum is sufficient to equip our forces. Additionally, I shall cover the construction of the city walls and the new town hall." Indeed, the sensation of being an affluent benefactor was utterly delightful. By the way, it seems unlikely that anyone in this world recognizes Tom Cruise, which piqued Cohen's wicked sense of humor. "Is that truly so, Mr. Tom?" Vivian exclaimed, hastily rising to express her gratitude. Meanwhile, Caitlin remained steadfast, fully aware of her current stature. It was not that she lacked appreciation. Rather, her position forbade her from bowing to a subordinate. After all, how could an emperor salute a minister? Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Cohen hurriedly departed the town hall, for there were numerous matters demanding his attention. At that moment, Alpho approached Caitlin cautiously and began, "Lady Caitlin, regarding the placement of the refugees. From this day forth, call me Madam Counselor." "Very well, Madam Counselor," Alpho promptly agreed. "As for the refugee placement, once Mr. Tom's funds arrive, I shall allocate 30,000 gold coins to distribute 2 coins to each individual. And we can commence the construction of housing immediately." "Yes, Madam Counselor." Chapter 53. The Industrial Revolution. After leaving the town hall, Cohen set about designing plans for the new city walls and the reconstruction of the town hall. The new town hall, as envisioned by Cohen, was nothing short of magnificent, capable of accommodating the Witch Council as well as all municipal staff. Furthermore, it would include the future bedrooms of the 12 witches. Serving as a comprehensive edifice, the architectural style was Gothic, soaring to a height of 90 meters, truly a marvel of the medieval era. Yet, Cohen was unconcerned with such matters. After all, outside lay the medieval world. While here, the first industrial revolution had commenced. Thanks to the riches bestowed by the dark deity, Cohen was never short of funds. With money at his disposal, what could not be accomplished? Cohen even planned to have the dwarves investigate the steam locomotive. Having already designed the tracks, his intention was to connect the rails between Arkham and the new Hearthburg, facilitating more convenient transportation among the three parties. For the walls, Cohen intended to employ a more advanced bastion design. Though constructing a bastion was considerably more challenging, its defensive capabilities far surpassed those of an ordinary medieval castle. After dedicating an entire week to finalizing all the schematics, Cohen promptly delivered the designs to the dwarves. Meanwhile, Caitlin had handed over the artillery blueprints to the dwarves, who had successfully crafted a prototype. Upon Cohen's arrival at Hearthburg, he was taken aback. The dwarves truly were master craftsmen. Hearthburg was essentially a mountain that had been hollowed out. Before his eyes stood an enormous gate, towering at 20 meters. The entire gate was metallic, rendering the castle an impregnable fortress. "Ha ha ha! You must be the illustrious Tom." Upon encountering the dwarf king, Cohen awkwardly chuckled. "Indeed, you must be His Majesty Molden? Ha ha ha! No need for formalities with me. Young man, did you truly invent this?" King Molden exclaimed, clutching the design blueprints in one hand and a mug of beer in the other. His face awash with admiration, Cohen smiled sheepishly. "Well, one could say that. After all, He had no idea who had originally invented the cannon. He might as well claim it as his own to avoid unnecessary complications and time-consuming explanations. This contraption is truly a treasure, Cohen grinned. May I take a look at the prototype? Of course. Follow me, the Dwarf King replied, leading Cohen to the top of the gate. There stood a brand new cannon, proudly erected. To be honest, Mr. Tom, our craftsmen labored tirelessly for days and nights to create this cannon, nearly falling into the furnace. Oh? Did you encounter any difficulties? Difficulties? Enormous ones. The metal capable of withstanding such power is exceedingly rare. We had to empty half a mountain to forge it. I see. Cohen's concerns were unwarranted. It appeared the dwarves had indeed conducted their experiments. Come, let us witness its might. With that, the Dwarf King commanded his subordinates to load the cannon with gunpowder. Once loaded, a massive iron ball was inserted. The ball appeared to be the size of a human head, but as the gunpowder ignited, the cannon unleashed a force that shattered a boulder a kilometer away. Excellent! This is precisely the effect I desired. Cohen was thoroughly impressed and turned to Molden, asking, when can we expect mass production? Right now. Molden laughed heartily. We can deliver 5 cannons in our first batch. And our team will transport them in a week. Very well. Cohen nodded. That I require more. Many more. Ideally, 100 cannons to 100. That would take us an entire year to produce. Molden chuckled heartily. Aren't you worried about us growing bored? In the face of the Dwarf King's generosity, Cohen felt emboldened to be equally audacious. Ha ha ha. You truly are amusing. How did you come by such a clever mind? Did the dark deity secretly implant the brain of the god of craftsmen within you? Cohen burst into laughter. After all, he was, in fact, the so-called dark deity. Suddenly, Cohen recalled that he had also designed the steam locomotive's appearance, albeit merely the exterior. As for the engine, that was a matter for the dwarves to figure out. After all, Cohen was a dark deity, not a scientist. What is this? Molden, true to his title as the Dwarf King, gazed at the design blueprints and, after a mere glance, his eyes widened in astonishment. A genius. A true genius, Mr. Tom. However did you conceive of this? It was bestowed upon me by the dark deity. Ha 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 ha. Cohen said half-jokingly. Molden continued to stare at the blueprints in shock, shaking his head in disbelief. Good heavens! If we could connect the tracks to Arkham, it would greatly enhance trade between our two lands. Indeed, Cohen smiled, it would also foster connections among the people. Soon, traveling to Arkham would no longer require a strenuous, day-long trek. Quite right, Molden exclaimed. I see it states here that steam will be the driving force. Precisely. Molden quickly turned to shout, Jean Bing, come here. Yes, Your Majesty. Molden. Another dwarf rushed over. Do you see this? Molden said, fixing his gaze on Jean Bing. Previously, you mentioned that the steam produced by our great furnace could even hollow out an entire mountain. But have you considered, if we were to scale it down, could it possibly propel a train? A train? What on earth is that? Molden smirked before handing the design blueprints to Jean Bing. This is it, the invention designed by Mr. Tom. Jean Bing's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. A genius. A true genius. How did you come up with this? My Lord Molden? No, Mr. Tom. Just as Tom was about to explain, Molden interjected, that's not your concern right now. Hurry and prepare. I want to see results within 2 weeks. Yes, Your Majesty. Molden. Once Jean Bing had departed, Molden looked at Cohen with a gleam of excitement. Young man, the next time you have a wondrous invention, be sure to bring it to me at once. Ha ha ha. Dwarves were indeed fervent about forging that, of course. Cohen nodded. After all, across the entire continent, none but you can create the inventions I have devised. Ha ha ha. You flatter me. Chapter 54. The great invention. That evening, Cohen was invited by Molden to spend the night in the Hearthburg Palace. As he lay upon the plush velvet bed, Cohen pondered a pressing issue. How to resolve the matter of gas lamps? At present, the steam engine dilemma had been somewhat addressed. Let the dwarves ponder that one. As Molden had mentioned, it was merely a matter of scaling down the central furnace of Hearthburg by 100-fold. While it sounded simple, Cohen understood that if it were truly that easy, humanity would not have entered the Industrial Revolution until the 18th century. Now, to invent a gas lamp, it was imperative to first explore how to obtain gas. The dwarves had a means to acquire coal, as their furnaces were powered by it. With this in mind, Cohen hurriedly rose, lit a candle, and began documenting his thoughts. The following morning, he presented his ideas to the Dwarf King. After all, as previously stated, Cohen was not a scientist. He could merely provide an idea, and it was up to the industrious little dwarves to conduct the research. Soon after, Cohen returned to Arkham City. A week later, the first batch of cannons was successfully delivered, accompanied by 100 cannonballs from the Dwarf King. In a corner of the Black Forest, Cohen stood before 3,000 soldiers, instructing them on how to operate the cannons, and handpicked 20 individuals to form a new unit, the Artillery Corps. The soldiers' training was proceeding with fervor. Within a few weeks, the troops had armed themselves with 13 cannons, which, for the time being, sufficed. Next, considerations turned to the issue of cavalry. It is worth noting that the Black Forest is particularly unsuited for horse breeding, resulting in Arkham City having almost no stables. Of the only 2 stables available, one merely housed pack mules, designated solely for cargo transport, while the number of war horses was exceedingly scarce. Including those captured from the Templar Knights, there were barely a dozen. In desperation, Cohen had no choice but to commence his battle plans. It is well known that the Templar Knights are never short of war horses. Any fortress could yield hundreds of them. A few days later, Cohen sought out Frank. Upon meeting, he spoke directly. "Mr. Frank, I intend to launch our first offensive against the Templar Knights this year." Frank, upon hearing this, immediately became animated. He promptly retrieved a map of the Northern Territories, pointing to a corner and stating, "Since the last raid, the Templar Knights seldom venture beyond their fortifications. Therefore, attacking them will not be an easy task. You must prepare for a siege." Cohen nodded. "Of course, that is indeed my intention. However, the Templar Knights possess remarkable mobility. Once news of the siege spreads, knights from other fortresses will swiftly come to their aid, and we would then face an encirclement from 2 fronts. Rest assured, I will be swift in my actions. If it were anyone else, Frank would have been concerned, but he had faith in Cohen. Ever since the last battle against the Templar Knights, Frank had been convinced that this man named Tom possessed the capability to breach their stronghold. "Very well, for the initial assault, I suggest you target the Mohe Fortress, which is closest to the Black Forest. Due to its proximity to the forest, the garrison is not substantial, approximately 500 men, but the defending forces are equipped with longbows. You must understand, the range of longbows far exceeds that of our firearms. With an effective range of up to 300 meters, and depending on the wind, it could even reach 400 meters. Cohen nodded but refrained from responding. "I understand you possess a secret weapon capable of firing a kilometer. Thus, my advice is to attack from as far a distance as possible, or we might find ourselves at a disadvantage." Cohen nodded once more. "Very well," he replied. "I comprehend. We shall depart tomorrow. I will accompany you." Frank offered. "No." Cohen shook his head. "Someone must stay behind to guard our home." With that, Cohen turned and left without looking back. The following dawn, Cohen set forth with 3,000 musketeers towards the Mohe Fortress. The Black Forest is vast. Even though Mohe Fortress lies at its edge, Cohen's forces took a full 2 days to arrive. Upon reaching Mohe Fortress, Cohen immediately commanded the formation of a siege. Meanwhile, the commander of Mohe Fortress hurriedly ascended the ramparts, staring in astonishment at the blue-clad musketeers 500 meters away. "So, we are besieged?" "Indeed, Commander, but we have released ravens. I believe reinforcements will arrive before dawn." The commander chuckled. "It seems these followers of the Dark Gods are truly foolish. Just because they won a few battles last winter, they think they can breach our fortress? Commander, I wonder if you noticed. These cultists that are clad in nothing but rags. We have counted. The enemy numbers approximately 3,000. Although they are 500 meters away, our longbows cannot inflict damage upon them, yet based on our previous combat experience, their weaponry has a range insufficient to reach 500 meters. What do you mean? To be honest, I participated in the last battle. They only ordered a volley when we approached within 300 meters. I am saying they cannot harm us in the slightest. So, they plan to besiege us until we starve." The commander sneered. The adjutant chimed in mockingly. "Indeed, they are foolish, as expected from those bewitched by dark gods. Once reinforcements arrive by dawn, we shall trap them in a pincer movement, and then they will be utterly routed. Subsequently, we can seize their wondrous weaponry." "Ha ha ha." The commander, pleased, glanced at the adjutant and declared, "I shall speak highly of you to Lord Thor. Alas, who would have thought, in merely a year, the cultist army has grown to such scale. Yet they cannot afford armor. Every one of them is clad in rags, wearing hats. Ha ha ha. Just as the two continued their cruel mockery of Cohen's forces, suddenly, several dark objects were wheeled into view. The commander on the wall frowned and inquired, "What are those? Who knows?" These cultists always manage to produce bizarre contraptions that are utterly useless, and no sooner had he spoken than a resounding boom echoed. The sound reverberated clearly in a village 10 kilometers away from the fortress. Chapter 55. The Army of the Dark God. What on earth? Boom. With a tremendous crash, a black iron ball hurtled towards the ramparts. Instantly, the head of a soldier was obliterated. No, it was not merely smashed. It vanished entirely, reduced to mere fragments. Furthermore, that iron ball showed no signs of halting. It continued its course into the fortress. Boom. Another deafening blast. The main building's walls crumbled in an instant. All present Templar knights were left dumbfounded by the impact. Yet, 500 meters away, Cohen shook his head. No, too high. It 1T breached the wall. With a command from Cohen, the cannons began to lower gradually. Stop, at this angle, fire, ignite, launch, boom. Another thunderous roar. This time, the cannon directly shattered a corner of the wall. Boom, boom, boom. 12 cannons fired in unison. The rudimentary wall collapsed with a crash. Even dozens of Templar knights stationed on the wall were crushed by the falling debris. Heavens! This is impossible. Unthinkable. The commander on the wall stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding. The next moment, fire! With Cohen's command, the 12 cannons unleashed another volley. The entire wall finally crumbled to the ground. Witnessing this, a nearby soldier exclaimed, "Lord Tom, shall we charge?" "Yes, Lord Cohen. The wall has fallen. Ha ha ha. I can hardly wait to slay those accursed Templar knights." No, Cohen calmly shook his head. He understood that even in such a situation, close combat would not benefit them. Thus, the bombardment must continue. Cohen's objective was to force the Templar knights out of their stronghold, to charge towards their direction, and so, fire, boom, fire, boom. By the fourth volley, the Templar knights hiding behind the wall could no longer endure. The devastating power of the cannonballs was lethal to these knights of the medieval era. Iron balls the size of heads could inflict terrifying damage upon the walls. The tremendous noise and destruction could shake the very soul. The knights were paralyzed with fear. They preferred to charge out and confront the Dark God's army rather than remain behind the walls to await their demise. They understood that if they continued to wait, they would eventually be buried alive by the falling stones or crushed by the massive iron balls. Thus, with the commander's order, over 400 Templar knights rushed to the stables, mounted their war horses, and charged towards Cohen's direction. Upon witnessing this, Cohen narrowed his eyes. "Be cautious, do not kill my war horses. Open fire." As the enemy approached within 200 meters, Cohen commanded the attack. Boom. A volley was unleashed, and countless knights fell from their mounts. Then came the second volley. Just as the knights realized the gravity of their predicament and prepared to flee, they found themselves surrounded by thousands of musketeers. One by one, their valiant knights fell amidst pools of blood. The cries of wounded horses, the lament of fallen knights, blood soaked the vast expanse of land. The immense noise caused the war horses beneath them to panic. Ultimately, the commander cried out, "We surrender! We surrender! Please, spare us!" In merely one morning, Cohen breached the fortress. Yet he did not linger, for he understood that in the open field, should they encounter a large contingent of Templar knights, it would be fatal for Cohen's musketeers. Especially with the cumbersome cannons, they could easily become a target for the enemy. Thus, Cohen ordered the soldiers to lead the surviving war horses and depart swiftly. As for the surrendering Templar knights, Cohen could neither take them with him nor allow them to go free, so he ordered their execution. Although the scene was utterly grim, engaging in battle with the enemy feels entirely different from executing prisoners of war. When slaying foes, Cohen felt an inexplicable sense of glory, yet when they laid down their arms and became defenseless commoners, truthfully, Cohen found it somewhat difficult to bear. Soon, Cohen returned triumphantly, however, on the other side. Upon receiving the news, Saul swiftly led 10,000 Templar knights to the Muhay fortress. As he beheld the devastation of the fortress, his eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly fathom how that group of people had managed to achieve such destruction. In just a day, Muhay fortress had been reduced to ruins. Additionally, 500 corpses of Templar knights lay at the entrance of the fortress. Among them, Some bore no weapons. Saul realized that they had been mercilessly slaughtered after surrendering. Infuriated, Saul clenched his fists and declared vehemently, "I shall make them pay in blood for their transgressions." At that moment, an aide approached and inquired, "My lord Saul, what shall we do with the bodies?" "Give them a proper burial. Notify the nearby church to send someone to pray for them. They were brave warriors who deserve to ascend to paradise, to the embrace of the God of light." "Understood, my lord Saul." With that, Saul turned and returned to the hastily erected tent. That night, a centurion entered. "Sir Balki, do you require something?" At that moment, Saul was kneeling before a statue of the God of light, seemingly praying for his fallen subordinates. The knight named Balki immediately bowed his head in apology. "I beg your pardon, Legion Commander, for interrupting your prayers. Speak swiftly." Saul replied curtly. "It is as follows. We have tracked the movements of that army and discovered they have ventured deep into the Black Forest." Upon hearing this, Saul slowly opened his eyes, clenched his teeth, and said menacingly, "Continue the pursuit. Furthermore, inform the messengers to gather the troops. It is time to engage them in a decisive battle." Meanwhile, Cohen was acutely aware that the trail of 3,000 men could not be concealed, especially with 12 cannons and 400 warhorses in tow. However, Cohen had no intention of hiding. Allowing the Templar Knights to discover their tracks was merely a stratagem. Cohen, proud of the Northern Legion, was all too aware of their own inadequacies. If they rashly left the Black Forest to engage the Templar Knights outside, Cohen's forces would undoubtedly suffer losses. It would be far more advantageous to draw the Northern Legion's Templar Knights in, and then annihilate them in one fell swoop. In this manner, Cohen could seize control of the North. Indeed, according to Cohen's plan, rather than engaging in a life-and-death struggle with the Templar Knights outside, it would be far better to stage a grand showdown in Arkham City. Chapter 56. The Massacre. The expansion of Arkham City's walls was still incomplete, yet Cohen had already envisioned alternative methods. Given that the Black Forest lay just beyond the walls, the Templar Knight siege engines and other long-range assault weapons would prove ineffective. They could only rely on ladders and battering rams for their assault. Cohen's plan was to create a slope with earth mounds to modify the walls. Although this proposal initially met with Frank's opposition, Cohen remained unfazed by his dissent. In Frank's words, the sloped walls would facilitate the enemy's ascent. This, Cohen merely smiled in silence. Additionally, Cohen ordered the soldiers to dig a moat around the walls, measuring merely 10 meters wide and 3 meters deep, and of course, it was not filled with water. Its function was not akin to that of a traditional moat. Finally, Cohen commanded the soldiers to construct another slope with soil around the moat. "My Lord Tom, I must respectfully express my doubts. I do not believe this method is viable. It will only make it easier for the enemy to scale the walls." Once the construction was completed, it was already the morning of the third day. If Cohen's calculations were correct, the Northern Legion should have arrived by now. In response to Frank's skepticism, Cohen simply smiled calmly and remarked, "Just wait. You will be even more astonished this time." And no sooner had he spoken than a scout rode in hastily. "What news?" Cohen inquired. "Report, Commander. We have located them. They are merely 10 miles away." "Excellent." Cohen patted the soldier's shoulder. "Go have a drink of water." "Thank you, Commander." Afterward, Cohen turned to the soldiers behind him and proclaimed, "Soldiers, the moment to defeat the Templar Knights has arrived. Prepare the cavalry. Soon, it will be your time to shine." "Yes." Following this, Cohen glanced at the visibly anxious Frank and outlined the battle plan. "The infantry will take positions atop the walls, firing upon the Templar Knights in the forest. It remains a siege. They will not be mounted, at least most will not choose to ride. The infantry and artillery can utilize the slope for more accurate and convenient fire against the Templar Knights, thereby maximizing the damage inflicted upon the enemy. Trust me, this will be a slaughterhouse for the Templar Knights." After considering Cohen's words, Frank found them to be sound. In traditional sieges, moats must be wide, and walls should be at right angles or even sloped outward, but this was only due to the conventions of siege warfare. Now, armed with firearms, they could adopt this approach. The inward sloping walls, while seemingly advantageous to the enemy, would actually allow their own soldiers to aim more effectively. Hours later, the sun shone brightly, and as everyone's hearts raced in anticipation, the distant sound of the Templar Knight siege horns echoed. This sound, Frank recognized all too well. He swallowed hard, grasped a firearm, and cautiously crouched down. aiming at the nearby forest. As the first knight appeared in the crowd's view, more knights followed in succession. Leading them was none other than Saul, the commander of the Northern Legion. Saul suddenly drew his sword and shouted towards the distant walls, "Charge! Let these damned worshippers of the dark gods feel the iron fist of justice." Roar! With that command, countless soldiers shouted and charged madly. However, the 12 cannons atop the walls had long been primed and ready. Boom, boom, boom. Before the Templar Knights could advance beyond 500 meters, countless bodies were blown to pieces by cannon fire. Heads and limbs flew through the air. The thunderous roar of the cannons even provoked mournful cries from the creatures of the forest. Meanwhile, Cohen slowly turned, observing the notifications in his retina, reveling in the moment. "Congratulations, host. Sacrificial offerings acquired. Congratulations, host. Sacrificial offerings acquired. Congratulations, host. Sacrificial offerings acquired. Congratulations, host. Sacrificial offerings acquired." The war lasted only a few minutes, yet Cohen had already amassed thousands of points and offerings. This signified that the enemy had suffered thousands of casualties before even reaching the lethal range of the firearms. On the other side, Saul was left utterly dumbfounded by this sight. "Damn it. What manner of weapon is this?" "Report, Commander. Our soldiers have repelled several waves. They dare not advance any further." "What? Immediately organize a disciplined squad. Position them at the rear of the troops. Anyone who dares to retreat shall be executed without mercy." "But, Commander Saul, their weapons are far too terrifying. Countless soldiers have left no whole corpses behind." Faced with such a situation, Saul was incensed. He would not permit his soldiers to falter before him. If one retreats, others will follow. Thousands will flee the battlefield. It must be stopped. Do you hear me? Immediately organize a disciplined squad. This is, Commander. Although Saul's aide was extremely reluctant, he felt he had no choice. Soon, more and more knights began to ascend the slope. However, just as they believed they were on the verge of scaling the walls, a more horrifying event unfolded. The first row of soldiers on the walls suddenly stood up. They hardly needed to aim. They simply had to point their guns at the enemy and pull the trigger. Boom. A series of explosive sounds erupted, and at least 1,000 enemies fell in an instant, drenched in blood. The fear and pressure they experienced were unlike anything they had ever encountered. Immediately, the first row of soldiers fell back, and the second row swiftly took their place. By the time the last row of soldiers finished firing, the first row was already reloaded and advancing once more. Pull the trigger. Countless knights collapsed in pools of blood. They realized this was not a siege at all. This was a massacre. The Templar Knights were like beasts trapped in a deep pit. Utterly defenseless, they could only watch as the humans below ruthlessly slaughtered them. The scene was a harrowing spectacle, and even Cohen found it difficult to bear. After all, it was far too gruesome. Fortunately, Cohen maintained a relatively composed demeanor. Had an ordinary person witnessed this scene, they would surely have been sickened. The overwhelming chaos of the battlefield drew Caitlin and others to the scene. Arriving at the edge of the walls, Caitlin looked at the soldiers alternating their fire and casually grabbed a newly replaced guard, asking, "How is it going? Is it going well?" The guard, who had just been replaced, covered his mouth and stammered, It's going very well. Ugh. Chapter 57. The first wave. After saying this, the soldier immediately vomited. Caitlin, perplexed, asked, "What's wrong? Didn't you say it was going well?" "No. It's nothing, Madam Mayor." Ugh. At that moment, Cohen, appearing relaxed, descended from the walls, chuckling. "It's far too bloody, far too violent. I can hardly bear to watch. You needn't mock that poor rookie." Upon hearing the commotion, Caitlin hurriedly ascended the city wall, eager to discern the source of the disturbance. However, as soon as she reached the top, she doubled over, clutching her stomach, and quickly retreated, joining the new recruit in a bout of retching. What was unfolding before her was no mere defense of the city. It was a massacre. Caitlin was taken aback. Meanwhile, Cohen, with an air of nonchalance, patted her shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Do not worry. Await my good news upon your return home." At that moment, Caitlin suddenly lifted her gaze. "I truly am grateful to you." The din of gunfire, cannon blasts, and anguished cries surrounded them, making it difficult for Cohen to catch her words. What did you say?" Caitlin felt a twinge of embarrassment before repeating, I meant truly thank you. No need for thanks, Cohen replied with a smile. Without you, I could never have accomplished any of this. If anyone deserves gratitude, it is the Dark God. Upon hearing this, Caitlin nodded in agreement, exclaiming, Praise be to the Dark God. Unbeknownst to her, the very deity she honored stood right before her. Just then, a distant horn echoed through the air. Frank leaned out, shouting to Cohen within the walls. Sir Tom, it is the sound of retreat. They are withdrawing. Excellent, Cohen replied with a grin. Shall we unleash the cavalry to pursue them? Frank inquired further. Cohen shook his head. There is no need. Caitlin tilted her head in confusion. Did you not say we should pursue while the iron is hot? Not at this moment. They are merely retreating, not fleeing. We must wait until they are truly in flight before we pursue them. What difference does that make? Caitlin asked, perplexed. The distinction lies in the organization. Cohen explained slowly. A retreat is strategic. They will move out of our range and regroup to formulate a new plan. Should we chase them now? We risk being countered. Conversely, a flight is chaotic, devoid of strategy or purpose, merely a band of disheartened soldiers. In that case, pursuing them would only make them flee faster. They would not consider turning back to fight. Do you understand? Very well, Caitlin admitted, still not entirely grasping the concept. Yet, Cohen had not expected her to understand, for while she might be an exceptional politician, she would never be a skilled commander. Governance relies on kings. But warfare hinges on generals. Meanwhile, on the other side, night had fallen. Sol was convening all his aides and centurions in the same tent. Bria, how many men have we lost? Have the statistics been compiled? Sol inquired. The aide named Bria responded in a grave tone. After tallying the numbers, we have lost over 4,000 men in the daylight battle. Just one day. And we have lost 1/6 of our forces? Sol's voice grew somber upon hearing the news. Their weaponry is unlike anything we have ever encountered, devastatingly powerful. Our armor feels like mere parchment before such arms, and the cacophony of sound instills fear in our soldiers. Another aide spoke up, Why, Lord Sol, I have lost nearly half my men. We cannot continue with this offensive strategy. It will turn the battlefield into a slaughterhouse. At that moment, a centurion interjected. Sol surveyed the disheveled temple knights before him, noting how their previous pride had been stripped away by the harsh realities of war, severely affecting their morale. Suddenly, a soldier from the watch team burst into the tent, whispering urgently in Sol's ear. My lord, we have begun to see deserters. Deserters? Sol furrowed his brow. How many? 300, led by Centurion Sophic. Damn it, kill them, my lord, that may not be wise. What is unwise about it? It serves as a warning. Let them know that those who flee meet this fate. Just then, Bria interjected, My lord Sol, the knight's morale is already low. I propose we offer those 300 a chance to redeem themselves. Oh? Sol regarded Bria with interest. Please, elaborate. This is the first time the temple knights have faced deserters. My lord, we should not intimidate our knights at this juncture. It will not inspire their fighting spirit, but rather diminish their confidence further. I believe you should personally address the soldiers and say something. Indeed, Commander, your presence would surely bolster their confidence. I concur. Commander, please go out and speak. The gathered officials erupted in supportive chatter. Sol nodded in agreement. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. With that, Sol strode purposefully out of the tent. At that moment, the 300 deserters stood stripped of their armor, awaiting their fate, surrounded by watchful soldiers. Commander, Commander! The soldiers murmured excitedly as they recognized Sol's presence, many of them having never been this close to him before. With his hands clasped behind his back, Sol approached Sophic, asking, Do you believe I would execute you and your men? Sophic slowly raised his head, replying, I apologize, my lord Sol, that I promised my men I would bring them home safely. Safely? Do you think a knight, stripped of honor, can be considered safe? Sophic was rendered speechless at this retort. No. If you abandon your comrades today, you will not only be incomplete, but will become some of the most incomplete beings in this world. Do you recall your oath? Silence fell over the crowd. Sol continued, I will not kill you. At the very least, I will not allow you to die without dignity or honor. If you wish to live, then prove your worth and show the enemy the might of the Temple Knights. We have sacrificed far too much for the Light God. Must we now allow our previous efforts to go to waste merely to survive? Upon hearing these words, the soldiers slowly raised their heads. Some, overwhelmed with remorse, shed tears as they shouted at Sol, "Let us fight. We will vanquish those wretched followers of the dark god. My lord Sol, when shall we depart? My lord Sol, we are prepared to sacrifice ourselves for the temple. Please give the order." Sol, satisfied by their fervor, nodded and declared, "All soldiers, remove your armor." A single command left the previously enthusiastic soldiers bewildered. They exchanged puzzled glances, and even Sol's aide stared at him in confusion, asking, "My lord, what do you mean? Our armor is as fragile as parchment before the enemy. Therefore, it is unnecessary to wear cumbersome armor. We must learn from our mistakes. Armor only hinders our soldiers' movements and complicates their ascent to the city walls." Upon hearing this, everyone understood. Soon, the soldiers began to strip off their armor, their expressions solemn as they focused intently on Sol. "Excellent," Sol nodded. "Let us move out, knights in the front, archers in the rear, before the knights ascend the walls. Archers, unleash your volleys. Yes, charge." In that instant, the countless soldiers, previously disheartened, felt their spirits rejuvenate. They surged forward into the night, racing towards Arkham City. Meanwhile, atop the walls of Arkham, Frank, hearing the distant clamor, quickly ordered the cannons to fire. As it was nighttime, the defenders could only shoot blindly, unaware of the enemy's precise location. Nevertheless, the barrage of cannon fire briefly illuminated the night sky. "Heavens, quickly! Inform Sir Tom," Frank exclaimed, realizing the enemy had come unburdened by armor, allowing them to run faster and more easily scale the walls. Soon, Cohen arrived on the scene, appearing nonchalant in his nightgown, yawning as he said, "What a fuss this is all about, Mr. Tom. Please do not remain so inattentive at such a critical moment." Frank urged, his voice tinged with urgency. "If they reach the walls, we are finished. Our numbers may indeed be beneath those of the enemy. Is that not fortuitous?" Cohen replied with a look of bewilderment. "The soldiers' bayonets will come into play." Indeed, Cohen had surmised that after suffering a setback, the enemy would undoubtedly opt for a lighter load, and that would be the moment for the bayonets to shine. It is worth noting that the Trident bayonets designed by Cohen could essentially deliver a fatal blow with a single strike. Moreover, it must be emphasized that when the enemy donned armor, Cohen had genuinely feared they might scale the walls. However, since they had now shed their armor, Cohen was indifferent to whether they could ascend the walls. At that point, our soldiers would hold the advantageous high ground, and with the bayonets affixed to their long rifles, they could inflict devastating damage upon the foe. Furthermore, our soldiers were not only armed with bayonets, but also with bullets, if one stab did not suffice. A follow-up shot would surely finish the task. Regardless of how the battle unfolded, the enemy was destined for defeat. Just then, several soldiers descended, carrying a stretcher. Frank, observing from the side, immediately turned to Cohen with exaggerated astonishment. "Did you see that? Casualties have already begun to mount. Is that not unusual? Who goes into battle without fatalities?" Cohen gazed at Frank in bemusement. Frank, upon reflection, realized that it was indeed rather dramatic, after all. Only a few had perished, and yet, he was behaving in such an exaggerated manner. Nevertheless, it was understandable. Since the deployment of the musket troops in actual combat, there had been no casualties, and they had emerged victorious time after time. This was the first instance of losses. At that moment, a rocket flew through the air with a whoosh, striking the ground at the feet of the approaching Caitlin. "I told you they could not ascend the walls so swiftly." Cohen strolled over, picked up the arrow from the ground, and shrugged. "Lady Caitlin, please take your leave to avoid being struck by an arrow." Cohen's concern for Caitlin was not genuine. Rather, Arkham Town could not afford to lose her. If Caitlin were to perish, Cohen would find it impossible to locate a suitable replacement. At the very least, Cohen had no interest in becoming a politician himself. Observing Caitlin's increasingly haggard countenance, Cohen could surmise just how taxing this role was. "Lord Tom, I have come alongside the witches, and I believe we should also contribute our efforts." Upon hearing this, Cohen first glanced at the fiery succubus Vivian behind Caitlin, then turned to the frosty succubus Lilith nearby. Before nodding in agreement, "Very well, the two of them shall remain. You may return." "Huh? What do you mean You have no capability whatsoever. Save your wits if you lose your mind, even if we win this battle. The town cannot progress. With that, Cohen patted Caitlyn's shoulder, as if he were the true leader. Caitlyn, upon hearing this, acknowledged the reasoning. She could not afford to be harmed. If she were to fall ill, she could not fathom who else could assume the responsibility of governing thousands of people. Thus, she expressed her gratitude to Cohen, offered a few parting words to Vivian and Lilith, and departed. With the addition of the two witches to the battlefield, the soldiers' morale surged once more. Vivian utilized her fire tongue spell, not only providing visibility for the musketeers, but also inflicting considerable damage upon the enemy. Lilith's ice magic created a veritable tempest of frost and flame for their foes. The battlefield was a scene of utter devastation. In just a few hours, the Templar Knights had lost over 5,000 men. Yet, this time, the horn of retreat did not sound from the Templar Knights. Cohen was somewhat taken aback by this. However, at that moment, the enemy was almost within reach. Some defensive lines had already been successfully breached. Enemies had begun to scale the walls. Yet, as Cohen observed those foes atop the battlements, his heart remained untroubled. Chapter 59. An indomitable defense line. For those enemies who had ascended the walls believed the war was nearing its conclusion, that victory was at hand. Suddenly, the unassuming sharp bayonets of the muskets plunged into their abdomens. At that moment, how those fallen knights must have regretted shedding their armor. Of course, Sol did not share such regrets as the commander. He was acutely aware that scaling the walls was of greater importance than the lives of the soldiers. At the very least, they had taken the first step toward victory. Yet, he could never have imagined that Cohen's soldiers had undergone close combat training specifically targeting those who would ascend the walls over the past few months. The long night loomed. For the soldiers on the battlefield, it felt interminable. However, for Cohen, the night passed in tranquil repose. He returned to his residence and enjoyed a restful sleep. The following dawn, as he ascended the walls, he discovered that the enemy had retreated. "How many have we lost?" Cohen inquired of a nearby busy soldier. The soldier, with a look of respect, replied, reporting, "Sir, we have lost 130 men." Excellent. This was significantly fewer than Cohen had anticipated. A promising omen. What of the enemy? Uncertain. We have not left our defensive line, but a rough estimate suggests the enemy has lost at least 8,000 men. They are likely unable to continue their assault. Hearing this, Cohen nodded. It seemed the final step was upon them. Just then, Frank approached, saying, "Mr. Tom, the enemy has begun to encircle us. It appears they understand that their assault is futile." Cohen nodded. "I am aware." Frank first marveled at Cohen's foresight, then continued, "So, what is our next plan? If they maintain this siege, we will be unable to seek supplies, and our food will eventually run out." Cohen sighed, contemplated for a moment, then replied, "If all goes as expected, the enemy should now number only 15,000. Of course, this is a conservative estimate. The true figure may be even lower, especially after last night's events, as they are likely to have more deserters." "Do you have a plan?" Frank inquired. "The plan is that we break out." "Break out?" Frank looked puzzled, "But including reserves, we number only 6,000. Indeed." Cohen seemed to shift the topic. "Did I not mention last winter that we would be more likely to defeat the Templar Knights on the plains?" "What of it?" "I lied." Cohen smiled faintly. "Indeed, battles are more efficient on the plains. We can crush the enemy in a short span of time, but that is only when they are unprepared. Now that the enemy is aware of our weaponry, engaging on the plains would allow their knights to encircle us from both flanks, increasing our chances of failure. However, in the woods, we possess not only powerful ranged firearms but also ample cover from trees and plants." Upon hearing this, Frank immediately nodded. "Very well, I shall organize the breakout." "Wait." Cohen quickly called out to Frank. "To be precise, it is not a breakout, but rather an annihilation." Frank nodded, understood. Thus began the great mobilization. Including reserves, a force of 6,000 from Arkham City prepared to march forth. After breakfast, all soldiers lined up and began to advance steadily toward the enemy's encirclement. Although Cohen's forces were still significantly outnumbered, the enemy's medieval tactics meant their numbers were not as dispersed. Despite having only 6,000 men, Cohen's forces were arranged in 4 lines, creating a long and narrow formation that was capable of encircling the enemy's over 10,000 troops. More precisely, they formed a semicircular encirclement. When Sol witnessed this, he first scoffed at Cohen's audacity, then promptly dispatched archers. The range of arrows far exceeded that of muskets, thus Cohen's musketeers were temporarily unable to retaliate. However, at such a distance, the archers could only opt for volleys, which inherently had a low hit rate. Meanwhile, the artillery accompanied the soldiers, gradually advancing. Upon reaching range, the gunners began to ignite and fire. Boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions resounded. Countless trees in the forest were shattered and toppled. In the process, many Templar knights were even crushed beneath the falling timber. The downed trees provided ample cover for Cohen's soldiers. Whoosh! Countless arrows rained down from above. In an instant, dozens of soldiers fell to the ground, wailing in agony. At this point, some soldiers began to waver. After all, Cohen's forces had not suffered any casualties in previous skirmishes. The sudden onset of death would undoubtedly unnerve some. However, Cohen had prepared a disciplined squad, not from a lack of compassion, but rather to ensure that this tactic of lined execution instilled courage in all. Should even one soldier turn to flee, the entire army would crumble. The musketeers had to maintain their ranks and advance steadily. Regardless of how many fell, they must reach the firing range of their weapons. At that moment, Cohen recalled some Renaissance war films he had seen in his past life, where armies would commonly bring along a band that played cheerful tunes, completely devoid of the heavy atmosphere of the battlefield. Suddenly, Cohen understood why. That upbeat music seemed to uplift spirits. In essence, it served to bolster courage, improving the morale of the soldiers. Perhaps I should consider forming a band, Cohen mused, stroking his chin. At this juncture, they were merely 200 meters from the enemy. Observing this, Cohen immediately commanded, "First rank, prepare." With a single command, the grand army of 6,000 came to an immediate halt. The first row crouched down, took aim, fire, boom. A series of thunderous explosions ensued. The enemy archers fell one after another. Following this, the second, third, and fourth rows unleashed their volleys. Once all had discharged their first shots, Cohen commanded them to advance once more. However, this time, there was no need for strict formation. Everyone hastened into the forest, seeking cover. Commence free shooting, crackle. A cacophony of gunfire further instilled fear in the already disheartened Knights Templar. Far in the rear, Sol stood in shock, watching the unfolding scene. No, no, it cannot be. The Knights Templar are invincible. How could this happen? Chapter 60. The Maiden's Prayer. Sol never anticipated that today, his northern legion would falter in this very forest. My lord, we must flee. The enemy is drawing ever closer. Our knights are falling one after another. There is no room for redemption. No, it cannot be. Enraged, Sol unsheathed his sword, ready to charge alongside his soldiers against the enemy. But his adjutant grasped him tightly around the waist and exclaimed, "I cannot allow you to perish, my lord. Defend, Bria." Bang. At that moment, a priest accompanying the army struck Sol unconscious, then turned to Bria, stating, "I have organized a few individuals to cover our retreat. The rest remain here, must withdraw." Very well. Bria mounted Sol's steed. "We shall leave the north and return to the holy city. We must warn His Holiness the Pope that the north has fallen. Be the way." Bria turned to ask, "Where is the Whip of Thor? What of the legendary 5th Legion?" The priest replied, "Lord Lor's reinforcements have not yet arrived." Upon hearing of the cult's organization last year, he began establishing a new defense line in the eastern kingdom of Oakland. Are you suggesting that they anticipated our failure? I am uncertain. With that, the group began their southward journey. Meanwhile, in the holy city, Pope Michaelis III cautiously picked up a grape and slowly placed it into his mouth. Such a delightful little morsel now. Where do these grapes originate? Before him stood a striking woman, her beauty remarkable, yet her face obscured by a veil. She was the eldest princess of the Stat Empire and also the saint of the Radiant Temple. "From Vicky Island, Your Majesty," the woman replied with a gentle voice. "Excellent." Michaelis III nodded and continued, "I have heard the annual yield of grapes is quite limited. Only a select few among the upper class can indulge, and even kings of smaller northern kingdoms seldom have the opportunity to taste them. But as long as you desire, you may feast upon them daily, even to the point of using them as bread." The saint responded, "Ha ha ha." The Pope laughed heartily, but his expression quickly turned grave. "As far as I know, the northern kingdoms are all vassals of the Stat Empire, correct?" "Indeed, Your Majesty." Michaelis rose slowly, strolling toward the saint as he spoke. "Oh, my dear saint, you may not yet be aware, but the north has fallen." Upon hearing this, the saint's expression shifted to one of alarm. Cautiously, she lifted her head and trembled as she spoke. "Your Majesty, I was not aware." "Forgive me. Do you know why the newly formed 5th Legion of the Temple did not directly support the North, but instead established a new defense line in the Eastern Kingdom of Oakland?" "Why?" Clearly, the saint's demeanor toward the Pope had transformed from mere respect to palpable fear. "Because, to this day, we have not received even the slightest investment from the Stat Empire. Relying solely on the donations of worshippers makes it exceedingly difficult to sustain such a large army. The Holy City is merely a city. Although its annual tax revenue surpasses that of the imperial capital, unfortunately, the empire is vast, and our annual finances pale in comparison. Even if the 5th Legion were to reach the north, their fate would be no different than that of Commander Sold. Of course, I only received word from the Raven this morning. As of now, Commander Soul's fate is uncertain, and I do not know how many knights remain in the Northern Legion. I will write to my brother." "Very well." The Pope nodded with satisfaction. "You should understand the importance of keeping your identity a secret." "What are the terms?" "I don't understand." "Tell your foolish brother that if his actions do not meet my satisfaction, then the news of you being a witch will spread across the continent, and at that time thousands of worshippers will eagerly witness your execution by fire." "I don't understand." "Humph." Michaelis III scoffed, turning to leave. The saint stood alone, and once Michaelis III's figure had completely vanished, she exhaled in relief. She slowly shifted her gaze toward the statue of the goddess of light, yet her heart was fervently praying to the dark god. "If you truly exist, please protect me and lead me away from here." The saint's name was Diana Augustine. Originally, she was the eldest daughter of the Emperor of the Empire. However, when she awakened her witch powers at the age of 16, this revelation was fortuitously discovered by Pope Michaelis III, who was responsible for the royal baptism. Yet, at that time, Michaelis III did not voice this discovery outright. He understood that this information could serve as a bargaining chip for a covert transaction with the Emperor of the Empire. The terms of the deal were simple. Michaelis III needed the absolute support of the imperial family. On the surface, the empire was a nation of political and religious unity, yet behind the scenes, the royal family and the temple were engaged in a constant struggle for power, each seeking to gain more influence in the eyes of the people. Prior to this, the royal family had continuously suppressed the temple, while the temple sought to tarnish the royal family's reputation, both striving for greater benefits among the populace. However, with Diana as a bargaining chip, Michaelis III knew that the time had come for divine authority to surpass royal power. Unfortunately, this fortunate situation was short-lived. Merely 3 years later, the Emperor of the Empire passed away, and his successor, Diana's brother, held little regard for the temple. On the contrary, he had always believed that the union of church and state was not an ideal arrangement. He thought the temple should merely act as their spiritual guides, and they should not possess such a vast army. It is important to note that the empire boasted an army of 300,000, while the temple had 13,000, which posed a significant threat to royal authority. Moreover, Diana's brother seemingly cared not for her life. Since his ascension, he had never granted the temple any favors. As for why Diana was a witch, that tale traces back to the War of the Gods centuries ago. 300 years ago, this continent's aversion to dark gods was not as exaggerated as it is today. At that time, people worshipped various deities without concern for one another's faith. During that era, the Emperor of the Empire engaged in an affair with a witch, resulting in the birth of a boy devoid of witch blood. Originally, this boy had no claim to the throne, but with the outbreak of the War of the Gods, all descendants of the then emperor perished in the battle against the dark gods. Yet, a vast empire could not remain heirless, so this illegitimate son ascended to the throne. Chapter 61. A new ascension. Centuries passed, and none among his descendants bore the blood of witches. Until 20 years ago, Diana's birth shattered this pattern. She astonishingly carried the bloodline of that which from 300 years ago, such as the capriciousness of fate. A century ago, her ancestors battled the dark gods, and today, she bore the gene of a witch, becoming a servant of the dark god. Meanwhile, Cohen had successfully ascended. The current sacrificial point had reached its peak. "Shall you ascend?" inquired the system. Without hesitation, Cohen nodded. "Yes, ascending, completion at 1%, 10%, 50%, 100%. Congratulations, host. Ascension complete. Current status, 5th tier Dark God Rebirth. Host bound, Cohen. Status, 4th tier Dark God Rebirth. Can ascend. requires 100,000 sacrificial points. Next time. It will require the sacrifice of 100,000 lives, or some unknown entity. Sigh. Being a god is truly arduous, Cohen lamented. Powers. Apostle transformation. Consumes 1 sacrificial point. Can transform followers into absolutely loyal servants. All-seeing eye. Allows the host to perceive any unit within visual range. Success rate based on the mental strength of the subject. Domain of the god. Followers within the domain shall receive the blessings of the dark god. Powers can be further ascended. Apostle transformation ascension. Consumes 1 sacrificial point. Can bestow apostles with greater mental strength, with a chance for apostles to gain the ability to wield the host's magic. And this is not much different from the last time. Cohen muttered to himself. It should merely enhance the strength of the transformed apostles. The omniscient eye has advanced further. It can manipulate the visual range of the host over any unit, with success rates based on the mental strength of the manipulated party. Only 10 individuals can be controlled at a time, costing 10 sacrifice points, and introducing a new function that allows the host to spy on and guide anyone harboring malevolent thoughts. Each attempt consumes 10 sacrifice points. And it can also listen to the prayers of believers in any location. This is rather impressive, but will I truly not go mad with the simultaneous prayers of thousands? Upon considering this, Cohen hastily clicked on the introduction. He certainly did not wish to fall asleep to the cacophony of myriad voices every night. Introduction. The host has evolved to the 5th stage, transcending the understanding of mere mortals. Even if tens of thousands pray to you at once, you can effortlessly discern their words. You can hear the prayers of any believer without being disturbed. This, though difficult to comprehend, it should pose no real harm. Right? Divine domain advancement. Any shrine, altar, or statue can become a divine domain, and its extent will increase by 1,000%. Goodness. This is remarkable. Miracles. Rainfall LV4 costs 100 faith points. You will bring ample precipitation to the domain. Fertility LV4 costs 500 faith points. You will double crop yields. Inspire LV4 costs 100 faith points. You will uplift the spirits of your believers, additionally enhancing their combat prowess. Guardian LV3 costs 1,000 faith points. Can protect believers within the domain from persecution. Number of apostles. 1. Current limit. 8. Current sacrifice points. 0. Each sacrifice will convert according to the actual offering. Current number of believers. 39. 801. Current faith points. Several. Each believer provides 1 point daily. Faith points. I suppose I need not concern myself with that. Cohen nodded. Now, let us see what changes the skill bar has undergone. The host is currently utilizing Divine Descent. Granting additional skills. Note. This skill can only be used while the host is in corporeal form. Skills. Bewitch LV2 can manipulate any creature before you, with a maximum of 10 at a time. Requiring 1,000 faith points. Control Corpses LV2 can resurrect 60 corpses to fight for you, costing 6,000 faith points. Additionally, each level increase will exponentially increase the number of corpses that can be revived. Black Hole LV2 can summon a black hole at any location, which will absorb any enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds, costing 30,000 faith points. Transformation LV2 can alter your own form, including clothing and facial features, costing 10 faith points per second. New passive skill, Dominant Body LV1, can enhance the physical body. All good. All good. Cohen nodded with satisfaction. Just as he was about to turn back to Arkham Town, he suddenly halted in his tracks, for he heard the prayers of countless individuals. Among these prayers, there were injured soldiers beseeching for swift recovery and mothers within the city praying for the safe return of their sons from battle. Yet, one voice stood out. It was a female voice, of course. Cohen had heard thousands of female voices, but this particular voice was extraordinary, imbued with a certain sanctity, entirely unlike that of a follower of the malevolent deity. Moreover, her wish was to beseech the dark god to aid her in escaping her current location. However, Cohen could not discern what her surroundings looked like. Yet, Cohen was able to converse with her. Thus, he attempted to speak. "Where are you?" Meanwhile, Diana paused, her expression one of astonishment as she stared at the statue of the goddess of light. Yet she knew this voice could not belong to the goddess of light. "Is it you, my lord dark god?" Cohen sensed that although this woman was praying to him, she did not seem to be his follower. "I am trapped in the holy city. Can you help me escape?" After contemplating for a moment, Cohen took out a teleportation ring and directly transported himself to the room where Diana was located in the Holy City. This scene left Diana, who was in the temple at the time, utterly stunned. Master, are we being too conspicuous? Messiah, standing nearby, appeared equally astonished. Cohen waved his hand dismissively, turning to Diana and asking, "You are a witch?" Cohen observed Diana and activated the omniscient eye. Saint Diana Augustine, age 21. Race, witch, aptitude, above average, can be improved, ability, spirit communication banshee, identity, princess of the state or empire, saint of the Holy Temple. Another half-breed? Moreover, her ability is also spirit communication, belonging to the same faction as Caitlyn. But while Caitlyn is a wailing banshee, this Diana is a banshee of the undead. Cohen swiftly examined Diana's memories, then frowned and asked, "Do you wish to leave here?" Diana was momentarily taken aback before responding, You are the Dark God? Chapter 62, Angel of Light, Shindo. Cohen pondered for a moment and shook his head. "I am his servant. He sent me." Cohen did not wish for everyone to know what the Dark God looked like. At least for now, he had no intention of revealing it, especially not within the Holy Temple. Just then, all the sacred objects around them began to tremble, crosses, statues. The Holy Temple, filled with crosses. Messiah quickly turned to Cohen and said, "Master, we must leave. The sacred objects here are reacting." Cohen had no time to inquire further. Although he was unaware of what was happening, it was evident that this would attract the attention of the Temple Knights. Thus, Cohen opened a portal once more, directly transporting Diana and the others to the summit of Cohen. At that moment, a group of Temple Knights burst in, their expressions a mixture of astonishment as they surveyed their surroundings. All the crosses and statues bore cracks. It was clear that the malevolent entity had intruded here. To ensure the safety of Pope Michaelis III, the knights tasked with guarding the temple heightened their vigilance. However, that night, an unexpected guest emerged slowly from a statue. This uninvited guest shimmered with a golden light, rendering its size and appearance indistinguishable. Of course, no one saw this figure. It merely appeared in the room of Pope Michaelis III. Upon witnessing this, the Pope immediately knelt down. Others might not recognize it, but he was acutely aware. The angels described in the Bible resembled this, lacking a form, only enveloped in golden light. "Oh, angel. Excellent, it seems you have not forgotten." That voice was equally divine, soothing the soul, as if all worries could be forgotten. "Though you know, Dark God, that you visited the temple today?" Of course. Pope Michaelis III replied with utmost humility. "This situation cannot be allowed to continue. The Goddess of Light has witnessed it all, and the current Knight Order has long lost its former glory and honor." The angel continued, "Have your diviners head north. The Goddess of Light no longer wishes to see the realm of the Dark God expand. But we lack the substantial resources to maintain a sufficient army. I will remain in the temple. From today onwards, I shall act on behalf of the Goddess of Light to guide you." Michaelis III. Upon hearing this, Michaelis cautiously raised his head and said, "It is my honor. May I inquire which angel you are?" After all angels bear this appearance, and Michaelis was uncertain which one he was addressing. "I am the Angel of Light, Shindo." "Lord Shindo, welcome. Meanwhile, Master, are you not planning to return to Arkham Town?" At this moment, Diana had already fallen asleep in the room arranged by Cohen. After years of being a saint, this was her first time enjoying a peaceful slumber. Cohen gently closed the door, turned to Messiah behind him, and said, "No, in fact, being an official is quite exhausting. Now that the situation is settled, Caitlyn is likely leading troops south to reclaim those ungoverned lands." "Very well," Messiah shrugged. "Then I can enjoy a world for two with you, Master." Ha. What are you thinking?" Cohen shot a disapproving glance at the infatuated Messiah and then stood up, saying, "I need to learn more about this world, so we must travel further. The northern territories will not satisfy my curiosity. It shall be a journey for just the two of us." No, Cohen shook his head. "We also have Diana. She is a local and should know the Empire better." "You wish to go to the Empire?" Cohen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. "Lord Frank, have you not yet found Mr. Tom?" Caitlyn approached Frank with an anxious expression. Frank shook his head. "We have accounted for all the bodies. He won't have sacrificed himself, will he?" Caitlyn asked, her face tense. Frank shook his head. No, Lord Tom will certainly not die. Report. At that moment, a soldier approached, reporting, "The tally is complete. Our forces have suffered 635 casualties, including 320 dead and 315 wounded." "And the enemy?" Frank inquired. "The enemy has sustained 1,039 injuries, approximately 19,000 fatalities, and 2,800 captives. But we have yet to discover the body of Sol." According to the captured Templar Knights, Sol's adjutant and the accompanying priest led the remaining thousands to flee. "Very well," Frank sighed. "In any case, our next step is to thoroughly conquer the North." Over the ensuing months, Frank, relying on the tactics and experiences gleaned from Cohen, commenced a sweeping campaign across the North. Countless territories, duchies, and even kingdoms began to submit to the Dark Deity, eagerly joining the ranks of its followers. In a mere 3 months, the industrious dwarven machinery was laboring fervently, and the cult's army had swelled to over 10,000. Numerous castles and fortresses, abandoned by the Templars, became bastions for the cult's forces. The lords began to pay tribute to the cult. Moreover, the dwarves had invented small steam machines, and railway lines were established connecting New Hearth to Arkham and Moon City. To this end, Caitlin even spared no expense in hiring a multitude of laborers to commence railway construction. After all, the North had completely capitulated. The next step was infrastructure and development. Caitlin planned to construct 3 railways, linking all the city-states of the North together. This would not only benefit the populace but also unify the entire North. As the initial stages of the Industrial Revolution began to take shape, factories began to sprout across the land. Arkham led the charge. Through the dwarves' steam engine technology, the birth of numerous factories directly resulted in the burgeoning of capital on this medieval continent. 6 months later, the North thrived. Even households were utilizing kerosene lamps. Railways and roads began to connect the major city-states. Caitlin's infrastructure plan greatly benefited many lords and kings, instilling them with newfound confidence in the worship of the Dark God. However, on the eastern frontier, tens of thousands had long been stationed. The disappearance of Saint Diana had not stirred much public outcry, as the Templars had long since sealed the news, leaving even the Emperor of the Empire unaware of the situation. He only knew that the Templars were thriving in the North, and that the Pope was urgently seeking funds to expand the military. Chapter 63. The Industrial Revolution. Yet the Emperor of the Empire was unwilling to allow the Templars to swell unchecked. He did not provide the funds that Pope Michaelis III desired. Unable to remain idle, he reluctantly agreed to assist the Pope, stating that while he could not provide money, he could offer manpower. The Empire lent the Templars 50,000 men to help them withstand the cult's army as it continued its eastward expansion. For when to push back into the North, the Emperor had little interest. After all, the annual tax revenue from the North was meager, even less than what one province of the Empire could provide. Yet, unbeknownst to the Empire, the North had quietly entered the early stages of the Industrial Revolution. Various production capacities began to rise sharply. The emergence of factories significantly increased manufacturing output, and now, many inexpensive daily necessities used across the continent were produced in the North. Previously, manufacturing had relied solely on manual labor. But now, industry had taken hold, leaving the medieval populace utterly oblivious to how the North was rising. At this moment, Cohen, accompanied by Diana and Messiah, was seated on a train. This train was headed for White Harbor, the largest port in the North, boasting countless trade routes, 3 of which led to the Empire. Cohen sat by the window, marveling at the dwarves' speed and Caitlin's astuteness. Viewed through the lens of a modern individual, Caitlin's methods might seem conventional. However, one must remember that she was a noblewoman of the medieval era. How many people from that time could recognize the potential of a steam train upon its first sighting? Naturally, Diana sat in stunned silence, utterly captivated. Mr. Tom, how does this thing run so fast? It's so big and long. Won't the horses get exhausted?" "Horses?" Cohen chuckled. "This doesn't require horses Oh, then how does it move?" "Well, steam." "Steam?" Diana was wide-eyed like a child, utterly bewildered by her surroundings. The passengers on the train were clad in garments produced by factories, affordable yet splendidly styled, making each of them appear noble. In the past, a single garment could last a lifetime, as all products were handcrafted and not inexpensive. But now, linen was grown in fields, collected by merchants, and subsequently brought to factories, where garments could be produced in a single day, output that would take an ordinary person a year to create. naturally rendering prices ridiculously low. When clothes became worn or torn, it was simply more practical to buy new ones than to mend them. Everything was splendid, save for the absence of sunflower seeds, instant noodles, and beer on this train. The issue of meals was resolved each time the train stopped, with passengers extending their hands out the windows to exchange coins for corn or bread from vendors outside. Furthermore, the advent of the steam train had spawned numerous other jobs. Once, street vendors were scarce, and even if present, they sold only raw food. Prepared meals could only be found in bakeries or taverns. Now, however, everyone had ridden a train and was acutely aware of how hungry one could become after a day or even several days of travel, prompting them to pay double or even triple the usual price for a loaf of bread. Realizing this, Cohen suddenly paused. No wonder the prices at the train station were so exorbitant. It seemed this tradition had existed since the very invention of the train. "Hey, what are you talking about?" Diana inquired curiously, looking at Cohen. Days later, the train journeyed from Arkham to the southern White Harbor. What would have taken a month was accomplished in merely a week by train. Of course, for the travelers. This was astonishingly rapid. Yet to Cohen, this steam train seemed absurdly slow. In the 21st century, a green train would have reached its destination in 2 days. The steam train took a full week. With a resounding whistle, the train gradually approached the station. The White Harbor train station could be deemed the largest in the north, featuring 9 platforms. The overall design was quite remarkable. Walking through the White Harbor train station, Cohen felt as if he were in the King's Cross station from Harry Potter, wondering if there existed a Platform 9 here. With a mischievous grin, Cohen chuckled softly. Upon exiting the station, Diana glanced back in astonishment, exclaiming, "Goodness! This place is even more magnificent than the Imperial Palace." Cohen shrugged, remaining silent. At the entrance, several officers in blue uniforms patrolled with rifles and batons. The streets bustled with traffic. The arrival of industrialization had dramatically expanded the city's dimensions. After all, industrialization equated to urbanization a year prior. A city with a population of 20 to 30,000 was considered a metropolis. Now, however, White Harbor's population had quintupled. The rise of factories had drawn many rural folk to the cities in search of hope. Yet this also led to transportation challenges. Not everyone could afford a carriage, making daily commutes a daunting task. Unexpectedly, Caitlin had even established a public bus system. 2 draft horses pulled a large carriage along the streets, stopping at designated signs for passengers to board. Thus, Cohen and Diana made their way to one such sign, which read Route 23, heading to the docks. Without hesitation, Cohen led them aboard the bus. A copper coin was required for entry. And Cohen paid 3. Goodness, Diana exclaimed. This mode of transportation. Why didn't we think of it? It's amazing. This is called public transport, Cohen quipped with a smirk. Throughout the journey, Diana seemed fascinated by everything around her. Meanwhile, Messiah appeared quite impatient, muttering, "Why not just open a portal? Let me show you some sights." Cohen replied with a hint of exasperation, "Oh, little witch, why are you so jealous?" It became evident to Cohen that Diana was causing some jealousy in Messiah. "No, how could I dare be jealous of you?" Messiah quickly clarified, "I'm not blind." Minutes later, the public carriage arrived in White Harbor. By this time, dusk had fallen. Cohen decided they should first find a tavern to rest for the night before setting off in the morning. Chapter 64. Arrival at the Empire. The Navy House was a newly opened and located at the White Harbor docks. It was said the proprietor had once been a retired naval sailor. Upon entering the inn's lobby, one was greeted by the sight of numerous inebriated men and voluptuous women. The women, intoxicated by the pleasures of life, welcomed the advances of the men with enthusiasm, while the men boasted exaggerated tales of their past exploits while cradling the women in their arms. Everyone here possesses a story, and each individual was once a sailor. After all, this is a port city, where countless retired sailors wander into the depths of inns during the late hours of the night. Since Cohen arrived in this world, he has experienced the local customs and traditions for the very first time. Unlike the burgeoning city of Arkham, White Harbor, with its rich historical remnants, is steeped in genuine medieval culture. Cohen's presence has allowed this place to leapfrog over the Renaissance, transitioning directly from the Middle Ages into the First Industrial Revolution. The rapid development has afforded the inhabitants a long-desired life, yet it has also rendered many unable to fully integrate into this new reality. For instance, in a corner, A one-eyed sailor passionately discusses the changes of the era with the woman in his arms, boasting about his past experiences of war, lamenting that today's soldiers no longer wield swords like true men, engaging in direct combat, but instead fire their muskets from hundreds of meters away. Little does he realize, lining up for execution requires even more courage. "Good day, sir," he greets. "How many rooms do you require?" "3," Cohen replies with a smile. As an ordinary man, Cohen is quite affable. He does not wish to present himself to the world with an air of arrogance. Even though he truly is a deity of lofty stature, "I apologize, sir, but we currently have only 2 rooms available." "Very well, then 2 it is." Beside him, the girl named Messiah stifles a laugh, thinking she might share a room with her esteemed master. However, after Cohen receives the room keys, he hands one to Messiah, keeping one for himself, stating, "You and Diana will share a room, while I shall occupy the other." "Ah?" Messiah exclaims in surprise, glancing between Diana and Cohen, stammering, "Master, I doubt I'm not accustomed to sharing a room with strangers, then take a stroll. After all, you've been asleep for hundreds of years. Isn't it tiresome?" With that, Cohen strides up the stairs, at that moment. Diana's stomach suddenly growls. "Hungry?" Noting Cohen's indifference, Messiah, unable to sleep, turns to Diana, who shyly nods in response. "Boss, do you have anything delicious to eat?" Messiah inquires. "Ha ha ha, you've come to the right place. Grilled mermaid meat is our specialty. Would you like to order some?" The innkeeper responds with a hearty laugh. "Absolutely. I haven't had mermaid meat in ages. Back in Arkham, I could only eat bread with butter every day with that." The 2 girls settle at a nearby empty table. Meanwhile, Cohen reaches the room on the 2nd floor of the inn. He must admit, the accommodations far exceed his expectations. In his memory, medieval inns were supposed to be large communal sleeping areas, with filthy floors, allowing one to see the scenes below through the wooden planks. The beds were mere heaps of straw. However, what lay before him was an unexpectedly pleasant sight. A black metal bed frame adorned with a factory-produced mattress, and the walls painted a tasteful dark green. Even the wooden floorboards were crafted from factory-produced timber, fitting seamlessly without any gaps to glimpse the lower levels. Cohen stretches and lies down on the bed. After a week of train travel, he is utterly exhausted. The next morning, Cohen rises early, taking Diana and Messiah to the docks to purchase tickets for a ship to the province of Karosa. Before boarding the vessel, "Karosa province?" Diana glances at her ticket, asking, "Aren't we going to the capital?" Cohen shrugs. "Currently, there are no tickets from White Harbor to the capital, and I've inquired. The capital is an inland city accessible only by a grand canal." "All right," Diana concedes. "Karosa is quite far from the capital. The capital lacks the marvelous trains. By horse, it would take at least half a month to reach the capital. Isn't that perfect? I've never been to the Empire. It's an excellent opportunity to explore and experience the local culture." Cohen chuckles. The journey from White Harbor to Karosa by ship takes a week, during which the sea remains remarkably calm. "I expected some fascinating nautical adventures," Cohen remarks, standing on the deck, boredom evident in his voice. "Master, have you forgotten? The Sea of Silence is the calmest sea in the world, which is why the shipping routes here are so developed. It's a place where even pirates are reluctant to venture," Messiah replies. "A thriving shipping industry, yet pirates are disinclined to come. A flourishing maritime trade implies a stronger navy, and those pirates naturally crave adventure, eager to seek out more perilous waters, such as the tempestuous sea to the west or the northern sea to the north." "All right," Cohen shrugs. Finally, on the last day, Cohen can see the distant port town from the deck. The arduous week has finally come to an end. At that moment, Diana, filled with excitement, gazes at the port town ahead, exclaiming, "Oh, Vanessa! Ha ha ha! We've arrived. Vanessa! Vanessa!" Cohen asks, bewildered. "Yes," Diana nods. "Vanessa is the capital of Karosa province and the 3rd largest port city in the empire, where vessels from all over the world come and go. You're a princess. Shouldn't you have grown up in the palace of the capital? How do you know so much about this remote town?" "Hee hee," Diana giggles. "Mr. Barassa's home is right here. Why do you keep mentioning names I've never heard of?" Cohen shakes his head in exasperation. "Barassa Syndicate? Haven't you heard of it?" "No," Cohen responds, astonished. "Oh my." Diana shakes her head in disbelief. "Are you from 1,000 years ago? Ah? Time travel?" Cohen is taken aback, wondering how this young girl knows the term. However, he refrains from asking further questions, as he is not particularly interested in such matters. The only thing that piques his curiosity is the prospect of an unknown fantastical journey. Cohen has only recently escaped the predicament of being an official in the Northern Realm to explore this world further and, incidentally, gather intelligence on the enemy. Chapter 65. Duke Barasa, after all, the Empire is also his enemy. Diana patiently explains. The Syndicate family is the oldest noble family in the Empire, with half of Karosa province as their fiefdom. The head of the Syndicate family, Duke Loxon, once served as prime minister in the capital. I have seen the eldest son of the Syndicate family, Barasa, in the palace. Oh, so it's your first love. Cohen chuckles. No, it's not. Diana quickly shakes her head. He-s a gentleman. After saying this, she hurriedly turns away and returns to the cabin. Seems like it truly is a first love, Cohen mutters to himself. Soon, the ship gently docks. The three of them stride confidently down the gangplank. To Cohen's surprise, Vanessa is not large. It is merely a small port town built against the hills. The entire city thrives on the docks, so its built-up area is even smaller than the port itself. The estimated population of the town is around 20,000, making it a place one can easily see from one end to the other, similar to White Harbor. Before the Industrial Revolution, as soon as they leave the dock, Diana dashes toward the main road like an unleashed husky. Hurry up, Mr. Tom. Are you in such a hurry to find your first love? Cohen teases. Not at all, Diana retorts, her face flushed, having finally escaped the temple and returned to my homeland. I believe we should pay a visit to the local lord. I see that's still about finding your first love? Diana swiftly changes the topic. Do you see that castle at the highest point? That is Barasa's home. Come on, he will surely be delighted to see me. Cohen glances at Messiah beside him and whispers. Should we ditch her? Huh? Why? Don't you think we resemble a father taking his daughter on a trip? Upon hearing this, Messiah's face instantly reddens. She lowers her head slightly, crossing her legs, and shyly murmurs. I think this is quite nice. That little girl is rather cute. Cohen quickly realizes that his previous comment may have been misconstrued, so he shakes his head helplessly. Forget it. Let us go. Passing through the bustling marketplace and meandering through Mediterranean-style streets, they finally arrive at the foot of the castle. The surroundings here are indeed pleasant, evoking a true Mediterranean charm. According to his geographical knowledge from his past life, the Empire is situated precisely where the Mediterranean is located on Earth. Who goes there? Two Imperial soldiers armed with polearms immediately block their path. Diana is momentarily taken aback but soon smiles, pointing to her face. Don't you recognize me? You? The soldier surveys Diana from head to toe. Though he is unaware of her identity, her attire suggests she must be a noble lady. He promptly bows apologetically. I apologize, my lady. I failed to recognize you. You have come to see Duke Barasa? I presume. He is currently out hunting and may return a bit later. My lady? Diana furrows her brow. According to imperial etiquette, only ordinary nobles are addressed as lady, while members of the royal family are uniformly referred to as your highness. You truly do not recognize me? My sincerest apologies. At that moment, Cohen stepped in to mediate, saying, Is it not quite normal for him not to recognize you? The empire is vast. Not everyone has had the privilege of meeting a princess. And there is no television in this world. Television? Ahem. Cohen cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment, then approached the soldier. The lady standing before you is none other than Princess Diana Augustine. What? The soldier's eyes widened as he stared at Diana, pondering for a long moment before hurriedly kneeling. Your Highness, I beg your forgiveness for not recognizing you. Please pardon me. Please rise. Diana waved her hand dismissively. Fox, the steward. As soon as the soldier stood, he immediately turned and shouted, Steward Fox. The princess has arrived. At that moment, a finely dressed elderly gentleman hurried forward, but upon seeing Diana, he immediately scoffed. Miss, please do not jest. Though we are far from the imperial capital, impersonating a princess is a grave offense. Considering your noble status, I impersonate? Diana pointed to her own face, bewildered. I truly am a princess. I am Diana Augustine. Please have some decorum, miss. Princess Diana is currently serving as a saint in the Holy City. Even if she were to return, it would be under the protection of the Knights of the Holy Temple. Upon hearing this, Cohen also concurred. After all, It was understandable that people from such remote areas had never seen a princess, and a royal would not travel so modestly with only 2 companions. Thus, Cohen patted Diana's shoulder and said, "Never mind, your little admirer will surely recognize you. There is no need for explanations. When he returns, the misunderstanding will be resolved." Humph! How infuriating! When Barasa returns, I shall ensure that he takes your heads. Ignorance is no excuse, Cohen muttered softly. Why must you be so willful, so submissive outside? Yet once home, you act like a princess. Wait, you truly are a princess. Humph! Diana, angered, clenched her small fist and declared, "Very well. I am not a princess, but I am still a noble. Find me a room. I shall wait here for Barasa's return." Of course, beautiful lady. That evening, a man with golden curls rode back to the castle on a warhorse. Greeted by dozens of soldiers lining the way, the steward, Fox, approached. "Your Grace, a young lady has been awaiting your return for quite some time." "A young lady?" Barasa chuckled. "Another one seeking a marriage alliance? Ha! Ever since my father's passing, those little nobles have been eager to climb the syndicate family's tree. Inform her to continue waiting." "Humph!" "This," Fox murmured. "Your Grace, this is unbecoming of noble etiquette. I suggest you see her." "No need that I in Karosa province. There is no young lady worthy of my respect. Your Grace, in no further discussion, prepare dinner for me instead. I hunted a wild boar today, right away." With that, Fox departed with several maids. Barasa strode into the castle hall, shedding his sweat-soaked coat and tossing it carelessly to the floor. He sat on the sofa, poured himself a glass of red wine from Corsica, took a hearty gulp, and then called out, "Prepare hot water for me." Chapter 66. The eerie sacrificial ceremony. No sooner had his words fallen than a familiar figure appeared before him. Barasa rubbed his eyes, thinking he might be drunk, but upon reflection, he had only taken a sip. How could he be intoxicated? Diana. Wasn't she supposed to kneel and address me as Your Highness? Diana chuckled. "No. Oh my, am I dreaming? Is it really you?" "Diana?" Barasa could hardly believe his eyes. "Of course it is me. You were meant to be in the holy city. How did you return? Alone?" "I escaped." "Escaped?" Diana nodded. Then Cohen and Messiah approached. Diana pointed to Cohen, saying, "It was this kind gentleman who rescued me." "Rescued you?" Barasa looked at Diana with some confusion. "Are you suggesting you defied divine decree and fled from the holy city?" At this, Barasa's tone shifted to one of seriousness. "Do you realize the chaos your actions could cause for the temple? Do you understand that if the temple learns of your visit to me, what fate my family would face?" Upon hearing this, Diana stared at Barasa in bewilderment. "Shouldn't you welcome me for escaping that place?" "Welcome?" Barasa replied. "Becoming a saint is the dream of countless young women. What you are doing is blasphemous." "Blasphemous?" "Diana, you cannot be so reckless. Tomorrow, I shall arrange for a carriage to take you back to the holy city, and you can explain things to His Holiness then." With that, Barasa turned to Cohen. "You shall say it was this fellow who abducted you. His Holiness will surely pardon you. I knew it." "Things are not so simple," Cohen muttered under his breath. "You?" Diana could hardly fathom that Barasa had changed so drastically in the years since they last met. Cohen felt a sense of unease as well. It seemed that the people of the empire held the God of Light and the temple in high regard. Their loyalty to the God of Light was unfathomable. Thus, for Cohen, as an evil god, there remained much to be done to conquer the hearts of the imperial folk. "Forget it." Barasa suddenly shook his head, then gazed gently at the visibly distressed Diana. "I understand your longing for home. For tonight, stay here with me. Tomorrow, I shall send someone to escort you back to the imperial capital. As for your return to the holy city, that will depend on your brother's decision." With that, Barasa arranged for them to be escorted back to their rooms. Once they arrived, Barasa shed his garments and reclined in the bathtub. That moment, several beautiful women with fair skin entered the room. "My lord Barasa, come here." Barasa smiled wickedly, standing up from the bathtub. He still appeared gentle and handsome, but in the next instant, he suddenly struck one of the women across the face, grabbing her by the hair. He violently dragged her to the edge of the bathtub, forcefully pushing her down. "No, my lord Barasa, please." Yet regardless of the woman's pleas, Barasa remained indifferent, laughing maniacally as he repeatedly forced her head under the water. When the woman was utterly exhausted, Three naked corpses lay lifeless in the bathtub. Barasa knelt before the tub, murmuring a few words under his breath before returning to the bed. Indeed, it seemed to be some sort of bizarre religious ritual, Cohen affirmed once more. But isn't he a follower of the God of Light? As far as I know, the God of Light should not require sacrifices. Cohen pondered in confusion. The all-seeing eye. Cohen suddenly remembered that he possessed the all-seeing eye and hurriedly activated it, focusing on Barasa. Identifying. Sorry, the target is too sacred to identify. Sacred? Cohen was even more perplexed. What about Barasa is sacred? The next day, as Diana opened her eyes, she found Cohen and the Messiah standing in her room, gazing at her. Chapter 67. Angel Color. Startled, Diana quickly sat up, wrapping herself tightly in the quilt, and asked, How long have you been staring at me? The entire night, the Messiah replied. What? Diana felt goosebumps all over. It's this moment. Cohen spoke. Do me a favor. No matter what happens, do not leave this place for the time being. At least stay here for a few days, huh? Diana looked utterly bewildered. Your first love has issues. What issues? It is quite literal. He has problems, and I need some time to figure out exactly what is going on. But no buts. If you don't want to return to the holy city, do as I say, I will try. Diana nodded. What? Staying here is not beneficial for any of us, Diana. Listen, stop being so headstrong. You are a princess. If you cannot bear this responsibility, then who can? Barasa, please, let me stay for a few more days. No. Barasa turned to the steward, Fox, and commanded, Prepare the carriage. 3 days. Just let me stay for 3 more days. I truly miss this place. Sighing, Barasa glanced at Diana with exasperation and said, Fine, 3 days, don't blame me for spoiling you. That day passed quite peacefully, as Diana remained in her room, unsure of what to do. Cohen and the Messiah utilized their invisibility skills to traverse the various chambers of the castle, attempting to uncover the truth of the matter. Before long, evening arrived. Barasa once again summoned 3 women and proceeded to torture them. However, at that moment, a holy light gradually appeared before Barasa's eyes. Cohen and the Messiah, hidden in the corner, were both taken aback. Is that an angel? The Messiah exclaimed, eyes wide. An angel? Cohen furrowed his brow and turned to the Messiah, asking, Is an angel merely a beam of light? Yes, the Messiah explained. Angels are servants created by the goddess of light, serving as her messengers in the mortal realm. However, under normal circumstances, angels only descend during significant crises. And even then, they usually manifest only in the holy city. It is quite rare for them to appear in remote noble castles. At that moment, the angel, emanating a radiant glow, spoke with a divine voice. She requires more. Isn't 3 a day sufficient? Barasa asked humbly. In the war against the evil god, her essence has suffered greatly, and now that the evil god has awakened and his followers have reclaimed the north, we cannot afford any further delays. We require 10 women each day. 10? Barasa's eyes widened as he gazed at the angel. No. 10 is far too many, Lord Color. Women are disappearing daily in the city. The commoners are beginning to suspect. Then eliminate them all. It is imperative to awaken the goddess. Otherwise, the evil god will seize this world. When that time comes, everything you hold dear will turn to dust. But, no buts. Do you understand? The evil god now possesses the power to brazenly abduct the saintess from the holy city, which signifies that he has grown sufficiently strong. If the goddess does not awaken soon, I fear the evil gods will soon shake the entire world. What about the demon god? Isn't he still around? Humph! That old fool would relish a holy war between us and the evil god. Wait! At that moment, Barasa suddenly remembered something. He slowly raised his head, fixing his gaze on the holy light before him, and said, Did you just say, the evil god abducted the saintess from the holy city? Indeed! Boom! Barasa's mind felt as though it had just undergone a cataclysmic explosion. He realized the gravity of the situation. Who was the man accompanying Diana? Wasn't it said that he rescued her from the holy city? What is it? The angel asked. Barasa, do you have something to tell me? Hearing this, Barasa hastily raised his head, staring intently at the angel, and declared, The saintess is in my castle, and, if all goes well, the evil god is also here. What? Just then, The holy light began to dissipate slowly, replaced by a golden humanoid figure. Though the figure was naked, it bore no distinguishing sexual characteristics, rendering it indiscernible as male or female. Furthermore, the being's form was exquisitely crafted, resembling a finely chiseled masterpiece. Suddenly, it turned its head toward the corner, and its eyes ignited with a golden glow. It emitted a chilling scream, pointing at the corner. Ah! This scream sent a jolt through Cohen. Damn it! We've been discovered. Run. With that, Cohen hurriedly grasped the Messiah's hand and dashed out. What Cohen did not realize was that the scream had caused blood to flow from Barassa's 7 orifices. Clutching his ears, Barassa tightly shut his eyes and writhed on the ground, screaming in agony. Upon seeing this, the angel immediately waved a hand at Barassa, and in an instant, the blood ceased to flow from his orifices, and all his organs were restored to their original state. You fool! Send out all your forces, pursue him. If we can kill the evil god here, then everything will be negotiable. Ah, yes, Lord Color. With that, Barassa rushed out of the room, shouting to the guards at the door, gather the troops, quickly. Arm everyone in search for the man named Tom. Yes, that night was anything but tranquil. In the city of Venetia, the bells rang out. Countless fully armed soldiers flooded the streets. Bang! The door of a tavern was kicked open by the soldiers, and the leading soldier proclaimed to the drunken patrons within, from now on, curfew is in effect. Everyone, go home immediately. Meanwhile, dozens of soldiers surrounded Cohen and the Messiah. The leading soldier shouted, That's him. He is the idiot Tom. Capture him. Humph. He has kept us awake all night. With that, the soldiers surged forward. Cohen sighed. Just as he was about to unleash his skills, he noticed the Messiah suddenly turned pale. She floated toward him, resembling a ghost from a horror film. Angrily, she declared, You mere mortals. How dare you speak so insolently? In the next moment, flames erupted around the Messiah's body. In mere seconds, dozens of soldiers were reduced to charred remains. Their screams echoing through the night, Cohen stood frozen in place. After a long moment, he finally regained his composure and gave the Messiah a thumbs up, saying, Well done, very strong. Chapter 68. The Sorcerer. Hearing Cohen's praise, the Messiah's cheeks flushed crimson. Thank you, Master. Cohen awkwardly nodded. After all, he hadn't anticipated that even one of his servants would possess such strength. He had thought he would have to rely solely on himself. So, what is the plan? The Messiah suddenly turned to Cohen. Cohen stroked his chin, contemplating, and after a moment, he articulated, The plan is, we eliminate them. Huh? I don't know. I just want to see what that angel is truly capable of. Cohen replied, Do you mean, I don't know if you noticed, but when that angel screamed, all the mirrors and porcelain in the room shattered. If I am not mistaken, that must be a highly lethal attack. Yet neither of us reacted, which suggests that its killing move is ineffective against us. However, we cannot ascertain whether it possesses even more formidable abilities, so we must test the waters. For now, I can confirm that the angel cannot harm me. But the reason for our testing is not merely to gauge the angel's strength. Rather, we aim to estimate how powerful the goddess of light truly is. As you heard, the goddess of light still slumbers after 300 years. The last battle with me caused her power to dissipate, resulting in her prolonged slumber. Thus, she requires sacrifices to swiftly regain her strength, but it must remain undisclosed to her followers that a deity of light also necessitates offerings. Upon hearing this, the Messiah gazed at Cohen with admiration, exclaiming, Oh my God, Master! You are exceedingly handsome. So, have you been listening to what I said? Mitsai nodded heavily, still gazing at Cohen with an infatuated expression. Seeing this, Cohen shook his head helplessly and said, Let's go. Just then, a sudden clatter of iron hooves echoed ahead. In no time, hundreds of soldiers surrounded the entire street, blocking any possible escape. Among them stood an elderly man clad in priestly garb. The old man, wielding a cane, slowly made his way through the soldiers and approached Cohen. Squinting his eyes, he scrutinized Cohen and said, So, you are the evil god. Upon hearing this, Cohen's mood soured instantly. After all, he was a god too. Could this old fellow not show a modicum of respect? After a moment's contemplation, Cohen lifted his head, gazing at the priest with an air of pride and declared, Mortal, do not hesitate to kneel before me. At the same time, Cohen activated his Omni-Eye, desiring to discern the true nature of this old man. However, he soon realized that this old man, much like Barasa, emanated a repugnant aura of sanctity. This divine essence could withstand Cohen's low-tier magic. The Omni-Eye itself fell under the category of low-tier spells, rendering Cohen incapable of employing skills like the Omni-Eye against such an individual. Humph! Merely a third-rate deity, I must concede. Your revival has exceeded my expectations, but before me, you are but an infant, a newly awakened god. Theo, a high-tier sorcerer, confronting a newly emerged deity is akin to an adult facing a child. A sorcerer? Cohen mused. This was a profession he had never encountered before. At this moment, Mitsai, with clenched fists in fury, exclaimed, "Humph, old fool! Before you stands the evil god. How dare you speak so insolently in the presence of the evil god?" With that, Mitsai began to levitate slowly into the air, preparing to cast a spell upon the sorcerer before her. Cohen squinted his eyes, observing the scene. Mitsai was performing admirably, aligning perfectly with Cohen's intentions. He too wished to witness the prowess of this arrogant sorcerer, but just then, Mitsai unleashed a torrent of fire. Countless fireballs hurtled toward the sorcerer. The sorcerer merely smirked disdainfully and remarked, "Dark magic. Insignificant in the face of the holy light." With that, the sorcerer swiftly brandished his staff and coldly uttered, "Let there be light." In the next moment, the night sky was suddenly ablaze with golden brilliance. It was as if it were daylight. This spectacle utterly astonished Cohen. The radiance emanating from the staff completely enveloped the night, illuminating the entirety of Venisa City. It was akin to the sun itself. However, this blinding light lasted only a few fleeting seconds. As the brightness dimmed, Mitsai's garments were entirely incinerated, and her once fair skin had transformed into a charred heap. She neither screamed nor writhed in agony. She simply lay quietly on the ground. Cohen lowered his gaze, observing the once breathtaking sorceress, now reduced to a charred corpse. This scene induced a palpable tension. "Master, I am sorry. Forgive me. Do not speak." Cohen gently crouched down, caressing Mitsai's already scorched head. She had no hair left, for it too had turned to ash in that blinding holy light. "I must admit, you have truly saddened me," Cohen sighed, then picked up Mitsai and placed her in a corner before turning to face the sorcerer, saying, "To have slain my most capable subordinate, I must confess, I am still a being of sentiment. Although this foolish woman incessantly babbled and acted like a lovesick fool, her loyalty undeniably touched me." "Humph," the sorcerer sneered, "you still grieve for a mere mortal. Do not be foolish. That is but crocodile tears, evil god. My holy light has not harmed you. Consider yourself fortunate, but this time, I shall not miss." "No." Cohen suddenly extended a hand. One finger pointed at the sorcerer while the other rested upon his heart, declaring, "Do not claim you have not harmed me. You have wounded my heart." The sorcerer initially faltered, but quickly resumed waving his staff, shouting, "O my lord, the Holy One, shield me from the dark magic, protect me from the evil god's wicked schemes. I implore the Holy Lord, chastise him with severity. Now, let the evil spirits wreak havoc upon the souls of humanity. I beseech the commanders of the heavenly host, by the divine authority, banish the evil to the depths of hell." After uttering these words, a radiant beam of golden light suddenly gathered in the sky. However, unlike the previous manifestation, which illuminated the entire town, this time, the holy light coalesced into a singular column. That very column enveloped Cohen alone. At this moment, Cohen stood illuminated like an Oscar statuette, his entire being aglow with the holy light. Simultaneously, Cohen could feel a searing sensation upon his skin. Chapter 69. Grappling with mortals. Although this sensation was subtle, it was not enough to incite true pain, akin to the gentle annoyance of a girlfriend playfully hitting you. "Is this the sorcerer's most potent magic?" Cohen muttered to himself, raising a hand to inspect his sleeve. He discovered that his garments had begun to smolder and were rapidly turning to ash. Good heavens! This is dire. I shall be left without clothing. May the blood of the Lord triumph. May the Lord's renown prevail. May the Lord manifest his might. Eradicate all manifestations of evil. May the Lord achieve victory this day. With the sorcerer's final trembling shout, the power unleashed by the holy light surged to its zenith. Cohen began to feel discomfort. Therefore, he slowly took a step forward. I must admit, this divine sorcery can indeed inflict harm upon me. However, it is merely superficial. His clothing had been charred, his hair singed away. Though his skin only bore a slight redness, akin to having just emerged from a hot spring, Cohen still sensed a threat. If a sorcerer from a small locale could wield such formidable magic, then what of angels? What of goddesses? Cohen realized that the magical forces in this world surpassed his wildest imaginings. Henceforth, he must conduct himself with utmost discretion. Until he could firmly ascertain that his powers were sufficient to confront the god of light, Cohen resolved never to engage with anyone associated with the temple again. At this moment, not far away in the castle, the angel, Kuel, and Barasa stood atop the tower, observing the unfolding drama. Kuel glanced at Barasa beside him and inquired, "How did you acquire such magic?" His tone bore the weight of inquiry. Barasa paused for a moment before cautiously responding. "I have only heard that during the Great War 300 years ago, humanity suffered immensely, particularly the Temple Knights. Subsequently, the then Pope sought to enhance the Temple's combat capabilities and developed this set of divine sorcery." Research? Kuel narrowed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Indeed, Barasa nodded. "The followers of the evil god can wield dark magic, yet we cannot use any magic. The Pope believed this to be unjust. He was convinced that the god of light had also granted us some means to manipulate mysterious forces. Thus he tirelessly sought it out. It was only with the last Pope that he discovered it. He unearthed a set of incantations from the prayers in the Bible, which, when combined with the faith of a high-tier priest, could yield this magic. Kuel nodded slowly but offered no reply. For he understood that this was not magic at all. It was the very power of the goddess of light herself. Yet, Kuel silently questioned, "Mother, why have you bestowed such power upon mortals?" Kuel had initially intended to implore mortals to cease using such magic. For each time they invoked divine sorcery, it meant that the power within the goddess of light was being drained. One could view it as each spell cast by the sorcerers being a withdrawal from the goddess's own strength. The reason the goddess of light had remained in slumber was not due to insufficient sacrifices, but because humanity so recklessly siphoned her power. No matter how many sacrifices were made, they merely served to sustain the goddess of light from fading away. Indeed, the sacrifices were merely to prevent the goddess from perishing due to the depletion of her strength. While the true users of the power contained within those sacrifices were the sorcerers. However, Kuel refrained from exposing this truth, for he understood that humanity could not obtain the goddess of light's power without justification. It must be the will of the goddess. He dared not defy his mother's decree. At this moment, just as Cohen was stepping forward to exit the light column, he discovered that his body felt inexplicably heavy. Although it was not to the extent of being unable to move at all, it felt as though he were burdened by 2 sacks of rice, making each step laborious. This must be another function of this magic, Cohen surmised. After all, if the spell could only manifest a single light column, it would be lacking if the target could simply walk away unscathed. Cohen's assumption was correct. This supreme divine sorcery not only concentrated the holy light into a singular column, but also immobilized the individual within it, forcing them to endure the accompanying torment. Yet, despite the column's impediment, Cohen managed to step out with relative ease. When those present witnessed Cohen emerge from the light column, stark naked, standing before them, all were utterly astonished. How is this possible? The sorcerer widened his eyes, fixating intently on Cohen, exclaiming, how could you possibly emerge unscathed? Who said that? I've lost my hair, my eyebrows, and my clothing. An exquisite garment imported from the East, worth dozens of gold coins. Cohen glanced down at his own predicament before bashfully turning away, saying, "Could you not stare at me like that? It makes me quite self-conscious." "You bastard!" The sorcerer, now visibly furious, shouted, "Advance! Soldiers! Charge! I refuse to believe this." "Oh?" Cohen slightly turned his head, then pointed at several soldiers. Just as he was about to unleash a black hole, he reconsidered, realizing it would be rather anticlimactic. Therefore, he shook his head, picked up a brick, and proceeded to strike one of the soldiers on the head with a fierce blow. Crack! Cohen single-handedly engaged in a brawl with hundreds of soldiers. This is beneath me," he mused, realizing a god? was resorting to fighting with mere mortals, he deemed it quite inappropriate, so he discarded the brick, clapped his hands, and declared to the fallen soldiers, "Arise, Death Knights." In the next moment, dozens of deceased soldiers suddenly emanated a cloud of black smoke. Before long, they all rose to their feet, beginning to recklessly attack their nearby comrades. "What is happening?" No. Don't kill me, Master Sorcerer. Save me, Master Sorcerer." Faced with their former allies, many soldiers exhibited signs of utter confusion. However, the predominant emotion was fear in the presence of the reanimated corpses. These individuals were private soldiers of the nobility, clearly distinct from the Temple Knights. Their faith was not steadfast, nor was their courage sufficient. Confronted with such a terrifying foe, many began to falter. Although the resurrected corpses were not particularly formidable, their bodies had not been enhanced. They simply could not die if one set aside their fear. A group of soldiers could indeed beat the undead soldiers into submission. Yet, the soldiers were far too timid. Soon, they scattered in disarray, leaving only the sorcerer standing there, dumbfounded as he beheld the dozens of Death Knights dragging their severed limbs. "No, no! Impossible, evil god! You shall not deceive me with your tricks. I am the chosen one of the temple. I am a sorcerer, a loyal follower who emerged from thousands." With that, the sorcerer hurled his staff aside, closed his eyes, and addressed Cohen. "Come, kill me, humph! I shall ascend into the embrace of the God of Light. Those who believe in my Lord shall never die. I shall attain eternal life in paradise." "Die?" Cohen shook his head, retorting, "You killed my best subordinate, which indicates you possess some strength. I am currently in need of a servant, and you shall suffice." With that, Cohen strode forward and struck the old man. Rendering him unconscious, it appeared that a sorcerer devoid of divine abilities was no different from an ordinary old man. Cohen's intent was straightforward. He wanted to make the old man wish he were dead. He aimed to have him serve him daily, to obliterate his will and shatter his faith. For the Messiah, this tactic was called killing the body, destroying the heart. In a forest south of Venisa City, Cohen sat before a small grave mound, exhaling a sigh. "Though our acquaintance has been brief, I have developed some feelings for you. Your passing truly saddens me." Cohen sighed again, glancing back at the bound sorcerer behind him. Then he looked toward the Messiah and said, "But rest assured, this old fool shall not fare any better. I will make him wish for death. He yearns to join the God of Light. But I shan't allow it. Consider it a replacement for your duties." To be honest, Cohen understood that he was ill-suited for such sentimental moments. He could not shed a tear, even if he tried. It was impossible. "I know that the most loyal subordinate who accompanied me for centuries has died, and I appear utterly unfazed. It must be distressing for you. But alas, what can I say? I am an evil god. However, I must convey that your demise genuinely caught me off guard. I am unaccustomed to the sudden absence of a sycophant." At that moment, a golden light flickered. Cohen sensed someone watching him from behind and slowly turned his head. Standing behind him was the angel Kyul. Unexpectedly, even an evil god could feel sorrow for the dead. Kyul sneered, "Cohen, how amusing. You are so uncharacteristically sentimental." Cohen sighed, "Could you refrain from interrupting me at such a moment? I was nearly on the verge of shedding tears." "Ha ha ha. This is where you differ from your mother. She knows precisely who she is and would never weep for mere mortals." "Tiske." Cohen clicked his tongue and glared at Kyul. "Do you desire death? You wouldn't kill me. Otherwise, I would have perished 300 years ago. 300 years ago? Cohen chuckled. Kyul likely had no inkling that the being from 300 years prior was not the same as the current Cohen. The evil god of that era had spared him. The present Cohen might not show the same leniency. Thus, Cohen helplessly shook his head and remarked, "Killing you would be immensely satisfying. I would derive great pleasure from slaying the child of the God of Light." "Ha ha ha." Kyul let out a cold laugh, slowly approaching Cohen. "You know, father, mother's perception of you is accurate. You are far too lenient and unworthy of the title God." "Father?" The word left Cohen momentarily stunned. Mother did not kill all the gods out of vanity, but because she sought to establish a true kingdom of gods, and regarding the demon god, do not harbor envy. He was merely a pawn in her plan. Initially, she intended to ally with the demon god to eliminate all other deities before turning on him. However, Plans changed, and to eliminate you, she expended nearly all her power. However, at first, I could not fathom why she would allow humans to wield her power. Now, I understand. She anticipated your resurrection, thus before her slumber. She granted a portion of her powers to humanity, ensuring they would help preserve her conquered territories during her absence. You mean divine magic? Cohen inquired tentatively. Indeed. Kyul nodded. You might think she miscalculated, haha, but I do not share that sentiment. I believe this was all part of her plan. Cohen furrowed his brow. Regarding Khalid, in truth, he had many questions, but directly voicing them would seem inappropriate, so he chose to feign understanding and listened intently to Kyul's forthcoming words. Yet, Kyul merely smiled faintly and said, when I learned that you ruthlessly annihilated the Northern Legion, I thought you had finally become the version that Mother would approve of, but now I realize you remain that cowardly man. Very well, I shall say no more. I trust you have no interest in hearing your son belittle you. With that, Kyul gradually vanished. Cohen tilted his head and muttered to himself, the god of light. My wife? She bore me a child. And that recent paragon of filial piety is my son. Cohen was utterly bewildered. What a ludicrous plot twist. I was murdered by my wife. Domestic violence among gods. Truly. Cohen shook his head in resignation. At that moment, the sorcerer regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he glared at Cohen, demanding, evil god. What do you want from me? Hurry. Kill me. I am ready to sacrifice myself for the god of light. Sacrifice? Cohen shook his head, replying, I'm afraid I have no inclination for cuckoldry. She has no need for your sacrifice. Although Cohen held no favorable impression of the goddess of light, she was, at least nominally, his wife. Hearing someone profess their willingness to sacrifice themselves for her felt rather unsettling, as if he were wearing a cuckold's horns. What did you say? The sorcerer clearly did not grasp Cohen's meaning. Nothing of consequence, Cohen replied, squatting before the sorcerer. What is your name? Humph. Orank, David, Gizo, High Sorcerer of the Light Temple, the arch-nemesis of the evil god. You are hardly the arch-nemesis. That woman holds that title. Cohen shook his head, then opened a portal. He hoisted Orank and strode through the gate. On the other side lay Cohen's peak. Cohen did not intend to kill him, but also would not keep a sorcerer by his side. He planned to leave the sorcerer at his peak, making him a lifelong servant within that castle. Meanwhile, the soil atop the small grave mound suddenly shifted. A pale hand emerged from the disturbed earth. After a considerable pause, the fair-skinned Messiah gazed around in terror. Master, Master, where are you? Oh heavens, where am I? My master, you wouldn't forget me, would you? Will. No, will. Master doesn't want me anymore. Master doesn't want me anymore. Will. In the next moment, a portal suddenly opened behind the Messiah. As Cohen stepped out of the portal, he saw the Messiah, bare-skinned, standing still and weeping. Stunned, Cohen exclaimed, Huh? Aren't you supposed to be dead? Hearing Cohen's voice, the Messiah hurriedly wiped her tears, turned her head, and looked at Cohen with sheer delight. Oh my gosh, Master. You're back? Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't abandon me. Ha 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 ha. With that, the Messiah leaped into Cohen's embrace. Cohen shivered, sniffing her hair and discovering it was not burnt. He pinched her arm, realizing her skin was also unscathed. Am I hallucinating? Just moments ago, you were charred beyond recognition. Cohen scratched the back of his head. The Messiah, upon hearing this, quickly pulled her head from Cohen's embrace. Grinning sheepishly, hee. Master, have you forgotten? You bestowed upon me immortality. Even if the god of light were to slay me, I would resurrect in a short time. Immortality. So that's how it is. Cohen pondered. Right. I almost forgot. Yet on the surface, Cohen feigned knowledge of the matter. At that moment, the Messiah suddenly recalled something. She took a few steps back, lowered her head, and cautiously asked, Master, may I ask you something? Speak. Last night, did I look ugly when I was charred? Cohen was speechless. Indeed, even a witch is still a girl. The first thing she does upon resurrection is inquire about how she appeared in death. Quite hideous, Cohen replied honestly. The contrast is so stark that even now, when I look at you, the image of that charred corpse lingers in my mind. The Messiah froze on the spot. Oh no. Woo. Master saw my hideous form. Woo. To be honest, It was indeed terrifying. Her lips were burnt away, revealing a set of blackened teeth, her hair scorched, and her face was a charred mess, accompanied by the scent of roasted flesh. Cohen continued to embellish. The fat on your chest was sizzling, oozing pus, and your entire body was shriveled. Although I couldn't smell it, I can assure you, you lost control of your bowels. I had to wash your corpse by the river repeatedly to cleanse the charred excrement. Upon hearing this, the Messiah's face turned beet red. She lowered her head, sobbing in distress. It's over. However, the pangs of hunger soon overwhelmed him, compelling him to disregard his reservations. Tentatively, he sliced into a portion of steak. At the moment it touched his lips, he felt he was not in the lair of a malevolent deity, but rather indulging in paradise. The sweet nectar of red wine and the tender steak captivated him utterly. Before long, he had devoured every morsel on the table, still yearning for more. At that moment, the mechanical figure of the clockwork woman, who had been standing silently behind him, approached with deliberate slowness, with an almost robotic demeanor. She began to clear the dishes from the table before departing. By noon, Oakland wandered through the castle, observing the clockwork woman sweeping the corridors with a broom. He cautiously approached and inquired, "Is this the abode of the malevolent deity?" The clockwork woman nodded slowly. "Indeed. However, the Lord of Darkness seldom returns. He has commanded me to attend to your needs temporarily. Shouldn't the Lord of Darkness reside in the inferno? Shouldn't his servants be countless wretched souls? Here, shouldn't there be raging fires and the wails of tormented spirits?" Oakland could scarcely believe the scene before him, as the scriptures had painted a vastly different picture of the malevolent deity's domain. He was resolute that this was all a ruse to undermine his faith, convinced that the malevolent one had underestimated him. Yet, the clockwork woman simply shook her head gently and replied, "The Lord of Darkness has a fondness for beauty, which is why he has fashioned this place. That cannot be. Do not attempt to deceive me. This cannot possibly be the truth. It must be a trick of his, sir. I believe you have misunderstood. The Lord of Darkness despises the place you describe." The clockwork woman's expression remained devoid of emotion, yet Oakland was still in disbelief. He took a step back, shaking his head, and declared, "This is all a mirage, a figment. When I awaken, I shall surely find myself in the inferno, enduring the torment I rightfully deserve." With that, Oakland turned and strode toward his chamber, while the clockwork woman expressionlessly picked up a cloth and began to clean the mural on the wall. Each day, her task was to sweep away the dust in the castle, maintaining its pristine condition. Meanwhile, Cohen and his companions arrived at a slightly larger town. 3 days had passed since they left Venisaport. This was Lanza City, the capital of the Kotte province, and they had now entered Kotte province, Diana explained. Cohen nodded but offered no response. The group entered a tavern, intending to have dinner and spend the night in Lanza City. "Good day, ladies and this gentleman. What may I serve you?" The proprietor was most courteous, though the tavern was sparsely populated, with only a few scattered travelers. It seemed the locals held the establishment in low regard. However, Cohen was indifferent. He merely wished to have a simple meal before resting for the night, so they could set off again the following day. "From Venisaport, just bring us whatever you have." Featuring your local specialties, Cohen replied nonchalantly, "Venisaport? It seems you must be tired of seafood. Why not try our charcoal-grilled venison? I assure you, you will enjoy it." "Very well," Cohen nodded in agreement. Shortly after, the proprietor returned with a serving of venison, placing it before Cohen and his companions. "Please, enjoy." As they began to eat, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance as a group of soldiers burst in. The insignia on their armor revealed them to be not mere family retainers, but knights of the temple. Upon seeing this, Diana hastily lowered her head, stuffing her mouth with venison, entirely concealing her identity as a beautiful princess. "Lord Andy. You have arrived. Please, take a seat. What would you like to eat?" "Not at all," replied the knight named Andy, shaking his head. "According to imperial law and temple regulations, you are required to pay 30% of your monthly revenue as tax to the temple. However, I understand you have been in arrears for an entire year, which amounts to a total of 30 gold coins, does it not?" "Lord Andy, please grant me a little more time," the tavern owner pleaded. "Recently, there have been too many debt collectors. I thought I had managed to save enough for the taxes, but another group of collectors took it away." "Debt collectors?" Andy scoffed. "We are not debt collectors. We are tax officials. Paying taxes is your duty. Do you think we are working for whom? For the great God of light. But I truly have nothing right now. Then we shall have to confiscate all your assets. Please, no, Lord Andy. Just give me 1 more week. 1 week, 3 days, Andy replied coldly. Just 3 days, in 3 days. I expect to see the temple's money. Otherwise, this establishment will become temple property. 3.3 days. The tavern owner stammered. But Andy had already departed with his men. Disheartened, the owner collapsed into a chair. At that moment, a lovely woman approached and helped him to his feet, saying, Mard, perhaps we should let it go. I have heard that the Knights of the Temple are facing attacks from cultists in the north and are gathering troops, even recruiting women to cook for them. Perhaps I could go. That cannot be. Mard shook his head vehemently. Abby, you cannot go to such a place. Even if the tavern is seized, you must not go. You do not understand. I know all too well what those Knights of the Temple are like. Only a few truly believe in the light. The majority are scoundrels. Do you know what the women accompanying the knights did during my service? They were not only cooks but also the playthings of those brutes. Upon hearing this, Cohen and his companions, who had been sitting in the corner, suddenly perked up with interest. Cohen set down his venison and turned to Mard. Then what shall we do? Vanessa Port is always in need of laborers. If I cannot gather the money in 3 days, we shall head to Vanessa Port, Mard replied. But you have old injuries. What if they flare up again? What then? At this moment, Cohen approached slowly, pulled up a chair, and sat before Mard, fixing his gaze upon him. You mentioned you were once a knight of the temple? At this, the woman quickly covered her mouth, as if this were a secret not to be revealed. Mard shook his head vehemently, denying it, sir. You must have misheard. Cohen continued, as I understand it, Knights of the Temple serve without a term limit. They fight until they are 35, and if they are still alive and have not risen above the rank of a common soldier by then, they are assigned to the Holy City, where they may marry and have children, who will also become Knights of the Temple. You are mistaken. I am no Knight of the Temple, Mard insisted. You are, Cohen chuckled softly, then reached out to roll up Mard's sleeve. If I were to squeeze tightly, it would surely hurt, for you have been injured. Do not attempt to fabricate a feeble excuse about being hurt on the job. The lies of ordinary folk cannot escape my notice. This injury is not from a fall. It is a wound from a blade. Realizing he could no longer conceal the truth, Mard pleaded pitifully, Sir, please do not inform the Knights of the Temple. Otherwise, I will perish, I beg you. I do not want my child to partake in one meaningless war after another, so, it is for your child? Cohen inquired. Mard nodded slowly. Due to my injuries, I was discharged. And then I met Abby, and we had our child together. And then, Cohen smiled, I do enjoy a good story. And then Mard's tone turned somber. I understood that the wars launched by the temple are entirely meaningless. Their slaughter of heretics serves no purpose. I cannot comprehend why they do such things. I believe if the God of light truly exists, she would not wish to see humanity slaughtering one another. In truth, Cohen mused, she might very well be pleased. I do not want my son to join the Knights of the Temple and partake in those senseless massacres. I wish for him to grow up healthy. I do not want to see him become a fanatical zealot. I have not betrayed the God of light. I merely hope my child can live like an ordinary person. No, Cohen shook his head. Once you begin to doubt the actions of the temple, your son is destined not to be ordinary. Cohen smiled and extended his hand. I am Tom Cruise. Mard Henry, Mard replied. Let us discuss another matter. How has this establishment fallen into disrepair? Your service seems quite attentive, and the dishes are decent. Why is it that you cannot pay the taxes? Mard sighed, shaking his head in resignation. Many things have transpired in recent years. The imperial tax is 40% monthly, while the temple tax used to be only 10%. However, with the continuous wars in the north, the temple urgently needs to recruit more soldiers, thus raising the tax to 30%. This means that we common folk must pay 50% of our income each month. That should not be the most pressing issue, Cohen observed as he regarded Mard. Mard nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I must confess. Please do not laugh at me, but a few years ago, I had a sudden inspiration, a notion that would challenge conventional values I envisioned. What notion? Cohen inquired with brisk curiosity. Chapter 74. The Birth of the First Banker. Well, at that time, A few like-minded comrades and I contemplated establishing a savings institution where patrons could securely store their valuables. After all, not everyone possesses the luxury of having their own vault like the noble lords. Guarded by countless soldiers, we were full of ambition, a dozen retired veterans, believing we could create a storage facility that would charge no fees, dedicated to safeguarding the precious belongings of common folk. No fees? How did you plan to generate profit? Cohen asked. Through investments, Mard replied. We could utilize the valuables deposited by our customers to make investments and earn additional income. Upon hearing this, Cohen thought, isn't that essentially a bank? Good heavens! What an audacious idea for the Middle Ages. Who is this Mard? Has he come from another time? Such a person should certainly be the protagonist. Externally composed, Cohen's mind was a tempest of excitement. Cough, cough. Cohen cleared his throat, feigning calmness, and continued, and then? What transpired? Alas, Mard sighed. We managed to open a storage facility in the imperial capital with the meager pensions of the retired soldiers. However, initially, the items we received for safekeeping were mostly young girls' diaries, old soldier swords and grandmothers' dowries. And there was a rather unremarkable linen dress. Hardly any valuable items. Perhaps to them, those things held significance, but to us, they were worthless. Nevertheless, a few individuals did deposit substantial amounts of money into our storage facility. But as you can imagine, they were commoners with limited assets. Just as we feared our venture would fail and our investments would go awry, a group of mercenaries entered our establishment, bearing a significant sum of gold coins and many items that appeared quite valuable. Initially, we thought fortune had finally smiled upon us, so we took that money and decided to invest. We invested in several luxury shops in the imperial capital, which indeed yielded modest profits. Later, we also invested in a merchant at the docks, acquiring 5% of the renowned Plank family fleet, which provided us with sufficient dividends to recoup our costs each year. Regrettably, the good times were short-lived. After earning our first pot of gold, a mysterious noblewoman approached us, accompanied by numerous soldiers. This enchanting lady was a famed countess of the imperial capital, and from her, we learned that the mercenaries' funds had been stolen from her. Subsequently, everything we owned was confiscated. The imperial court would not side with commoners. The countess won her case against us, and not only that, we were sentenced for violating imperial law and suspected of illegal fundraising. Though a few of us managed to escape, several comrades lost their lives to the imperial enforcers along the way, and the remainder of us divided the money we had hidden and went our separate ways. I used my share to establish this tavern in this remote town far from the imperial capital. However, I soon encountered local thugs who demanded protection fees. They seized half of all our earnings daily. I resisted, leading to fights that frightened away our patrons and earned the ire of the thugs. Thus it unfolded. Upon hearing this, Cohen nodded slowly. He then turned to the Messiah, asking, "How much do we have left?" "What is it, master?" the Messiah replied. "How much? Let me see." The Messiah, much to everyone's surprise, poured the contents of the coin pouch onto the table. "We have 50 gold coins remaining." Cohen nodded, then turned to Mard, saying, "You owe the temple 30 gold coins, correct? I shall give you 50 gold coins, but do not pay the temple. You may relinquish this establishment. Now, go to Venisa Port, hire a ship, and head north. That place will surely suit you, and you can continue your banking business there." "Banking? How did I not think of that?" Mard exclaimed, laughing heartily. Cohen, momentarily speechless, continued, "How much equity do you think is appropriate for me?" Mard was taken aback, suddenly realizing he had encountered a benefactor. His mind raced with possibilities, and after a moment of contemplation, he looked up and declared, 100%. Just pay me a salary each month. I'm not that greedy. Let's make it 70%. I will take 70% equity, and you may arrange the remaining 30% as you see fit. 50 gold coins will suffice for you to hire a team of dozens in the north and build a secure dwelling. At that moment, Mard interjected, "Wait, sir, the north is quite barren. We shall not be able to earn money there. You will find out once you arrive. The people of the north are in dire need of a banking institution." Cohen replied with a slight smile, placing the 50 gold coins into the pouch and handing it to Mard. "I will seek you out in a year. Trust me, I will find you." Mard stared in disbelief at the pouch of coins. Swallowing hard, "Is this truly real?" "Indeed, it is real." That night, Mard's family rejoiced, providing Cohen and his companions with the finest accommodations and free meals. They resolved to follow Cohen's advice, planning to pack their belongings first thing in the morning after Cohen's party departed. However, for safety's sake, they must travel light, leaving behind anything unnecessary to avoid drawing the neighbors' suspicion. Meanwhile, Cohen lay in bed, unable to sleep due to his excitement. This is what a god should do, to personally alter a civilization, no? To create one from scratch. Cohen was quite pleased with his contributions. He had invented the musket, cannons, and steam engines, ushering the North into the industrial age. Though it was the dwarves who crafted these inventions, Cohen's vision brought about a revolution for the northern people, and now, banking. Cohen understood that with the North entering the Industrial Revolution, coupled with the swift advance of urbanization, another issue would inevitably arise: rampant crime. Various factions would flood into the cities, leading to a surge in crime rates. Workers would receive higher wages, providing criminals with more opportunities. In the past, robberies were rare simply because most households had no money. Even securing a loaf of bread was a luxury. But now, the working class was rising, and their hard labor in factories was finally yielding deserved rewards. Currency began to circulate genuinely. Chapter 75. A nation under the rule of an evil god once. Currency circulated solely among the noble lords and travelers, while the lower class of ordinary farmers lived by barter or self-sufficiency. Perhaps they would go an entire year without spending a single coin. After all, as Mard previously stated, the North is exceedingly barren. Yet that was now a thing of the past. With the true circulation of currency, crime began to rise, highlighting the importance of banks. The noble lords had their private armies, and lower-class peasants had little money to save, but the middle class was different. At this juncture, banks would primarily cater to the burgeoning middle class. In the medieval world outside the North, there were no middle classes, only the nobility and the peasantry. Therefore, while the concept of a bank was admirable, its execution was implausible in the medieval context. Nobles looked down upon depositing money in banks, while lower-class peasants had no funds to store. The following morning, Cohen and his party departed under the farewell of Mard and his wife. Once Cohen's group was out of sight, Mard donned a small satchel, took hold of his young son, and along with his wife, hired a carriage to Venisa port. He could only wonder what marvels awaited him upon reaching White Port. The mere thought filled Cohen with delight. "Master, you have given him all the money. Are you not concerned he might abscond?" the Messiah suddenly asked. Diana shared a similar concern, gazing at Cohen with anticipation for an explanation. Cohen shook his head. "Do you think anyone can evade my watchful eye? Besides, Mard is not that kind of person. He may consider running, but he will undoubtedly strive to expand and strengthen the banking venture. By then, I will have no reason to worry about locating him." A week later, in the business office of White Port, countless individuals stood in a long queue. Mard, holding a document, exclaimed in astonishment, "I never expected the industry here to be so advanced." Beside him, Abby echoed his surprise. "Indeed. With these legal documents, we need not fear the confiscation of our assets by the authorities any longer." At that moment, a man clad in a bizarre black outfit approached. He removed his top hat and bowed slightly, then pointed to the list of shareholders in the document, asking, "Mr. Henry, are you certain the investor is named Tom Cruise?" Mard nodded, puzzled. "What of it? Is that a problem?" Certainly not." Upon finishing his words, the man bowed deeply and politely stated, "I am the head of the Bureau of Commerce Affairs, I believe. There is a distinguished individual who is eager to meet you." No. Forgive my slip of the tongue. I meant the lady. Please take a moment in the VIP area." With that, the man hurriedly ascended to the second floor, leaving Mada in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Abby, standing nearby, remarked that Mr. Tom must be a significant figure, wouldn't you agree? Is that even a question? Did you not see how he began to treat us with utmost respect the moment he heard that name? Shortly thereafter, Vivian emerged, still possessing an air of youthful innocence. "Greetings, madam." Upon noticing Vivian's opulent attire, Mada immediately recognized her as the lady mentioned by the man. Vivian smiled shyly and invited, "Please, have a seat." Vivian glanced at the name on the document and scratched the back of her head, asking, "Are you certain this gentleman is named Tom Cruise?" "Absolutely certain." Vivian nodded in acknowledgement and then turned to the man behind her, instructing, "Immediately send a telegram to Arkham, informing Lady Caitlin of the situation." The man promptly turned and departed. Vivian then smiled at Mada, assuring him, "We will do our utmost to accommodate your requests." I will approve the documents, so rest assured. By the way, madam, may I inquire as to who this Mr. Tom Cruise is? He is our financial officer and defense officer. The financial officer and defense officer of this city-state? No, Vivian shook her head. He is the financial officer and defense officer of the entire Northern Territory. An hour later, Mada emerged from the Bureau of Commerce Affairs, still looking perplexed. Since his arrival, he had been in a state of confusion. First, he had never encountered such a dock. Second, he had never seen public carriages. Third, when he was informed that to conduct business one must first obtain a certificate issued by the Bureau of Commerce Affairs and register within the office. He was utterly astonished. Everything here left him in sheer disbelief. In the distance, countless factories belched black smoke, further illustrating the technological advancements of this place. Moreover, what had he just heard? A telegram? What on earth is a telegram? He had heard of Arkham, rumored to be a city established by a cult army in the dark forests of the far north, but surely it was quite far from White Harbor. Were they communicating through telegrams? Alas, he decided not to dwell on it any longer. With a resigned shake of his head, Mada boarded a public carriage, taking his family to scout for a location. Along the way, even more astonishing events unfolded. This city was vast, astonishingly vast. No wonder they relied on public carriages. After an entire day of wandering, Mada could not fathom every corner of the city. It was not until dusk that the peculiar iron columns along the street suddenly illuminated with lights. Shedding light upon the night streets, Mada was even more astonished. Of course, he had no idea that these were called kerosene lamps. Meanwhile, in Arkham, Caitlin sat in her office, burdened by the documents in her hands. Madam, this is a document co-signed by the kings of the Seven Kingdoms. They are unwilling to relinquish their thrones, Alfred remarked. I did not ask them to abandon their thrones. They remain kings and retain their rights. I merely wish for them to cease exercising their powers indiscriminately. I want the entire Northern Territory to become one nation. Why can't these old fools understand? Lady Caitlin, perhaps your ideas are too ahead of their time. The kings of the Seven Kingdoms cannot comprehend. They believe that not exercising their rights equates to surrendering them. Alfred replied. Continue sending telegrams, informing them that for the stability of society, and for their own wealth, they must relinquish their rights. Otherwise, they will face the wrath of the people. Relinquishing rights does not mean abandoning their thrones. They will still be kings, and the people will continue to respect them. The Witch Council provides ample financial support to the 7 royal families each year to uphold their dignity. However, should they refuse? As you command, Lady Caitlin. Chapter 76. A Dreamlike City. By the way, one more thing to add. The fiefs of the nobles will also be confiscated, but they may retain their estates, and their titles will remain. Though they will no longer enjoy privileges, if they wish to live as they did before, indulging in extravagance, they may engage in commerce, and with the current favorable environment, nobles will also be exempt from taxes for a year. No problem, my lady. With that, Alfred turned and departed. The following day, Mada had already rented an apartment in the new district of White Harbor. These 4 to 5-story stone brick apartments were unlike anything Mada had ever seen before. According to the surrounding neighbors, such apartments were ubiquitous in the new district, and the old town was undergoing gradual renovation. After all, with a massive influx of people into the city, the urban area expanded rapidly, prompting the Witch Council to implement this solution for better management. Each apartment housed several families, and in the Empire, such land, if developed, would typically accommodate only a few households. Additionally, the apartments were equipped with a system called gas and heating. Both inventions of the Witch Council. It was said that during winter, the city would implement centralized heating, making even the cold northern winters feel as warm as summer. Mada was utterly astonished by everything around him. It seemed that witches and cults were not terrifying at all. He recalled how, during his service with the Knights Templar, he often heard the accompanying priests recount tales of the horrors of the followers of the dark gods. The witches were not frightening. They were simply too intelligent, clever enough to instill fear in the Templar, who worried they might undermine their dominion. Thus Mada reflected. Beside him, his wife gazed at the furniture and decorations produced by the factories, equally impressed. Indeed, we once believed that rulers wielded power with an iron fist, but it seems that wisdom is equally indispensable. After sharing their sentiments, the couple set out to search for suitable land to establish their bank. Meanwhile, Cohen and Messiah had already arrived in the imperial capital. To Cohen's delight, The imperial capital was indeed as he had imagined, reminiscent of a Japanese RPG game. Being in the south, with a Mediterranean climate, the skies within the empire were always clear. The white city walls towered 20 meters high, featuring a fantastical design. Upon entering the city gates, the bustling streets, lively markets, and people donned in medieval attire captivated Cohen. Resplendent imperial soldiers patrolled the area, while the dreamlike architecture on either side of the street was bizarrely beautiful. In the distance, a white castle stood majestically, its tall towers piercing the clouds. That is my home. Diana proudly pointed towards the distant castle. Cohen nodded and replied, "Let us hope your brother is not as heartless as your lover." "Humph. How could that be? He is my brother, by the way. I still do not know your brother's name. When we meet the emperor, I might stammer and not know what to call him. Would I be sentenced to lose my head?" Cohen said half-jokingly. "Humph. My lord certainly has a sense of humor. If anyone could take your head, I doubt that person has even been born yet," Messiah interjected. Cohen shot Messiah a glare. "How dull. You have no sense of humor at all. Just call him Karses or Karses, your majesty." As the ministers address him, Diana explained. Cohen nodded, falling silent. The imperial capital was significantly larger than Cohen had anticipated, making it hard to believe that a medieval city could take half an hour to traverse to the central castle. He estimated that the city had at least 500,000 inhabitants, as it was simply enormous. Moreover, no matter where Cohen and his companions ventured, the crowd density was consistently high as they walked. They passed by a river. This is the famous Grand Canal of the imperial capital, the Cain Canal, named after my grandfather, who ordered its excavation. Diana proudly introduced her hometown. Additionally, that enormous rectangular stone building ahead is the residence of the Royal Knights, an organization comparable to the Knights Templar. Like the Templar, they are an independent force not under military command, directly serving the Emperor of the Empire. You could also refer to them as the Royal Guard. However, they differ from the Guards in that the Guards only protect the castle, while the Royal Knights can go anywhere. Hearing this, Cohen nodded again. Diana led the way, with Cohen and Messiah following behind. Messiah glanced at the lively and youthful Diana, then turned to Cohen and said, "My lord, I have always been curious about something." "Go ahead," Cohen encouraged. Messiah nodded, swallowed nervously, and said, "I do not mean to question you. I am simply curious. Why do you insist on accompanying this Diana to the imperial capital?" Of course. I am absolutely not jealous. How could I be jealous of that little girl? I am just genuinely curious, especially since the situation in the north is quite favorable now. Why not seize this opportunity to lead the Northern Army to continue expanding eastward? Or even venture south? The Messiah appeared somewhat incoherent. However, Cohen sighed, pondered for a moment, and said, "Do you not think that a malevolent deity leading a group of mortals to battle against another group of mortals would seem rather undignified?" "Indeed, it does seem somewhat so. After all, the Master is a god. To personally engage in the wars of mortals does indeed give an impression of diminished stature. Then, what does this have to do with coming to the imperial capital?" The Messiah inquired. Cohen contemplated and patiently elucidated, "Not participating directly, but I never said one cannot participate indirectly." "What do you mean?" the Messiah asked in confusion. "You must know that Diana is the princess of the empire." "Correct? Of course. I'm not a fool," the Messiah replied. Cohen continued, "The faith in the God of Light is deeply entrenched in the empire. To completely conquer the hearts of the empire's people is exceedingly difficult. Firstly, the empire has a massive army that we cannot contend with, as far as I know. Their standing army alone comprises 200,000 troops, and when accounting for wartime mobilization, local security forces, and independent units like the Royal Knights, the total exceeds 300,000. Such a formidable force could even deter the temple from confronting them head-on. And what about us? The entire northern region has a population of merely a few million. And our territory is vast, predominantly plains, making it easy to attack but difficult to defend. Moreover, our standing army numbers at most 20,000, making it exceedingly challenging to even hold the eastern defensive line. Chapter 77. Cohen's plan, are you suggesting? The Messiah queried, scratching his head in bewilderment. "I can help my followers secure allies. The people of the empire would make excellent allies. I merely need to find a way to win over Diana. But she is a princess, not an empress. She is the emperor's younger sister. What if the bond between the siblings is not particularly strong? That individual named Karsus is the emperor. He would not recklessly risk enmity with the temple and the entire populace of the nation for his sister's unreasonable demands. Would he? Then we shall make Diana the empress. At this proclamation, Cohen's tone was remarkably invigorated, though he deliberately lowered his voice. Cohen himself was taken aback by the audacity of his own words. The Messiah stood there, stunned, recovering from his astonishment after a considerable pause. I see. The Messiah gazed at Cohen with admiration, exclaiming, Truly, you are the Lord of malevolence. Ha ha ha, what a wicked scheme. Ha 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 ha. Simply perfect. Upon hearing this, Cohen couldn't help but smile with pride. What is this nonsense? In this day and age, how can one call themselves a malevolent deity without a touch of wickedness? Indeed, being a malevolent deity, the very name suggests one is not a figure of virtue. How could one claim the title of a great villain without a hint of malice? Alas, this plan is still not sufficiently malevolent. The Messiah suddenly interjected. Not malevolent enough. What would be deemed malevolent? Cohen inquired, perplexed. Well, point one should eliminate everyone. That would constitute the ultimate wicked plan. If everyone is eliminated, whom shall I rule over? Cohen shot the Messiah an incredulous glance, prompting the Messiah to retract his neck in a hurry. At that moment, the group arrived at the castle entrance, where two guards clad in ornate armor barred their path. Behold, Diana hastily removed her hood and pointed to her face, declaring, I am your princess, the lady of the holy temple of light. The two soldiers exchanged glances, rubbing their eyes in disbelief. After a prolonged moment of confusion, they finally responded, kneeling, Apologies, Your Highness Diana. We did not recognize you. Oh, forget it. A great man once said, Ignorance is no crime. Upon saying this, Diana winked at Cohen from behind. Goodness, she's quite adept at this, Cohen muttered under his breath. A few minutes later, Diana, a man dressed in a flowing black robe, crowned with gold and draped in a red cloak, swiftly approached. Upon seeing Diana, he immediately enveloped her in a grand embrace, exclaiming, When did you return? Why did you not notify me in advance? I could have sent someone to the holy city to fetch you. Hee, I returned on my own. Returned on your own? What was that old coot thinking? How could he allow the princess of the empire to come back alone? Humph. Just wait. I shall write a letter and give that old fool a piece of my mind. Oh dear, brother. Please, do not. If he finds out, I doubt I will have to return. Fear not, Karsus reassured her, patting her shoulder. Since you have returned home, stay for a while longer. That old man will have to step over the corpses of 200,000 imperial soldiers to reclaim you. Hearing this, Diana beamed with joy. This is what a family is. She had long suspected that her brother would not be like that man, willing to send her back into the hands of the Pope for his own sake. Observing this scene, Cohen felt a sense of relief. See? The bond between the siblings is rather strong. This bodes well, Cohen remarked to the Messiah. Just then, Diana suddenly remembered Cohen and hurriedly pulled Karsus before him, saying, Oh, brother, allow me to introduce you. This is the great magician Cohen. Magician? Karsus regarded Cohen with a wary gaze, remaining silent. Noticing this, Cohen quickly performed a noble bow and, in a gentlemanly manner, introduced himself. Good day, Your Majesty Karsus. My name is Tom Cruise, and I am a magician. Cohen was at a loss for how to define himself, so he simply followed Diana's lead. After all, he had previously demonstrated magic in front of Diana. If he did not claim to be a magician, what else could he say? However, Karsus clearly harbored a strong aversion to the profession of magician. He slightly turned his body and shook his head in resignation. I never imagined that a noble magician would bow to me. Huh? Cohen was taken aback, unsure of what he had done to incur such disdain. Brother, please do not be like this. He saved me. If it weren't for him, I would have been captured by the temple long ago. Diana quickly intervened. Upon hearing that Cohen had rescued his sister, Karsus's demeanor softened. He smiled at Cohen, saying, I see, then I must extend my gratitude to this magician for my sister. It is my honor, Cohen replied courteously. Do you have any requests? Karsus suddenly asked. This caught Cohen completely off guard. What? Requests? An honorary lordship? How does that sound? Huh? Cohen was bewildered again. What do you mean, huh? This is the highest rank among honorary titles. Do you not wish for an honorary title? How about I grant you an honorary earldom instead? Wah, what? No, your majesty, what is the meaning of this? Being a magician, I understand your customs. You do not desire a title but perhaps seek coin? Very well, 1,000 gold coins. How does that sound? Goodness. You are offering 1,000 coins. Quite generous. 5,000. It cannot be any more. I do not want money, Cohen replied. I merely heard this young lady, this juncture. Cohen's eyes flickered, and he continued, was beseeching aid from a malevolent deity, and I fortuitously happened to pass by and saved her life. Hearing this, Diana immediately lowered her head, seemingly displeased and fearful of Cohen's candor. For the state religion of the empire was the god of light. Yet, Cohen's honesty was not without reason. He aimed to gauge Karsas's attitude, to discern his reaction upon hearing the term malevolent deity. However, Karsas exhibited no reaction whatsoever, merely nodding slightly before stating, very well. It appears you have assisted a malevolent deity in fulfilling a young girl's wish. It was nothing. Really, Cohen responded, relieved that Karsas showed no signs of disgust or displeasure. Perhaps, Karsas himself was an atheist. On the surface, he was the Pope's disciple, but such displays were merely for the benefit of the empire's people. Like most rulers, every action he took was simply to consolidate his power. Chapter 78. An invitation from the empire. Very well, let us host a grand banquet tonight. To celebrate the return of my beautiful sister, the princess of the empire. Splendid, Diana exclaimed with delight. Karsas arranged accommodations for Cohen and the others before departing himself. In the castle's study, Karsas sat back in his chair, a smile gracing his lips. Just then, a similarly well-dressed man approached. What is it, your majesty? You seem quite pleased. Upon seeing the visitor, Karsas promptly sat up straight and inquired. Prime Minister Barnier, tell me, how much have we given to the temple each year due to my father's agreement? Before your ascension, we would allocate 1/5 of our tax revenue to the temple to bolster their military. Barnier replied candidly, after your successful ascension, we have not contributed a single coin to the temple. However, a few months ago, we promised to provide military assistance to the temple. The 3rd and 9th legions have already been dispatched and are likely currently at the front. Now, issue the order to bring them back, Karsas declared, his spirits high. But, Barnier replied, puzzled, are you aware of the consequences of violating the agreement? The temple may pose a concern for Her Highness the Princess. However, that is no longer an issue. Guess what? She has returned. What? How is that possible? I am equally astonished. But how could the temple have allowed her to escape? It was not the temple that facilitated her return. It was a sorcerer who rescued her. Karlthus spoke in a mysterious tone. That sorcerer appeared rather Navi, seemingly demanding nothing in return. I had intended to bestow upon him an honorary title. Yet he declined, refusing both accolades and monetary compensation. How could there be a sorcerer who seeks no reward? Barniel began to ponder calmly, sensing the complexity of the situation. Who knows, perhaps he truly is a fool. No. Barniel shook his head. Listen, your majesty Karlthus, oftentimes, the absence of demand signifies the most formidable demand of all. Although Karlthus is nearing 30, he still seems as innocent as a child compared to the 60-year-old Prime Minister Barniel. While others may be oblivious, Barniel is acutely aware. Sorcerers are inherently greedy. They possess formidable magic and unparalleled wisdom. Yet they also harbor desires that are beyond the imagination of ordinary men. They yearn for power, knowledge, wealth, and fame. In other words, they desire everything. Rulers crave power, merchants seek wealth, drunks desire liquor, and lechers yearn for women. But sorcerers are different. They want it all. They believe that possessing great power entitles them to everything. Fortunately, the number of sorcerers in this world is exceedingly few. The absence of a multitude of powerful scoundrels allows for a semblance of peace. Let us not dwell on this, Barniel interjected. Your Majesty? What are your plans moving forward? Shall we withdraw our troops? Yes, we shall provide no assistance to the temple. Let them and those cultists tear each other apart. With 2 powerful adversaries eliminated, our plans in the south can proceed unhindered. By the way, Barniel suddenly interrupted. The 2nd, 5th, and 6th legions have already arrived at the southern border of the Duchy of Lohr. With your command, they can launch a surprise attack. 6 legions? Karlthus mused. Isn't that excessive? 30,000 men, merely to conquer a single duchy? To my knowledge, 1 legion should suffice to seize the Duchy of Lohr. Correct, Your Majesty. The Duchy of Lore is a vassal of the Solaros Empire. Once we capture it, we must swiftly establish a defensive line at the border to deter the Solaros Empire. Otherwise, even if we conquer the Duchy of Lore, it will be reclaimed in an instant by the Solaros Empire. Oh, Karlthas pressed his temples. The Solaros Empire has already conquered far too much land. We cannot afford to remain indifferent. If this continues, all the kingdoms and duchies surrounding us will become colonies of the Solaros Empire. I understand. I am well aware of the principle of mutual dependence. Your Majesty, I comprehend your concerns, but we cannot attempt to consume an entire loaf of bread in one bite. That moment. Karlthas stood and approached a nearby tactical map, picking up several soldier models. 10 legions to guard the frontier, 3 legions to enter the Duchy of Lore, 2 legions to defend the imperial capital, leaving us with 0.1, 2, 3.5 legions. Among these 5, 3 are on their way back, which means we currently have only 2 legions within our territory. If we immediately inform the temple that the Sanctus is in our possession and that I no longer intend to provide any assistance to them, then if that old fool, the Pope, goes mad and prepares for a two-front war, he possesses the strength to send the Temple Knights into the heart of the Empire. Within half a month, they could besiege the imperial capital. Having stated this, Karlthas paused before continuing. We require additional manpower to guard against both the Temple and the Solaros Empire. What do you imply? Karlthas licked his lips and, with a wicked smile, responded, We need allies. But who can we find? Currently, there are no kingdoms that can assist us. Do you expect those smaller kingdoms and duchies to come to our aid? Certainly not. Karlthas shook his head. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Karlthas approached a map of the continent and pointed toward the northern border. If the northern territories expand eastward at this moment, the temple will be thrown into disarray, leaving them unable to attend to us. Impossible. Barniel shook his head. Fighting alongside the followers of the Dark God would diminish the royal family's prestige in the eyes of the people. Must allies always fight side by side? Karlthas let out a cold laugh. Tomorrow morning, send someone to contact that recently prominent sorceress. Remember, everything must be conducted in secrecy. Dispatch your best agents and inform them that we will provide any aid aside from military support, provided they can swiftly commence their advance eastward. This, Barniel contemplated for a moment before finally nodding. All right, no problem. Excellent. With that, Barniel slowly rose, bowed deeply to Karlthas, and departed. All of this was witnessed by Cohen. Indeed, he had once again brought the Messiah, using an invisibility spell to eavesdrop from the shadows. Chapter 79. The beautiful wealthy woman in her 40s. It seems, I truly need not exert any effort. Cohen murmured softly. Beside him, the Messiah nodded in agreement. But did you not say that our current strength can barely hold the northern border? Moreover, Karlthas mentioned assistance aside from military might. Money, they have plenty of it. Cohen chuckled. Furthermore, I trust Caitlin will deliberate carefully. She will undoubtedly extract her due benefits from the Empire. Upon returning to his chamber, Cohen first took a hot bath. It must be said that the affluent families of the Empire truly indulge in luxury. The castle's underground is not a dark, damp dungeon, but rather a splendid Roman-style hot spring retreat. Even more exhilarating is that it is a mixed-gender bathing area. Cohen, accompanied by the Messiah, spent the entire afternoon soaking in the royal baths, and in the evening, he meticulously prepared himself to attend the welcoming banquet that Karlthas had arranged for Diana. Numerous nobles from the city attended the banquet, most of whom were either nominal aristocrats or held significant positions within the imperial capital. After all, most nobles possessed fiefs and were actively engaged in their own territories. The atmosphere was lively, filled with both men and women. Karlthas had invited the finest bard in the city, and the noblemen and women danced gracefully. However, one woman's figure caught Cohen's attention. She appeared to hold the title of countess, as evident from the brooch adorning her attire. The matriarch of the Belial family. The Messiah spoke up. I inquired on your behalf. Her name is Erin Belial, a true countess with legitimate holdings, not merely a titular one. Is she wealthy? Cohen inquired. Indeed. The Messiah nodded. Unlike other old nobility, this woman inherited a substantial fortune upon the death of her husband. She did not choose to squander it nor content herself with meager land taxes. Instead, she opted to engage in commerce. She now resides primarily in the imperial capital, as her family's business targets this very city. She owns 3 luxury boutiques in the capital and is a veritable fashion queen. Oh, Cohen remarked with growing interest as he observed the woman. So, she has been married for quite some time? Ah? The Messiah was momentarily taken aback. After all, Cohen's thought process was rather unconventional. Despite her lengthy explanation, he had only absorbed the part about her deceased husband. Yes. However, the Messiah did not dare to probe further and continued. She married a count over 40 years old when she was merely 18. But that count passed away from a heart attack at the age of 65. Then, this Countess Erin must be 43 years old this year. Cohen found it hard to believe. After all, this Countess Erin appeared more youthful than Diana. Her skin was extraordinarily pale and remarkably delicate. As for her true age, I cannot say. Cohen shook his head helplessly. It seems the all-seeing eye is indeed invaluable. Activating the all-seeing eye, Cohen's interest peaked further. 1/9 elven bloodline? Cohen chuckled. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. What is it? The Messiah observed Cohen with caution, inquiring. Master, you do not intend to take a liking to that widow, do you? She already has children. Her daughter is 16 years old. Ah? Cohen dug at his ear. What are you saying? If it were in my past life, I would not mind spending my days with this beautiful wealthy woman. A simple phrase, Auntie, I no longer wish to strive. Could secure a lifetime of luxury and wealth. Who would not desire such an outcome? Yet who am I now? I am a dark god. How could I engage in such a disgraceful act? Moreover, do I lack money? The treasures within the peak of Cohen's vault are truly countless. However, I believe she is an intelligent woman, a talent indeed, and the Northern Territories are currently in dire need of talent. Cohen remarked with a smile. Very well, the Messiah shrank her head a little. What is true talent? I, too, possess a wealth of talent. The Messiah finds it necessary to compare himself with every woman. Cohen, witnessing this, cast a resigned glance at the Messiah and remarked, she will undoubtedly become an exceptionally brilliant capitalist, possessing an astute mind capable of creating fashion in this world. Does she own any other enterprises? Well, I just heard that she has initiated a venture in the imperial capital, producing books for people to read. But these books consist merely of a single sheet of paper filled with recent significant events or some scandalous gossip about the nobility. This is called news, referred to as a newspaper. Cohen smirked. This is what I mean by talent. By the way, she also owns a printing house that publishes some of the expensive clothing and jewelry from her luxury boutiques each week. This is known as a magazine, a fashion magazine. Oh? The Messiah appeared utterly bewildered, completely unaware of what Cohen was articulating. Just then, the banquet was nearing its conclusion. At this moment, Carlthas rose to his feet, raising a toast with the nobles to celebrate the events of the day. Today, I am immensely grateful for your presence as we welcome my sister back. I raise my glass to all of you. To your majesty. All the nobles chorused. However, after finishing his drink, Carlthas continued, I must also express my gratitude to one individual. The crowd exchanged glances, speculating on who could possibly warrant the emperor's gratitude. Yet, no one noticed Cohen in the corner. For he was unknown and unrecognized. No one would have imagined that the person Carlthas was about to thank was indeed Cohen, Sir Tom Cruise, the great magician, a truly respected master. As the crowd followed Carlthas's gaze to the corner where Cohen stood, astonishment enveloped them. Perhaps there was a certain prejudice against the profession of magicians. What impression did they leave? Greed, power, disdain for life, flouting laws, appearing and disappearing without a trace, eccentricity. Indeed, no one liked magicians. Carlthas continued, but he is different. He is a true magician. It was he who came to the aid of the unfortunate Diana when she desperately needed help, and then he declined my gratitude. You heard me right. He does not seek any reward. Claiming he merely saved a girl in passing, I believe he would selflessly rescue anyone in need. Chapter 80. Like a deity, therefore, I sincerely thank you, Mr. Tom. At this moment, Cohen awkwardly stood up and bowed to Carlthas, saying, Your Majesty, you overstate my actions. I merely intervened when I saw injustice. What road? Ha ha ha. That is a splendid phrase. At this juncture, the historian discreetly noted down this statement. Perhaps many years later, every word Cohen uttered would become a famous quote in history. However, esteemed magician, my empire's royalty never defaults on any obligation. I must return this favor to you. With that, Karlthas suddenly turned around, unsheathing a silver sword encrusted with countless gems, striding towards Cohen. Observing this, the Messiah hurriedly positioned herself calmly in front of Cohen. But Cohen gently pushed her aside. He understood that this sword was not intended for killing. As a being of divine stature, Cohen could not kneel before a mere mortal emperor, so he merely bowed slightly. Naturally, no one found this odd, as magicians have always been known for their arrogance throughout history. They not only scorn royal authority but also disregard divine authority. Karlthas pointed the sword's blade towards Cohen, tapping his shoulders on either side before looking down and declaring, "I hereby bestow upon you the title of Honorary Lord of the State Empire. Regardless of whether you accept it, those who contribute to the empire shall undoubtedly receive its accolades." Upon hearing this, all the nobles present erupted into applause. Cohen humbly responded, "Thank you, Your Majesty, you're welcome." Karlthas replied with a slight smile, turning back to his royal throne. "Well then, it is getting late. This gathering must come to an end." With Karlthas's command, the banquet concluded, and the nobles began to depart. Cohen, alongside the Messiah, strode out of the castle. In the royal garden behind the castle, Cohen spotted the beautiful Miss Aileen. "I noticed you have been discreetly glancing at me throughout the banquet." Aileen, keenly aware of Cohen's presence, slowly turned to face the tall and handsome man before her, smiling. "What? Has a proud magician found himself enamored by my beauty?" Cohen chuckled, about to respond, when the Messiah interjected. "Humph! What nonsense are you spouting? How could my master possibly fancy a woman over 40? The moment those words escaped her lips, Aileen was momentarily taken aback. Noticing this, Cohen quickly pulled the Messiah behind him and awkwardly smiled. "I apologize, my lady. My maid merely speaks out of concern for her master." "In no matter," Aileen replied. "I have many women envious of me. Even the queen has been subtly undermining my family." "Oh? So, your business in the imperial capital has been challenging?" Cohen inquired with a smile. "Indeed," Aileen nodded. "After losing the men in my family, we have faced multifaceted pressures, which is why I was compelled to enter commerce. Otherwise, the Barlier family, relying solely on a barren fief, would have long since fallen into decline. It is indeed not easy for a woman to safeguard such a vast family." Cohen approached Aileen, gazing into her beautiful eyes. "However, have you considered expanding your business?" "What do you mean?" "I have heard that there are significant opportunities in the north. After driving out the temple, those northerners, relying on the wisdom of the sorceress, have established unprecedented workshops. Perhaps your furs could be processed in the northern factories, where craftsmanship is exquisite and prices are low." Hee. Aileen chuckled, shaking her head. "So, what do you wish to gain from this?" "Me. Many have pursued me, from counts to dukes. Do you truly believe I would marry an honorary lord?" Hee. Indeed, as a widow, it is quite a feat to attract the attention of a duke," Cohen teased. "But not everyone is enamored by your beauty. People like us are indifferent to such romantic matters." "Then what do you wish to obtain?" Aileen asked. "Wealth? I am indeed as wealthy as a nation, but I considered your suggestion long ago, so I will not offer you any compensation. I do not seek remuneration." "Not seeking it often implies the greatest demand." He. Cohen chuckled resignedly, pondering before speaking. "There are those who enjoy spectacles. I take pleasure in observing how those I have assisted ultimately fare, if they suffer further misfortune. I feel remorse and strive to alter my approach in the future. However, if they succeed, I feel immense pride, for it is through my assistance that they have triumphed." Although Cohen's rationale may seem difficult to accept, it is not without merit. The magician community has always been peculiar, their thoughts diverging from the norm. Aileen's smile lingered for some time before she nodded. "You seem to be speaking truthfully, of course. Why would I lie? Just as I aided Princess Diana in escaping the temple initially, I sought no compensation. I merely wished to observe how the Empire would respond after the Saintess was stolen from the temple and what would transpire between the Empire and the temple." "So, you, like a deity, relish in controlling the fates of others?" Aileen's words articulated a question that had long lingered in Cohen's mind. For some time, Cohen had been uncertain about what he truly desired. Now, it seemed he could ascertain his inclination. He thoroughly enjoyed the feeling of controlling others, relishing the sensation of manipulating everything from behind the scenes. That could be one way to interpret it. Though perhaps I really am a deity, Cohen jested. Listening to a deity's words can never be a bad thing. He. Aileen chuckled. Then continued, in fact, I have already dispatched someone to the north to investigate. The rapid changes there have revealed opportunities to many noble merchants. I have heard they have invented a device called a steam engine, which significantly enhances efficiency in workshops, potentially altering the existing manufacturing rules. Cohen nodded. I have traveled the world. You see, for a magician, knowledge is far more critical than powerful magic. My last stop was indeed the north. Under the governance of the Sorcerer's Council, all is flourishing there. Can you imagine what it would be like to have kingdoms without kings? The north is precisely that. Chapter 81. Business. Can you envision everyone flocking to the factories in the cities, working for merchants? Can you imagine everyone, with at least a few gold coins in their pockets? The final statement piqued Eileen's interest. She gazed at Cohen with an almost trance-like fixation, as though the man before her possessed an irresistible allure. She had previously spurned the affections of the emperor's favored. As well as the highest-ranking dukes of the empire, it was not that they lacked influence. In terms of power, any noble within the empire far surpassed this man. Yet, they were devoid of one crucial attribute, wisdom. For a formidable woman like Erin, the last things she required were wealth and authority. Money, she could earn on her own, and with it, power would naturally follow. What she truly sought was command. Women possess a resilient psyche, and she was no exception. The reason she had yet to remarry was that she had not encountered a man whose strength exceeded her own. The presence of wealth in one's pocket signifies that one need not be content solely with the noble market. As the larger environment shifts, it is the common folk who will emerge as the predominant market. The North boasts approximately 3 million inhabitants, with the nobility comprising but a mere fraction of that, 1 in 1,000. Moreover, I have heard that the nobles of the North have been stripped of their oppressive rights, which implies that their wealth will be redistributed among the populace. One person may require but a single towel. Yet 1,000 individuals necessitate 1,000 towels. This principle, I trust, you comprehend? Upon hearing this, Erin's interest piqued further. She regarded Cohen, remaining silent, simply listening. They may not be able to afford extravagant luxuries, but your newspapers, magazines, or other. I believe you have more innovative ideas for affordable products, will surely cater to those 3 million individuals. But how shall I sell my luxuries in the North? Erin inquired once more. Cohen chuckled. That is even simpler. The North is not solely inhabited by nobility. With the advent of industrialization, a new class known as the middle class has emerged. They stand between the commoners and the aristocracy, lacking titles, yet possessing wealth comparable to that of the nobility. Among them are factory owners, trade merchants, and even bankers. Erin nodded slowly, then added, though I do not fully grasp the meaning of your peculiar terminology, I can sense that you hold greater faith in the North than in the Empire. Indeed, Cohen affirmed with a nod, for the wealth that wisdom can yield far surpasses that of brute strength. Recently, many have expressed a desire to venture to the North. Erin suddenly interjected, to my knowledge. Numerous citizens from coastal towns have migrated to the North. Perhaps you should try your luck in the North, Cohen suggested. Forget it. Erin shook her head. The North is currently at a standoff with the army of the Holy See along the eastern border. At any moment, the Holy See may gather its forces and formally launch an attack on the North. When that war comes, I could potentially lose everything. Cohen noted that Erin's statement seemed to be more of a test. Merchants do not fear war. Rather, for them, warfare often presents an opportunity for fortune. Thus, after a brief contemplation, Cohen smiled and remarked, war signifies wealth. Surely, you must understand this principle. Furthermore, when the time comes, the Empire will provide full assistance to the North. I have heard that you are currently assembling a fleet to expand your trade endeavors. When the Empire extends its support to the North, a vast amount of gold will traverse the seas, benefiting those merchants tasked with transportation. Oh? This was a notion Erin had not considered. Yet, it was hardly surprising. After all, Cohen had previously overheard the conversation between Carlthas and the Prime Minister, while Erin had not. This only deepened Erin's curiosity regarding Cohen. How do you know? There is nothing I do not know, Cohen replied mysteriously. I even know about your childhood and can envision how you loved your deceased husband, as well as how your daughter was born. You? Erin found it hard to believe. She was, of course, unaware of Cohen's omniscient ability. I imagine that when Count Beryl leapt from the city wall, breaking his leg to pluck that beautiful flame flower for you, you must have felt both moved and pained. Cohen's next words shattered the last barrier within Erin's heart. How do you know that? Did you investigate me? Investigate you. Cohen chuckled. No, as I said, there is nothing I do not know. I even know what the Emperor and the Prime Minister discussed this morning. They have resolved to use the North to counter the Holy See. Therefore, when the North and the Holy See resume hostilities, the Empire will offer its full support to the North. You? Erin gazed at Cohen in disbelief, slowly shaking her head. I think that it is getting late. I do not wish to provoke the jealousy of other nobles. If they were to see me conversing in such joviality with a handsome and talented man under this silvery moonlight, they would surely be consumed by envy and desire to eliminate you. With that, Erin gracefully turned away, adding, 135 Regent Street. She lifted her skirts and elegantly ascended into a black and gold carriage. Once Erin had distanced herself, the disgruntled Messiah cast a disapproving glance at the departing carriage and remarked to Cohen, Master, that woman is rather peculiar. What did her final words mean? That was an address, Cohen replied, patting Messiah's head. Now, off to bed with you. We have business to attend to in the morning. Business? Cohen paid little heed. The following day at noon, Erin had waited the entire morning for Cohen, yet the man had not appeared. Disappointed, she exited her residence and boarded a carriage to inspect the nearest workshop. Her daily routine consisted of surveying her assets in the imperial capital. However, midway through her journey, a deep blue light suddenly materialized. In the next moment, she found Cohen seated within the carriage, locking eyes with her. Oh my, you should have sought me out at my home. Rather than resorting to such theatrics to frighten a lady, I apologize. I did not intend to startle you, Cohen replied with a gentlemanly smile. Have you given it some thought? What thought? Erin feigned ignorance. Cohen shook his head. Still smiling. Transporting large quantities of gold across the tranquil sea will undoubtedly be perilous. The only fleet capable of undertaking such a task is likely the Royal Navy. Thus, to secure the contract, you will require a formidable fleet. Oh? What kind of fleet could possibly rival the Imperial Navy? Erin inquired, regarding Cohen with curiosity. The fleet from the north, Cohen replied with a grin. Have you heard of ironclad ships? What? Ironclad ships? Indeed, Cohen nodded. Know someone of high standing in the north who might lend you 2 ironclads. But what exactly is an ironclad? Is it a type of iron ship? One could say that it is a warship powered by steam engines, enveloped in iron armor. You are quite generous, Erin remarked with a smile. I wonder who exactly you are, Master Cohen, to possess such extensive knowledge of the north and even be able to procure such vessels. The people of the north do not shun magicians. Those sorceresses take quite a liking to me. Oh? Erin chuckled, then added, I find myself in a bit of a predicament at present. Might you, esteemed magician, be willing to assist me in resolving it? It seems we have strayed off topic, Cohen smiled. Not at all, Erin replied decisively. Since you possess such foresight, why not take a guess at what troubles me? Upon hearing this, Cohen unhesitatingly utilized his omniscient ability. It must be said, this woman's inner strength was formidable. Each time Cohen employed his gift, it drained him significantly. Moreover, despite expending considerable energy, he risked overlooking certain details. As he delved into Erin's worries, he ultimately smiled and spoke. Let me guess, it pertains to your daughter. Erin was taken aback. Initially, she had merely been jesting, but she had not anticipated that this man before her could truly discern her concerns. Very few can perceive what I am thinking, Erin said, suddenly turning serious. Since you have guessed it, I shall be forthright. It has been 3 months. She has been missing for 3 months. Although I have no proof, I believe she has been abducted by Duke Camber. Oh? Cohen was already aware of the unfolding events but feigned ignorance, asking, Is it for you? In a manner of speaking, Erin continued, My daughter, Alice, possesses a beauty that rivals my own. Years ago, Duke Camber proposed a marriage arrangement to me, even going so far as to orchestrate the murder of his current wife. However, once I learned of this, do you think I would marry a man who had killed his long-term bedfellow? Of course not, Cohen replied. Thus, I resolutely turned him down, yet he seems unyielding, relentlessly pursuing me to the point of disrupting my business. He has exploited his influence to siphon my wealth, but ultimately, I resolved the matter with the aid of a private investigator and mercenaries I hired at great expense. I must admit, Camber possesses some cunning. He did not stash my money in his own estate, but rather entrusted it to a storage facility run by a group of veterans. Upon hearing this, Cohen was momentarily taken aback. goodness, is the timeline converging? The veterans she referred to must be Mater and his companions, Cohen mused. So, the Countess Mater spoke of as none other than Aaron. Aaron, oblivious to the subtle expressions on Cohen's face, continued, after the incident, I spent a considerable sum to hire the finest mercenaries in the city to safeguard my assets, yet he still refused to relent, even threatening that if I did not acquiesce, he would wield his influence to expel my business from the imperial capital. However, His Majesty the Emperor is not so naive. He is acutely aware of what I can bring to the table. The annual revenue I provide to the royal family surpasses that of all 3 Dukes of Cambor combined. Seeing that even the Emperor stands by my side, Duke Cambor began to entertain nefarious thoughts. He attempted to abduct me, to force me. How brazen! Cohen chuckled. Yet, evidently he failed. I control 1/10 of the Empire's wealth. Do you think I would overlook my own safety? After enduring repeated attacks, Cambor realized he could not lay a hand on me. So he turned his ire towards Alice. He succeeded. 3 months ago, he managed to snatch Alice away from my side. I must say, your concealment is remarkable. A mother who has lost her child can maintain such composure over these past 3 months. Eluding the notice of ordinary folk indicates your strength. Cohen offered her praise. Aaron shook her head in response. What good is strength if I cannot protect my daughter? Rest assured. Cohen patted Aaron's shoulder, saying, your daughter will be safe. With that, before Aaron could utter a word, Cohen vanished without a trace. Aaron gazed up, bewildered, at the spot where Cohen had previously sat. At this moment, her heart was not only filled with anxiety but also with anticipation. For she had witnessed Cohen's capabilities and believed that if Cohen wished, he could certainly rescue her daughter from Cambor's clutches. Over the past 3 months, Aaron had summoned numerous mercenaries, urging them to infiltrate Duke Cambor's castle. Yet none were willing to defy a duke. Time and again, their efforts had ended in failure, with even the most loyal warriors of her family perishing within Cambor's fortress. I hope this time it will succeed, Aaron murmured to herself. Meanwhile, Cohen and Messiah had already arrived at Cambor Castle through a portal. Situated 150 miles north of the imperial capital, Cambor Castle served as the Duke's domain. Master, shall I eliminate everyone here? No, Cohen waved his hand. If the entire castle were to vanish in an instant, who do you suppose would be the first to suspect? The witch, at such a time. We cannot afford to incite hostility from the Empire. Very well, Messiah shrugged. Then I'll take care of this little matter while you wait here. It wouldn't do to soil your hands. With that, Messiah strode confidently into the castle. However, Cohen halted Messiah, stating, I have a better idea. Following which, Cohen utilized a skill to control another. The guards at the entrance fell under his influence, and through their eyes, he surveyed the interior of the castle. Thus, Cohen guided the guard, slowly making his way towards the dungeon. Just then, another soldier approached and inquired, Where are you headed? Cohen hesitated before replying, I am on patrol. Patrol? Your duty is to guard the gate. Return to your post. Taken aback, Cohen smiled faintly. The soldier who had scolded him soon became another of Cohen's puppets. Chapter 83. Loyalty to you. It seemed this soldier was likely a sergeant of sorts, possessing some authority. Cohen maneuvered this soldier into the castle's dungeon. Along the way, he encountered several other soldiers, but upon seeing Cohen, they respectfully bowed their heads, resuming their duties only after he had passed. Clearly, this individual held some minor rank. Upon reaching the dungeon, Cohen scanned the area but found no sign of Alice. Thus, he ascended to the 2nd floor, then the 3rd. Before long, Cohen arrived at the 2nd floor of the castle's main building. Here, he keenly sensed something amiss. Logically, since Duke Cambor's wife had passed, he ought to be single. Therefore, there should be no women's garments or maids in the castle. Yet, a silk fabric lay on the ground. Picking it up, Cohen inhaled its faint, familiar fragrance, one he had previously detected on Aaron. Thus, he became increasingly convinced that Alice must be nearby. At that moment, he heard a woman's voice emanating from a room. Reprimanding, Lord Cambor, you are insane. No, stop. Upon hearing this, Cohen hurried over, stealthily pressing his ear to the door. Alice, become my woman, and you shall have everything, power, prestige, even wealth. No, I don't want that. I just want to go home. No, 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 you cannot go home. Ah, no, please, let me go. Woe is me, Great God of light, save me. Take me away from here. A tearing sound echoed as a piece of fabric was ripped apart. Cohen shrugged. What a pity it is not to witness the scene. In the next instant, Cohen burst through the door. Who? Duke Cambor, in a state of indignation, glared at Cohen. What do you want? Can't you see I'm busy? Suddenly realizing he still controlled a castle guard, Cohen felt rather embarrassed. Scratching his head as he spoke, Lord Cambor, His Majesty urgently requests your presence. You are to arrive in the imperial capital within 3 days. Him? Upon hearing this, Cambor hastily pulled up his trousers. Fine, I understand. Without delay, Cambor donned his coat and exited the room, leaving Alice in a state of shock. Cohen, observing, blinked in surprise at her unexpected development. He then bowed gallantly. Thank you for your hospitality. Alice, momentarily stunned, quickly grasped the situation and pulled the covers around her to shield her modesty. The God of Light cannot save you, but the Dark God can, Cohen declared, controlling the soldier's voice. The young woman remained bewildered. Cohen tilted his head. The Dark God has taken pity upon an innocent maiden enduring pains she should not bear, and has sent me to rescue you. In the next moment, a blue light suddenly illuminated the corner of the room. Then, Messiah stepped forth. Put on your clothes. We are leaving. Where are we going? Alice asked, wrapped in her blanket. Home, Messiah replied, taking Alice by the hand and striding boldly into the blue portal. In the blink of an eye, Alice found herself back in her bedroom, while Messiah opened another portal. Vanishing into it, Master, why didn't we just eliminate that vile beast? Humph. To harm Lady Erin's daughter when he couldn't have her? Messiah questioned. Cohen sighed and shook his head. I wish we could, but the murder of an imperial duke would undoubtedly have repercussions for future events. The two sat in an office, sipping fine tea. At that moment, Erin rushed in, cautiously shutting the door behind her. Did you call for me, Your Excellency the Mage? Yes, Cohen nodded. Your daughter's predicament is no longer an issue. She is currently resting in her bedroom. The poor girl must be quite frightened. I suggest you go check on her. How is this possible? Erin was taken aback. Cambor Castle is at least a 3-day journey from here. How did you? It's only been an hour. You needn't doubt. Go see for yourself, and you will know. Hearing this, Erin hastily exited the office, boarding a carriage to return to her residence. Meanwhile, Cohen departed with Messiah. Upon returning home, Erin found her daughter disheveled, sitting on the bed in a daze. She rushed over, embracing Alice tightly, whispering reassurances. It's all right. It's all right. Alice. Mother is here. Woohoo. Upon seeing her mother, Alice threw herself into Erin's arms. Weeping profusely, that scoundrel Cambor, he wanted me to be his wife. Mother, I'm so scared. Fear not. Mother is here. No one will harm you now. Alice nodded vigorously. It's the Dark God, she suddenly interjected, uttering the 2 words that were seldom spoken in the Empire, leaving Erin astonished. What do you mean? The Dark God. The puppet of the Dark God saved me. I prayed to the God of Light, yet received no response, but the Dark God did. I sought a witch. A witch who brought me home. Upon hearing this, Eileen was momentarily stunned, lost in contemplation. Recalling Cohen's extraordinary abilities and actions, she realized she had never heard of any sorcerer in this world possessing such prowess. To traverse 300 miles within a single hour, breach the heavily fortified Cambor Castle, rescue a maiden, and return her safely home. Such capabilities were almost unfathomable for a mere sorcerer. Eileen couldn't help but feel a chill of fear as she pondered Cohen's true nature. Who, exactly, is Cohen? At that moment, Alice interjected, Mother, when will you eliminate Cambor? What? Eileen was taken aback for a moment before reassuring her. He will pay for his actions, but not now. He must face consequences. Mother, he insulted me. Alice exclaimed with palpable fury. In the next instant, she abruptly rose and shouted at the ceiling, Great Dark God, if you can hear my prayers, please grant me this small wish. Kill Cambor. I want him dead. I want him to suffer immensely. Shoo. Eileen hastily grasped Alice's hand, admonishing, Do not pray to the Dark God. Yet, Alice paid her no heed and continued to shout, If you can fulfill this small wish, I vow to serve you faithfully for a lifetime. Believer 1. Chapter 84. Damned political issues. A smile crept upon Cohen's lips as he mused, Success. Success? What success? The bewildered Messiah inquired. Cohen shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing of your concern. Cohen believed that Alice's involvement could significantly influence Countess Eileen. Eileen would become a vital piece on Cohen's chessboard, though her importance paled in comparison to Diana's. Meanwhile, Diana was on her knees in her chamber, praying to the dark god. Ever since her last prayer was answered, she had made it a weekly ritual. Yet, Cohen was well aware of her trivial wishes. Just then, Prime Minister Barnier suddenly entered the room. Upon noticing him, Diana quickly rose, fearful of being discovered in the act of praying to the dark god. However, Barnier was a cunning old fox. He had heard everything she said at the door but chose to remain silent. He sat down beside Diana, adopting a gentle demeanor as he asked, "Your Highness, how does it feel to be home?" He resembled a kindly grandfather, expressing concern for his granddaughter. Indeed, to Barnier, Diana felt like a granddaughter. "Well, it's fine," Diana replied, nodding. "Did Lord Barnier seek me for something?" Barnier nodded, pausing for a moment before sighing and saying, "Regarding political matters, I wonder if your Highness would be willing to offer some advice?" "What?" Diana looked at Barnier in surprise, shaking her head. "You should discuss such issues with my brother." "Oh." Barnier shook his head. "His Majesty King Karsus is indeed clever, but he is far too arrogant to seek help from others." "What do you mean?" Diana asked, puzzled. "Let me put it this way. I have watched you both grow, and were it not for the laws of primogeniture, I would prefer to see you ascend to the throne. To become an empress? Don't joke, Lord Barnier. If you keep saying this, I will tell my brother." Diana responded half-jokingly, "I have no doubt. But, Your Highness, you ought to engage more in political matters. Your judgment would be far more composed on certain issues." "Me? Composed? Ha ha ha. Stop it, Uncle Barnier." Diana laughed, playfully swatting at him. Barnier sighed, shaking his head with a frown. "I shall be direct. We plan to provide assistance to the North." "Assistance?" Diana tilted her head. "Military? Economical," Barnier replied promptly. "However, transporting large amounts of gold across the open sea is perilous." Upon hearing this, Diana pondered thoughtfully, resting her chin on her hand. Using the Royal Navy would be too conspicuous. Sending a fleet to the north under the pretext of not engaging in warfare would leave us vulnerable to scrutiny. Precisely, Barnier nodded. Thus, we are currently grappling with this dilemma. This morning, we received a response from the Witches' Council. They agreed, but they require us to bear most of the military expenses, which amounts to a considerable sum, at least enough to fill an entire ship with gold. And we cannot possibly transport all of it on just one vessel. Diana nodded. "But what can I do? This must be conducted in secrecy. We cannot openly invite bids." Barnier concurred. "Indeed, this makes it quite tricky. Those nobles with ties to the royal family are reluctant to take such risks. After all, losing or having that much gold stolen could lead to significant issues." After contemplating for a while, Diana suddenly thought of someone. Perhaps a wise sorcerer friend might have a solution. "See, this is where you differ from His Majesty Karsus. He would never ask for help, and if someone did assist him, he would ensure a corresponding return." Barnier chuckled. "Very well, I shall consult Mr. Tom tomorrow," Diana declared. "Excellent, thank you, Your Highness." "Not at all, it's my duty." "Well, it's getting late. You should rest. You too, Uncle Barnier." The next day, Diana departed the castle early, heading to the inn where Cohen was staying. As she reached for the door to knock, it swung open, revealing Cohen seated at his desk, engrossed in writing. "You're here? Huh? Oh, yes." Diana was momentarily disoriented, as if Cohen had anticipated her visit. In reality, Cohen was unaware of her approach until she reached the door. He merely pretended to be engrossed, placing his pen down, carefully rolling the parchment, sealing it with wax, and handing it to Messiah behind him. "Be swift. I will meet with Caitlin personally." "Very well." Messiah then opened a portal and vanished from the room. Diana watched in a daze. "What just happened?" "Just writing a letter," Cohen remarked. "What brings you here?" "Oh, right?" It suddenly dawned on Diana, and she relayed Barnier's concerns to Cohen. Cohen nodded and advised, "I suggest you seek out Lady Eileen. Her fleet may be capable of handling this transport." "Eileen?" Diana tilted her head. "But, as far as I know, she hasn't assembled a fleet yet." "Your information is outdated," Cohen replied. "In a week, she will have a fleet." "No. Wait." Cohen reconsidered, noting that an ironclad would be significantly faster than a sailing ship, that it should take only 2 or 3 days, at most. In 3 days. Your brother's gold can begin loading at HSO soon. Diana found it hard to believe her ears. She had expected Cohen to be troubled, yet he had already devised a solution. Well, I should take my leave. My brother will surely be delighted to hear this good news. Good luck. With that, Diana exited the inn. Once aboard the royal carriage, she still struggled to grasp what had transpired. Heavens, Diana murmured to herself. Mr. Tom is truly an extraordinary individual. Not only is he remarkably perceptive, but his efficiency is unparalleled. I was barely inside for 5 minutes. And the issue was resolved? Diana felt as though she were in a dream. Upon arriving at the castle, she hurried to Karsas's study. Chapter 85. The Emperor's confusion pushing the door open, she found Karsas engaged in a discussion with Prime Minister Barnier at a table covered in a sand table. Brother, Diana interrupted, the problem has been resolved. What problem? Karsas blinked in confusion. At that moment, Barnier quickly intervened. Your Majesty, the princess mentioned a desire to assist you with some of your burdens, so I shared your concerns with her last night. Though Diana was naive, she was not oblivious. She knew that if her brother discovered she had sought the sorcerer's help, he would undoubtedly be furious. Thus, she nodded in agreement. Uncle Barnier is correct. Diana approached the sand table, stating, Lady Eileen can resolve the issue of transporting the gold. Karsas furrowed his brow, querying, that Baroness Eileen? Yes, Diana affirmed, nodding. Her fleet has been successfully assembled, and with Lady Eileen's financial backing, she can ensure the safe transport of the cargo. No. Karsas shook his head. Sister, perhaps you do not understand. We are transporting gold, tons of it. This money will serve as military funds for the Northern Army, intended to stall the main forces of the temple. This sum is crucial. Who can guarantee the safety of such gold if entrusted to a private fleet? Moreover, the temple is not foolish, even if it is not the Royal Navy. A significant number of frigates departing from the port would surely raise suspicions. I understand. Diana nodded. Give me 3 days, and Lady Erin will surprise you. Karsas looked at Diana with a hint of disbelief, then turned to Barniel beside him. Barniel, do you believe this? Barniel, feeling somewhat troubled, had instructed Diana to seek Tom, yet she had chosen to approach Erin instead. Sighing, he slowly walked to Diana's side and said, Your Highness, it would be best if you returned. It seemed he had been mistaken to place his hopes on a young girl. You don't believe me either? Diana replied, exasperated, spreading her hands. Believe it or not? Can you wait for 3 days? You will see the surprise then. With that, Diana stormed out. Karsas and Barniel exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Girls, that evening, Cohen arrived at Erin's residence. That moment, Erin was dressed in her nightgown, appearing ready for bed. Your Excellency the Magus, what brings you here at such an hour? Just call me Tom, Cohen said with elegant grace, performing a gentlemanly bow. Your fleet will arrive in 3 days. My task is complete. As for persuading His Majesty the Emperor, that depends on you. Erin could hardly believe her ears. In just a few days, Cohen had managed to arrange everything so smoothly, it was beyond comprehension. She hurriedly poured a cup of red tea for Cohen and invited him to sit on the sofa. But what sort of fleet could possibly convince His Majesty to entrust me with the task of transporting gold? Erin inquired, somewhat perplexed. You will find out upon your arrival, Cohen replied with a chuckle. Excellent. Erin had no doubt about Cohen's abilities. After all, he was the man who had rescued her daughter in just an hour. By the way, has Mr. Tom had dinner? Erin asked politely. Let me send a servant to prepare a late-night meal for you. No need. Cohen waved his hand. I merely came to inform you and to see how the little girl is faring. You mean Alice? She just fell asleep. Poor child. I cannot imagine the suffering she endured at the hands of that scoundrel Duke. When I returned today and saw her, she was crying and demanding that Duke Cambor pay for his misdeeds. She even? Erin hesitated, then cautiously raised her head to look intently at Cohen. She prayed to the Dark God, asking for assistance in killing Duke Cambor. She even claimed that it was the Dark God who saved her. Oh, it seems my arrival was orchestrated by the Dark God, Cohen remarked half-jokingly. Upon hearing this, Erin smiled in agreement, and they fell into a silence. After a moment, Cohen finished his tea, stood up, and said, that fellow Cambor may very well have perished on the way. With that, he turned to leave. 2 days later, news reached the capital that Duke Cambor had succumbed to exhaustion and died in his carriage while en route. Erin's printing house began to publish this news, and everyone saw it. Now, Even if Duke Cambor had not actually died unexpectedly, it was as if he had, on the third day, the fleet Cohen had promised arrived as scheduled. Two metal vessels, devoid of sails, traversed the Grand Canal and reached the port of the capital. The dockworkers gossiped among themselves, gazing with disbelief at the two steel behemoths, as the ironclad ships emitted plumes of black smoke. Many were so startled that they fled in panic, fearing the vessels were ablaze. Meanwhile, Karses, from the castle tower, retracted his monocular and turned to Aaron behind him, gesturing toward the nearby sofa. "Please, have a seat." "Countess Barniel." Aaron smiled and nodded, slowly sitting down. "This transport mission is perfectly suited for you," Karses remarked with a smile. "But I am curious, what powers these ships?" At this, Aaron was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that His Majesty would pose such a question. Thus, she was unprepared, and since she truly did not know how the ironclads were powered, she remained awkwardly silent. Noticing her discomfort, Karses did not press further but nodded understandingly. "I comprehend. Commercial secrets. However, I believe that if these ships were integrated into the Imperial Navy, they would undoubtedly instill great fear in the enemies." Upon hearing this, Aaron's expression darkened considerably. Was Karses indicating that he wanted her to confiscate the two vessels? After much contemplation, Aaron finally spoke. "To be frank, Your Majesty, these two ships were purchased by me through an associate in the north." "Purchased?" Karses inquired with keen interest. "So, these ironclads were crafted by the Northerners?" "Indeed," Aaron confirmed with a nod. "Incredible. I had always believed the Northerners to be uncivilized barbarians." "I had the same impression," Aaron replied. "But the reality is indeed different. Those Northerners have learned to utilize their intellect." Chapter 86. A Marvelous Journey to the North. Yes, I have long heard that the Northerners have undergone many transformations. It is said that now the citizens of the Empire wear clothing produced in Northern factories, which are affordable, exquisitely crafted, and identical in design. Karses sighed. "It seems I must find time to visit the North and acquire new knowledge." Aaron nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty is wise." "Very well, it is settled. We shall load the ships tonight. With these two ironclads, my gold shall not fear the greed of pirates, and with only two ironclads sailing the high seas, the temple should have no reason to suspect anything, right?" "Ha ha ha ha." That evening, countless dockworkers loaded box after box of goods onto the ironclads. They had no idea what was contained within the boxes, as they were surrounded by the watchful eyes of the guards, leaving them no opportunity to discreetly open even one. Hours later, once everything was prepared, Aaron personally boarded the ironclad. That moment, as she stepped onto the metal vessel, she felt as if she were dreaming. The ship, entirely encased in metal, evoked a sense that only deities could have conceived such magnificent machinery. Soon, a thunderous roar erupted. As billowing black smoke poured forth, the two ironclads gradually departed the dock. Before dawn, they traversed the Grand Canal and reached the tranquil open sea. The journey was relatively safe, encountering a few audacious pirates who were swiftly sunk by the cannons before they could even approach. The moment the cannons fired, Aaron was nearly deafened. Before she could react, the battle was already over. The soldiers aboard were few, but all were Northerners. Contrary to Aaron's perceptions, these Northern soldiers were well-groomed and clean, clad in simple clothing rather than armor, yet they exuded an undeniable vigor. Each wore a deep blue uniform, sparking Aaron's interest as a fashion aficionado. That night, Aaron even seized the opportunity to stealthily take one of the soldiers' uniforms while the guards slept. Returning to her room to study it, "Heavens, what exquisite design! How did I not think of this before?" Aaron marveled at the deep blue uniform. But while this attire is appealing, it offers little in the way of protection. What Aaron did not know was that the Northern Army no longer required heavy armor. Armor had become a burden to them. To their eyes, the enemy's armor was as flimsy as paper, unable to withstand even a single bullet from their firearms. Sighing, Aaron began to feel a sense of worry. Could it be that the Northerners were so impoverished that they could not even equip their soldiers with armor? Yet they were about to engage in battle with the temple. If this continued, they would surely lose. Would all this gold go to waste? No. Aaron seemed to recall something, muttering to herself, "I remember last year. They decisively defeated the temple's Northern Legion. How did they achieve that? Was it solely with these defenseless garments?" As she pondered, Aaron recalled the weapons wielded by those Northern soldiers. The weapons resembled mere wooden sticks, with only the heads fashioned from metal, lacking any sharp edges, merely iron tubes. What sort of weapon was that? Erin furrowed her brow. In any case, the North held immense allure for Erin. This allure was not solely commercial. It also stemmed from her curiosity about the North. After all, the attire of these northern soldiers was peculiar, and they possessed ironclads and cannons, weaponry that completely overturned the existing rules of warfare. Erin speculated that the iron tubes they wielded must be extraordinary. Perhaps those iron tubes were miniature cannons. Yes, they must be cannons. With the realization that cannons were essentially massive iron tubes, Erin felt increasingly convinced. The following afternoon, the fleet docked at the Northern Navy port in White Harbor. To her astonishment, Erin beheld 7 or 8 ironclads of various sizes moored at the dock. She could scarcely believe her eyes. She had thought that the arrival of 2 ironclads had already shattered her perception. Little did she know that these deranged northerners had constructed so many ironclads. At that moment, a seemingly youthful blonde girl approached. By the side of the young maiden stood several soldiers clad in deep blue military uniforms, adorned with black captains' hats. The maiden, dressed in resplendent attire, clearly held a position of significance. Yet, Erin could hardly fathom that this young lady before her was the true power holder of the North, the chief counselor of the Witches' Assembly. Caitlin Shira Portu. You must be Lady Erin, Caitlin remarked politely, bowing slightly. I am Caitlin Portu. You may simply call me Caitlin. Very well, Miss Caitlin, Erin responded with a bow. The aide from the Imperial Royal Family is aboard the ship and ready to be unloaded at your convenience. Erin waved her hand dismissively. No need to rush. After 3 days at sea, you must be quite weary. I have arranged a room for you. Please make yourself at home. After all, Erin's visit was not merely in her capacity as a transport officer, but also as an envoy from the Empire. Thus, both Erin and Caitlin were eager to treat each other with the utmost respect. Erin sought to seize this opportunity to forge a friendship with the North, while Caitlin aimed to rally the Empire in a joint effort against the Temple. Accompanied by dozens of soldiers, they arrived before an imposing structure soaring 30 to 40 meters high, its façade adorned with neatly arranged letters spelling Inn. This was the Federal Inn, designed to accommodate government officials and foreign envoys. Ensuring a comfortable environment. You need not worry about the accommodations here. While it may not rival the opulence of the Empire, it will at least provide warmth and comfort, Caitlin assured. What a splendid business opportunity. Caitlin mused, already envisioning the day she would return to the imperial capital to establish a luxurious inn for the nobility. However, she suddenly realized she had encountered a term she had never heard before. Federal? Ah, yes, Caitlin nodded. I forgot to mention that the North now has an official name. Previously, the North was a disunited amalgamation of 7 kingdoms and principalities. We exerted considerable effort to achieve a semblance of unity and persuade those nobles to relinquish their power. Hence the necessity for a formal name. A nation must possess a name rather than simply being referred to as the North. And what is your country's name? Erin inquired, slightly embarrassed. The specifics are still being deliberated in the assembly, but we have settled on the suffix, neither empire, nor kingdom, nor papal state, but rather federation. Does that imply United City-States? Erin cautiously asked. Caitlin nodded, in a sense, yes. Given the presence of 7 kingdoms, we ought to allow them some recognition. Thus we shall call it the United City-States. However, that sounds rather unwieldy, so we opted for a shorthand, Federation. Quite an ingenious idea. After Caitlin had completed the check-in process for Erin, they proceeded to the room. Erin's quarters were on the 6th floor. Although ascending the stairs was quite laborious, the view from the 6th floor was splendid, offering a glimpse of the bustling docks in the distance. Yet, Erin felt a twinge of unease at the sight of the billowing black smoke emanating from the distant factories. The room was impeccably clean, and though the decor was not lavish, it was decidedly proper. The uniformity of the wooden floorboards and the meticulous craftsmanship of the furniture reflected the difference between mass production and medieval handcrafted items. As Erin lit the kerosene lamp, she was taken aback, having expected candles like those in the Empire. You shall rest here today. Later, I will send someone to escort you to a banquet. Thank you for your hospitality. Erin replied, and with that, Caitlin departed the room. It was Caitlin's first visit to the North, and it was nothing like she had imagined. The staff in the inn wore tidy red woolen coats, each exhibiting impeccable manners. The streets were bustling with activity, presenting an entirely different scene from her childhood recollections of the North as a barren land with a struggling populace. Yet now, it seemed that their lives were perhaps even better than those of the Empire's citizens. Even the lowest-tier workers earned enough each month to rent a decent apartment. As the sun set, Aaron felt no chill, oblivious to the North's centralized heating system. That moment, two soldiers knocked on Aaron's door. She surmised they were Caitlyn's aides, come to invite her to the banquet. Aaron quickly tidied her appearance and followed the soldiers out. Upon boarding the carriage and traversing numerous streets and alleys, they finally arrived at a grand, pure white edifice. The walls of this building, akin to the protective fortifications of the imperial capital, instilled a sense of security. Entering the hall, Aaron was enveloped by an exotic ambience. The soldiers escorted her into a smaller chamber where several individuals had already been waiting. Aaron was somewhat taken aback by the intimate scale of the banquet, as the attendees were few. And the room was too small to indulge in dancing. The interior was merely a dining room, with a table crafted from mahogany and dark green walls illuminated by the kerosene lamps, providing a cozy atmosphere rather than a gloomy one. Soon, delectable dishes were served, and the banquet commenced in earnest. Caitlyn raised her crystal glass and addressed Aaron. "Welcome, Lady Aaron." "Thank you for your hospitality, Miss Caitlyn," Aaron replied. A man in military attire also raised his glass. "Thanks to your nation's assistance, our grand endeavor can continue." "And who might this be?" Aaron inquired, gazing curiously at the handsome man before her. I forgot to introduce him," Caitlyn exclaimed, slapping her forehead in realization. She quickly stood and pointed at the man. "This is General John Frank Hussein of the Federal Army. This is Counselor Vivian of the Witches' Assembly, and this is Lilith." With the introductions complete, the group relaxed and resumed discussions regarding specific matters. "This shipment of gold is sufficient to sustain your army for an entire year," Aaron stated, "and it adheres to the Imperial Army's pay standards. However, you must understand that this will be a protracted war. It cannot be resolved within a year," Frank interjected. Aaron nodded. "If we can maintain a lasting friendship, Imperial support will continually flow into your nation." "That would be splendid," Frank smiled. The meeting proceeded smoothly, the banquet tranquil, devoid of laughter or the melodies of bards. Afterward, Aaron returned to the inn, still somewhat incredulous at the events that had transpired. Things had progressed rather seamlessly. After several days in White Harbor, Aaron had gradually acclimatized to her surroundings, and it was time for her to embark on her own endeavors, market research. After some investigation, Aaron concluded that the consumption levels of the Federation's populace surpassed those of the Empire. Here, anyone had the means to shop, indicative of a mature market. The Federation was rife with opportunities. As she prepared to depart, Aaron felt a lingering attachment to this land, safeguarded by the Dark God. She purchased numerous local specialties, including a telegraph machine. With this device, she could stay informed about northern business affairs and even exclusive news while in the Empire. A week later, Aaron returned to the imperial capital, first reporting her progress to His Majesty the Emperor, then gathering the most loyal members of her family to venture back to the north, preparing to explore new markets. Meanwhile, Caitlyn's forces were also discreetly mobilizing. 20,000 troops had assembled at the eastern border, and in just a month, the Federation had recruited an additional 15,000 new soldiers. These recruits would undergo brief training in the various castles of the north before being dispatched to the battlefield. Cohen observed all of this with keen interest. At that moment, Cohen had also acquired a property in the imperial capital, having spent not a single coin. All was a gift from Miss Aaron, which he accepted without hesitation. Within the estate, he constructed a sand table, as he must remain vigilant regarding the unfolding war, knowing that a moment's inattention could lead to a catastrophic defeat for the northern forces. Despite possessing formidable firepower, Cohen understood that the gunmen of the Northern Federation were still too inexperienced compared to the seasoned knights of the Temple. According to Caitlyn's vision, the Northern Federation's troops would not be designated in the traditional legion manner, but rather organized into regiments, each consisting of 800 soldiers. Currently, 25 regiments have gathered at the eastern border, establishing temporary positions, Cohen explained. Pointing to a location on the sand table, Messiah added, "Additionally, there are 3,000 men in the naval division, and all ironclad ships in the port are mobilized, ever vigilant against the Temple's naval forces." Cohen shook his head. "We need not worry about maritime matters. With the ironclads in place, the Temple's wooden vessels are hardly a concern. However, The temple has also assembled over 3 legions, including the newly formed Thunder God's Whip Legion, as well as the Eastern and Western legions. Chapter 88. The surge of recruitment. I'm sorry. Young man, but you have not yet reached the legal age for enlistment, a sergeant major stated. The young man, however, glared defiantly at him. Am I not even to be granted the chance to sacrifice for my country? Upon hearing this, the sergeant major fell silent. The day of battle against the temple had finally arrived. Just 3 days prior, the federal soldiers on the front lines had fired the first shot, only to find 3 regiments surrounded by the Temple Knights' Thunder Whip Legion. Ultimately, fewer than 100 soldiers managed to escape. This defeat was entirely attributed to the insufficient numbers of the federal forces. The lack of personnel, coupled with an excessively stretched front line, allowed the Temple Knights to easily maneuver their highly mobile cavalry around the defenses and launch a surprise attack from the rear. This revelation impressed upon Caitlin the significance of troop strength, prompting her to expand the recruitment efforts. Surprisingly, the initial defeat did not dampen the morale of the federal army. Rather, it sparked a wave of enlistment across the nation. Everyone vividly remembered the tyranny of the temple and the subsequent liberation, unwilling to see their homeland fall back into the hands of the temple. At that moment, Vivian approached, clad in a women's military uniform. She picked up the information of a young recruit, glanced at it, and then remarked, "Do you realize that the essence of war lies not in sacrificing oneself for one's country, but in compelling the enemy to do so?" With that, Vivian handed the young man's dossier to the sergeant major behind her and fixed her gaze on the boy, asking, "Does your father know you have enlisted?" The young lad nodded slowly. "Yes, ma'am. And what is his opinion on this? The last time I saw him, I slammed the door in anger. He was furious." The boy's voice trembled slightly. "Then you must understand the outcome. Why do you linger here? Go home and spend time with your parents." Upon saying this, Vivian turned to leave, but the boy suddenly summoned his courage, lifting his gaze to meet hers, exclaiming, "Madam, I will return alive from the battlefield. I will make the enemies meet their demise. Let them sacrifice for their country. Madam, do not go. Please promise me. I will return home with a Medal of Honor, bringing pride to my father and family." Hearing this, Vivian shook her head in resignation. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly turned back to the boy and said, "Now, go home and bid farewell to your father. Then return to me immediately." "Yes." The boy beamed with joy at her response. Witnessing this, countless peers rushed forward, eager to enlist. Meanwhile, the sergeant major, visibly concerned, addressed Vivian. "Madam, this seems inappropriate, does it not? He is merely 15 years old. The legal age is 16. How many new recruits boarded the train to the front lines today?" Vivian inquired. "Approximately 3,000, and among those 3,000, how many are lying about their age?" The supply officer was rendered speechless. Indeed, there were far too many who misrepresented their ages, and given the urgency on the front lines, there was no time to investigate each case thoroughly. At that moment, Vivian continued, "The situation at the front is dire. Although we possess formidable weaponry, we lack sufficient soldiers to maintain the extensive battlefield. Lady Caitlin has decided to lower the recruitment age by 1 year." Upon hearing this, the supply officer finally felt reassured. The young man was named Carl Johnson. That evening, he returned home to inform his father of his successful enlistment. Initially silent, his father eventually extended his arms, embracing Carl. "Your mother and I will pray to the dark gods for you. Go, and remember, eradicate those damned Temple Knights without a trace." Yes. Tears streamed down both their faces. Though as a father, he wished to shield his son from the front lines, as a citizen of the Federation, he understood the grim fate that awaited them should the temple regain control over the north. He felt anger, not towards the temple, but towards himself, for he too yearned to contribute, yet his age and old injuries barred him from doing so. Hence, he could only send his son to take his place. The next morning, Carl rose early, packed his belongings, and made his way to the train station. Dozens of soldiers in deep blue uniforms were maintaining order as thousands of boys shouldered their packs, ready to depart. Soon, the sound of a train whistle echoed, and a black steam locomotive slowly pulled into the station. Parents shed tears as they watched their children board the train. This batch of new recruits would be sent to Katas Fortress for 3 weeks of training before being dispatched to the battlefield. Meanwhile, Frank stood within a tent, scrutinizing a sand table. "This won't do. Our front line is too stretched, and we lack adequate manpower to maintain it." At that moment, a scout entered, clutching a sheet of paper. Report. Speak, Frank commanded. We have clarified the situation. The enemy has deployed a total of 100,000 troops. Among them, 3,000 are stationed at Samir town, and these 3,000 are of utmost importance. They are safeguarding something, and if our assessment is correct, it should be the commander. The scout shook his head. Not just that. Those 3,000 temple knights do not belong to any regiment. Their attire is far more ornate, and they appear to possess superior combat capabilities. Upon hearing this, Frank's expression turned grave. He intently regarded the scout and slowly articulated. It is the Holy City Legion, the Holy City Legion? Caitlin inquired, perplexed. Yes, Frank nodded. Based on his description, it must be the Holy City Legion. They are the elite of the temple, each possessing extraordinary strength. But why would the temple send 3,000 of their finest to the front lines? Shouldn't they be tasked with guarding the Holy City? Caitlin questioned. Frank affirmed. Indeed, they ought to protect the Holy City, yet to my knowledge, the Holy City Legion has a history of departing from the Holy City. Perhaps the Pope has dispatched a significant figure, possibly a notable archbishop, or perhaps even the Pope himself. What? Caitlin's lips twitched slightly. The Pope himself, is that even a possibility? It seems plausible, considering the 3,000 from the Holy City Legion. I cannot fathom anyone else with such influence to warrant the temple sending out that many of their elite. Chapter 89. The War Between Empires. Caitlin nodded. What is the plan? Eliminating the individual those 3,000 protect should weaken the enemy's morale, Frank proposed. Cohen observed everything through Caitlin's eyes. Who is the person those 3,000 protect? Cohen suddenly inquired. Beside him, Messiah shook his head. Shall I investigate? Please ensure you uncover the truth. Yes, my lord. With that, Messiah promptly opened a portal and vanished. Meanwhile, the capital was thriving. The Northern Federation's sudden maneuvers had left the temple scrambling to address the issues facing the empire. Even the temple knights stationed within the empire had been urgently redeployed. Emperor Karsus reclined leisurely in his chair, listening to the report from Prime Minister Barnier. The letter received this morning confirmed that our forces successfully executed a surprise attack on the border fortress of the Lorraine Duchy last night. The Lorraine Duchy proved to be utterly defenseless. In just one night, a third of their territory fell under the empire's dominion. Karsus nodded in satisfaction. That is indeed good news. Continue. General Cole is negotiating with the Lorraine Duchy. Given their cowardly nature, a favorable outcome is expected, and we should receive confirmation of success by tomorrow. What news from the Salasar Empire? Karsus continued. They are quite displeased. However, our troops have conquered the Lorraine Duchy, and we now hold complete control over the situation. Do not celebrate too soon. They understand the principle of mutual dependence. A counterattack from the Salasar Empire is inevitable. Your Majesty is wise, Prime Minister Barnier complimented with a smile. Additionally, the 5,000 troops previously dispatched to support the temple have returned and are currently stationed at the border fortress. Do you have any plans for them? Prime Minister Barnier inquired further. Redirect them southward, towards the Salasar Empire's border. Understood. Your judgment is impeccable. Karsus believed everything would proceed according to his designs. The empire would thoroughly conquer the Lorraine Duchy, seizing the initiative, while the Salasar Empire would be compelled to sign an unequal treaty, ceding naval supremacy in the South Seas to the empire. Yet, everything would not unfold as he wished. That very night, the Salasar Empire launched a surprise assault. According to reports from frontline soldiers, this enemy was unlike any faced before. The distinction lay in the fact that they were not human, a horde of red-skinned half-orcs, some resembling crocodiles, others like ferocious bulls, and some akin to lizards. The imperial soldiers were decimated overnight. Tens of thousands fell like sheep under the scythe. Although General Cole, in charge of frontline command, endeavored to reorganize the troops for a counteroffensive, hope was dim by the time Karsus learned of this news. A week had already passed, and 2 provinces in the Southern Empire had fallen to the Salasar Empire. What? Karsus, in a fit of rage, shattered the teacup in his hand and pointed at Prime Minister Barniel before him, declaring, "Summon all the nobles in the city. Assemble their private armies. Inform them that this war is no longer their emperor's war." That evening, countless nobles flocked to the royal palace. Among them was Cohen, who, after all, was included in Karsus's summons as he was indeed an honorary lord. Ladies and gentlemen, I must deliver some unfortunate news. Our warriors have suffered defeats at the front lines. With 5 legions routed by the Salasar Empire, Karsus showed no intention of concealing the truth and continued. This war has begun to threaten every one of you present here. I once again implore you to prepare your family's private armies. We must be ready for a full-scale war. Upon hearing this, the nobles began to murmur amongst themselves. Sitting next to Cohen, Countess Eileen leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "It is clearly Karsus's own fault. Yet we are expected to bear the burden. He should never have invaded the Duchy of Lohr." Cohen shrugged, "But it has happened. What do you intend to do?" Eileen shook her head helplessly. "The knights I have painstakingly trained are not meant to die for this arrogant young king." "Karsus, thank goodness I have no family knights," Cohen replied. "My lord, I remember you were not so selfish, but truly, I am," he insisted. "Then you cannot just stand by, can you?" At that moment, Karsus raised his voice again. "I understand that you may believe this is all my fault, that I should not have invaded the Duchy of Lohr, thereby igniting a war between two great empires. However, I must tell you that this battle is one we cannot avoid. And we must emerge victorious, for we must secure naval supremacy over the South Seas. Do you understand what obtaining the South Seas entails? It would grant us trade rights with the region, which possesses untapped markets and countless resources. You, esteemed nobles, are not merely aristocrats but also merchants. I trust you comprehend the implications of this." Upon hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Eileen's lips. She turned to Cohen and slowly remarked, "My lord, as a merchant, I believe I may have misjudged His Majesty's intentions." Cohen shrugged again. "We possess ironclad ships. Achieving naval supremacy should be a mere formality." "So would you be willing to invest?" Eileen asked. Cohen glanced at her. "How much equity would you offer me?" "You only need to provide the ironclad ships, and I will give you 20% equity." Cohen chuckled and shook his head. 50. Such a lioness share? Eileen feigned surprise, then extended 3 fingers. 30%. "Please, I am providing the most crucial asset for trade. Ships," Cohen countered. "Yet I am offering everything, my time, intellect, connections, manpower, and even the risks involved. 40%. I will see to it that you receive full technical support. 45%. Eileen stated firmly, "This is my final offer, my lord." Cohen refrained from pushing further, aware that he had ample opportunity to control this trading company. He recognized the potential of maritime trade. Historically, the greatest empire, known as the Empire on which the sun never sets, thrived through maritime trade, with the most notable beneficiary being the famed East India Company. However, Cohen did not wish to establish a nation entirely governed by capital, which was why he sought a greater share. Sooner or later, these shares would be handed over to Caitlin or the government of the Northern Federation. At that time, his followers would possess more resources, allowing for swifter development. The annexation of the temple was merely the first step. The next would be the empire, followed by the Salasar Empire, and ultimately the entire world. After all, Cohen was a dark god. With a name that suggested a grand villain, how could he not have a plan for world domination? At this moment, the nobles, upon hearing that His Majesty's goal was the South Seas, raised their hands in unison, declaring, "I am willing to serve your Majesty with unwavering loyalty. I shall return tonight to assemble my troops. So shall I. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Empire." Indeed, these nobles were all merchants who would not rise early without the promise of profit. Faced with immense benefits, they were willing to take risks. Yet this also illuminated for Cohen the vast potential of the South Seas. The willingness of the capitalists from the imperial capital to gamble signified that the South Seas must indeed harbor immeasurable potential. After the meeting concluded, Cohen and Eileen strolled and conversed, eventually arriving at the royal garden where they had first met. Eileen plucked a vibrant iris and handed it to Cohen, saying, "Do you know why the royal family chose the iris as their emblem?" Cohen shook his head. It is said that the iris represents sanctity, symbolizing the divine right of kings bestowed by the goddess of light to those deemed worthy to rule the empire. Cohen nodded but did not respond. "Let us discuss more pressing matters." Eileen discarded the iris and continued, "In the empire, commercial taxes have reached 50% of profits. We must pay taxes to both the royal family and the temple. Therefore, our headquarters should be established in the north." Cohen nodded in agreement. "During my days in the north, I noticed many intriguing concepts. The term company sounds quite appealing. I observed numerous factories and shops with company suffix to their names. What do you think we should name our trading company?" "I believe that is your concern. I shall only provide technical support," Cohen humbly replied. "After all, I am but a simple man. It is more fitting for the ladies to handle the naming." No, 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 Eileen shook her head. This company will be the product of our collaboration. It is like a child about to be born, and as its parents, we should collectively nurture it and choose its name. Cohen considered this and found her reasoning sound. After pondering for a moment, he admitted, indeed, I am quite inept at naming. I have yet to come up with anything suitable. At that moment, Eileen raised her hand. I have a suggestion. I wonder, please, do share. Let it be called the Eileen and Cohen Trading Company. Cohen's face fell into a look of embarrassment as he shook his head. Do you not find that name lacking in distinctiveness? Almost every company bears either a personal name or a surname. We should aim for something unique. After all, this company will soon achieve great renown. It should sound dignified and memorable. What do you propose? Eileen inquired. Cohen pondered for a moment before awkwardly suggesting, how about the Dong Dia Company? The Dong Dia Company. Eileen's face was full of confusion, and after a moment of contemplation, she asked, Dia means ocean in the South Seas language. But why East? And why name it in the South Seas language? It adds an air of mystery and directly conveys to people that we are a trading company responsible for South Seas transportation. As for East, all the islands of the South Seas lie to the east. Cohen thought to himself, not revealing that he had merely emulated the East India Company. Fine, it sounds good. Let us settle on that. However, I have another proposal. Cohen suddenly turned to her. You need to establish a shipyard in the north to construct our own cargo ships. I will provide technical support. I have my connections in the north, and you have your connections within the empire. Absolutely, Eileen nodded. I will provide the funding. We shall commence tomorrow. Such trust in me? Are you not afraid I might abscond with your money? Cohen jested. Abscond? If you intended to do so? I would have already lost both my funds and my personnel, wouldn't I? Eileen shot him a playful glare, appearing almost coit must be said. This woman was exceedingly adept in their youth. Boys often favored youthful Lolas. Yet mature men understood that such seasoned women possessed unparalleled skills in ensnaring one's heart. Unfortunately for her, she encountered Cohen, a dark god who exhibited little interest in mundane affairs. Upon returning to his residence, Cohen discovered that Messiah had been waiting in his room for quite some time. She held a piece of intelligence in her hand, though she appeared quite disheveled and sweaty. What could possibly cause my chief sorceress to be in such disarray? Another encounter with a divine sorcerer? Messiah regarded Cohen silently, slowly shaking her head. Her pale lips parted as she spoke. Something far more terrifying, an angel. An angel. Cohen immediately seated himself before Messiah, calmly asking, Are you certain? Is it the same angel we encountered in Venice? No, Messiah shook her head. I can sense it. It is far more powerful. Just a single glance nearly drained my will. It is a miracle I returned at all. Thank goodness you did. Please, rest for a moment? No. Messiah shook her head. There is something more significant. Divine sorcerers, many more divine sorcerers. At least 3 are present. The Northern Federation is in danger. They are planning a more extensive campaign. What do you mean? Cohen inquired. The unfortunate news is that the Temple has formed an alliance with the Salasar Empire, resulting in the withdrawal of the Temple Knights stationed in the State Empire. While the Salasar Empire has launched a full-scale invasion of the State Empire. What could be their motive? Cohen pondered. The Salasar Empire worships demon gods. Do they not fear that the people of the empire might eventually embrace the same faith? They seem to have a subsequent plan. The invasion by the Salasar Empire is merely the beginning. The Temple is well aware that even without the Temple Knights, the Salasar Empire could never fully conquer the State Empire. It would only lead to mutual destruction. Once the Temple has regained control of the North, it will descend southward to assist the State Empire in expelling the Salasar Empire. It appears these individuals are not mere brutes. Cohen shook his head. And what of the good news? The good news is that the angels will not directly engage in any warfare. Chapter 91. The demon servant of the monastery. Oh? Cohen looked at Messiah with a puzzled expression. Messiah continued to elucidate. I overheard them mention that you made an agreement with the God of Light over 300 years ago, prohibiting the divine from intervening in mortal affairs, I see. Cohen nodded. I nearly forgot. My apologies, Master. I misunderstood you earlier. I always thought you chose to remain aloof from everything merely for amusement, but it turns out you had a prior agreement with the goddess. You were simply honoring your promise to be honest. Cohen was unaware of this matter. After all, he had traversed here from another world and was oblivious to many things. Even his past memories were fragmented. allowing him only to glean a vague understanding of events. Nevertheless, Cohen feigned knowledge, waving his hand dismissively. It's nothing, merely trivial matters. After that, he patted Messiah's head and said, Go take a bath first. After you're done, have a good rest. With that. Messiah turned and exited Cohen's chamber. Once Messiah had departed, Cohen fell into deep contemplation. Firstly, his pact with the goddess forbade direct involvement in mortal conflicts, but it did not prohibit the slaying of angels. Did it? It seems that the temple's significant maneuvers are largely attributable to that angel. It must be a military strategist summoned by the temple. Therefore, if he eliminates the angel, at least the temple will not harbor further ambitions for the time being. The cunning strategy devised to incite the Salasar invasion of the empire indeed took Cohen by surprise. However, ultimately, this matter does not pose a threat to the Northern Federation. At most, it would merely free up more manpower for the temple. Yet with that seemingly astute angel present, one cannot help but wonder what more sophisticated tactics they might devise. Cohen dared not take risks. He could not ascertain the extent of the angel's wisdom. Who knows if they might conjure firearms and artillery? Thus, Cohen must act swiftly to eliminate the angel currently aiding the temple. Just then, amid the multitude of prayers ringing in his ears, a voice suddenly broke through Cohen's train of thought. In the empire, Parlo province, the St. Anna monastery, a nun knelt before the goddess of light, clutching a cross, her face etched with terror as she prayed. Goddess of light, please protect me from the clutches of the devil. Grant me strength, bestow upon me. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream interrupted the nun's fervent prayers. She looked in horror at the pitch-black corridor, hastily rising to her feet, brandishing the cross at the darkness. Begone, demon! You do not belong here. Return to hell at once, or you shall face the wrath of the goddess of light. In the next moment, a delicate hand abruptly covered the nun's mouth, dragging her into a hidden chamber. A girl, also clad in a nun's habit, gestured for silence. Shoo, your goddess can no longer protect you. What nonsense are you spouting? Sister Annie, we must remain devout. Otherwise, we shall be devoured by demons. There are a dozen or so nuns in this monastery, and now only the two of us remain. Dio, you truly believe the others were insufficiently pious, including Sister Teresa? The young nun, named Annie, questioned. Hearing this, the other nun fell silent. Indeed, Sister Teresa, the oldest nun in the monastery, was their overseer and the most devout among them. Yet she had witnessed Sister Teresa being torn apart by the devil. At that moment, a howl echoed from outside. Following it were the shrieks of bats. Finally, a maniacal laughter, accompanied by ominous footsteps, reached the ears of the two girls. Girls, I hear your goddess will safeguard you. But where is she? Why can I not see her? Come forth. No one will protect you. I have a fondness for nuns. Their blood is the purest, and it rejuvenates me. I will not kill you, of course, except for that old nun. The two knew that the old nun he referred to was, of course, Sister Teresa. She was far too old. Although her blood remained pure, it was repulsive. Come now, young maidens, you shall spend your lives in my castle. I delight in transforming the servants of the goddess of light into my own. Ha 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 ha, demon, you shall not prevail. At that moment, the young nun suddenly burst forth from the hidden chamber. She drew a dagger, swiftly slitting her own throat. As Annie stood in stunned disbelief, an even more horrifying event unfolded. The pale Fahy shrugged and seized Nikolai's wrist, saying, I must admit, you are remarkably swift. I truly did not see it clearly. But do you honestly believe your fist is harder than the body of an evil god? No, 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 you are nothing. With that, Cohen casually twisted Nikolai's arm. Before Nikolai could even register his astonishment, he felt his wrist snap. A sharp crack echoed through the air. Subsequently, a blood-curdling scream erupted from the monastery as Nikolai cried out. Ah, my apologies. Cohen detached Nikolai's right hand with disdain, tossing it onto the ground while saying, I am terribly sorry, Lord Nikolai. I assumed vampires were devoid of pain. You, how dare you? My hand. No, no, no. You, sorcerer. How can you possess such immense power? As I stated, I am an evil god. No, no, no. Impossible. The evil god fell long ago. The evil god perished hundreds of years ago. Well, say what you will. Thus, I shall be a sorcerer. What of it? This proclamation left Nikolai utterly bewildered. What of it? How could I possibly respond? You nonchalantly sever my arm and then inquire what I shall do about it. From Nikolai's bewildered gaze, Cohen discerned the unspoken words swirling in his mind. Nevertheless, Cohen recognized that his question was rather inappropriate, and with a sheepish smile, he remarked, perhaps, as you suggested, all deities are merely immensely powerful mortals. When sorcerers attain strength sufficient to rival the gods, then perhaps they truly might ascend to divinity. With that, Cohen resolved to waste no further words and delivered a decisive punch that shattered Nikolai's skull. In those final moments, he could not even utter a scream, as everything transpired far too swiftly. Time slipped by, and eventually, Annie awoke. She felt the surrounding environment was dry and warm. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered she lay in a room that, while not lavishly decorated, was impeccably tidy. This place bore no resemblance to the Empire. Her impression of the Stater Empire was that its decor featured only two styles, opulence and simplicity. Yet this room occupied a middle ground between the two. Through the window, Annie observed a bustling scene outside, teeming with life. Aside from the distant, towering chimneys belching ominous black smoke, everything appeared far superior to the Empire. At that moment, Cohen entered, bearing a cup of tea, and suggested, I recommend you indulge in a strong brew. Annie paused briefly, then reached for the teacup. Cohen stood before her, employing the all-seeing eye apostle. Annie Lewis, age, 17, race. Which qualification? Above average, can be enhanced, ability. Starlight, night siren, identity. None, eldest daughter of the Lewis family. Sole survivor. The Lewis family? Cohen mused. Ah, they were northern folk, one of the families victimized during the first great purge of the temple. After examining the memories for a while, Cohen concluded that Annie's grandparents had fled from the north to the Empire 50 years ago and had since lived in seclusion. This individual possesses a generous and forthright disposition, somewhat of a social butterfly. I remember you, Annie exclaimed, having taken a sip of tea. You saved me last night, yet you offer no words of gratitude. Cohen shrugged. Oh, thank you, Annie replied. Are you a devotee of the evil god? Cohen nodded. So, the evil god still exists, does he? Did he send you to rescue me? Indeed. Cohen nodded again. Then what is this place? An inn of such grandeur. In the north, inns are all like this. Am I in the north? Indeed. Upon hearing this, Annie became flustered. She hastily scrambled out of bed, rushed to the window, drew back the curtains, and gazed in awe at the outside world. Exclaiming, heavens, this is entirely different from what I imagined. I was born in the Empire and have never set foot in the North. I always thought the North was a desolate, impoverished land. 2 years ago. It indeed was, Cohen nodded, but this makes no sense. It takes at least several months to travel from the Empire to here. You have been unconscious for several months, Cohen lied. What, are you joking, brother? I was unconscious for months? Absolutely, Cohen maintained his faade skillfully. But why did you bring me to the North? Fortunately, Annie demonstrated a remarkable capacity for acceptance. You must be aware that the witches of the North have established a federation. Yes? So that the evil god wishes for me to join the Witch Council? You are aware of the Witch Council? Cohen chuckled. Of course. I have been monitoring the developments in the North. I initially planned to return after the North won this war. You will win, but you must contribute. Without any involvement, how can you expect to join the Witch Council? Cohen inquired. Because I am a witch, Annie replied unabashedly, and I can wield magic, which I have entirely taught myself. Hee hee. Surely that is sufficient? Cohen shook his head in resignation. In any case, you will prove your worth. With that, Cohen opened the door, and Lilith entered. Upon her arrival, she respectfully addressed Cohen, saying, Lord Tom, you have finally returned. You are called Tom? Annie had no intention of acknowledging Lilith. Cohen shook his head in exasperation and introduced, Allow me to present this individual, a member of the Witch Council, Lilith. She will address the forthcoming inquiries. With that, Cohen turned and exited the room. Lilith smiled gently and sat before Annie, saying, Miss Annie, while we are indeed short on personnel, you cannot continue in this manner. In what manner? You are rather impolite. How am I impolite? I have been exceedingly restrained, do remember. I was unconscious for months. It is a miracle I have not lost my sanity. You have a point. Being the youngest witch, Lilith found herself somewhat at a loss in this situation. After pondering for some time, she finally spoke. After all, we must manage hundreds of thousands of people, and there may be even more in the future. Sister, please endeavor to mature a little. But I am only 17. Should I not behave as such? Annie retorted, akin to a feisty little cat, utterly refusing to heed advice. Yet I am merely 16, Lilith countered. Point 16? Annie was taken aback. But you dot well. You do resemble a 16-year-old, but your attire and manner of speaking are akin to my mother's. That is because we bear responsibilities, Miss Annie. The Witch Council comprises 12 members, yet currently, only 3 of us remain. We endure the burdens and responsibilities that should be shouldered by 12 individuals. Can you comprehend? We are indeed short on personnel, but you cannot act like a child. So how am I to prove myself? Annie declared resolutely. This caught Lilith off guard. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, currently, Miss Caitlin is managing the front lines. Miss Vivian handles recruitment, and I assist where necessary. If you feel capable, perhaps you could visit the front lines tomorrow. Miss Caitlin would surely appreciate having someone to support her. The witches are called witches not only for their extraordinary magical abilities, but also for their unique ideas and wisdom. In this information-scarce medieval era, women were forbidden from possessing knowledge. Intelligent women were often labeled witches. Thus, Cohen harbored no concerns regarding Annie's intellect. Days later, Annie boarded a train heading to the front lines. Preparing for departure, naturally, like most individuals encountering a steam train for the first time, Annie wore an expression of astonishment. Yet, being a witch, she soon regained her composure, allowing a genuinely satisfied smile to grace her face. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Empire, Cohen immediately convened with Messiah in a secret chamber to discuss a matter of great importance. The enemy now extended beyond merely the temple. I eradicated a vampire in the southern monastery of the Empire. Can you enlighten me as to what other minions the demon god possesses? Cohen stated succinctly. Messiah was unfazed. After a moment's contemplation, she replied, vampires are but minor pawns. The puppets under the demon god's command far exceed your expectations. Besides vampires, there are gargoyles, succubi, and so forth. To be candid, my encounters with them have been quite limited. During the Great War 300 years ago, I had more dealings with individuals from the temple. Upon hearing this, Cohen nodded, remaining silent. So, we now have yet another adversary? Messiah inquired. Cohen nodded affirmatively. Indeed. I believe we must devise a strategy. It appears we now stand on the same battlefield as the Stater Empire. Very well. However, this may simplify matters considerably. Cohen suddenly turned to Messiah and asked, I wonder what position I might attain in the Empire. Ah? Cohen chuckled, remaining silent as he picked up a scroll of parchment, revealing the royal iris emblem inscribed upon it, stating, The princess summons me. I see, master. I shall accompany you. There is no need. Cohen waved his hand dismissively, adjusting his attire. I can manage on my own with that. Cohen opened the portal. In an instant, Cohen arrived at Diana's chamber. That moment, Diana was seated at her vanity, meticulously tending to her golden curls. Upon noticing Cohen's presence, she hastily rose and exclaimed, Lord Tom. Your Highness, Cohen replied. Is there something you require of me? He inquired. Diana nodded thoughtfully. In light of the recent actions of the Solreso Empire, I believed, as a princess of the Empire, I ought to take some initiative. Cohen nodded in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, Diana spoke. Although I possess little authority, my brother seems rather averse to seeking the assistance of a sorcerer. Cohen nodded once more and asked, What exactly are you implying? I wish to request your presence in negotiating with the Solreso Empire. Negotiating? Cohen echoed. We are willing to return all lands belonging to the Solreso Empire, but they must withdraw their troops and vacate our territory. Diana stated. Cohen pondered for a moment, chuckling softly as he shook his head. You must understand, Your Highness, that the initiative currently lies with the Solreso Empire. They alone can dictate the terms of withdrawal, and the lands they claim are already under their control. If necessary, we might concede a portion of territory, but we cannot allow the invasion to persist. Cohen thought further, shaking his head again. I regret to inform you, Your Highness, that war appears inevitable, and I would not wish for you to bear the burden of infamy for ceding land, as it would bring shame upon both you and your brother. Moreover, Prince Karsus has already summoned the nobles, and their forces are beginning to assemble. Perhaps we have an opportunity to counterattack? Cohen suggested. Diana shook her head. No, that is not feasible. I have secretly visited the barracks and seen the enemies they have captured. They are far beyond what our soldiers can contend with. What if the Northern Federation were to join us? Cohen jested. What? Diana looked at Cohen in confusion. You may not have witnessed the Northern Federation's weaponry, but the Holy See certainly has. They have previously decimated the Northern Legion with thousands of troops, causing utter disarray. And now they face the Holy See's 100,000 with fewer than 30,000 of their own. Do you truly believe they rely solely on tactics? In the face of the Holy See's iron cavalry, any tactics are futile, Diana replied. Indeed, it seems your intellect is not lacking. I have acquaintances in the north who may be able to assist you. Really? Although Diana was unaware of the Northern Federation's secret weapon, their consecutive victories suggested they possessed some form of hidden advantage. Cohen nodded and continued, however, they will not offer their assistance without conditions. What conditions? I shall do my utmost to accommodate them. You, Cohen frowned, forgive my candor, Your Highness, but you may lack the authority. As long as it serves to save the Empire, I am willing to do anything. Diana asserted. Cohen then spoke, religious freedom. Ah? What do you mean? Diana paused, momentarily taken aback that it is quite literal. They demand the freedom to choose their faith, that the people of the Empire may select their own beliefs. Diana contemplated this for a moment before nodding. I have always believed that choosing which deity to worship is a personal liberty, but if we proceed in this manner, we shall only incite the Holy See's wrath. Their potential for war is beyond our comprehension. If they are truly backed into a corner, they will undoubtedly resort to a two-front conflict. At that juncture, we would find ourselves besieged from both sides. With the Solreso Empire and the Holy See both invading our lands, then we must prepare for an all-out confrontation, Cohen stated bluntly. The Empire possesses immense potential for warfare. It is time to unleash it, to reform, to shatter the tradition of divine right. For centuries, the Empire has been under the Holy See's control. Do you not wish to break this stalemate? Upon hearing this, Diana slowly shook her head, gazing at Cohen in disbelief. But my brother. Forget him, Cohen interjected. To speak plainly, your brother is a short-sighted fool, concerned only with immediate gains. He is unworthy of leading such a vast empire. What are you saying? Lord Tom, are you suggesting that I instigate a coup? Diana exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. Cohen shook his head. No, my dear princess, I would never advocate for you to instigate a coup, especially against your beloved brother. Indeed, Diana nodded emphatically, I could never betray my brother. But will he not betray you? Cohen sneered. To my knowledge, he has shown little regard for your well-being. Since your father's passing, Karsus has not provided a single penny of aid to the Holy See, remaining indifferent despite the Pope's threats. Certainly, he loves you, but when it comes to power and honor, he would choose the latter. Your Highness, I do not wish to sow discord between you and your brother. Rather, the truth is as it stands. You care for him, but he may not reciprocate. That cannot be true. Diana hastily shook her head. Lord Tom, please do not speak such words. Regardless, I will never betray my brother. I am resolute in this belief. Cohen smiled and nodded, continuing, but the choice between saving your country or your family is yours to make. With that, Cohen turned to leave. Just then, Diana suddenly grasped his hand. What must I do? Please, do not harm my brother. Tell me, what must I do? Seeing that the bait had taken, Cohen smiled and said, You, the imperial princess, must personally head to the front lines. You need to gain the respect of the people and the army. Let them believe that you, Diana, the imperial princess, are better suited to be a ruler. I understand. The following day, Diana entered Karsus's study. Today, she was not adorned in an opulent gown but rather donned a suit of custom armor. With a sword at her waist, she slowly pushed open the door to the study, where Prime Minister Barnier and Emperor Karsus were taken aback. Lowering her gaze, Diana shyly approached Karsus and declared, Brother, I wish to go to the front lines and fight alongside our warriors. Upon hearing this, Karsus promptly shook his head. Impossible, Diana. Do not jest. This is no trifling matter. But, brother, the front lines have exceeded all our expectations. 3 provinces have been consumed by the Solreso Empire, and General Cole's coalition has been shattered. The Second Legion consists solely of noble private armies. What the soldiers need now is not reinforcements, but someone who can inspire them. With the imperial princess present, they will surely be invigorated. Brother, please allow me to go. Let me contribute to this empire. Karsus was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that his sister would utter such words. Karsus exchanged a glance with Prime Minister Barnier, who subtly nodded. With a sigh, Karsus spoke, "You have truly grown up. You are no longer that Na'vi little girl. Diana nodded slowly. Karsus rose and placed a reassuring hand on Diana's shoulder. "I will send the Royal Knights with you to the front lines. They will ensure your safety." Surprised, Diana looked at Karsus and asked, You truly agree? Agree? Why would I not? Karsus circled around Diana, speaking as he walked. If even the beautiful imperial princess is willing to sacrifice everything in this war, what reason do the people have to refrain from joining the fight? Your presence will greatly bolster the soldiers' morale. Diana nodded. Indeed, brother. When do we depart? Karsus contemplated for a moment and replied, Tomorrow. We shall set out tomorrow. Excellent. After leaving the study, Diana found herself perplexed. Given her brother's previous demeanor, he would never permit her to appear on a perilous battlefield. What had changed today? Did he truly care so little for her well-being? To win a war of his own making, was he willing to send his inexperienced sister into battle? Meanwhile, Cohen had pinned a letter for Messiah to deliver to Diana. The letter detailed the equipment Cohen required: 50,000 new military uniforms adorned with the Iris emblem, 50,000 firearms, millions of rounds of ammunition, and 20 cannons. Although Caitlin was somewhat taken aback, she ultimately acquiesced. However, this would incur a considerable expense, and the production timeline posed a challenge. Chapter 95. The arrival of the princess. Yet, the Federation currently lacked nothing so much as weaponry. They could readily spare half from their existing arsenal. Moreover, Cohen's rationale was that they were assisting the Empire in repelling the Solreso Empire, at which point the Empire would declare religious freedom. Caitlin was no fool. She understood precisely what religious freedom entailed. It meant that the Holy See would be compelled to engage on two fronts, alleviating some pressure from the Northern Federation. Thus, without hesitation, Caitlin agreed. However, the equipment would not be transported for another 3 weeks. Cohen harbored his own subtle intentions. After all, he could not surrender these crucial matters directly to the Empire. Instead, he would wait until Diana had established a modicum of prestige within the Empire before doing so. Compared to Karsus, Diana was far easier to manage, and she was, after all, a devotee of the Dark God, a sorceress in her own right. The following day, Diana departed the imperial capital with 5,000 members of the Royal Knights, accompanied, of course, by Cohen. Along the journey, Cohen observed that the young girl appeared somewhat anxious, so he rode up alongside her and reassured, "Do not worry. I shall not allow you to perish on the battlefield." Upon hearing these words, Diana's restless heart found a measure of calm. She placed her trust in Cohen, confident that he would honor his word. Meanwhile, a trading company named Eastia was registered in White Harbor, and a brand new dock was under construction. Countless workers flocked to the new wharf. Aaron stood atop the hotel near the dock, peering through a monocular at the bustling construction site in the distance. A man beside her, with a hint of surprise in his tone, remarked, "I had no idea the North was developing so well. Countess, do you trust that gentleman named Tom?" Aaron nodded. "If I did not trust him, I would not have invested such a substantial sum in a dock in the North. To my knowledge, our expenditures on this dock have already surpassed our profits from 2 years in the imperial capital." The man behind her spoke up. Aaron smiled. "Indeed, the costs have exceeded my expectations, but what does that signify? It matters not. Merely hiring dwarf engineers, purchasing steam engines, and various materials has consumed the majority of our funds. Yet these expenses are essential." In the distance, 2 dwarf engineers had begun directing workers to hoist the steam engines. A freight train slowly entered the newly laid tracks, its cars laden with a plethora of supplies. One cannot deny that the design of steam locomotives is nothing short of perfection. No matter the weight of the cargo, it can be transported swiftly to our desired locations. Aaron spoke with a smile. "Did you know? Their tracks are extensive. This train has come from the lumberyard in the Black Forest, and shortly, another train will arrive from New Hearth City, bringing steel, timber, and various materials." "Indeed," the man behind her nodded. "I believe we shall soon construct our very first ironclad." "No." Aaron shook her head. "They will not permit us to build an ironclad, but we may employ the techniques used in constructing ironclads to build armored cruisers. By arming the cruisers with cannons and mortars, they will be indistinguishable from ironclads. Precisely, Aaron affirmed. By the way, we have already signed the contract for the first batch of 3 armored cruisers with the dwarf engineers. Tomorrow, you shall bring the funds, and I shall entrust the affairs here to you for the time being, as I must return to the Empire. Countess, you are returning to the Empire? Indeed, Aaron nodded. After all, I am an imperial citizen. His Majesty the Emperor has previously issued orders for me to gather private troops and head to the front lines. You intend to go to the front lines yourself? The man behind her gazed at Aaron in disbelief. With all due respect, Countess, you lack combat experience. It would be best to leave the matters at the front to your vassals. There is no need for you to risk yourself personally. My presence will significantly bolster the morale of the family knights. I must go. But you are the head of the household. You cannot afford to be harmed. Do not worry. Aaron patted the man's shoulder. I shall not perish. With that, Aaron turned and departed. Days later, Diana and her companions had arrived at the front lines, at Spring Fortress. The remnants of the forces gathered by General Cole had been waiting for some time. When the soldiers within the fortress beheld the arrival of the princess, they promptly knelt on one knee. Their eyes were filled with fervor and honor. The princess's presence at the front lines held profound significance for everyone. In such moments, the appearance of a royal family member greatly uplifted the troops' morale. Entering the main building of the fortress, General Cole hurriedly emerged, exclaiming, "Forgive me, Princess Diana." He quickly knelt on one knee. "We were discussing military matters and failed to greet you in a timely manner." "It is of no consequence," Diana waved her hand. "How many men do we have remaining?" Cole pondered for a moment before responding. That day, when the Salas Empire launched a surprise attack, most of our forces scattered. I have managed to gather only 9,000. Diana stared at Cole in disbelief. From 70,000, we are now left with just 9,000. I apologize, Your Highness. We are doing our utmost to regroup and prepare for a counterattack. Counterattack? With what shall we counterattack? Diana's anger flared. How many enemies do we face? Approximately 50,000, and we have only 9,000. With what shall we counterattack? Diana was evidently dissatisfied with this answer, glaring at General Cole. Now, I am the commander. With that, disregarding Cole's doubtful gaze, Diana strode purposefully toward the sand table. Those noble private forces will not arrive in any substantial number for another week. Relying on those noble lords, we have no chance of victory. At that moment, Cole approached, saying, "Your Highness, no offense, but you possess no command experience. All we can do now is exercise patience and wait for reinforcements." His Majesty the Emperor's personal letter to me stated that the nobles have organized a large army of 60,000. At that point, we will outnumber the enemy. Outnumber? Do you still believe that victory in war hinges solely upon numbers? Although Diana's demeanor surprised Cohen, it also pleased him greatly. Yes, this was precisely the spirit needed. Though she was but a girl, she was, after all, a princess. She needed to establish her authority in the hearts of the soldiers. Diana surveyed the sand table and continued, "We cannot afford to wait. You must understand that the longer we postpone our preparations, the more time the enemy has to prepare as well. We must take the initiative." "What do you mean?" Cole's dissatisfaction with Diana was beginning to surface. Previously, he had respected her solely due to her royal status, but as a general, he would never allow a young girl to dictate his actions. Chapter 96. The Rescue of the Prisoners of War. "What I mean is, we must counterattack swiftly," Diana stated calmly. At that moment, the atmosphere in the castle was thick with tension. Though General Cole held respect for Diana, ultimately, it was his men, and he bore the responsibility for this war. If they triumphed, Princess Diana would be the center of attention. However, if they faltered, the blame would fall squarely upon Cole for heeding the counsel of a mere girl. Furthermore, Cole did not trust Diana's strategy. He retorted, "Currently, we are at a significant disadvantage in numbers. A reckless assault would only lead to greater losses. Our task now is to defend this fortress and prevent the enemy from advancing further while we await reinforcements." "You expect those nobles?" Diana shot Cole a disdainful glance, then turned to Cohen beside her. "Sir Cohen, do you have any suggestions regarding how we might counterattack?" Cohen nodded and slowly approached the sand table. "First, I concur with Your Highness's approach. We must take the initiative. While we wait for reinforcements, the enemy is also actively preparing." Upon hearing Cohen's words, Cole could no longer remain composed. He pointed an accusatory finger at Cohen. You, charlatan, do not add to the chaos, will you? The princess is still quite young, and yet you, a magician, dare to meddle? This is a battlefield, not your magical abode. No one here answers to you. Cohen shrugged and responded. Calm down, General Cole. I understand your feelings, for this war concerns the entire empire. I trust you do not wish to bear the weight of infamy throughout history. Please, allow me to finish. Indeed, I agree with Princess Diana's suggestion. But at the same time, I am acutely aware that with our current strength, we would find it exceedingly difficult to inflict effective damage upon the enemy. Instead, we may inadvertently provide them the opportunity to annihilate us. If we fail, the entire empire will be left vulnerable. Should reinforcements arrive too late, vast swathes of imperial territory could fall into enemy hands. Hearing Cohen's words, General Cole finally regained his composure. He sighed and shook his head in resignation. In truth, I am well aware of the character of those noble private forces. Should they engage the enemy, they would crumble in mere moments. Humph! Those noble lords excel at squabbling amongst themselves, but when faced with a common foe, they harbor their own ulterior motives. Cohen nodded in agreement. Indeed, however, I have heard that the Northerners have long since stripped the nobles of their rights to maintain private armies. All private forces have been confiscated and incorporated into the regular army. I have also heard that the Empire should have taken such actions long ago. Cohen continued, to my knowledge, your 100,000-strong army did not flee. A sudden statement from Cohen left Cole momentarily stunned. He looked at Cohen and asked, What do you mean? The majority of your army has been captured by the enemy. They represent a significant labor force and may currently be constructing fortifications for the enemy. We will counterattack, but not against the enemy's main force. Rather, we must focus on the rear and rescue those soldiers. Upon hearing this, Cole paused momentarily, then inquired, How do you know they have been captured? Cohen chuckled softly and replied, I am a wizard. If I so desire, I could even tell you what His Majesty the Emperor is currently doing. Although Cole harbored doubts about Cohen's trustworthiness, he found himself with no alternative. He could either await the support of the aristocrats or there was no other option. Cole understood that the princess was correct. Relying on those noble private armies was utterly hopeless in favorable circumstances. They might provide some assistance, but in adverse situations, expecting support from the nobility was tantamount to courting disaster. After much contemplation, Cole turned to Cohen and said, Your Excellency the Wizard, I must obtain sufficient evidence to substantiate the claim that our warriors have been captured. Otherwise, I cannot, based solely on your word, lead the remaining 9,000 troops into the jaws of danger. No problem, Cohen assured. We shall set forth tonight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Cohen, Cole, and several aides mounted their warhorses and traversed the shadowy thicket. When the moon rose high, they arrived at a concentration camp. This site lay a mere 20 miles from the fortress, and should the army mobilize, they could reach it within a day. At this point, the enemy had established a formidable defensive line, and the laborers toiling day and night were all captured imperial soldiers. Despite the nighttime darkness, the distant torches provided enough illumination for the group to discern their surroundings. One of the aides quietly approached and said, General Cole, I estimated at least 20,000 our men. Cole asked. Yes, the defensive line is long and narrow, stretching at least 10 miles, with the surrounding trees entirely felled. Cole nodded and replied, I understand that it seems their intention is not to advance further, but rather to establish a long-term presence here. If they aim to completely annex these two provinces. Cohen interjected, So, will you stand idly by? The longer we delay, the more fortified their defenses will become, to their advantage. Indeed, Cole acknowledged, we must act swiftly. How many enemy forces are there? At least 8,000, the aide replied. Moreover, most of them are those half-orcs. We have witnessed their combat prowess. Each one is capable of taking on 10 men. Where is the enemy's main force? Cole inquired. The main force is to the east, at an already fortified position. Numbering around 50,000 out. Upon hearing this, Cole appeared somewhat despondent. The reason being that the enemy's main force was too close to the prisoner camp. Perhaps they would be unable to mount a rescue before the enemy could provide timely support. The following morning, the group returned to the castle to deliberate the next course of action. General Cole and his aides, after numerous disputes with Diana, realized that no matter the approach they took, their ultimate fate would be total annihilation. Just as both sides were at an impasse, Cohen suddenly stepped forward, slowly approached the sand table, and picked up a soldier model, stating, "We must divide our forces. We cannot engage in battle in the traditional legion format. These 9,000 men currently constitute a single legion. Now, let us assume we organize by regiment, with 1,000 men per regiment. This gives us 9 units." Cohen placed 9 soldier models on the sand table and continued, of course, attacking one regiment at a time, or splitting up to attack, would only scatter our strength. Therefore, during the assault, we must strike together. Chapter 97. The Clash of Armies. Once our men infiltrate the prisoner camp, the enemy will surely respond swiftly. At that moment, we must showcase the capabilities of multi-unit coordinated operations. Cohen picked up 2 soldier models and elaborated. First, we dispatch 2 regiments to temporarily hold back the enemy forces while the others liberate the prisoners and distribute weapons to them. Subsequently, the freed prisoners will join the fray to support the 2 regiments engaged in delaying the enemy. We must resolve this quickly. After eliminating the 8,000 defenders, the enemy's main force will undoubtedly be nearing the prisoner camp. We shall immediately burn down the completed fortifications. Yet, the enemy will not relent. At this juncture, the crucial part arises. I will open a portal, allowing us to swiftly return to the fortress. But the portal is quite small, accommodating no more than 5 individuals at a time. To transport nearly 30,000 back to the fortress will require at least 2 hours. And those 2 hours will test us. We must leave a portion behind. Some must perish in the prisoner camp. Upon hearing this, Cole pondered for a moment before responding, "Must it be so? We have no choice. It is either total annihilation or the sacrifice of a few to save the majority," Cohen stated coldly. Cole sighed and nodded, "Very well, let it be so." "Excellent, we shall depart immediately. Time waits for no one, and the longer we delay, the more fortified the enemy's defenses will become." With a command from Cole, the 9,000 troops within the fortress promptly mobilized. Accompanying these 9,000 were countless carts laden with weapons and equipment. By dusk, the army had arrived at the concentration camp. Given the critical nature of this rescue mission and the proximity of the enemy's main force, the battle needed to be swift. At this time, Diana also arrived at the front lines, clad in specially designed female armor, riding a white steed. Before the soldiers, she proclaimed loudly, "Soldiers, I understand that you all have families. You were once farmers or blacksmiths. This may be a battle from which there is no return. You might think I was born with a silver spoon at the finish line of life, but I am just as mortal as you. Today, I, Princess Diana Augustine of the Empire, shall not retreat. I shall not falter. I will stand at the forefront with you. Soldiers, follow me. Charge." Indeed, the presence of the imperial princess was unlike that of any general. Diana's arrival invigorated the imperial soldiers. Everyone shouted, "Long live the empire! Long live the princess!" as they chanted the princess's name. They raised their swords high and charged towards the enemy camp. In the distance, the enemy soldiers guarding the prisoners immediately sounded the alarm. Thousands of half-orcs surged towards the imperial army. Cohen, observing from a distant hillside, could not help but feel a sense of awe. Though 9,000 might seem a modest number, it was certainly not as trivial as described in online tales of village brawls. This spectacle, while not on par with the Battle of Red Cliffs, was nonetheless profoundly stirring. The entire plain was densely populated with warriors clad in silver armor. The overwhelming sight of a battlefield teeming with thousands was enough to leave an indelible impression. This was not the era of gunpowder and execution by firing squad. In the medieval context, combat involved brutal melee, and when the 2 armies collided, the scene turned grotesquely bloody. People fought fiercely, limbs severed, and gore splattered everywhere. Each individual fought with the fervor of a warrior possessed, recklessly hacking at their foes. At this moment, General Cole, charging through the battlefield, seized Diana and pulled her behind him, then swiftly dispatched a half-orc with a single stroke of his sword. Turning to Diana, he shouted, "Your Highness, take the remaining regiment to rescue the prisoners. I will hold the line here." "No, you go save the prisoners. I must stand among the warriors to inspire their morale. If you fall, the entire army will surely crumble." Cole bellowed, "Go, rescue our warriors. They will undoubtedly be stirred upon seeing you." Hearing this, Diana nodded. "Take care with that." She swiftly mounted her steed and led the majority of the troops to the flanks. Among them were those driving carts and others clutching a multitude of weapons and shields. Of course, the enemy noticed this as well. The enemy commander, upon realizing the situation, urgently shouted, they intend to release the prisoners. Stop them, however. As the enemy soldiers turned to intercept Diana's group, they were suddenly confronted by a horde of scarred individuals, their faces ashen. These were their own comrades, recently slain half-orcs. Yet now, they bore weapons against their own kin. What was happening? What is this? Unbeknownst to many, this was Cohen's magic, resurrection of the dead. Although the combat effectiveness of the dozen or so Death Knights was not formidable, facing thousands of half-orcs, they could easily be dispatched. Yet, the enemy could only see their deceased comrades now wielding weapons to attack their own. Fear began to unsettle the hearts of many, but ultimately, under the command of the enemy commander, over 1,000 foes charged forward. At the cost of several dozen lives, the handful of Death Knights were slaughtered and rendered incapable of further combat. At this moment, Messiah turned to Cohen and suggested, "Master, shall I go meet them?" Cohen shot her a disapproving glance. "If you go, it would merely be a dimensional attack, rendering our carefully devised tactics meaningless." Messiah pouted, muttering softly, "Then you still use magic. I can hear what you're saying." Cohen retorted, "The magic I employ is harmless. At most, it merely delays time. What threat could a handful of Death Knights pose against an army of thousands?" "Very well," Messiah conceded, retracting her neck and falling silent. Cohen gazed into the distance, where Diana was leading the soldiers and freeing the captives. Upon sighting Diana, the prisoners immediately felt invigorated. Although clad in mere cloth without armor, they nonetheless seized their swords, shouting fervently for the honor of their princess as they charged towards the enemy. At that moment, Cohen slowly extended his hand, presenting the teleportation ring to Messiah, saying, "Now is the time for you to shine." Overjoyed, Diana eagerly accepted the teleportation ring and hastened towards the heart of the battlefield. Once the 20,000 captives were released and armed, they swiftly surrounded the enemy forces. Without mercy, they commenced a ruthless slaughter. Chapter 98. She is a sorceress. In just 1 hour, 8,000 enemy soldiers were utterly annihilated by nearly 30,000 Imperial soldiers. At this juncture, Messiah urgently activated the teleportation portal, and the 20,000 freed captives surged through under Diana's command. Of course, with such a multitude, it would take at least 2 or 3 hours to transport them all through the portal. Soon after, in the distance, the enemy's horn sounded once more, while the Imperial soldiers set fire to the defensive fortifications. They also erected a wall of flames to temporarily hold back the enemy reinforcements, buying precious time for their retreat. However, half an hour later, the enemy extinguished the fire wall and charged forward. Observing this, Diana immediately led 2 regiments into the fray, shouting, "Hold them off!" 2,000 Imperial soldiers swiftly formed an impregnable bastion. Though Diana possessed little combat experience, as a sorceress, she had some magical prowess. Yet she had been deliberately concealing it, knowing that the faith in the God of Light was deeply entrenched in the Empire. The people would not readily accept being ruled by a sorceress. But at this moment, Diana could no longer afford such considerations. If things continued as they were, all 2,000 of them would perish here. The enemy outnumbered them at least 10 to 1. And without hesitation, Diana unleashed her magic. A young soldier stared at Diana in astonishment for a long while, ultimately not turning to face her but continuing to obstruct the enemy's advance. At this moment, the young soldier's heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. He understood that when a man wielded magic, he was called a magician. When a woman did, she was labeled a sorceress. Sorceresses were foes of the sanctuary, and thus enemies of the God of Light. Yet at this moment, he had no alternative. The God of Light had not blessed them. The one coming to their rescue was this demon princess. The one fighting alongside them was this sorceress princess. A highborn princess gracing the battlefield and fighting alongside the soldiers was already a tremendous honor for them. Moreover, she risked being hunted by the sanctuary to use her magic for their sake. From this perspective, even a sorceress was a figure worthy of their loyalty. Before long, the war drew to a close, with the Empire suffering the loss of 3,000 soldiers but successfully rescuing 20,000 captives. Upon returning to the fortress, Diana had no time to remove her blood-stained armor before she began the process of accommodating the captives. They rummaged through the armory for some tattered armor to distribute among the soldiers and purchased large quantities of food from nearby towns and villages. In recent days, these captives had scarcely known a full meal, and upon receiving delicious bread and meat soup for the first time, they were moved to tears. People gazed up at their princess, overflowing with gratitude. Though Cohen found it somewhat perplexing, upon reflection, it became understandable. After all, the thoughts of these people were deeply entrenched. In the 21st century, no one would act this way in Huaxiat in this ancient feudal dynasty. A princess entering the battlefield alongside the soldiers was an immense honor for them. Regardless, Cohen's objective was achieved. This was precisely the situation he desired. He aimed for Diana to win the hearts of the people and secure her place in the minds of the empire's citizens and soldiers. Thus, it would be much simpler to support Diana in becoming the empress of the empire in the future. At this moment, Diana walked among the captives, her expression one of compassion and shock. Witnessing their frenzied consumption, her heart was profoundly touched. After all, they were human beings too, sons, husbands, fathers, or beloved ones to someone. She could only imagine the suffering they endured in the enemy's prison camps. Upon seeing bread, they resembled famished beasts. Just then, one soldier slowly lowered the bread in his hand, staring at Diana with astonishment. "Sorceress," he exclaimed, rising to his feet. "I saw you wield magic. You are a sorceress." Upon hearing this, the other soldiers also put down their bread, lifting their heads to gaze at Diana, equally astonished. "A sorceress? How is that possible? She is our princess. How could she be a sorceress?" "He lies. Our princess is also a saint of the sanctuary. How could she be a sorceress? She is indeed a sorceress. I saw her cast spells on the battlefield. She used magic to save us. She shielded us from the enemy's army. Yes, she is a sorceress. But she is our princess, a princess willing to fight alongside us, to save us. She even risked exposing her identity as a sorceress. Indeed, she is a sorceress, but so what?" At this moment, countless imperial soldiers stood up, bowing deeply to Diana. "Your Highness, with you here, our forces shall be invincible." Of course, not all imperial soldiers were in agreement with Diana's identity as a sorceress. Some expressed discontent, shouting, "Traitors! You are all traitors to the God of Light. Have you forgotten the doctrine? Sorceresses are puppets of the dark gods. They are not our leaders. Yes, sorceresses do not deserve to be our leaders." With that, a large group of soldiers surged forward. However, those supporting Diana quickly turned to confront the soldiers opposing her. At that moment, fully armed soldiers rushed in to restore order. General Cole attempted to escort Diana away from the chaos. Diana, somewhat disheartened, turned to glance at the hostile soldiers before following Cole. Yet halfway through, Cohen suddenly intercepted them. "Your Excellency the Magician, what are you doing? We must take Her Highness to a safer location." Cohen disregarded General Cole and, smiling at Diana, asked, "Aren't you going to explain yourself?" Diana shook her head. "I wish to explain nothing. They are correct. I am a sorceress, an enemy of the God of Light. Do you not desire the Empire to enter an era of religious freedom? To completely oust the sanctuary from the Empire has been the dream of your Augustine family for ages." Upon hearing this, Diana paused, then slowly released Cole's grip. Chapter 99. The Emperor's Stance. She turned to face the furious imperial soldiers behind her. Although disappointment lingered in her heart, Cohen was right. This was a good opportunity for an explanation. Thus, she began to speak. "Within me flows the blood of the Augustine family. Yet I also possess the bloodline of a sorceress, although I have never understood why. I have always been unaware of my identity as a sorceress. My brother, my father, your emperors, were all oblivious to this fact. I am the entire Augustine family. I am the only sorceress." As Diana spoke, the previously enraged soldiers fell eerily silent. They were eager to hear how Princess Diana would address her identity as a sorceress. Diana continued, "When I was 16, a priest in the Holy Light Cathedral of the imperial capital discovered my sorceress bloodline, but he told no one, for I was a princess of the empire. And the sanctuary did not wish to use this as an excuse to wage war against the imperial family. Instead, they saw me as a potential leverage to threaten the empire, and so I became a pawn of the sanctuary. I volunteered to become the saint of the sanctuary, and they sent me to the holy city as a hostage. At that time, my father was still alive, and the sanctuary threatened him with the public revelation of my identity to gain more rights within the empire. They increased taxes and demanded that the royal family pay tribute to the sanctuary annually. My father agreed to their demands to ensure I would be treated well in the sanctuary. At that time, I was merely a 16-year-old girl, knowing nothing, only understanding that if I did not comply, I would perish. They exploited me, holding the entire empire hostage, until a few months ago when I could no longer endure my plight in the holy city. I prayed to the God of light, yet received no response. Perhaps it was due to my identity as a sorceress, so I turned to the dark god for help. He answered my plea, sending the most powerful magician to rescue me and bring me home. Consequently, the sanctuary was furious. My departure meant they would lose their pawn in the empire. Indeed, in their eyes, we were merely pieces in their game of domination. Imperial soldiers, perhaps the goddess of light embodies justice, but does that make me evil? I am indeed a witch. I have betrayed the goddess of light, and I have chosen to place my faith in the dark god. And what of it? What can this possibly prove? All along, I have firmly believed that we ought to grant the people greater rights of choice. Among us, the vast majority have been deprived of options. However, now that those wretched knights of the temple have departed, an opportunity for choice has arisen. I can solemnly swear that from this day forth, no individual shall be required to pay the religious tax. The temple has merely exploited us, using the wealth we have earned to forge a formidable army, and then waging wars in the name of the divine. We should not be ruled by the temple. Upon hearing this, some soldiers who had previously opposed Diana slowly nodded in agreement. Though they worshipped the god of light, it did not imply that the temple could unilaterally demand tribute from them. Since time immemorial, empires have levied dual taxes, and they have had their fill. Nearly half of their hard-earned income is surrendered to the temple. For what purpose? The equipment of those temple knights surpasses that of the imperial soldiers, and the of the clergy exceeds that of imperial officials. At this moment, a soldier suddenly raised his hand and shouted, "Drive away the temple. The empire belongs to the people of the empire." Indeed, the empire belongs to the people of the empire. Religious freedom. Everything transpired in such rapid succession that Cohen scarcely had time to react. Diana's persuasion had succeeded. Yet Cohen understood that this was merely the beginning. Given the strength of the temple, should they resort to madness, they possessed the capability to wage a dual-front war. This news spread swiftly, reaching nearly every corner of the empire before reinforcements from the nobility arrived. An increasing number of imperial citizens began to refuse payment of taxes to the temple. Although some faced persecution, the ongoing conflict in the north had led to many temple knights being temporarily reassigned to that region. Moreover, the parishes across the empire lacked sufficient temple knights to maintain order and collect taxes. Meanwhile, within the imperial court, Karsus was overjoyed upon learning this news. "Ha ha ha, my dear sister, I never anticipated that she harbored such cunning," Karsus declared joyfully from his seat. Prime Minister Barnier, seated before him, concurred with a smile. "I have long maintained that Diana's intelligence should not be overlooked. As a member of the royal family, she ought to contribute." Karsus nodded and replied, "To speak frankly, I have indeed been excessively arrogant in the past, resulting in many talented individuals being overlooked." Barnier remained silent. At such a moment, anything he said would be futile. A nod indicated his acknowledgement of the emperor's arrogance, while a shake of the head would signify a denial of the emperor's words. Thus, he could only choose to smile. Karsus's cheeks flushed with evident delight. Pouring himself a glass of wine, he took a sip and exclaimed, "I can hardly wait to witness the expression on His Holiness the Pope's face upon receiving this news. Ha 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 ha." Suddenly, Barnier recalled something and spoke. "By the way, Your Majesty, small-scale conflicts have erupted in several provinces of the empire, and the remaining temple knights have begun to take action. Perhaps we could seize this opportunity to send someone to intervene, thereby greatly enhancing the royal image in the hearts of the people. This way, we can convey to the populace that the royal family stands steadfastly with the people of the empire, rather than with those temple knights." No, Karsus waved his hand and said, "Let us not reveal my stance to the temple just yet. We shall observe for now. But this may lead the people to lose faith in the royal family." Upon hearing this, Karsus pondered for a moment before responding. "Write a letter to the provincial governor, instructing them to mobilize local law enforcement to protect our citizens, and let them know that this is not a royal decree but rather their own initiative." Upon hearing this, Barnier found himself admiring the once excessively arrogant emperor. Indeed, Karsus's past actions had been remarkably arrogant, yet Barnier understood that Karsus was no fool. Though he was proud, he was also astute. It was just that he lacked profound wisdom. Though he certainly possessed a fair share of cunning, Carses's command would neither arouse suspicion from the temple regarding his stance, nor cause the people to lose faith in the royal family.